ahead of my time. Y'all niggas should've left for my nine. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife's pussy, incredible edible dime. Petro said, fuck it, you can do it again. Let the sket blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire from lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the tape dick.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga.
But you can see it in my eyes. So don't deny, I can't fool no one else. The truth is in the tears I cry. 'Cause if it isn't love, why do I feel this way? Why does she stay on my mind? And if it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad? Make me feel so sad inside. If it isn't love, I told her I'd never fall in love, but now I know better. How does it feel? I can't describe this feeling that came when I saw her last night. Oh, she got to me. I'll let you know the reason. I saw her with another guy. So if it isn't love, why do I feel this way? Why does she stay on my mind? And if it isn't love, why does it hurt so bad? Make me feel so sad inside. If it isn't love,
kick it with you. If your girl could only see how you be calling me, getting fresh in me. You probably leave you alone. Curse you out and unplug her phone. She'll be glad she was gone. She wouldn't have to worry. She's crazy to put up with you, but I won't be no fool. But you see, it ain't easy to get you, no, baby. It's done to put up with you. I won't be no fool. But you see, it ain't easy to get you. You will probably leave you alone. She will probably curse you out and unplug her phone. I know she'd be glad that she was gone. She wouldn't have to worry. She will probably leave you alone. Probably curse you out and unplug her phone. She'd be glad she was gone. She wouldn't have to worry. Curse you out and unplug her phone. I'd be glad she was gone. She wouldn't have to worry. If your girl only knew.
What you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, what you saying.
If your girl only knew.
What you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, huh?
If your girl only knew.
What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? You ain't saying nothing, baby.
If your girl only knew.
What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? What you saying, what you saying, what you saying, huh? You ain't saying nothing, baby. Why like that? You ain't saying nothing, baby. Let the music ride. Let's take a walk down with me, baby. Can you feel me? Can you feel me? Word. Timberlake. Okay. Black crime.
We should control the politics and the politician in the community where we live. We should control the businesses and create employment opportunities for ourselves. And the social philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should do something to uplift the standard and the level of our own society and put it on par with others.
We want black power.
How can you tell black people to be nonviolently and at the same time condone the sending of white killers into the black communities? It's something wrong. We are going to control our communities by any means necessary.
It's the midweek madness, here the news unfold. Political tactics to sell me BS, but none sold. Psycho hits hard in a system that's dumb old. When he speak, it gets heated, so we gotta come cold. Soldiers going through life with stories untold. Introspective journeys begins after the sun rose. Hood tales of the city echo through one soul. Strapped with knowledge, so watch black power unload. Logic and reason, breaking through a door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Black power in his veins. No gods or masters for breaking heaven's chains. Great city born, where conscious thoughts collide. Speaking black empowerment, the truth he never hides. Straight not crooked, because he never been ons. In the summit keeps it 100, just like 10 dimes. Psycho echoed the ancestors who thought this was the end times. Revolution won't be televised, but written in rhyme. Logic and reason, breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo. Logic and reason, breaking through the door. Speak truth, the power that we can't ignore anymore. Streaming like rivers, with the baddest flow. Screaming black power, ready to change the status quo.
Aight. Peace and black power, family. It's your boy Psychopath Black Action. Nah, me with another midweek madness. What's really hood out there, family? Let me know if y'all can hear me clearly before I get into all this. Now, see, let me get some ones out there. Okay, why am I buffing? Okay, I'm good. All right, let's see. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. All right, let me see. Shout out to L. Little Indian Pigeon Feather Bay was good. See, shout out to Taz. Taz giving me these plus minuses. He gambling. Gamble on the Lakers getting sent home. Gamble on that. You can gamble on the points. You might be right with the points. Brian get 35. Luka might get 27. And the rest of the team probably going to add up about 23 points. And they're going to lose. That's the hell going to happen. The motherfuckers, the Lakers done. B1 for Life was good. Nook was going on. Lou, what it do? Let's see. Sweet D was good, sis. Oh, Stu, it was good. V-Note was going on. Shatira was good, sis. Stephanie was going on. Aisha Baz was hooked with you. Let's see. Hotland Hertz was going on. Judah, what up? Who else? Taz was good. Regular Joe, you already know. Mika was good, sis. Jane was going on. 764 roll up was the hold up, you already. Let's see. Pure Black was going on. J Cal was good. Who else up in here? Who else? Is that everybody? I think I got everybody. Shout out to everybody else out there that might be listening or slide through. If I missed you, my bad. What's hood, family? What's going on? I got a couple of things I want to talk about. You know, the popular topic for most of the week. You know, pretty much for about a week now, right? The NFL draft started on motherfucking last week on Thursday, right? And this shit has been a story since Friday, basically, right? Like, you know what I mean? You know, this really, like, this whole sports dad thing, right? I'm talking about the sports dad thing. This shit really kicked off dust on Friday, right? When we started hearing hordes of Dion groupies losing their minds because one of their favorite players of all time, son, did not get drafted in the first round or the second round. He didn't even get drafted in the third, not the fourth either. Didn't get drafted into the fifth motherfucking round, right? People started losing their shit. And I know that shit is all celebrity worship, right? I know how my community is. I went through this months ago with fucking Bronny James. With all that fucking bullshit. Motherfuckers sitting up here gaslighting motherfuckers, trying to convince you how great Bronny is. And how people just ain't giving him a chance. And we all need to just be patient with a motherfucker who haven't averaged more than 10 points since high school. we gotta just be patient, right? Because it's LeBron's kid, right? Like this whole idea that we have to worship and praise and coddle y'all favorite players' kids is insanity, right? Like y'all motherfuckers nutty as fuck. Like I don't do that for my own favorite motherfucking players' fucking kids. Why the fuck would I do that for yours, motherfucker? Why? I'm supposed to ass kiss your favorite players' kids, but I don't even ass kiss my motherfucking favorite players' kids. Y'all motherfuckers got me fucked up. Y'all got me fucked up. My favorite Redskin of all time is motherfucking Darryl Green. I don't sugarcoat shit. I wear that on my sleeve. Darryl Green is my favorite Redskin of all fucking times. I don't see nobody overtaking that, including Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels can win 4 Super Bowls for the Washington Redskins. Darryl Green will still be my favorite Redskin of all fucking time. If Darryl Green's son, if his grandkid, not his son, because he's old enough, if his grandkid was in the fucking draft on Thursday and he went undrafted and became an unsigned free agent, you will not see Psycho up on here doing a stream complaining about that motherfucking shit. And you know what else you won't see? You won't see Psycho up here screaming that this shit was racist. That shit fucked me all the way up when I started hearing the racist card, right? It's one thing to be a celebrity worshiping ass groupie and just, you know, worship everything, the ground and the everything that comes out your favorite player's nutsack. Whatever spawns from your favorite player's nutsack, you worship. I can't relate, but I have seen that. It's one thing to do that, which is disgusting, but it's one thing to do that, and it's a whole other thing to sit up here and compare what just happened to what happened to motherfuckers in the 60s getting bit by dogs, water hosed, you know what I mean? The rock, getting their heads hit in with rocks, you know what I mean? Falling from the sky. You know what I mean? Compare this shit to motherfucking redlining. To compare this shit to motherfucking Tulsa, Oklahoma. To compare this shit to fucking slavery. To compare this shit to the school to prison pipeline. To compare any of this motherfucking fuck shit that you motherfuckers is talking about to any shit that I just mentioned is so absurd in my worldview. I can't relate, dog. I can't relate. You motherfuckers, y'all. I'm just gonna keep letting you motherfuckers worship what comes out y'all favorite player's nutsack, because that's what y'all doing, and y'all doing it to the point where y'all are throwing ancestors under the fucking bus with nonsense. What are we talking about right here? Oh, he had a black daddy. He had a black daddy, and they didn't want his black daddy to do this and to do. It's all about the black daddy. The black daddy? Y'all motherfuckers act like that's the only black daddy in the fucking draft. Is that the only black daddy that was in the draft? That had his kid motherfucking... No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That's just the only black daddy y'all give a fuck about. Let's keep it a stack. Let's keep it a motherfucking stack. But hey, what the fuck I know, right? Only been watching sports my whole fucking life, which is longer than a lot of you motherfuckers been alive, you know what I mean? I don't know shit. Don't listen to me. This is a new day, right? I'm stuck in my old motherfucking, you know what I mean? My old school shit. And it's a new day. Shit has evolved, right? Motherfuckers love telling me how shit evolved. Motherfuckers love trying to play this bullshit like I'm stuck in time when everything I fucking say comes to fucking light. The problem is you motherfuckers don't respect history. That's the goddamn problem. you motherfuckers don't respect history and don't respect the motherfuckers who's telling you the history, because all you motherfuckers want to do is try to make it seem like, oh, well, that was then and this is now. Yeah, some things change, some things never fucking change. And if you don't know motherfucking history, you motherfuckers are just gonna be doomed to motherfucking repeat it. Let's talk that real shit. Cause I be telling y'all shit based off historical facts. I'm just talking sports. I ain't even getting into the other shit. I can get into real life shit and everything else. But I be telling y'all shit that be happening factually in sports. And y'all motherfuckers will tell me about evolution and how shit done changed. You know, like when Luka got traded to the motherfucking Lakers, and I told all you Bronny loving, worshiping ass groupies that the Lakers will be lucky to make it to the Western Conference Finals, much less the finals, much less winning that motherfucker. I said when the playoffs start, y'all are going to see everything I'm talking about rear its fucking ugly head. You know why? Because motherfucker, I seen this story before. I seen it. I seen this shit before. LeBron ain't never did that. Stop. Yes, he has. LeBron has never linked up with a motherfucker and won a championship that same motherfucking year. Name me the time that shit happened. Name me the time when LeBron stepped into a fucking room with a new fucking Hall of Fame teammate. He's had plenty. But name me the time when he linked up with this Hall of Fame teammate and they just whooped ass and chewed bubblegum from day one and they just started winning every goddamn thing. Show me that shit happening. You can't. Anytime you playing with LeBron, there's a motherfucking learning curve, motherfucker. A learning curve. Let's keep it in stack, motherfucker. Y'all think Luka gonna come up in there in 2 months, these motherfuckers gonna win a title? You motherfuckers don't know fucking basketball. Let's talk that real motherfucking shit. Motherfuckers like that. Psycho, you don't know basketball. Cap. Look at you now, but how you motherfuckers like me now? Since you call me old school, let me get old school on you motherfuckers and ask you motherfuckers, how you like me now, motherfucker? Do. How you like me now? How you like me now, motherfuckers? How you like me now? Groupie ass son of a bitches. Don't even get me started. Cook you little groupie ass motherfuckers. You know what else? You know what else does not evolve? You know what has never evolved in my life of being a sports fan? Bandwagon groupie ass motherfuckers. Y'all motherfuckers have never changed. The same bandwagon groupie ass celebrity worshiping motherfucker from the goddamn 70s and 80s and 90s is the same dick riding groupie ass weirdo that is currently living in modern time, motherfuckers. That shit didn't change. A bandwagon fan back then is the same motherfucker today. And this is why I don't fuck with the NBA and they fucking weird ass fucking fan base. The NBA, the NBA's fan base is weird. Y'all motherfuckers are all frauds. You motherfuckers ain't got a loyal bone in your fucking body. You motherfuckers got about 15 different team jerseys in your fucking closets. You motherfuckers jump from team to team to team to team, depending on who the fuck is playing on it. You motherfuckers ain't loyal. You motherfuckers don't belong to the team. Y'all belong to the NBA streets. Y'all be smutting yourselves out. Y'all are the smuts of the sports world. NBA fans. Y'all are the whores of the NBA world. I gotta keep it a buck. I gotta cook you motherfuckers right now. And this is why I don't fuck with NBA fans. Oh my goddamn nerves. I can't stand you motherfuckers. Because y'all not loyal. Y'all not even real fans. I am a Nets fan, motherfucker. A Nets fan. I've been a Nets fan my whole fucking life when it wasn't cool to be a fucking Nets fan. Huh? Motherfucker, I was a Nets fan. We had Albert King, Daryl Dawkins, Mike Jaminski, motherfucker. What y'all motherfuckers know about Mike Jaminski? Y'all motherfuckers don't know shit about no goddamn Mike Jaminski and Duke and all that shit. Stop. We had that bum-ass motherfucking Dookie on our fucking team. Getting his ass whooped every fucking night. Bum-ass motherfucking
Ass cracker.
know what I mean? Getting cooked every night. You know what? And you know what I had to deal with? Bandwagon ass faker fans. Every motherfucking way. All you Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, James Worthy ass bandwagon nut hugging Laker fans that had never been to LA in your motherfucking lives. Dick riding these motherfuckers. Let's talk that motherfucking real shit, goddammit. It was either Laker fans or they was motherfucking you had like two Celtic fans in the hood. There was a whole lot of Celtic fans outside of the hood, but in the hood, you only had about one or two Celtic fans, right? These are the motherfuckers that was trying to be edgy, right? You had the two Celtic fans in the hood back then that was trying to be edgy. You know, they was the pre-coons. You know, they was cooning. Because if you were cheering for the Celtics back then, you was cooning. Unless you lived in Boston. If you ain't lived in Boston, you ain't had no business in the hood repping the fucking Celtics back then. Unless you was cooning. And there was always about two coons in the motherfucking hood repping the fucking Celtics. Right? And a whole slew of fucking Laker fans. And you know what happened with all these fucking Laker fans that was everywhere in the hood? You know what happened to all these fuckers? In the 1990s, they all became Bull fans, motherfucker. That's what the fuck happened. All of a sudden, in the mid-90s, I couldn't find no Laker fans nowhere. All the Laker fans are gone. What happened to the Laker fans? Why y'all ain't talking crazy no more? Y'all got Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Vlade Divac. Why y'all not talking big shit no more? What happened? Oh, man, fuck that, man. I'm rocking with them Bulls, man. I'm rocking with the Bulls. I'm fucking with Mike, dog. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike, I want to be like Mike. That's what they wanted to be in the 90s. These bandwagon fucktards, they all wanted to be like Mike. I'm still a Nets fan. We got Derek Coleman, Kenny Anderson, Chuck Daly, our coach. I remember when Drazen Petrovic died and the whole team got screwed. I went through all that. Watching these bandwagon motherfucking fake ass, unloyal, slut ass fucking fan bases just jumping from team to team to team to team. And then when the Bulls fell off in the late 90s, you know what I saw after that? All of a sudden, all those Bull fans that was everywhere, all of a sudden these motherfuckers packed up their bags and ran right back to motherfucking LA. Ran right back to fucking LA. They go dick ride fucking Shaq and Kobe. These disloyal fucks. They ain't loyal to no teams at all. They're just personality worshipers. That's why I don't fuck with NBA fans, because all y'all a bunch of personality worshipers. Y'all don't know shit about cheering on teams, nothing. And you know what happened to all those Laker fans? When Shaq left, all of a sudden, all these Laker fans, slowly but surely, started becoming LeBron fans. So now, and I'm still dealing with these disloyal, unfaithful right now, jumping from team, because you know LeBron only stay on one team for like 3 or 4 years and he out. So they really getting smutted out with LeBron. LeBron got them on a fucking holstro. LeBron got these fake ass NBA fans on a fucking sports holstro. Jumping from Cleveland to Miami, back to Cleveland, to LA. These motherfuckers, these fucking closets are so full with different team jerseys. It's disgusting. Disgusting. As a matter of fact, that whole motherfucking jersey craze that happened in the 2000s, you know, the throwback era, the Mitchell and Ness shit, that whole era of where everybody had to have a jersey and people just rocking random jerseys and all that shit and everything else. That was NBA fans that caused that fucking phenomenon, motherfucker. You bipolar ass motherfucking son of a bitches. You bipolar motherfuckers caused a whole culture shift. You disloyal sluts turned around and made it cool to be rocking everybody's motherfucking jersey in regards to whether or not you actually support the motherfucking team. This is why NFL fans will always, let me say this again, always, one more again, always be superior to NBA motherfucking fans. Let's talk that real shit. NFL fans are superior to NBA fans because NFL fans are not whores. NFL fans are not sluts. They are not on the sports holstro like you motherfuckers. NFL fans cheer for that same motherfucking helmet, pause. They cheer for that same motherfucking jersey since they started watching the fucking sport, motherfucker. You wouldn't catch a Dallas Cow bitch wearing a Washington Redskins jersey if you paid that motherfucker. You would never catch a motherfucker in Chicago wearing a Green Bay Brett Favre jersey talking about he's a goddamn Bears fan. You ain't gonna see it. You're not gonna see a motherfucker, a motherfucking Bronco fan wearing a Patrick Mahomes jersey. You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna see it, motherfucker. You ain't gonna see it. You know why? Because NFL fans, football fans in general, because it's even worse in college. It's even more turned up in college. Even high school. You are not going to catch these motherfuckers wearing the opposing team's jersey. That's like watching a Crip wearing red motherfucking bandanas thinking that shit's cool. Football fans understand loyalty, motherfuckers. NFL fans are marriage material. You motherfuckers, NBA fans are like the turnpike. NBA fans are like the turnpike. You gotta pay to get on, and you gotta pay to get the fuck off, motherfucker. Let's talk that real shit. You hoe ass motherfuckers. Let's talk about it. Y'all want to talk that real shit, dog? Y'all don't? Let me get me started. Anyways, I'm done my rant. I had to get that off my chest. Because I'm over these goddamn slut-ass fucking fans. You fake-ass fucking fans. None of you... Like, stop it. I don't even want to hear you motherfuckers. I don't even want to hear you. A bunch of goddamn sports sluts. That's what y'all are. Get some loyalty. Motherfuckers. Dick riding ass motherfuckers. I can't stand y'all motherfuckers. Hate NBA fans. I can't stand that shit. Y'all the reason why I don't even watch the regular season. I don't even like the regular season of the NBA. That shit is trash. Like, y'all the reason why I start talking shit about the NBA. All this little personality worshiping. I can't take that shit. I hate that shit. Crazy. Anyways, I digress. I'm done cooking these motherfuckers. Know what I mean? So let's get to why I'm going on this motherfucking rant to begin with. Right? Now, we had a situation that happened last night. Right? We had a situation that happened last night with Tyrese Halliburton. And let's get into this real quick. Right? Y'all should have saw it. But what happened was, right? The father had got into it with Giannis after the Indiana Pacers eliminated the Milwaukee Bucks, right? So afterwards, Tyrese's father started talking big shit to motherfucking Giannis, right? And then Giannis jumped in his motherfucking face and was ready to start, I don't know. Looked a little bit weird, right? But we're going to get into that. But before I do, let me get into, give me 1 second. As I'm pulling this up right now, I can't play that because they're going to fuck my stream, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they'll fuck my stream if I play that. So I got to find a clip that I can play uninterrupted. Okay, hopefully this will be all right. Hopefully I don't get batted for this. But so yeah, let's watch some of this and see what happened, family. This was the end of the game last night, and let's get into it.
Pacers end overtime on an 8-0 run. I still cannot believe we saw what we just saw. I don't believe this. This is incredible. Wow.
Now see, this is right after he had just jumped in his face. Like, they didn't show the whole clip right there. I hope they go back and show the whole thing. But yeah, this is the end results of them breaking up Giannis and Tyrese's father getting into a heated discussion. Right here, they stepped in the middle.
I don't believe this. This is incredible. Wow.
Giannis there looking pissed off. I want to address some of this too.
Indiana's moving into the second.
I want to address some of this.
For the second
like what we see right now.
For the first time.
Now you see he up there hugging his spot.
Since 2011 through 2014 when they did it 3 consecutive times. That is, I've been a part of some crazy endings in games. That is right up there.
See, now he's back in his face.
The 8-0 run occurred.
He's talking crazy. He's talking crazy to him.
5 seconds.
And now he act like everything was cool when he left. Right? Y'all saw that. He act like everything was cool when he left.
35
right there up in his face right there. Act like everything cool.
That is just a shocking way to win and lose a basketball game. Giannis with 30 points, 20 rebounds, 13 assists. Gary Trent Jr., 33 points, but the turnover late. And Halliburton gets to the rim.
Trying to hug. This is the end of the game. I don't want to show too much of that because that's what the NBA get mad at. So let's
rising on the.
Okay, now y'all saw Giannis was hugging everybody, right? Now in the midst of him now they had took the camera off to show the last play of the game, but now he's getting into it with the players and the coaches. This is a whole different skirmish he's going through.
On the court,
right? I don't know what caused this, but
everybody trying
now,
to keep everyone away.
Now he's starting to become even a bigger problem.
You see
right?
Turner telling his
That's
team
about
to
3
head
different
back toward
skirmishes Giannis got into
a lot of lingering
after the
going
game
on
was
in the
over.
court after this.
Right? Now that was like 3 skirmishes he got into. Right? Now I'm gonna go ahead and play this little clip right here, and we can listen to some the commentary on this, and then I'll give y'all my opinion on what I just saw. Right? Because I got some shit I need to get off my chest about what I just saw. Right? All right, so let's get into this.
There's only one Charlemagne to God.
Damn, Charlemagne, who you giving Dusty of the Day to now?
Well, Sexy Red, Donkey of the Day for Wednesday, April 30th goes to John Halliburton. If you don't know who John Halliburton is, John is the father of Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton. Now, last night, the Indiana Pacers eliminated the Milwaukee Bucks in the NBA playoffs. Drop on the clues bombs for the Indiana Pacers. Epic collapse by the Milwaukee Bucks. The Pacers were down by 7 points with 40 seconds left in overtime, and then the Bucks completely collapsed, and Tyrese Halliburton supplied the game winner. Let's listen to how it went down.
Here we go. Halliburton, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Halliburton for the lead. 1.3 to go. Pacers by 1. Here's Gary Trent Jr. Lets it fly. And the Pacers are moving on. What a comeback in overtime.
Now, naturally, after a win like that, emotions were high. Okay, if you were a Pacers fan, you was on cloud 9. If you were a fan of Tyrese Halliburton, in that moment, you thought he was the greatest thing since the late, great Kobe Bryant. And there's no bigger fan of you when it comes to sports than your parents, okay? Especially your father. And Tyrese's dad, John, sits courtside at the games. Well, he got a little too excited because he decided to taunt Giannis by coming on the floor and holding up a towel with his son's face on it and shouting variations of, "This is what we effing do!" Let's go to Inside the NBA for the report, please. Let's listen to them.
There was some talking after the game.
No, that's Halliburton.
And then it was
his dad.
Yeah, then it looks like Halliburton and Giannis make nice, and that's everybody else does too.
We love Mr. Halliburton, but come see the show, don't be the show. Come see the show. Yeah, and I think I saw Tyrese has already apologized for his dad's actions.
For what?
Because he don't run on the court and talk to a player like that. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Come see the show. Don't be the show.
No.
You can't run on the stage.
You cannot run on the court and harass other players.
Everybody on the court. Get out of here. Everybody. He's not supposed to be on the court.
He's not on the court.
He's on the court.
He's not supposed to be on the court.
Stop it.
No, you stop it. No, he's not supposed to be on the court. He's not supposed to be on the court.
Giannis talked to him. Forget all that.
No, he was on the court.
So what?
You think he said something? He probably know who his dad is.
Come see the show, don't be the show. I like that, Kenny.
All right. Let me just say okay, you know what? Let's listen to the rest of this and then I'm gonna get my opinion. No, fuck that. I'm gonna get my opinion right now. I personally don't give a fuck about a father talking shit on the motherfucking sideline. Let me explain this. This right here is on Giannis being butthurt from getting eliminated for like the 3rd year in a row in the motherfucking first round. This was him being in his feelings in that moment. Because let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. How many people in that stadium was yelling and screaming at Giannis to take his bitch ass back to motherfucking Milwaukee and go home back on that fucking couch? fans in arenas and stadiums say all types of motherfucking wild shit. Take your ass back home. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking, telling them motherfuckers get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Talking like this is what fans do. Fans pay money to go to the arena and talk shit to players. That's what they do. I know that's what the fuck I did. That's what I had season tickets for. So I could talk shit to all the opposing motherfuckers coming to the goddamn stadium. That's why the shit's called home court fucking advantage, motherfuckers. That's why it's pressure going to other arenas and stadiums to try to win, because you got a whole slew of motherfuckers who's cheering against you. Now, this ain't just a regular old fan. This is his father, right? This is Tyrese's father. But this only further solidifies what I'm trying to get at. Why, out of all the people in that arena that was talking shit, did he hyper focus and zoom in on his pops? Why? I'm a little bit confused, right? Like, and for Giannis to jump all up in his face, you know what I mean? Like he was like nose to nose with that motherfucker, looking like he was ready to hook off, right? He was nose to nose with that motherfucker, like he was ready to fight and shit. Because he told you to go home? So telling the motherfucker that he should go home after he lost a motherfucking game is cause for a motherfucker to go up in his fucking face and threaten to do bodily harm to him? And somehow or another people are trying to spin this like the dad was wrong? Bruh. I'm not seeing it right here. Like, was his dad overzealous from his son winning a big game and moving on in the playoffs? Yes, in that moment. He was feeling himself. Right? Pause. Right? He was overzealous. You know, he jumped up and was screaming, take y'all asses home. You know, get the fuck up out of here. Bye, motherfucking bye. Okay. He was talking shit. So what? Motherfuckers made it seem like he jumped up and started talking shit about Giannis' kids. Like he said something about Giannis' mama. Like he said something about Giannis' wife. His dead grandparents. Like he shot his dog. Or kicked his cat. The motherfucker jumped up and said, take your ass home in the heat of the fucking moment. Happy as hell his son fucking won. And Giannis, being up in his feelings, because he just lost, acting like he wanted to fight this old motherfucker. And everybody looking at the dad like he was wrong. All parents talk shit when they motherfucking kid wins games and all this, that, and the third. Deal with that shit. Get your ass the fuck off the goddamn court. Which brings me to another motherfucking thing that I want to address. And yeah, you Chicago Bull fans, close your ears because you ain't gonna like this. But this right here is y'all's motherfucking fault. Let's talk that real shit. The whole scenario that happened last night with Tyrese's dad and Giannis, that whole scenario that happened last night, that shit is y'all motherfucking fault. Yeah, I'm blaming the fucking Bulls and motherfucking Michael Jordan. Absolutely, motherfucker. Yes, I did. Because without Jordan and the fucking Bulls throwing on a whole pity party after they beat the Detroit Pistons in 1991, right? Beat the Detroit Pistons in 1991, and the Detroit Pistons all got together in a single foul line and walked off the court. The Chicago Bulls felt completely disrespected. They cried about that shit. They moaned about that shit. Called it unprofessional. Called it, those sour grapes. When in all actuality, that is the best way to handle defeat in this situation. They didn't cause no ruckus. They didn't sit up here and try to fight people's daddies, right? They didn't sit up here, almost got into a fight in center court. No, they went in a single foul line and walked their ass smooth off the motherfucking court. No distract, no nothing. They didn't bump anybody. They didn't try to tee off on nobody. They ain't cursed nobody out. They just politely walked off the court and allowed the Chicago Bulls to celebrate. In peace. Do what y'all gotta do. We don't need to be here to see it. Right? I never had a problem with them doing this. But these motherfuckers created some pseudo fucking tradition where you gotta stay on the court after an elimination game and dap everybody up and congratulate the other team and all this other shit. Listen, man, after you just take a tough loss, you ain't trying to do all that motherfucking shit, dog. That shit is fake. That shit is all fake love, dog. I prefer motherfuckers handle that shit like the Pistons and just walk the fuck off the court. Because if that's what the Bucks did last night, if they just did what the Pistons did in 1991, none of this shit even matters. His dad is over there talking shit, telling him to go home, and they're politely in a single foul line, walking off the court, not giving a fuck what nobody has to say. They just want to get to the locker room. And that's the way I prefer it. That's the way I prefer it, man. Ain't nobody give a fuck about all that shit. Oh, well, you supposed to shake our hands and you supposed to do this. Fuck that. Fuck that, motherfucker. I just punched you in the face last week. I just punched you in the fucking face last week. You think I don't want to punch you again? I'm getting the fuck out of here before I get a motherfucking case. Motherfuckers be tight after they lose these fucking games. If this is a regular season game, Giannis would have never jumped up in his father's face, given the same scenario. But because it's an elimination game, he up in his fees. And then you get all this fuck shit. Where he's beefing with the dad, beefing with players, coaches, all trying to fight everybody. And somehow or another, this shit got spun into being the dad's fault. When the dad did what any other dad would have done in that situation. If my son would have beat Giannis, broke his ankles and laid his ass up for the winning basket, I would have jumped up and said, take your Greek ass the fuck out of here and back to the fucking Vatican to worship your new pope. You fucking tether. I would have said a whole lot worse than motherfucking Tyrese's dad. Oh, he would have been all types of tethers. I'd have been talking big shit. If I was Tyrese's dad, like after the game's over, I'm talking shit. That's just me. I'm a shit talking ass motherfucker. I'm gonna pop me some shit. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's part of winning. When you win, you get to talk shit. You know what I mean? And motherfuckers just gotta deal with it. Hold your L. Hold your L. He didn't want to hold his L. I don't know what to tell you, dog. But everybody trying to come down on the Pops for telling Giannis to go home. Seriously? I done heard people say he should be suspended, should never be allowed back in games, all types of shit. Just talking a little bit of shit. The fuck? He didn't go in Giannis' face. Giannis went in his face. But the dad is the one that's in fault. I don't understand this. This is madness. But let's continue.
Listen, I could go either way on this. It can be harmless or it can be harmful, but the NBA has to do a better job of protecting its stars, okay? People think that just because these folks make hundreds of millions of dollars that they should be okay with fans talking crazy to them. Sure, heckling is one thing, but coming on the floor, no. Do that from the stands, okay? And furthermore, and the reason I'm giving John Donkey today is because it's not about you. As Kenny Smith said, it's not about you, okay? People need to...
I agree. It's not about the dad. And the dad ain't the one that's making it about the dad. Giannis and the media is the ones that's making this about the dad. Giannis made it about the dad, and now the media is making it about the dad. The dad did not make this about the dad. Him telling Giannis to go home is not him making it about the dad. Giannis' response to him telling him to go home is what made it about the dad. Y'all got this all backwards and a little bit twisted from my point of view.
To learn that their actions do affect other people. So be careful what you say and do, because it's not always just about you. John, I know that's your son. I know that you're excited, but you have to remember you represent your son in that moment, so don't do anything that embarrasses him or makes him look foolish. Also, where was the security? Why were Giannis and John allowed to get I was about to say face to face, but it was more like, face to waist. Okay, why were they allowed to get face to waist on each other like that? I mean, Giannis towers over John, but why did that exchange even happen? I know team staffers, pulled Giannis away, but why were they allowed to get that close to each other?
No. Why would Giannis attempt to get that close to him? Giannis just lost the game. The last thing he should be thinking about is what any of the fans on the sidelines got to motherfucking say. That's anybody on court side got to fucking say. You just lost the fucking game. If you want to stay your ass on the court and try to dap everybody up, go dap everybody up and don't give a fuck what the fuck motherfuckers are saying. You got confetti coming down, motherfuckers jumping up and down, losing their shit. It's thousands of people heckling you motherfuckers, praising their fucking team, and you hyper focused on this one motherfucker in the court who told you to fucking go home. That's great. That's great. And the fact that they try to make this about the dad is problematic.
Like that. I mean, Giannis towers over John, but why did that exchange even happen? I know team staffers, pulled Giannis away, but why were they allowed to get that close to each other to begin with it? If Giannis saw John taunting him, I'm sure others did too. So you had to know Giannis going over to him wasn't because they were about to exchange pleasantries. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. They should have saw what was about to happen. It's like, yo, calm your ass down, dog. Yeah, he was talking shit, so what? Who cares? How many motherfuckers, you know how you handle a situation like that where the motherfuckers heckling you on the sideline? Court side? You handle that shit the way Reggie Miller handled fucking Spike Lee, motherfucker. That's how the fuck you handle that shit, motherfucker. Reggie Miller did not go up looking like he was going to fight Spike Lee because Spike Lee was popping shit. No. Reggie Miller turned up, scored 9 points in 8 seconds, and then threw his hands up to his throat and looked at Spike and said, your team are a bunch of fucking choke artists. He showed up on the court, looked over at Spike and told him to shut the fuck up. Your team sucks, and I just cooked them. That's how you handle a heckler. You don't jump in his face a 70. I don't know how old this motherfucker looks 70. I don't even know if he's 70. I don't even think he's 70. He look old as fuck. You look too old to have a 20-something-year-old kid. Look like the old drunk motherfucker on the goddamn liquor store out on motherfucking Springfield Avenue. I'm just saying. That's what he look like. But at the end of the day, he old as fuck. You don't sit up here jumping that motherfucking face, man. Yo, you sit up there, you bust their ass on the court, and then you talk shit. That's what you do. Know what I mean? You don't sit up here jumping the old man. Man, get your punk ass out of here. That was some punk shit Giannis did. I ain't praising him for that shit. Fuck out of here.
Okay, what if emotions and egos would have got the best of them and they ended up scrapping right then and there? It's just stupid. And it's all over things that could be prevented. Now, would you like to hear what Giannis had to say about it? Let's listen.
Losing a game, emotions run high, having a fan, which at the moment I thought he was a fan, but then I realized he was Tyrese's son, which I love. Tyrese, I think, is a great competitor. He was his dad, sorry. Coming in the floor and showing me his son a towel with his face. This is what we do. This is what we effing do. This is the F we do. I feel like that's very, very disrespectful. I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for his son, and I'm happy that he's happy for his son. That's how you're supposed to feel. But coming to me and disrespecting me and cursing at me, I think is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. I'm not the guy that points fingers because in my neighborhood, snitches get stitches. So I don't want to say something, for him to say to get fined or anything. But it's not.
That is true, goddammit. That is true.
Respectful. I talked with him at the end.
He come from where the real mob is motherfucking located, right? That motherfucker, he's right around where the real mob. You know what I mean? He said his neighborhood, yeah. Your neighborhood is where the real mob is at, right? Yeah. Snitches do get stitches fucking with those weirdos, but yeah, I digress.
And I think we're in a good place.
I'll tell you one thing, the way Giannis said coming on the floor with a towel sounded nasty, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But Giannis felt disrespected, okay? Who are we to tell him otherwise? Tyrese Halliburton said his father was wrong. Let's listen.
As far as the incident between Giannis and my pops, I had no idea it happened until I got to the back and was showed the video. Me and my pops have talked about that, and I don't agree with what transpired there from him. I think basketball is basketball, and let's keep it on the court. And I think that he just got excited, saw his son make a game winner, and came on the court. But I think we had a conversation, and I think he just needs to just allow me to just play basketball, stay over there. I'll come to him to celebrate, but I'll talk with Giannis eventually about it. Just I don't think that my pops was in the right at all there, and
all of this taken away from the fact that they came back from behind.
Yeah, his son's a little bitch. His son's a bitch. Man up, nigga. Oh, my bad. Half a nigga. Man up, you half a nigga. What the hell is you doing over here? Like, what are we talking about? What do you mean? You ain't have your pops back. That could have been my pops. That could have been my pops. I'd have got on that podium and be like, yo, there's a situation that just happened with Giannis and my pops. And I just want to give a message to Giannis. Giannis, you ever jump in my motherfucking pop's face like that again, son, I'm gonna have to put hands and feet on you, dog. Don't you ever jump in my pop's face like that. I don't care what my pop said on the motherfucking sidelines. I don't care what the hell you got a problem with him, you come talk to me. You don't jump in his motherfucking face, you bitch ass motherfucker. Fuck you think this shit is? I'd have been popping shit. You don't talk to my pops like that, dog. Cause he told you to go home? Take your punk ass home. I just sent you home. He wasn't lying. Did he lie on you? Did he say something? Did he say you was about to do something that you wasn't going to do? He told you to do exactly what you're doing right now, taking your punk ass home. Go home. It could have been me. That could have been my pops and motherfucker jumped in my pop's face because he mad because I just bust his ass on the basketball court. So now he want to jump in my pop's face and think I'm going to get on the podium and take that motherfucking side? That just goes to show that's that cracker in you. That's that cracker in you.
Cracker ass cracker.
This is where I gotta cook the pots. This is what happens, man. Choose your wifeys wisely. Choose your wifeys wisely, because you too might end up with your son not even defending you when you motherfucking going through some motherfucking bullshit on the basketball court with a 7-footer. You know what I mean? This guy, choose your wifeys very carefully. That is one ugly ass Becky too. Like, that is one ugly ass Becky. God damn. The fuck? I digress. Choose your wifeys wisely, family. I'm just saying. But yeah, let's get back to this real quick.
Behind, and he scored a game winner. Now he got to sit up there and explain about his dad's actions, okay? His dad apologized. He said, I sincerely apologize to Giannis, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Pacers organization for my actions following tonight's game. This was not a good reflection on our sport or my son, and I will not make that mistake again. What is the lesson to be learned here? It's simple for me, and we talked about this in another donkey earlier this week, and the lesson to be learned is our actions are guaranteed to affect others, because we are not alone in this world. John made a moment that was about his son, about him. Your son hit the game winner. Salute. That has nothing to do with Giannis, okay? They lost. Giannis not even a player who taunts people. Very humble man. So what was the point? But once again, our actions are guaranteed to affect others. John, you represent more than yourself. You represent your son, okay? You have to be that much more aware of how you present yourself, because you are representing more than you. I know your last name is...
New Kim said he thought that was Ric Flair. Nigga, I thought that was Kane, nigga. I thought that was Kane without the mask. That's what I thought that shit was. I'm just saying. But let's continue.
Is on the back of that Pacers jersey, but that's not you, bruh. You not out there getting buckets. Your son is, and his game speaks for itself. Okay, it doesn't need you speaking for it. Parents should cheer from the stands, not confront players on the court. So for that lapse in judgment, please give John Halliburton the biggest hee-haw. It's really that simple.
Yeah, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say I am really, really proud of you for your segment. You've been giving people donkey forever, and you read so eloquently every day.
You shouldn't be impressed by people that know how to read good.
First of all,
Jess, it should be right.
That's why I
be
never mind. I hate your segment, and I don't even
Yeah, they been killing you, Jess. I be forgetting Jess on the goddamn show. Like, this Lauren chick done really took her spot for real. I be forgetting Jess on the show. Like, she just be sitting there waiting to say something. She be looking so lost and confused on that damn show. Shit's crazy. But then I want to get back to Shador real quick. But I just want to address what happened last night. But that shit, that shit really wasn't about nothing. Neither was the Shador shit. But I just want to further solidify the weirdness in making the Shador Sanders situation racial, right? And how motherfucking groupies have now given these coons a fucking out to talk about how black people, when we talk about racism, that shit be fake. We just the people that cried wolf. We call everything racist. Like, y'all have literally put a battery in these coons' back, because they the main ones going crazy right now, losing it because of the response from this whole Shador shit. Like, these motherfuckers, because it is crazy, because level-headed people can't even argue with these motherfuckers. Like, I'm so pissed off that people allow these coons to have a talking point that's actually valid. I am annoyed with this whole situation. I beg people not to make this a race thing. Please don't make this a fucking race thing. Stop with the race thing. Don't do that. We have to pick and choose our fights. This ain't that. But motherfuckers were, nope, psycho, no, this is racist. Racist, racist. The evil white man trying to keep the black man down in the NFL, and he don't want them to take over. And what? Wait, you basing this off of what? And your evidence of this is Shador Sanders getting drafted in the 5th round? This what we doing? Okay, this is ridiculous. I'm not even listening to you, I'm not even listening to this. I'm not listening to this. I can't. This is absurd, right? But now these coons are losing their mind because now they pointing to these motherfuckers, these groupies, right? A lot of these motherfuckers ain't even pro-black. That's the shit that's another thing that pisses me off. A lot of these motherfuckers who was talking that shit, not everybody, but a lot of these motherfuckers who was talking that shit. I see so many non-pro-black ass motherfuckers talking this dumb shit. And I think the motherfuckers was fucking I think these motherfuckers are fucking plants. I think a lot of these black coons was talking this shit just to make black people look crazy. Like just to make us look crazy. Right? Like just to kind of support the whole narrative that quote unquote black people be crying about everything about racism. It feels almost like they set this shit up to do that so black people could look crazy. Because like I kept asking people like, where's this shit coming from? I'm confused. It's like shit didn't make it still don't make sense. But now the coons are losing their mind. They on a soapbox. They talking crazy. Let's listen to these coons, right? And another thing, like that's another thing. This shit got me defending people that I normally disagree with most of the shit these motherfuckers say. Like this motherfucker I'm about to show you, I disagree with about 99.8% of everything that come out this motherfucker mouth. I disagree with, right? But it's hard to push back on what the fuck he's saying right now because of groupies, right? And another person that I normally disagree with about 75% of the time. Not as much as this other person. About 75% of the time I disagree with this person, right? But I'm over here. I found myself defending this person that I disagree with 75% of the time. And it's crazy. It's because motherfuckers have lost it. But let's get into what I'm talking about. Let's get to this coon ass nigga right here. And his motherfucking racist ass, Asian, whitewashed fucking friend. Let's get into it.
And I nearly fell out. She said, hey, this isn't a racial situation with Shador Sanders going in the 5th round. Let's play the clip.
I can't believe this is the number one skeptic of the NFL. I'm somebody who many times Atlantic and in shows like this have talked about how this league has a lot of racist underpinnings. They, as you mentioned, they have a terrible track record. So I'm the last person to throw down the cape over the puddle for the NFL. But in this case, it wasn't about race. I think it had everything to do with the fact that they did not value Shador.
And there you go. See what I mean? You got Jason Whitlock, who I can't stand, and I disagree, like I said, 99.8% of what the fuck he says. It was 99.9 until this situation happened. Now it's 99.8% of the shit he says. And I'm also agreeing with Jamel Hill, who I disagree with at least 75% of the shit her crazy ass be saying from time to time. Let's keep that a stack. But she's right here. She's right here. When you're right, you're right.
racist underpinnings. They, as you mentioned, they have a terrible track record. So I'm the last person to throw down the cape over the puddle for the NFL. But in this case, it wasn't about race. I think it had everything to do with the fact that they did not value Shedeur Sanders as a talent, as that kind of surefire, he's a lock as a first round or top 5 kind of guy. And again, in that draft process, that's an evaluation of who you are, your character, your football character, all those things. So if it's true, the reports that he was purposely taking some interviews because he didn't want to go to those teams, showing up and doing other things with other.
See what I mean? These groupies don't understand the dynamics of drafting players. You, again, have a small group of franchises that are even looking to entertain drafting a quarterback, right? Most people are set at quarterback. And then you have the group of people that are in search of a quarterback. Let's say that's 7 to 8 teams, which is a lot. But let's say it's 7 to 8 teams. And you go to interviews for these 7 to 8 teams, and your daddy is out here saying, my son is not going to sign with just any old body. And your son is going to these interviews and he's half-assing it because he don't want to go to these particular franchises. You have now eliminated your choices from 7 to 8 to about 2 to 3 teams that will even entertain drafting you, right? Now, out of these 2 to 3 teams that are out here that potentially might draft you, you have to now convince them that you are the guy that they should take over these other quarterbacks that are out there, right? And again, you have shortened your pool of franchises that you can even get drafted to now because you already put on this silly ass motherfucking premise out here that you was going to try to Eli this shit. Like you was the undeniable number 1 pick when you clearly overestimated your draft stock. And so did ESPN because you got MSNBC instead of listening to what the scouts and the GMs and the coaches had to actually say.
A first round or top 5 kind of guy. And again, in that draft process, that's an evaluation of who you are, your character, your football character, all those things. So if it's true, the reports that he was purposely taking some interviews because he didn't want to go to those teams, showing up and doing other things with other teams, those kind of messages get out across the league and they're going to reflect poorly on him. And so you can't, if they already think you're kind of a borderline talent and then you add the extra stuff to it, it is going to greatly influence your draft stock. And no, we can't compare it to Colin Kaepernick. This is a man who lost his career when he already had been to a Super Bowl and done a lot as a quarterback. And then he had his career taken from him because of he made the mistake of actually standing up for black people.
That's another thing. This whole idea that they treating this shit like Shedeur Sanders is some kind of freedom fighter. You know what I mean? Some kind of black power symbol. Like this is another thing that is irking me about this whole shit. Like they make it seem like Shedeur Sanders got blackballed from the league from because he had a black daddy. This is Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic style reaches that these motherfucking Negroes is out here doing. Like these reaches is insane. No, dog. No, he is not that. Freedom fighter, he is not. Black power symbol, he is not. And blackballed, he is totally not. So we're not going to do is try to Colin Kaepernick this fucking thing out. And so, and some other shit. Like, can we just keep it football? When we talking about this situation, like, y'all are fucking the game up with all this silly nonsense. Y'all are. Y'all are. We can't even have a real football conversation because Negroes got to make this a race thing. It's weird, dog. It's weird.
Okay.
That was great, except for the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Jason, if you would have cut out the last
on a scale of 1 to 10, how shocked are you that she took that position?
Well, I'm gonna grade the whole thing. The first 40.
Why would you be shocked that she took that position? I'm not shocked she took that position. I mean, she was a sports analyst, and she does understand the drafting process, being that she covered the Lions for so many years. Right? She grew up a Frisco fan. Shocker. Right? But she understands the sport. She covered the sport. So, and she understands the process. And she didn't see anything there that was racist. These are only people that don't understand sports that's talking this dumb shit. These are groupies and people that don't understand sports like that. These are Madden fans. It's a bunch of Madden fans and groupies that's talking this dumb shit. Nobody else is talking this race shit. Everybody else is keeping it football. Everybody else is breaking this down on a football level. The only motherfuckers that's talking that race shit are the groupies and the Madden fans. These are the only motherfuckers who's talking that shit. Not people that actually study the game. Right? But let's continue.
45 seconds on a scale of 1 to 10.
Scale of 1 to 10, how shocked are you that she took that position?
Well, I'm gonna grade the whole thing. The first 45 seconds on a scale of 1 to 10, 12. 12. I mean, yeah, she'll be given a 30-day ban from the cookout. She'll be called a lot of mean things on Twitter that rhyme with Boone and yell out. You know the way it goes. You've been on the end of that. The last 15 seconds, -10, so it kind of evens out. But I will give her credit for at least understanding what really happened and looking at the preponderance of evidence and giving a rational explanation of what took place. Now, more credit to Jemele Hill. She's handling this better than Rich Eisen. Jason, I like Rich. I have so much respect for what he's done, but this whole week, and I've sent you some of the clips and the interviews, he's bringing on one person after another about that situation, the slide of Shador. And these guys all give the same explanation, the same stories. They all have great sources. And then invariably, in the middle of the interview, Jason, Eisen goes, I just don't get it. I just don't get what happened. Rich, you brought on 7 people that have told you what's happened. That's what happened. But props to Jemele. Credit to you.
Rich Eisen is friends with Dion.
I can tell.
Clearly, but again, there's levels to friendship. And so clearly they're not really friends. Because if they were...
And boom goes the dynamite. The reason why all you groupies and motherfucking Madden fans got all geeked up and gassed on Shador Sanders is because you motherfuckers was listening to ESPN and Mel Kiper and all these other motherfuckers who are all in bed with fucking Dion. Pause. But these motherfuckers fuck with Dion. These motherfuckers are Deion's friends at ESPN, at MSNB, at NBC, at motherfucking NFL Network, especially NFL Network, because Deion used to work at motherfucking NFL Network before he started coaching. So yeah, these motherfuckers are gonna run cover for fucking Deion. They're the reason why people even talked about Deion to begin with when he was at the HBCUs. If Deion wasn't cool with all these media motherfuckers, Deion could have went undefeated in them HBCUs for 5 straight seasons. Nobody would fucking know. The only reason why you motherfuckers even know that Deion was doing so good at the HBCUs is because ESPN was covering that motherfucking shit. Because you motherfuckers couldn't tell me who won the SWAC last year without Googling. You couldn't tell me. Because ESPN didn't talk about it. And y'all not checking for it. Let's keep it a buck. Yeah, so y'all motherfuckers been listening to these ESPN motherfuckers gas y'all. But these are people that's cool with Deion. So of course they gonna blow. What are we talking about? Like I said, y'all wasn't listening to NFL coaches. Y'all was not listening to NFL scouts. Y'all was not listening to the GMs. Because none of these people are saying any of these things that y'all saying was said about Shador. The only people that was saying this stuff was Deion Peoples at ESPN and NFL Network motherfuckers. That's it. They the only ones that was talking that shit. So, anyways, I digress. Let's continue.
Clearly, but again, there's levels to friendship. And so clearly they're not really friends. Because if they were really friends, he'd tell Deion the truth, and he'd say, Deion, you helped screw up this draft process. You were too involved. That's what real friends do. Rich Eisen's not doing that. And I like Rich Eisen as well. But if I'm in some friendship where I can't tell a friend the truth, we're not really friends.
But Jason, keep this in mind. White guilt is a hell of a drug. It's a hell of a drug. And also, you're right.
The fuck? See, now I gotta get on your motherfucking, now I gotta get on your Kung Flu weird ass. What the fuck is you talking about white guilt for? White guilt? White guilt? Really now? That's what we doing? So you're up here to try to prove that the Shador Sanders situation is not about race, right? That's the whole premise of this motherfucking little show you're doing, right? Because that's what Jamel Hill was saying. Jamel Hill was saying this whole thing ain't about race. So your goal is to try to prove that this ain't about race. And in the process of you trying to prove this wasn't about race, you literally turn around and make Rich Eisen's opinion solely about race. Which actually makes you the same thing you're accusing everybody else of being, which is a race hustler. Because to say Rich Eisen was covering for Deion because they was cool would be accurate. But once you start saying things like white guilt, you are now inserting that this is about fucking race, right? You're hurting your own argument, you stupid ass race baiting motherfucking chopstick using fucking sickly ass coughing motherfucking kung flu weirdo. So you can kick rocks with your whole white guilt shit. Now, y'all, this is where you lose me, right? Because now you making it about race. All you race hustlers. Now this is race hustler on race hustler crime. That's what we starting to see right now. And I blame our race hustlers for creating this shit. This is insanity. But I heard what you did there, Chink.
We're not really friends.
But Jason, keep this in mind. White guilt is a hell of a drug. It's a hell of a drug. And also, you're right. You're right. He's not just carrying water for the Sanders family. He's literally carrying Niagara Falls. Rich, this is what happened. Okay, Shedeur is still one of the 257 players that got drafted. It's an incredible honor. And come probably within a week or two, he'll be at training camp or mini camp, the OTAs, the rookie camps for the Browns. He could begin the process of at least winning a roster spot. It's not the end of the world.
Hey, you transitioned me here. Let me play you the clip. I think, don't we have video of Shedeur working out? Yeah, it's VO number 10. Let's play VO number 10. Shedeur has clearly leaked this out to try to rehabilitate his image. He's running hills somewhere in Cleveland. This somehow magically appears all over social media yesterday. Mm-hmm. You impressed with this? Has Shedeur turned over a new leaf? See now a great teammate?
This is symbolism. I could just hear the NFL Films music and John Facenda, the voice of God, in my head now. The symbolism that this young oppressed man with an uphill climb to make his dream come true after such a poor background and a tough childhood. I could just see it. But Jason, I'm going to go back to one of my favorite phrases. He's doing what he's supposed to. Oh my God, a football player that just got drafted is working out. Okay, how is this different than any other guy employed by the National Football League right now?
Well, everybody else is working out in some real location with with a professional trainer.
Walter Payton
that's
did
not
this.
quite Derrick Henry. Huh?
Walter Payton did this. Come on.
Okay, I'm not going. Y'all doing too much. He trains the way he's training. I'm not tripping that he's up there, got his own style that he likes to train doing. That's fine, right? Like you're doing too much. He's training. That's not a bad thing, right? I admit, putting the shit all on Instagram and everything else, that is kind of a look at me and look at what I'm doing thing. But this is where the evolution thing kind of kicks in. This is what all motherfuckers do nowadays in motherfucking sports. They all, during the off season, work out, have these little pickup games, shit like that, and they film themselves like a 30-second clip of them working out or doing this, that, third, to show people that they work. That's the evolution of the modern athlete that I just understand, right? I don't like it. I think it's weird, but I'm not tripping over it because that's just kind of what motherfuckers do now. That if that's what they do, that's what they do. You should not, as long as you working, put in the work, right? I don't want to just see 30 seconds and then you come back and it seemed like that when you come to the season, it looked like that was the only 30 seconds of working out you did, right? Like, so yeah. But other than that, I'm not tripping too much. Like, he's doing too much. How you complaining about a motherfucking trainer? That's weird.
Running up the hills. The
I got it. In 1976, we're now in 2025. He'd be doing what Derrick Henry does.
It worked out for sweetness. Okay, how did it work out for sweetness? Oh, by the way, I heard that place is now a golf course. Wow, that's sad. Sad, man. No respect for tradition.
Yeah. Real estate agents I trust connections. The ins and outs. That's the name. A little bit of a history with Shedeur Sanders. There was a video during the season. I think Cam either came to a game or a practice, and Shedeur kind of blew Cam off, said you got a weird energy or something or other. And now Cam has a chance to kick Shador while he's 5th round. So here's Cam Newton talking about Shador Sanders and Shador needing to diminish his cockiness.
Shador, like, first off, I gotta hold him accountable, right? Travis Hunter is what we would think Shador is supposed to be. Shador has always got this mean mug look on his face, like he always like, man, snobbish looking, you know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it a buck. Yeah. It's like, yo, I've met Shador multiple times where I'm looking at him like, okay, everybody don't see this side that I saw.
Yeah.
But his image in the media is just like,
you know what it is.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Standing on business, which is cool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He always in character for a reason. Like, I gotta portray like I'm Look, my whole thing with Shador is this. What win can he hang, like what performance?
Can you hang your hat on?
Can you hang your hat on in college?
Wow. Let's play the clip, I think, of Cam Newton.
I wish I had this clip the other day when we had these batshit crazy Panther fans on the goddamn panel defending Shador and all this fuckery. I wish I had that clip then. Because there was some Panther fans up here losing their mind. I wonder what these same Panther fans got to say about Cam Newton's evaluation. You know, because they was praising Cam and everything else. Cam this and Cam... Stop.
Can you hang your hat on in college?
Wow. Let's play the clip, I think, of Cam Newton getting blown off by Shador. That it's just a video. Cam Newton seems to be getting blown off by Shador here, and that's probably at the root of this. Do you think Cam is keeping it in a buck, or is he settling the score here, Steve?
Jason?
Now, if I'm being fair, the quote was Shador blew off Cam Newton, pause, because Cam got some strange energy with him and shit. And if I'm being fair, if Cam Newton walks up to me, looking the way he's looking right now, like the fucking Cat in the Hat. He literally looks like the Dr. Seuss motherfucking icon. The Cat in the Hat motherfucker on the Dr. Seuss shit. You come up to me looking like the Cat in the Hat, wanting to chop it up with all these cameras around and everything else. Yeah, that is some strange motherfucking energy that you giving off and shit. Like, right? Like, that's some weird... I'm saying Cam a weird dude. We ain't gonna pretend like Cam not weird, right? Like, so to be fair, if I'm being fair, I can't really say I blame Shador for what they, keep it short and sweet. Pause with Cam, right? Like I'm over, like, yeah, because you a weird dude, dog. Why you look like that? Get the fuck away from me, dog. Like you, Cam a weird motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. Look how he dressing, dog. Who dresses Cam Newton? Who is Cam Newton's stylist? Let me know who that motherfucker is so I know not to ever suggest him to anybody. Because I'm telling you, Cam, stay looking weird.
Think of Cam Newton getting blown off by Shador. That it's just a video. Cam Newton seems to be getting blown off by Shador here, and that's probably at the root of this. Do you think Cam is keeping it in a buck, or is he settling the score here, Steve?
Jason? I know we had some rough moments with Cam. Is he our guy now? Is he? I know we didn't see things eye to eye back in January, early February. Are we kind of guys now? Our guy, Cam, is he settling the score? There's no doubt human nature takes over, but to Mr. Newton's credit, he's not lying. He really is not. And I know the cynic's going to say that those two guys are the Spider-Man meme where Spider-Man is pointing at each other, right? Let me just point this out, though. Cam's version of Spider-Man would be much bigger, formidable, and better than Shadur's Spider-Man, because in 2010, Cam Newton put on maybe the greatest single individual season of lifting a team that was not all that talented to the top of the mountain. Really, it's one of the most remarkable years I've ever seen.
What year did you say that was?
Single individual season. In 2010, Cam Newton put on maybe the greatest
okay, 2010. Okay.
Single individual season of lifting a team that was not all that talented to the top of the mountain. Really, it's one of the most remarkable years I've ever seen. But Cam is also speaks from a very interesting perspective. He had some question marks about him as a prospect. There was a bit of a checkered past based on the reason why he had to leave the University of Florida. Don't want to rehash that. But he went through the process and he was drafted numero uno, number 1. So that's a guy I think with special knowledge. And I know people are going to come back against him and say he's quote unquote hating. I did not detect one lie from Cam Newton, regardless of whatever personal vendetta he may or may not have.
Yeah, Cam was definitely multitasking here. A little bit of revenge, but also keep it in 100. And if Cam wanted to go all the way there, and maybe he did, because I haven't seen the whole show. But this whole thing that, Shadur, they just couldn't handle him. He's too confident. Who was more stereotypically confident than Cam Newton? And again, I'm not sure if that's real confidence or not, but if the NFL was going to be afraid of someone, it would be Cam Newton. He would have been considered cocky coming into the NFL.
Oh, shit. I hate that I'm actually agreeing with Jason Whitlock. Damn you motherfucking groupies for having me agreeing with Jason Whitlock. But he is absolutely correct. If there's somebody that could have had this argument, it would have been fucking Cam Newton. Cam Newton was deemed to be a problem on and off the motherfucking field. He got kicked out of fucking Florida, but I think was stealing laptops or some shit like that. Allegedly stealing laptops. It ended up at Auburn, turned his career around. Still was deemed to be cocky. Not an NFL quarterback. Because this is before the run pass option became a thing in the league, and they still was looking for pocket passers. And he totally did not fit that mold. But guess what happened when the NFL draft of 2010 came around? Cam Newton was drafted number 1, motherfuckers. He was drafted number 1. Where was you groupies at then? Crying racism. What are we talking about? This is crazy.
If that's real confidence or not. But if the NFL was going to be afraid of someone, it would be Cam Newton. He would have been considered cocky coming into the NFL. He was someone that, carried Auburn to the national championship and was the best player in college football while being vilified by people in the media. He came in and talked about wanting to be an icon, and later in his career, after 5 or 6 years, he transitioned into this fashionista, crazy person that we see now. Yeah, the Mad Hatter or whatever. Don't miss a second of Fearless.
All right, that's the end of that, family. I'm about to get ready to drop the link. I got some things off my chest. I had something else I was going to talk about, but I'll hold off on that. You know what I mean? And I'll go ahead and get ready to drop the link early. Let me see. I got a chance to get my rant in, so we good. Let me see. Let's go. Yeah. Let's grab this and then we can get ready to do what we gotta do. 1 second, family. Coming 1 second, just grabbing everything. All right, family. I'm about to get ready to play this commercial, and then y'all can come up, run your mouths, yell at me, agree with me, whatever. All right. So, right at this commercial, you come on and we get it in. Pause.
I'm probably a psycho. Crazy, split personality. Like my name. Don't know who wished you blame for the sickness in my brain. Maybe I'm a psycho. I'm probably a psycho.
All right, family. Links out there. Come one, come all. First come, first serve. Y'all know how we do. Let me know what's hood. Let me know if y'all agree, disagree, whatever. What y'all in here talking about. Let's see. Shannon Sharp and Russell Westbrook. Fashion. Oh, man, listen. Them two motherfuckers are hella weird with they dress. Like, they style, like they intentionally do things to be weird. When you're intentionally dressing to be weird, that shit is weird. They're dressing how they are. They're just weird people, dog. Like these, like you're a attention whore, right? Like you just trying to get attention. When you wear strange things, you're wearing strange things to get attention, right? That's the only reason why you even wear shit like that. Like. There's one thing to have your own style, and there's another thing just to be absurd. And these motherfuckers be dressing absurd. Like, this shit is crazy. What are y'all, like, what are you wearing, dog? And they wear this shit just so people can talk about it, right? Because these are narcissists, right? Only a narcissist can wear some shit like that and be comfortable in it, right? Because they know that people are going to motherfucking talk about their ass once they wear this shit. And ultimately, that's all narcissists want, is for people to talk about it. Right? So, like, it is, you know, like, it's weird. It's weird. It's attention-seeking and very weird. Yeah, but he's been down that weird shit. And I used to cook him. I used to cook him with his silly-ass gear. Like, what the fuck are you wearing, dog? You are a grown-ass man wearing this weird-ass motherfucking shit. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, wearing skirts and shit and motherfucking kilt, calling it kilts. Trying to call it a kilt. Nigga, that's a skirt, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Kilt. Fuck you think this is, motherfucker? Get your ass out of here. You ain't in Scotland, nigga. This ain't no goddamn skirt. That's a whole, I ain't no fucking kilt. That's a whole skirt. I know a skirt when I see a skirt, motherfucker. This America, motherfucker. We don't wear kilts, motherfucker. Fuck is you doing? Just weird shit. They're doing weird shit. That Kanye always wearing some weird ass shit too. He another one. Narcissist. Prime example, narcissist. Look at the weird shit Kanye be wearing. Like, narcissists just wear weird shit just so motherfuckers can talk about him and he look, be different. So people can talk about him. Yeah, whatever. I don't get down with none of that dumb shit that motherfuckers be talking about, man. These motherfuckers are very strange. It's a quiet night. Y'all motherfuckers ain't saying too much of nothing tonight. I guess y'all done with the sports. I hear you. I see Chad say he said that they won. Who did he beat? Yeah, I know. He ain't beat nobody. He ain't beat shit. Like I said, the motherfucker went 4 and something. He won 4 games the first year, won 9 games the next year, and everybody act like he the second coming. Nigga, and lost a goddamn bowl game. Nigga. One and two had a little internet drama this postseason. You said number 1, number 2 pick? Are you talking about number 1, number 2 pick? GA? I don't know if you talk about number 1, number 2 pick. Cam Newton hang out in little 5 points in Atlanta, Georgia. That's why he looked like that and dressed like that. Oh, that's the excuse. I mean, hey, that could be the reason. That could be the reason. I ain't gonna say you wrong, Chris. That could be the reason. He's definitely strange, though. It's strange to see people. Yeah, why do you dress like that, dog? What you do? That motherfucker. I bet he FBA'd the motherfucker though. One thing you can't say about Cam Newton, he's not FBA. You can't say that. He FBA'd a motherfucker. That son of a bitch stay with a goddamn feather in his hat and think that shit is macaroni, motherfucker. He embodies that. He embodies the whole feather in the hat, thinking it's macaroni. He embodies all that shit. He a whole FBA motherfucking Uncle Sambo. You can tell. You can tell. Can't nobody tell him no different. That's him embracing his FBA-ness. When them up, pause. That's them embracing his FBA-ness, pause. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Got them goddamn feathers in his fucking hat. Shit's weird. Hey, if you ever been at 5 Points, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a lot of electric people there. I can imagine. It's Atlanta. It is Atlanta, so you never, I can imagine. Everybody at 5 Points dressed like that. It'd be a bunch of artistry looking digs there. Yeah. It ain't my style of dress. It ain't my style of dress. I'm kind of old school, man. I'm a motherfucker say bring the 90s back, bro. Bring the 90s back, bro. Motherfuckers are dressing like men in the 90s. Motherfuckers are dressing with a whole lot of more testosterone in the 90s. Today's Negroes fashion, I can't relate, dog. That shit outgrew me. The fashion field has outgrown me. I outgrown it. Whichever way you want to put it. I can't. Bring back the 90s, dog. Bring back. I'll tell you, I was outside today, earlier. Oh my goodness, bro. What the fuck niggas out here wearing? Out here wearing? Like, yo, like this is yo. I miss baggy shit. Like, it ain't gotta be super baggy. I'm not talking MC Hammer baggy type shit, this, that, and third, but this skinny shit, this skinny jean shit, and all this other shit, nah, man, that ain't it, dog. What are y'all niggas out here wearing, son? That shit is crazy. Yo, GQ, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, man. What's the work?
No, I wasn't talking to your ass, Psycho.
Oh, okay, my fault.
I know you doing good. You talking cash shit out here. Yeah, man. On so many different points, man. I don't know. I guess that's why I came up early. Where I want to start at? Oh, first of all, what was we talking about? This the Giannis shit with Pops and shit. Kind of when you were saying they got to come out and shake a motherfucking hand and all that shit, that bullshit, instead of being able to go on about their business. They done lost and they don't feel like kind of. It put me in the mind of that Django at the end when the deal ain't a deal in Mississippi till you shake a motherfucking, remember?
Yeah.
The end of Django, he had to shake his hand. That's how they kicked it off. Yeah, that put me in the mind of that. Well, with Cam, with Shador, I don't. It was ESPN. I blame the networks, man. It was all for ratings, bro. And I don't think that it was no friendship type shit with Prime, because every other day it was a different scenario, but they had to keep Shador in the headlines to keep the ratings up. You know what I'm saying? So they geeked it up like he supposed to be a top 5 draft pick, number 2 draft pick, and all that shit. So they was geeking shit up, and then one day you'll hear him come out. Oh, I think Cam's stock might have dropped because we got this white boy here that's gonna, this boy, what was his name? Taft. Man, what was the other boy, the quarterback name? Not the number one. The other one that came out.
Mount, I forgot his name, but it began with an M.
Yeah. So I heard him talking that shit for a minute. You know what I'm saying? So they was trying to bring him down, but every day they made a point to make sure they talk about Shador. But I think it was just all for ratings, man. You know what I'm saying? And they knew the draft was coming, so they knew, what kind of hype can we build around the draft? And we got Shador right here. Who else they gonna pick? You know what I'm saying? To talk all that shit about, because they talked about Shador more than they talked about
Cam Ward, yeah.
And Ward, every day.
Jalen Monroe is who you was thinking about.
Yeah, Jalen Monroe. They try. So they had a couple days they'll talk good, building them up. He supposed to be 1 or 2. Then a couple days they'll talk shit, bringing them down. It was just a cycle, but it was all ratings. Shador gonna be the headline, gonna be the one to bring the people to watch him and shit. They just trying to keep the ratings up. That's all it is. That's why that's just like Stephen A. talking about the goddamn Cowboys every fucking day, even if they goddamn it is 3-14. He's talking about the Cowboys every motherfucking day. You ain't hear him talking about no motherfucking Eagles, no Giants. Nope. The Eagles winning motherfucking championships, every motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
But Cowboys still the headliner.
Because of the ratings. You understand? It's all about fucking ratings, man. That's what I think.
And that's what people are getting their draft information from, these biased motherfuckers on ESPN. That's what I'm saying.
And all they doing is shucking and jiving for ratings. They ain't being sincere about shit. They just trying to whatever gonna galvanize motherfucker, whatever gonna bring the attention grabber. So Shador, of course, gonna bring the ratings. That's all it's about. Them motherfucker knew Shador wasn't no goddamn number 2 pick, man. The motherfucker didn't even have an 80 QBR, bro. Come on, man. You gotta at least be in the high 80s. You know what I'm saying? You 78 QBR coming to the fucking draft. Come on, bro. I mean, shit just don't make. It was all about race. I don't agree with it was because they prime homeboys that they was keeping them in there. It was just all about network ratings, because they don't give a fuck about Prime. When it comes to them ratings, they'll talk the worst shit about Prime and Shador that they can.
Well,
if given
not
a chance.
Rich Eisen and Primetime's tight. Like I said, he worked. He worked in the NFL.
And him and Shannon real tight too. I do.
Yeah, as I said, like he got a lot of good friends in media.
Him and Shannon sincerely friends. But Stephen A., he'll give a fuck. That motherfucker talk. Whatever motherfucking script they put in front of him, that's what that motherfucker gonna say. So, he ain't got no problem talking. If Shador do something bad or Prime doing something, they ain't got no problem throwing him under the bus. So I think it was just more or less ratings than friendship type shit. And I'm gonna let somebody else talk while I think about what else I was finna come up here and talk shit about.
No, you good. What up, Elaine? What up, GQ? What's up, Trinity?
GA.
What's up?
I said GA.
I'm gonna get off here real quick.
Got my G's mixed up.
I'm gonna get
What's
off here
up,
real
man?
quick. You know I don't stay up here on sports topics, but I just wanted to ask real quick. So if you get picked first in the draft, it's kind of like getting picked first in kickball or something, right? So you get paid more.
Yeah, you do get paid more. Yeah, your first contract, the first contract would be the biggest contract out of everybody in the draft. They usually wait for the first draft pick to get signed so they can gauge how they're going to sign everybody else. So that's usually nobody's probably going to get signed until after Cam Ward signs his deal, and then after that, everybody else's deal is going to trickle down.
1,000 pardons, sister. Can I ask you what is kickball?
Kickball, come on, GQ.
Nah, come on, GA.
Same thing. Hey, when I grew up, we played kickball, so I'm like, it's like getting first in kickball. Like if you're the last person picked, they're like, oh, you're a loser. We don't want you on our team. We gotta pick you because it's the rules, but we don't really want you.
I'm kind of old. I forgot what's kickball.
Baseball is baseball, but with a like
the ball, like baseball and soccer.
Oh, kick it and you run the bases.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I kind of remember now. All right. I just had to. I heard. I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck is kickball? Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
Version of soccer. I was gonna ask, right? How did they because I didn't obviously watch the draft. I just heard about it because people were talking about this, and it had Deion Sanders, so I knew played for the Cowboys, and so people around me was talking about it. But how did they pick him out of all? Like, was the first few draft rounds were those all white people? Like, how can they say that it was racist him not being picked when other people who were black picked? I don't understand. Like, it doesn't seem like race. It doesn't seem like he's being picked out above anybody else. Does that make sense? So I was wondering how he got picked. Was it just because he's Deion Sanders' son?
Well, him being Deion Sanders' son is put him in good positions in life. Let's put it that way. But
that automatically means he should get picked first in the draft because he's Deion Sanders' son.
That's how some people feel. Some people feel that way. Yes.
So it's like he's not that good right now, but he got them genetics, and once he gets older, they go kick in, and he should be first because he got them genetics, right?
That's what a lot of people feel. Yeah.
Hey, but she is making my point when she asked the question, like, was the first round picks white? No, sister, they was like 90% black.
Yeah, the first three picks was black.
Yeah.
The whole first round was
the best quarterback went one. The best all around player, best all around player went two, and the best defensive player went three.
Yeah,
it was all black.
And the whole first round was like 90% black.
Is that a surprise though? At this,
Hell no.
No, it's not a surprise at all.
I mean, if they're saying it's racist,
my whole point is it had nothing to do with
racist.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with race.
That's not a surprise. The only reason why it's a surprise is because black people has been getting held back for so long, for so many decades, in professional sports, in business, in real estate, in all types of different areas. Now that they're not being held back and people are starting to see their excellence, all of a sudden it's a surprise that they're excellent? No, it's not a surprise that they're excellent. They've always been excellent. Now that we just been fighting so long that we have a rare opportunity to actually show our true talent, especially dark-skinned black people, because there is a difference. So like I said, at the end of the day, why is everybody so fucking surprised that when dark-skinned black people are not being held back, that they're excellent? In my opinion, in my mind, I'm like, well, what's the confusion?
Black men always been winning in sports.
Exactly. Yeah.
So how is this one time racist then?
Right. In my mind, I'm like, well, at the end of the day, haven't it always been the same? Dark-skinned black people have always been excellent, but the only difference from now and before is that they have not been held back so drastically. So, I mean, am I tripping? Am I alone in this thought process?
No, people not tripping over that. That's not what the argument is.
So what's the argument?
whether or not
they're racist against Deion Sanders' son because he wasn't picked first.
Right.
Deion Sanders.
No, not Deion, his son.
Oh, I don't know.
But so it's not real that it was racist. That's all I was asking. It was like, how is he picked out as the only black person? Like, was anybody picked after him that people are saying was also racist?
That's the question. That's why the racism card really, it doesn't even remotely make sense in this discussion.
I would say it's not a question though, Psycho, because there's no celebrity there.
Exactly.
Like we talk celebrity. If we had another celebrity son down there, they got picked in the 6th or 7th round. Somebody might be saying that, but there's no celebrity there to make the argument with.
Okay.
There you go.
That's ridiculous. Well, in my mind, that's ridiculous because everybody knows that if you get a great production from one generation, it doesn't matter the race, the creed, whatever. If you get one good crop, you're obviously going to want to go and invest in the next crop that comes after that, right? So why is it such a surprise that somebody sees excellence in this crop and then they invest in the next crop that comes behind it? How was that a surprise?
Stats for everything in football, though. It's so obscenely obnoxious with the amount of stats they keep. So they would know if he's good, and it would just be the numbers. It probably wouldn't have anything to do with race. But I got one more question about the draft before I hop off here. I was just curious. So
really, it doesn't have anything to do with race.
One second, Trinity. What would you say, Elaine?
So they know before they're going to be a part of the draft. Like they're like called and told that they're going to be a part of the draft. So it's not like, because here's what I thought, because when I was in college, people would be like, I'm the best player at the school, so I'm automatically going to be part of the draft. You don't want to not give it up to me because I'm going to be in the NFL sort of thing, right? And so all this time I thought the top 10% from every school was automatically in the draft. Is that not how it works?
Nah, because your school could be garbage.
Let's not act like popularity does not account for ticket sales.
Trinity, you gotta stop screaming over everybody.
Okay.
Your school could be trash, right? Like your school might not even play in a good conference. They might not even be D1. So just because you're the top player from the best don't mean you're the best. Yeah, one of the best players in the nation. Right, because you know how many colleges in that play. Yeah.
Exactly. That'll be more like a 1% or 0.5% if you want to play a numbers game with that ratio of all the FBS schools to 32 teams in the NFL. That's
That's probably there's more. I got you. I got the math with that. Okay, that's cool. I was just curious because I was like, so that must be like an exciting call to get that you're going to be part of the draft. Are they considering you for the NFL? And it must be super excited for them. I don't know why they would be mad if they're not first. They still going to get $1 million.
Well, it's a whole nother dynamic too that people don't even pay attention to. A lot of people don't even after the draft, a lot of guys who are off the radar, so to say, they get this thing called undrafted free agency, where they still get a salary and they have an opportunity to make the team and all that. Now, a draft guy, which I don't think is very plausible, could still get cut. But undrafted free agent, you still get to be a part of the organization and you get a shot to make the squad. So it's still a gamut to run. And even after that, the guys that don't even get the undrafted free agency, they kind of they get these camp invites where maybe they can make a practice squad or something like that. So it's so many levels to this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. So you could be like a runner-up. The undrafted free agent, like a runner-up.
Right, and then even all those that don't get the call from the NFL, you still got the XXL and the UFL, and you got the CFL.
You can go play in somewhere else.
The XFL is on life support.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, Psycho.
Yeah. I'm just saying that about to be going soon because I don't think that's going to survive.
Yeah.
No,
but I'm with you. Yeah, the logistics ain't working.
All right, that's it, dog. Y'all have a good night.
No doubt, man. Yeah, we got Don. Gosh, Don just came up here.
Hey, before you go in, Madonna, I came up for 2 points, man. Because I asked you last night during your show, Taz, and I'm glad you're here. Ohio State's quarterback went 6th round. Nobody's making a fuss about that. And that dude won the Natty. And I'm not saying he.
I did.
Okay, I
fuss about
missed that part, bro. My bad. I missed that part. But even more detriment, the Notre Dame quarterback, Leonard Leopard, what's the dude, the number 2 guy, the contender for the Natty, he went in the 6th round.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying this, but they acting like there's some unjustified shit. Like, no, this happens all the time. I can read off quarterbacks with all types of accomplishments in college that went in the 5th, 6th, didn't even get drafted. You know what I mean? Like, it happens. Like,
And when that positions you, Psycho, not to cut you off, in my opinion, I mean, not a whole lot of it just wasn't quarterback season, so to say, or quarterback year.
I think it's different. I think what happened is
okay.
Hold on, let me say this, bro. The news.
How you just gonna cut them off and let you say this?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, my bad.
Go ahead, finish y'all, GA. You can go after
No,
GA.
it's all good. The bulk of it got out there, and I mean, we got enough to build on. I do have one more comment about the Cam Newton, but I'll hang around through this.
Okay, go ahead, Madonna. Now you can
go. My bad. My apologies, GA. Because I'm not rude, but let me say this. I think what happened is this, right? I think I blame the news media, the sports news media. They pumped this brother up for all these years. Shador Sanders, Deion, his son is gonna be this, and he's gonna go in the 1st round. He might be the 25th pick. He might be the 1st. He might be the 2nd. So I think the news media fed all the masses this. So when it happened, the masses only reacted the way they was trained to react because of the propaganda that was put out there of, he's gonna go this and he gonna do this. So I think a lot of people fed in that, and then when it backfired, everybody, so I blame the news media for pumping people's heads up. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got.
Well, they definitely got. I've been saying that too. I said that because that's who threw the battery in all these people back. That's what had everybody thinking Shador Sanders might get picked number 1. I heard people say they might not pick Cam, they might pick Shador Sanders number 1. And blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, people was talking all this shit going into the draft.
When did they go down to 7 rounds?
They've been doing 7.
It's always been 7 rounds.
Yeah. I'm looking, some of these look crazy. Like, I'm seeing 9th round and all types of crazy rounds.
Back in the 70s? I think
back then.
Like that. Yeah, they had more than 7 rounds back then.
But you got to realize that over the years, so many people have traded the upcoming round just to get a deal going. They traded up their position to another team. That's why you have teams get multiple shots during a round. So the math gets crazy, and I don't even know how they tracking that ledger. But yeah, that's basically why you at 7 rounds.
Yeah, and so all these people out here blaming Shador. I don't blame Shador at all the time. It's not his fault. The news media and everybody wanted to follow them around campus and make a documentary of their life while they at Colorado. He was just born into a situation. It was the news media that put the highlight and the limelight on this young brother.
And his father.
Well, I mean, he can't help that. He can't help but his father. But think about it. Hold on, though, bro. Wait. Hold on, though, bro. It was the news who followed them around. They didn't have to do that. It was the media who followed them around.
No.
Stop. Let me just interject, Willie, please. Let's be mindful. Coach Prime has a whole PR company. He's a PR machine.
Right.
So.
Bro, it's up to the media outlets to give you that coverage or not, bro.
Okay.
It's a PR team's job to make sure they get that light.
Yeah.
And he has that muscle behind him.
But that don't mean ESPN had to broadcast it.
All type of stars in the locker room to get that attention.
Bro, it's the media who make the superstars, bro.
No, it's a kind of twofold.
I'm just saying, majority of superstars. I mean, yeah, the talent goes. Yeah, your talent speaks for itself, but at the same time, it takes the media to put that highlight on that person. If the media don't highlight that person, just like now, right? We all know Tyrese Halliburton. He's been a decent player. But if they keep putting highlight on him, man, he's gonna be. I mean, he's already a superstar. I'm just saying, but it's because of the highlight that the media put on each player, whether it's football, baseball, or whatever. A lot of times they make or break who.
You're not being real, Madonna.
I am being real,
Like
bro.
Dion 100% played on black social media to get attention all the way from Jackson all the way to Colorado. That's a fact.
People that have to tune in. It's social media. You don't have to tune in.
And you don't have to watch ESPN either.
Wait a minute.
What's your point?
Folks
My
trying
point
social
is,
media.
my point
He's
is,
giving
the media big people up just to tear them down, bro. The media built up the Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, Dion carried his name by his own, but look how many thousands of goddamn.
So this is that weird.
Look how many thousands. Hold on, no, bro. You got to look at the hundreds of cameras that was out there, bro. Anytime him or his brother go anywhere, I mean, it's flooded. That's all I'm saying. The media made him.
And I'm saying his pops worked to get it to that place.
Yeah, I agree more with Willie on that sentiment, Madonna. Yeah, hey, Prime is a great operations guy.
Fantastic campaign.
Yeah, he's good at. I mean, he could.
Bro, you know how many people can't. I mean, look at it. I mean, other.
The campaign was so good. You niggas think Shedeur was a first round draft
That's my
pick.
point, Taz.
But it's the news media that blew that up. The news media made him a household name.
Okay.
I would say social media made him a household name.
I agree.
Right. Facts.
When you bring Gillian Wallow in your locker room, when you turning up with rappers, yeah.
They deified Dion. They deified Dion when he was at HBCUs on ESPN.
They did.
That's when Dion got deified in our community.
The
Hey,
people
Psycho.
deified him, Psycho.
Psycho.
Yeah.
When it came,
Yeah, Dion was 7-2 against the Big 12 last year. 7-2. They went 9-4 overall. Okay, and they were only one game back. They were only one game back of Miami. Miami finished 10-3. Yeah, Miami finished 10-3 and didn't make the ACC championship game.
Wait, you say Colorado was 9-4 last year?
Yeah, Colorado was 9-4 last year. 7-2.
That's a different conference, though.
7-2 in the Big 12. But how's Cam Moore going first, and he's not even leading he's not even leading his team to the championship game?
Because it's the team picking first, bro. It's the team picking first.
But you said the Big 12, like Oklahoma and Texas didn't lead. Like the Big 12 has no clout no more.
Yeah, the Big 12 is rebuilding this year.
But ACC, bro, I mean SMU, bro. SMU and Clemson was in the championship game.
This is
but
their
just
first
understand
year.
the ACC has won championships, and they sent the team to the national championship last year.
And they had
Or
an
the year
undefeated
before.
team last year. Yeah, even though
I'm sorry, ACC had a champion last year?
I said they sent the team to the championship, that Florida State team.
You remember the Florida State team? The only
Their quarterback
What's
was hurt,
that?
so they
What
got
was that?
moved.
Last?
2 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that team. That team got
Right, but
blown
that-
out, right?
Their quarterback got hurt. Yeah, the post.
Yeah, but they still got blown out.
Okay.
Right, but that's the ACC. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
right?
But again, this year matters. So we got 10-3 compared to 9-4. But you got one quarterback going 1, and the other quarterback going 144. Let me ask you about Jeff Ulbricht's son. Let me ask you about Jeff Ulbricht's son too. What do you think about Jeff Ulbricht's son?
Wait, don't move from that point, bro, because you brought up conferences and you seem to not be aware of what's going on. That you got a shift going from a power.
Big 12, bro. Big 12's got history, bro. If you look at Big 12 compared to the ACC, bro, in terms of overall history, come on, man. There's no contest.
Wait. What the Big 12 did 20 years ago don't have nothing to do with today. That's apples and
But
oranges.
it does. But Psycho, I disagree. It does. The fucking Texas and Oklahoma ain't there no more. They lost the clout. There's no clout.
That's my point. You proved my point. That's what I said. But the Big 12 was a different conference 20 years ago. So leaning on the Big 12 when Texas and Oklahoma was there and compared it to today is silly. That's like me hanging on to the Big East because of Patrick Ewing and Chris Mullin. days and shit like that. Like, what am I talking about?
Exactly.
Like
And
Syracuse
especially-
ain't even in the Big East no more. Like Big East ain't in the same conference no more. I can't say, oh, well, the Big East is this because Chris Melton and Patrick Ewing and them used to have wars in the Garden. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying it's asinine to say that when over the past 3 years you've seen this shift. The Pac-12 folded, the Big 12 crumbled. When Texas and Oklahoma left, the Big 12 is done, man. And the ACC is barely scraping it together. They're stringing teams from coast to coast to create a conference, and they're inviting private institutions, the SMU that you're sitting here talking about. That's crazy.
Yeah,
to say that.
let's talk about the Colorado program. Since 2017, how many winning records?
Man.
How many winning records has Colorado had since 2017?
I don't even follow Colorado like that, man. They was messing around in the Pac-12 and they got thrashed.
I mean, we talking about Dion like he's a scrub, though.
You talking about SMU like they some scrubs.
Bro, SMU only had flash in the pan year this year, bro. You know that's a flash in the pan year.
You just proved our point. You just proved our point, though, Kurt. This ain't about
what's that?
This ain't about Shador. It's about Dion.
No, I'm talking about you.
We're talking about Shador, and you immediately started talking about Dion.
Right.
No, you were talking about Dion at the beginning of your monologue.
Oh my goodness.
No, I was talking about what you just said is why I'm talking about Dion, because y'all are making because this is all about Dion with y'all.
You said the thing is sports. Are sports stats a problem, right?
Your passion about this topic got everything to do with Dion, nothing to do about Shador. Nothing.
No, it's about the title. Are sports stats a problem?
Dion,
and we were talking about the PR machine behind Dion. We ain't talking about Shador. We talking about the PR machine behind Dion, right?
I was talking about Shador.
Right. No, actually, we talking about the PR team behind Shador that was created by his father.
Right.
Wait a minute. I thought we were talking about Dion. I thought y'all were talking about Dion, though.
No, I was talking about Shador.
You came in gunning about Shador and where he was drafted based off Cam Ward's record in the ACC. And then somehow it went from that to Dion.
So let's go to Shador then. Shador has a 9-4 record compared to Cam Ward's 10-3 record. Both teams missed their conference championships, and one team was tied for first. Who was that? The Buffaloes. The Buffaloes was. Miami wasn't tied for first, though.
The team. That's a team. Fanboys gotta calm down when people are talking, bro. Shit, are we having a real conversation? Or are we just gonna start yelling and screaming at each other? Like at the end of the day, you keep making the same horrible point. They already debunked that by telling you that conference is trash. You telling me that he went 72 in a trash conference means nothing.
Bro, Miami didn't make the conference championship in the ACC, and they were trash. Clemson came back from the dead and got into the ACC championship and the FBS Bowl. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
What was Clemson ranked? What are you talking about? What was Clemson ranked? What was Clemson ranked in the nation? What was they ranked?
No. Clemson at the beginning of this year. Where was Clemson at? Where was Clemson at, bro? Clemson came back from the dead because Miami choked, bro. And you know that.
What's the highest ranked school in Colorado in the Big 12? What was the highest ranked school in the Big 12? Since you want to make this about Colorado.
I think that may have been Iowa State, right? Was that Iowa State?
Right. Colorado was the
Colorado was until they lost, and then Arizona State would have been.
No, it was Iowa State, right?
Iowa State.
Yeah, was Iowa State also in it?
Big 10. They not Big 10?
No, Iowa State's in the Big 12, right?
Okay, my bad.
Let me look, bro. Let me just look. I don't remember Iowa State. I thought they finished 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, Iowa State, the Cyclones.
I think you're moving the goalposts.
Yeah, I do too. But yeah, the Big 12 conference is thing of the past, man. They're gonna have to do like the Pac-12 did this year.
This ain't 10 years ago.
Yeah, the bottom line is that the media, social media, they built up this Shador standards. You know what I mean? And that's just the bottom line. He didn't build himself up. They did.
and the ACC is trying to keep it together. And
You
what
tell
did
me
they
how
do?
you tell me how this quarterback is trash, and he's got one loss difference between the number one quarterback and him. Are you kidding me?
Wait, who you talking about that we said was trash?
Shador, you're saying was trash, but he led the team to 9-4 record.
I said the conference is trash. I said the conference is trash. That's what I said. You're gonna quote me right. I said
So Shador should have been lottery picked then, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, who said that?
A lottery pick?
Hell no, he should have been a lottery pick. What are you talking about?
Who, Shador?
No, yes, no.
Whoa, wait a minute. What? Yes, no. What is it? Yes or no?
Outside of him being Deion's son, why do you think he should be a lottery pick? Go.
9-4 record. Colorado Buffaloes losing program for the last 7 years.
That does not qualify
Oh,
lottery pick. That does not qualify. Why you keep bringing up records? That's not you.
Colorado Buffaloes program was dead, bro. They were dead in the water. They went 9-4 last year. They won 9 games and was 7-2 in their conference, man.
You going to bro. You are these people. Yeah. Personality worshiping at its finest.
Yeah. All you do is just look at who did they beat that was top.
Talking about.
Do me a favor, Psycho.
Bro, who did Miami beat, bro? Who did Miami beat, man?
Silence. Do you see this?
Who did Miami beat?
Wait, bruh. You watching? Are you paying attention? Or you just want to run your mouth?
No, go ahead. Show me what you got.
Pay attention. BCS National Champion, Maxwell Award, David O'Brien Award, Manning Award, Chick Harley Award, Johnny Unitas Golden Arm Award, Quarterback of the Year, 2-time Walter Camp Award, Archie Griffin Award, College Athlete of the Year, Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, Big 12 Offensive Freshman of the Year, Unanimous All-American 2009, Consensus All-American 2008, First Team All-Pro, All Big 12, 2-time Second Team All Big 12, and Texas Longhorns number 12 retired. This is Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy got drafted in the 3rd fucking round. And this is when the Big 12 was the Big 12. This is when the Big 12 was something to brag about. He did all that. Now show me what Shador did that's even half of what Colt McCoy did. That was the 3rd round pick. Show me.
You think... Wait a minute. Well, hold on. Colt McCoy, bro? Are you bringing up Colt McCoy? Do you know why he went 3rd? Do you know why he went 3rd?
No, stop.
Let's go and find out why he went 3rd. What were the analysts saying about Colt McCoy, bro?
Did Shador have a better college career than Colt McCoy? Yes or no?
What were the analysts saying about Colt McCoy?
I'm asking you a yes or no. I'm not to do this with you.
Okay, I'm sorry. You brought up Colt McCoy.
Yes or no? Did Colt McCoy have a better college career than Shador? Yes or no?
No.
Yes, he did.
You're dumb. If you say that, you're dumb. You say no?
You're showing me all the awards right there, bro. What are you talking about?
Did you say Shador had a better career than Colt McCoy?
No, I said Colt McCoy had better. Listen, bro. I said Colt McCoy had a better.
Listen, did Shador? I'm asking you a yes. It's a yes or no, bro. Did Shador have a better career?
I said Colt McCoy.
Colt McCoy. Okay.
I said Colt McCoy. Answer your question. You didn't hear me?
So what are y'all crying about? This happens all the time.
No, Colt McCoy was not. Look, bro.
What people do in college don't mean shit up to the NFL. A whole bunch of
pre-draft analyst grade, bro. Colt McCoy was low.
People with Heisman. Lottery picks. First of all, lottery pick ain't even in the NFL. There's no such thing as a lottery pick in the NFL. That's basketball. First of all. Second of all, y'all in here talking about first round picks and all this other shit. I can name you a whole bunch of Heisman Award winners that never motherfucking got in the first round, didn't get in the second round, didn't get in the 3rd round. I can name you Heisman Award winners that didn't even get drafted. Motherfuckers ended up in the NBA. What are we talking about right now?
Yeah, then they happen to Quadre Ismail. Then they happen to Quadre Ismail. Psycho. Y'all remember Quadre Ismail? Didn't that happen to him? Remember he won the Heisman, I think. He
wasn't that good, but he was there because.
No, I'm just saying he didn't get drafted. He did all that, but he didn't really get drafted that high.
Hold on. He wasn't that good. He wasn't. It's just like Marcus Vick, bro. He wasn't that good.
I'm just saying they bigged him up. He won the Heisman. They bigged him up, and he didn't even get drafted in the first round. I don't think.
Quadri Ismail won the Heisman.
No, I mean Rocket Ismail. My bad, Rocket Ismail.
Please be quiet, bro.
Bro, you don't remember? He won the Heisman, bro. I think he probably got drafted in like the second or third round, or didn't get drafted.
Shh. You done? Okay, cool. So when he was saying this about the ACC, this is what I wanted him to see. So he's calling out 9 and bitch at you pussy, you fucking clown. I don't like
man, that's what you gotta say, bro. We don't want to hear all that shit.
Shut up, man.
I'm trying to show this nigga some shit. Your bitch ass keep talking. Shut the fuck up.
Nigga, say what the fuck you gotta say, bro.
God damn. Nah, okay, so again, he was talking about this 9-4 record. That's the 5th best record in the ACC. 9-4. Louisville. You got 4 10-win teams in the ACC. This is the difference between that conference play we're talking about. You got to acknowledge what we're talking about here. SMU, Clemson, Miami, these are all national championship teams that's contesting for the playoff bound.
Yeah.
As opposed
the fact that we even got to explain this is a problem.
The question was, will the Big 12 even have a representative? If you were watching, the question was, will the Big 12 even be able to send somebody to the playoff this year? They was talking about leaving the Big 12 out.
Yeah.
Yep, they're champion, leaving them out because like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about right now? This is silly to even try to compare conferences. I don't even. That's a horrible argument. Like y'all got.
I don't even know why you brought that up.
Yeah, the personality worship. It's all over Dion. He said what it was about. Dion. This ain't about Shador. It's about Dion. Everybody losing their mind over this goddamn Dion motherfucker. I promise you, the people that all lose their mind, these are NBA fans. I promise you, these NBA fans and Madden fans, Madden players, NBA fans. That's who's motherfuckers lose their mind. These motherfuckers they don't know nothing about no damn football outside of Madden.
Yeah, that was funny as hell when you said that yesterday about the X button, the Y, and then triangle. It's psycho crazy.
I'm just saying.
Hey, that was
NBA. What's the score of the Lakers? What's the Lakers score? They season over yet?
I hope so.
They down 10, bro.
Yeah, I see they down 10. Yeah, they down 10.
Hey, Psycho, how you get a Letterman's jacket? In high school, how you get a Letterman's jacket?
We got ours from running this switching sectional.
It's cross-sectionality of sports, right?
But Letterman jacket? No.
Yeah, Letterman's jacket means you mastered multiple sports, right?
Could. I got a jacket out here. Play with one sport.
Okay, so why are we downplaying the fact that we can cross-section sports? Why are we saying that some of these callers are NBA fans? What are we talking about there?
I'm saying the people that hold that opinion. I'm talking about the mindset. The people that hold the opinions that you hold, y'all are NBA fans that watch football. Yeah, y'all NBA fans who watch football because y'all personality worship. The people that are football fans understand team sports and they go off a team mindset. NBA
and they also understand records too, win and loss records.
NBA fans go off personality worship and they foul players, and that's what you're doing right now. You got the mindset of an NBA fan.
No, I understand win and loss records in football, bro. And 9-4 is 1 win away from 10-3, no matter where you put it at.
Bad conference. What are you talking
results.
About right now? The bad conference.
At the end of the day, it's results.
NBA shit I'm talking
about. Not talking about shit, man.
He clearly don't understand strength of schedule.
Yeah, he might as well just move his combo forward.
He's going back to the same horrible argument.
He said you got to play multiple sports to get a Letterman jacket. You know he don't know shit about no guy.
You gonna make a Letterman jacket at the house, bro? Come on.
He is making reaches. Like he's just reaching.
I know people
dude
make
just ain't as good as you thought he was. The dude ain't as good as ESPN told you. Just say that. Just say, yo, ESPN lied to me. He's been lied to me, dog. I thought he was good.
No, I'm telling you that the combine draft analysts were not putting Colt McCoy at the first round. They were not doing that.
They ain't put him there either. How would you know?
Yeah, they were. They were.
How he
Yeah,
didn't
they
go
were.
to the
They were
combine.
making. They
He didn't
had
go to the
Shador
combine.
as they had Shador as the end of the mock drafts. The second.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Yeah, he didn't even
You're
go to
weird, dog. You're weird. You just sat up here and said the motherfucking scouts at the combine didn't have Colt McCoy drafted in the first round. And then I said, and then you turned around and said they had Shador drafted in the first round when he didn't even go to the combine. What are we talking about?
No. I'm talking about the mock draft experts, bro.
No,
mock draft experts.
Bro. You are talking about ESPN people. You're not talking about draft. You are not.
No. CBS Sports does mock drafts too.
Are scouts making the mock drafts? Are GMs making the mock drafts? Are coaches making these mock drafts?
Right.
No, to all three. Those are the motherfuckers you guys listen to. Not these motherfuckers who make it. Mel Kiper is wrong all the fucking time.
So we getting on these mock draft experts now?
I'm gonna pull the Jim Morris clip up in a minute. Yes, because Mel Kiper is wrong all the fucking time.
Yeah.
And he don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
And it ain't even that. It's only about ratings. They calling names that's gonna bring the fucking ratings. Shador is gonna bring ratings. That's why. But if you paid attention, every other day, Mel Kiper was switching up. He would say Shador was the baddest motherfucker on the planet. He gonna beat it. Then 2 days later, I see such and such happen. He didn't go to the combine. I see that they got this other quarterback coming in. He might have to fight with him. So it was just about keeping Shador in the conversation for the ratings, bro. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Kurt. It don't matter if it was CBS, NBC, ESPN. It's all about what name can you call out that's gonna bring the ratings, gonna make people.
That implies collusion.
Oh, motherfucker, you talking? Come on, man. It's all fucking collusion.
Yeah, because if you keep people tuned in. No, okay. Let's say Shador goes like 20th pick, right, in the first round, right?
Where did you come from, man?
No. If Shador, look, listen to me. If Shador goes 20th in the first round, who's watching days 2 and 3?
What?
Everybody, bro.
Everybody.
No. Day 2 and 3 beat the NBA playoffs, bro. The NFL drafts. Days 2 and 3 beat the NBA, bro. And that's because people were tuned in to find out where Shador was going.
Bro, stop. You ain't about to do that. The NBA draft outrates the NBA playoffs every year. Every year.
Look it up. Look it up. SI.com. Look it up, Psycho. Bring it up. I challenge you to bring it up, Psycho.
You pull it up.
No, I've already pulled it. SI.com. Just Google it.
Says what? SI.com says what?
TV ratings between the NFL draft and NBA playoffs 2025. Look it up.
Are you listening to what the fuck I'm saying? You too busy talking.
The finals ain't even here yet.
You're dumb. You're dumb, dog. You're really sounding dumb to me. I literally just said that the NFL draft outrates the NBA playoffs every year. Every year, pull up the year that the NBA playoffs outrank the NFL draft. I challenge you.
Day 2 and 3.
Pull it up.
Days 2 and 3.
Pull it up.
Okay, I will pull it up.
Pull it up.
Yeah. I'll pull it up.
Tell me the year, and I'll share the screen.
Days 2 and 3.
Tell me the year.
I got you.
All right, go find it. Tell me the year, and I'll pull it up on the screen. Because you ain't gonna find that motherfucker. I told everybody before this draft even started that the draft is gonna outrate the NBA playoffs. This ain't nothing new. You making it seem like this because Shador was there. Oh, because Shador, everybody was watching it. Motherfuckers always outrate the NBA
if you're right about that, Psycho, then do me one more favor. Compare last year's draft, NFL draft, to this year's NFL draft, days 2 and 3, and tell me what you think about that.
Oh, now you want to switch up the argument. I don't know what the rankings was between last year and this year. I know every year.
It just solidifies my point, though.
Every year
it solidifies my point.
The NBA playoffs.
I bet you it was markedly different from last year, days 2 and 3,
now you switch
to this year. I bet you it's markedly different, and that implies collusion.
Tell me, I don't know. I know I didn't watch it, so you tell me. I was live.
It's in the same SI.com article. TV ratings. NFL draft, NBA playoffs. It's in the same SI.com. They were up 40%. Days 2 and 3 was up 40% from last year. Days 2 and 3 NFL draft.
Okay.
And you know why? It's only because the media beat
Shador Sanders. People were tuning in to find out where Shador was going.
Right, that's because the media, the news media, made a bunch of puppets, bro. That's all it was.
No, that's bro. Do y'all realize that people start tracking these
Dumbest shit
guys'
ever.
draft eligibility like February? These Shrine Bowls and senior bowls and combine invites are very important because scouts give these guys a draft grade, and it's supposed to be pretty honest and pure. And it could be a little skewed, but that don't necessarily mean you're going to go in the draft. And to sit here and say everything centers around everybody doing mock drafts and everybody the day of draft, yeah, you clearly don't follow the logistics of this. The conversation was around all of that.
It's like Psycho said, man. It's personality worship because a lot of people won't even be watching the draft if the media want to say anything about Shador Sanders. Man, let's be real.
Exactly.
Only real football fans will watch the draft, bro. Like sincerely, a lot of people just did it because it was hyped up.
It was just saying wild shit. Not even making no damn sense. The NFL draft outrated the NBA playoffs. Like that's some new shit. Hey, ain't nothing new about that, dog.
No, days 2 and 3. That's pretty new to me. Days 2 and 3.
That's not new either. That's not new, bro. That's not new. The NBA playoffs ain't as hot as y'all think it is, you NBA fan ass niggas. Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about the play. Motherfuckers don't even care about the NBA until after. Motherfuckers don't even care about the NBA for the most part after the All-Star game, and then those people really don't even. They only half-ass watching it to the playoffs. And
you know who cares about it though? You know who cares about it? NFL, and the NBA. They care about it. Those organizations care about it.
Motherfuckers don't care that much because the games ain't that fucking important. You can miss 2 or 3 games in the playoffs and still motherfucking catch the fucking playoffs because it's a 7-game fucking series. It's not football where it's a 1-game elimination and everybody got to motherfucking be there to see it. It's a different dynamic. That's why the NBA struggles because they got that long, boring ass fucking 82-game pointless season and just to get to the fucking playoffs. And then you got to sit through these 7-game fucking series and everything else. People don't give a fuck about game 1, game 2, game 3. Wake me up when it's game 5, 6, and 7. When it's elimination time. That's when the ratings go up. The ratings don't go up when it's game 1, 2, and 3 because nobody gives a fuck. It's going to be a game 4, regardless.
Kurt, you ain't never watched the NFL draft in your life, bro. Be honest, man.
I'm starting to believe that.
Who me?
Yeah, you.
I haven't watched the NFL draft in my life. Is that what you're saying?
Not even this year.
Oh, okay. You like to undermine the people that call in, huh?
You watch 2 and 3.
I mean, have you? Shit, just say you have. You have.
Yeah.
I wish a nigga would say that shit to me. I'll start pulling out pictures on that nigga. I'll start pulling out pictures on it. Like, I was at the NFL draft in Chicago, nigga. I saw him pick Ezekiel Elliott when I was there. Yeah. All right, so I was there. So
that was the year they picked Zeke too. That definitely was the year they picked
that shit
Zeke.
was lit.
They had it here.
That shit was lit. They had that shit at Grant Park, man. They had that bitch turned, nigga.
Yeah. Brought the city a lot of money. Got done that draft, bring you some bread.
Oh man, I'm gonna quit jumping in these conversations because it don't lead to nothing.
But as I tell you, this is what happens when you deal with fans, bro. You deal with fans, you deal with irrational behavior, irrational thought processes. They just want to be right. It's just crazy.
Not going to the combine to me though makes it inarguable though. Some points you just
I'm reading in Google right now. In 2023, the NBA playoffs had higher TV ratings than the NFL draft, capturing 4.50% of all minutes watched, compared to the NFL draft's 2.71. That's 2023. I'll find another one.
Wait. Was that the whole playoffs you read? Was that you said 2023? I'll look it up myself because I already know you probably reading that wrong. They probably counting the whole playoffs all together instead of just that day. I'm talking about draft days. We talking about draft days. They outrated them on draft days. I highly doubt it. Yeah, I highly doubt it.
And yo, Malak, the real conversation is you lost that debate, bro. So you don't want to jump up here and have a real conversation.
this is a Bible moron that can't even speak outside of the Bible. Talking about a real conversation.
Shout out to Malak. Oh. Shout out to Malak.
In practice, because Damo gonna wash you on whatever topic y'all do. Bible thumping ass nigga.
Hey, y'all, Malak, I'm letting this thing. Hey, out. Where you at?
Also, you know, NBA TV ratings are been front and center of the headlines maybe last 12 months or so. So yeah, NBA is really looking at TV ratings.
I don't know, man. I'm almost a decade down on the NBA. I don't even check out All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, All-Star Weekend sucked. They went from having the best All-Star game to having the worst All-Star game. This shit's crap.
Yeah, LeBron. I'm playing LeBron James.
Well, it's a popularity contest.
Because I blame that on the All-Star game just not ever making it become a real game. Like you can't just have fun day at the arena on All-Star Sunday.
What? Was Jordan?
Nah, I blame
Jordan.
They used to play hard. They used to play hard back in the day.
Once you started pulling niggas up from the G League,
No, Jordan held niggas to a standard. That's why.
Look, the highlight of the All-Star Weekend was always the dunking contest.
Thank you. Yep.
Once you started pulling niggas up from the G League to not just compete but win the dunking contest,
the All-Star game was up there, bro.
Tuning out.
Jordan held niggas to a standard, man. The All-Star game was like, I love the dunk contest, but just to see Jordan and all them niggas playing, nigga, that was the shit.
Yeah, but that's my
But Jordan held niggas to a standard when Jordan left.
The highlight of that weekend was the dunking contest where you
do agree with that,
Mike
though.
and Dominic.
Stop saying dunking though. It's just the dunk contest.
I cut the shit.
In 2017, the NBA playoffs had higher ratings than the NFL draft. 2017. That's another year. I'll find you another one.
Okay.
That make it sound uncommon.
Okay, so that's what, 2 years out of the last 10?
But it's still happening.
Yeah.
I mean,
what?
It could be an anomaly.
2 out of 10.
And yeah, Shador might be the anomaly.
Wait a minute.
Because you got a lot of social media.
You went from 2023 to 2017.
Yeah, I'm saying what's
Also 2016. And who is that? LeBron Curry. LeBron Curry. All right.
LeBron Curry, that was the finals, dog. You talking about finals or you talking about the draft?
They were head and shoulders the favorites, bro. In 2016, they were head and shoulders the favorites, bro.
We are talking about draft days, bro. They didn't play on draft day. LeBron did not play on
I'm just talking about the anticipation.
They played in June.
The anticipation, bro.
They played in June. Why are you telling me about a game that happened in June when we're talking about
April? No. If you have 2016 LeBron coming back from 3-1, okay, and then you have 2017 the rematch. You got everybody's expecting the rematch.
A lot more niggas probably did watch.
You make horrible arguments.
That never watched the draft ever in their lives this year. A lot of niggas that listen to 607 Unk, yes, they watched the draft this year. But what's the point?
That's your master teacher.
What's the point?
Interesting.
What's the point?
What's my point? Are you talking to the chat or me?
I see where Willie gets information from. Willie be studying 607 Punk.
And you lied. 2017, the NFL had higher ratings than the NBA playoffs in 2017. What are you talking about?
No, 2017. I'll read it off to you.
Show me the link you got.
I'll read it off to you.
Yeah. Show me the link. 'Cause I'm talking about draft days. You talking about total ratings. And you're talking about total ratings overall, then yeah, motherfuckers like 200 something playoff games versus 3 draft days. I'm talking about the days of the draft, dog. They got cooked. Like they always get cooked.
Okay, so 2016 then.
Oh, now you want me to go to 2016? You sure this time?
Yeah, 2016 was your second year too.
Hey, the conversation officially derailed. Just wanted to make that note. We officially derailed now.
Yeah, because he's just stupid.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, man.
No, we not.
2016, first round of NFL draft significantly outperformed the NBA playoffs in terms of viewership. The NFL draft drew a combined 8.3 million viewers across ESPN and NFL Network while competing with the Hawks Celtics NBA playoff game that garners 1.9. 1.9 is 8.3, and that's just the first day.
Yeah,
how about days 2 and 3? Like I said, days 2 and 3 are key, bro.
Hey, fam, ain't
days 2 and 3 is when Shador was drafted.
Hey, ass nigga who cannot see past the mic. God damn, bro, I'm telling you, as a person, as a gambler, nigga, you can take the odds on that. Boston's at home, nigga, they should win by 20. Yeah, that's how this works. It's the fucking first game of the series. You know, that's rare what happened with the Lakers, how they lost game 1 now. Minnesota, that wasn't supposed to happen. Right, that's why it's looking bad for them now. You can pretty much book the game 1 in the first round. You can book that, usually.
Nah, that's a fact. I never really thought about that. That's a fact.
Yeah, anybody watching that, you're more likely to see.
People don't really care until it gets to game 4, Doug. It ain't a series until it gets to game 4.
Right. And they know the Lakers. And they know the Lakers gonna win tonight. Come on, man. That's big money, man.
You know what they say, Psycho. It ain't really a series till somebody lose at home.
So what you're saying is that we had a trend until 2023. Because 2023, which is very recent, NBA playoffs had higher TV viewership than the NFL draft.
Bro, you still on that, man?
No, yeah, it's 2023. That's very recent.
Bro, man,
and it's breaking the trend.
All right, bro, you win.
It was 1 year.
So you're acknowledging that it's a trend.
But GA brought up a point. Why is GA bringing up that point then?
So you're acknowledging that was a trend.
Back to the norm.
What you talking about?
So you pretty much killed your initial
point. The fact that people were tuning in to days 2 and 3.
So you pretty much killed your initial point because you just admitted that the NFL trend is to outrate the NBA playoffs. That's the trend. You killed your initial point, which is
no. NBA
the
is
NFL draft outrated the NBA playoffs. You just proved my point.
The NBA is looking at ratings, TV ratings. The NBA, they're looking at TV ratings.
The NBA already knows
what I'm talking about.
TV ratings. What do you mean?
Right, I don't even.
If the NBA is looking at TV ratings, don't you think the NFL is taking notice?
That they ratings ain't gonna be good.
Yeah, what are you talking about? NFL is worried about the NBA. The NBA gets mad when the NFL draft comes around because it fucks their ratings.
No, the NFL is worried about the NBA.
The NFL don't give a fuck. The NFL is stepping on the NBA playoffs. The NBA don't. The NFL ain't scared of the fucking NBA. They don't give a fuck about the NBA. The NBA
does not impact the NFL
at all. The NFL is king in this country, dog. You better recognize the NFL run shit in this country.
When they draft, outdo your.
That's my point, and they want to keep continuing to do it as well. So if the NBA is looking at TV ratings, don't you think the NFL is taking note?
Who gives the NFL what the NBA's doing?
Oh, come on. They're not doing their job.
Watch this.
And here I go. NFL draft outdraws NBA playoffs TV audience.
Why are you stuck on that,
because you're just talking, bro. You ain't even passing the mic, bro. This is what I want you to check. Check the ratings for the NFL started to step on the NBA toes, right? Christmas Day.
Yep.
Check them ratings.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, exactly. I'm about to say they don't care what the NBA got going on. The NBA had a lock on Christmas days and everything else.
Yeah.
The NFL started saying, "Fuck y'all, we playing on Christmas if it falls on
NFL
Christmas.
had
We gonna have Christmas Day games. They don't give a fuck."
That's a fact.
But we're talking about Shador this year, 2025. This is April. We're not talking about Christmas, bro. GQ brought up that point. Days 2 and 3. Come on, you brought up GQ.
Yeah, somebody about to put up.
He does get a starting shot. Is he gonna do anything against? Who's he gonna beat? He's not gonna beat that Eagles defense. Definitely not gonna beat my defense.
I want to know why you watching 607.
He might not even beat Jaden Daniels and them bum.
I want to know why you watching 607 the Punk.
He can't beat the defenses in his conference, bro. They are in trouble. Like the Browns in trouble, bro. That's the bottom of that conference. I mean, we think about the Bills and the way they finished the season. They'll be back next year. They should be okay. Steelers made the playoffs. Ravens made the playoffs.
If
Browns
all you
are
could
done,
do is
bro.
quick, short slants, yeah, them professional defenses, they're gonna eat you up. I'm gonna tell you, my Ravens is gonna eat that little nigga up.
He better hope he even makes the team. Like it's not
All
even a
the-
guarantee he's even
Yeah.
gonna make the team. I can't stress that enough.
Well, he gonna make the team. He gonna do that.
Nah, that's not
Oh, that's a
done
fact.
deal
I
just
put,
yet.
okay, anybody want to bet? Okay, let's put a bet on it.
That's
Anybody
not a
want to
done
bet?
deal just yet.
Anybody want? I'll bet anybody on this panel.
What I'm saying is not a lock. It ain't guaranteed. This old you acting like it's a lock thing. No, it's not. That's a crowded ass quarterback room.
Now,
they
yes,
got.
do we know he'll
I
make
believe
it?
he'll
Yes.
make the roster, but it's not a lock. I believe he'll make the
He's
roster.
more. He's more physically.
We know he'll
He's
make
more
it 'cause
athletic.
you
He's
niggas
more
will have a
athletic.
parade if he don't.
So
right?
you think Cleveland gonna keep 3 quarterbacks, or you think
more
what do you think they're gonna do, Ted? You think they're keeping 3 quarterbacks?
Yeah, well, I think they're gonna have to because the 2 rookies ain't going nowhere, and I just don't think they're day one starters. Now, I think if we get to the preseason and Gabriel or Shador looks like a day one starter, I think they'll carry 2 then. But I think they gotta
gonna
carry
release
3.
That dude gonna get released, bro. That other quarterback, he will be released. Shador Sanders will be
You're just
starting.
talking, you don't even know the
No,
dude's
no,
name. He's gonna get released. You don't even know his name. Stop it.
Yeah. That's why it don't matter. He gonna get released, right?
Deshaun,
just a distraction, man.
we saying gonna get released.
The other rookie they drafted, they gonna release after preseason. They gonna release the other rookie. Yeah, Gabriel. They gonna release him. Yeah, they gonna keep Flacco.
That sound even more.
Basketball. That's
And
crazy.
they're gonna release him after
They just
preseason.
let Kenny Pickett go. So, I mean, it just sounds stupid to release.
Now that's what they gonna keep. They're gonna keep. It's gonna be Flacco. It's gonna be Flacco, Pickett. It's gonna be Hold on, Chad. It's gonna be Flacco, Pickett, and Sanders. The dude y'all talking about is gonna get released after preseason. Why?
Pickett.
No, Pickett's gone. I think he's the guy there now. Yeah, I think he's definitely
going as of today.
And
they say he's going as of today.
Oh, that's a
Like
distraction.
they're not picking up his option for him. He's going as of today.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I knew he was going to be gone though. I was like, I figured that. Like he's done. But you got Flacco there. Like I said, I think Flacco is going to be going to be leading that notion as far as like who's going to be number one. Yeah, going into the season because he's the veteran. And so now who's going to be the backup is the question.
Between Pickett or Sanders.
Nah, Pickett's gone, dog. It's
Yeah,
going to be.
Pickett's gone? Oh, I didn't know that.
But he's going to be gone. You can leave him out. Yeah, I'm talking between him and Gabriel. Now, because I don't think they're going to keep 3 quarterbacks. Now, between Gabriel and Sanders, they might try to keep one of them on for the practice squad.
Yes, sir.
And everything else. But as far as like having them on the active roster, I don't think they're going to have 3 quarterbacks on the active roster.
Nah, and with Deshaun coming back, nah.
No, well, I love the idea.
That's going to be a whole nother problem when he comes back. But I think he's done for the year. I think they're going to keep him out for the whole season.
Yeah, then he should. I wouldn't come back that soon if it was me. I'll wait all the way to the next season before I come back.
I love the idea of him sitting there.
They're going to carry.
I think that football is a distraction from us elevating our mind frames and unifying as a people. You know what I mean? Because it creates division.
And the Bible ain't.
No.
The Bible ain't.
No.
The Bible ain't a distraction.
No.
The Bible ain't a distraction for our people for fucking generations.
No. No, it's not.
Shalom.
Man, fuck that shit.
So what?
I ain't
So
giving
what
up my
exactly can the
Ravens.
Bible do to benefit me, bro?
The Bible, when people conform to the instructions of the Bible, or when people agree with the instructions of the Bible, they will elevate mentally and as a whole, as a people.
That's a fact.
You know, a lot of these athletes, they give praise to the Most High, and the Most High for
First
where
thing
they've
they
gotten
say on
and
draft night, I want to thank my mama and I want to thank God. First thing they say on draft night.
God. Yeah.
That's Jaden Daniels is spooked out too. He a hardcore Christian. All he did was thank God after he won against Detroit.
That's why he plays so good.
800 times.
They was calling that nigga
The Most High help you. The Most High help you.
Tebow Moses in New York.
Well, that the players ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the people that actually watch the games. They're divided because they take sides and they fight, and in some cases they even unalive each other or kill each other. I don't know if they talk
Not over no football game, bro. Come
over
on now.
football.
Like y'all don't agree. Y'all, you just had a debate with a nigga out of the Bible. Like y'all look at the same book and don't agree.
They destroy their own property because they're so
the
emotional.
Allahs versus the Jesuses.
Yo, this nigga here wildin'.
Oh, man. I get the
Only
point.
with it, bro.
I'm just
Every
saying I
judgment
get the
you
point.
pass, you could like take that judgment for yourself. Everything that you're saying it applies to you and your flock as well. Like people sitting around arguing about the Bible for 6 hours ain't no different than arguing about sports.
I ain't arguing about the Bible. I'm setting down the principles. This is not an argument.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but people they do though. I mean, you do agree that people argue about the Bible all the time.
I think the great books have done more damage than sports.
You want to say like people have their disagreements in certain things, but
I can't say there's a war that's been fought over the Steelers-Ravens rivalry.
Yeah,
I don't know.
A lot of people died over that book right there.
The NFL is a religion,
There's been
bro.
some fights. There's been some fights. There's been conflicts, but not war.
The NFL is a religion. The NFL is a religion. A lot of people believe in the Raiders. A lot of people believe in the Cardinals. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, hey,
and they got faith. They got faith. They got faith in their Lord and Savior, the quarterback.
I'm probably the only one here that has faith they're going to win and want them to win and need them to win, though. Right? There's a difference between people who are casually entertained and people who make money. From
You know what faith is? Have anybody ever looked up the definition of faith? A prayer? Y'all be praying, man.
I got faith in the Raiders all the time, nigga. Shit, I don't like them niggas. The fuck?
No, I'm just saying. I meant to say prayer.
We can be the money that we spend in these football.
It's a 2010. It's a 2010 mock draft analysis of Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy is the next overhyped collegiate quarterback who really doesn't have much of a chance in the NFL.
Bro, we moved on from
that's the first sentence.
Right, we moved on, bro. We moved on.
That money that
you lost, dog. You lost this argument. Just give it up, bro.
No. The argument's still going, bro.
Nothing you say right now
still going. What are you talking about?
Nothing you say right now is going to move Shador Sanders into the first round.
Of course, until next year, we'll see.
The only thing you can do is hope he makes that roster. That's all you can do.
Also, I hope that he has a better record win-wise than Cam Ward as well.
If he don't make that roster, I'm going to cook him. I'm gonna cook him. So, boy, watch.
Yeah, you gotta
make that motherfucking roster. The way you motherfuckers have been getting on my nerves with this crap, acting like the motherfuckers just gave up on Warren Moon or some shit. I'm gonna cook him if he don't make that roster.
If he makes the roster, he's starting quarterback. I'm gonna call in and cook too.
Okay,
how about that?
Do that. You have every right to do that.
Spotlight. Y'all put on this
the only
boy.
problem you're gonna have
Get on the field.
is the argument a lot of y'all think you have, you really don't. Because I don't hope for Shador to fail. I don't look for him to fail. I am an NFL fan, fam. I'm analyzing what I see. When he goes out there and performs, I'll be right there with you. Like, yeah, he deserves a starting job.
Yeah, I'm about to order me a jersey.
Normally, I wouldn't give a fuck what a Cleveland Brown motherfucker is doing. The Cleveland Browns do not affect my team whatsoever, motherfucker, ever. We play them once every 4 years. They do not affect my motherfucking team. And under normal circumstances, I wouldn't give a fuck what Shador was doing. But now
I'm a loyal.
I'm paying attention now, and I'm gonna play him if he don't motherfucking do anything. I'm telling you, I'm gonna cook him because y'all like you're Hall of Fame. I bet to see Hall of Fame shit. I better see Hall of Fame shit when he get on because that's how I'm judging him now. I'm judging him like he got picked number one because that's what y'all say he should have been. So that's how I'm going to judge him. And that's how I'm going to grade him. I'm not going to grade him like the 5th round pick he is. I'm going to grade him like the number 1 pick y'all think he is. That's how I'm going to grade him.
Boy better.
Well, I'm a diehard Cleveland. I'm a diehard Cleveland fan. So I'm a diehard.
Let me ask the panel this: is it a steal?
On him right now to perform is crazy. And the same people that claim they riding for him because of his draft position. Now that first interception, niggas gonna go crazy. Like, oh yeah,
No,
all the
Willie,
analysts had it
no.
right.
He handled that. He has enough poise to handle that. He can deal with that.
For the record, I'm not a bandwagoner. I'm a diehard Cleveland fan. For the record,
But Don, how you grew up in Pittsburgh talking about you a Cleveland fan?
bro, I was a big Deshaun Watson fan when he played in Houston. You know what I mean? I like Nick Chubb. I was a big Nick Chubb fan. You know what I'm saying? I've been liking Cleveland for years, bro.
This is bad, bro. Them niggas don't suck, bro. You niggas ain't gonna have shit to say.
Man, see, that's what I'm saying. You a fan of the Clevelands, man, and using Israelite, man. You ain't supposed to be doing all that extra.
I mean, y'all got
Bro. Hold on, though. Ain't it Israelites? Hold on. Let me say this to Akmalak. Hold on, GA. Wait. I gotta say this to Akmalak. Isn't there Israelites playing on the football field?
No.
Them brothers playing on them black brothers ain't Israelites on them football teams. Oh, bro, okay, all right.
How would you
damn
know that?
Some damn
Well, I thought the black people in America were Israelites. I thought we all
no, just because you up in Israel don't mean you Israel.
Oh my goodness.
So you saying just because? So you saying even if he believes, because he's in the NFL, he don't count?
You niggas ain't Israel.
Yeah, genetically they can be Israelites. That don't mean
That's
that
what I'm saying, bro.
Israelites by spirit. Yeah, that don't mean nothing, man. There's a lot of wicked old
genetically
Israelites, man.
psycho.
But then you have to wake up. Hold on. Then you have to wake up, though. Hold on. Did someone have to give you the information? Hold on. Wasn't the time when you was in the blind, bro, and somebody had to bring you the information?
What?
Wasn't a time where you didn't know? Wasn't it a time where you wasn't aware of the Israelite knowledge?
Yeah.
Hey, man, same thing, bro. You gotta be merciful.
Man, he just heard what these dudes said.
And then y'all niggas got Wi-Fi. And then y'all niggas got Wi-Fi and got all
like
that.
Agent said, right?
So who's
First thing
gonna
they say
win?
is, I want to thank
So
my
who's
mama,
gonna win in the 2026 season? The Allahs or the Jesuses? Or the Yeshua?
That's why I said. That's why I said they got a zeal with the Most High, but not according to knowledge. They got a zeal with the Most High, bro.
Israelites, man, they know
but
about
not according to knowledge. But not according to knowledge.
Man, these jokers up here having Wednesday
Hey, I
night
think
church
it might
service.
be the Yeshua's year.
Ain't y'all locked? Ain't y'all locked in? You and Domo locked in with that debate, right? That debate title. Malak, you there?
They hear what he's saying, but they just ignore it. They hear Kanye.
Oh, he can't
They
hear me.
don't care.
Can you hear me out?
Yeah.
I don't think you can hear me.
You got
hear me?
Malak, what's the debate title?
What debate title?
You and Domo.
You and Domo locked in with that debate title, right? Right?
Oh, we still gotta get that up the solar.
My nigga Domo gonna cook you.
This is basically what they debating is whether or not they think Israelite or black.
Yes.
What now?
Should black people? Well, should we be called Israelites or black people?
Oh man,
hey, that's gonna be a good debate, bro. That's gonna be a hell of a debate. I'm ready to see that.
So he willing to debate that all black people are Israelites, but when Madon asked him, he said no, they're not Israelites because they're.
But no, he said they be called.
Just said that about the football boys. So
I'm saying spiritually.
Yeah, I know exactly. I understand. I know what Malak saying. You know what I mean?
Ain't you debating they should be called Israelites? You just said they're not Israelites if they're in the NFL.
I said spiritually.
No, you said should be called Israelites.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, he was saying. I know what he's saying, man.
I already admitted. I already said yeah.
So are you saying? So when you say spiritually, are you saying that if you play in the NFL, you can't spiritually be an Israelite?
No, man, because you selling your soul.
He's saying they ain't got the knowledge. He's saying they ain't got the knowledge.
Where in the Bible is the anti-football?
God's commandments because somebody paying you to do something.
Where's the anti-football in the Bible? Show me the scripture that says
you got to keep the Sabbath holy. A commandment is to keep the Sabbath holy.
Thou shalt not get drafted 5th round.
Thou shalt not handle the pigskin. That's
bro.
And them people be
it's because the football is made out of pigskin.
that's it, man. That's not kosher.
No, he's saying they play on a Saturday or the
Okay,
Shabbat.
they play on the Saturday. Oh, so college football is cool,
Sunday
but
not even
NFL is
a
fucked
Sabbath.
up. College football cool though, right? Because they play on Saturday, right?
Okay, well, how's the Sabbath?
That's a Sabbath. That's Sabbath. Okay, but the NFL is cool. That's right. The Sabbath is on Saturday. You're right. So the NFL is cool then. The NFL play on Sunday. They don't play on the Sabbath.
No, I'm saying they work. They play on Saturdays too. Saturday night football.
Well, Christ went and got
college. That's college. They play on. They do play on Saturdays at the end of the season. They play like in the playoffs.
Well, what did Christ say about getting some out of the ditch on the Shabbat? I mean, didn't he go get some out the ditch?
No, they getting paid to work.
So getting paid. Oh, wait. You going down a certain avenue right now. Are you saying them getting paid to work is the problem?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Stop right there.
What Hebrew Israelites don't have a job?
Do you believe that the Bible pushes communism?
Well, shit. What's communism? I don't know what the hell that is.
Communism, like pretty much it's pretty much like group economics, so to speak, right? In a certain type of way, except certain people are like it's set up to where you don't have to work for, you're not working for money, you're working for trade, right? Like Taz will make a certain product, right? Like Taz might make food or whatever. GA, he does he'll do technology or something like that. But everybody does their job. Everybody contributes to society, and nobody has to work. Nobody has to work for money, right? Like you get everything for free, right? Like you getting free food, you getting free rent and everything else. But you got to contribute to society, though. You got to also give something.
No, right? If you're working and you're getting something from that because of your work, that's still in violation of the commandments.
That's capitalism. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're
wrong
on that
one. Wait.
So you're against capitalism.
Nah, that's a new one. Hold on. This is a new one for
wrong,
me.
bro?
This is a new one for me.
But you just said spoke against capitalism.
You should work.
You can't have a job and be an Israelite?
Yes, you can have a job.
So
6 days you should work. On the Sabbath day, you rest. I don't care what amount of money you're supposed to be getting.
But wait, slow down.
Bro,
you just said if someone's working for compensation,
on the
they
Sabbath,
will automatically not.
Don't hold on to it too long. On the Sabbath, he's saying on the Sabbath. You can't work on the Sabbath.
All right, so I'm good. I work Monday through Friday. I'm good, man. Tell you
let me ask you a question. How did Moses establish his Shabbat?
What you mean? How did he establish it?
I'm asking you the question, bro.
By telling him to keep it.
Nah, man, that ain't how.
God. He got the commandment from God.
And what day was it that he told him to establish it on?
The 6th day. He told them to grab double food for tomorrow's the Shabbat.
Bro, he told him to establish a day, meaning, go ahead.
He's told him on the 6th day, he said, grab double today because tomorrow is the Shabbat and you ain't going to have no food out there. There ain't going to be no food for you to get. And then people the next day tried to go out there and get some food, but they couldn't.
Okay, what calendar system were they going by?
God try to
actually do, like, to be honest, like if I'm keeping it a buck, I actually do think the Bible supports communism, or at least a socialist society. It does not support capitalism. The Bible, if you read the Bible, it really actually does not support capitalism. So I actually agree with Ox a lot as far as like the interpretation of what the Bible is saying. Yeah, it doesn't support capitalism.
Yeah, because you gotta remember, they was in the wilderness, right? So you gotta ask what calendar system or what system were they going by during that?
That's
time?
easy.
Okay,
easy.
go ahead.
The crescent moon, the half moon, the full moon, back to the crescent.
Okay, I'm just saying. So what So because when you read it, I don't think they was lost, bro. They was still worshiping the golden calf.
I'm lost,
No, they
nigga. You
wasn't
went from
lost.
the crescent back to the half moon to the crescent. I'm lost.
No, I said
Fuck
from
is
the
your
crescent
You're going to be
to the
lost messing with Madon. He be all over the place.
from the crescent moon. The crescent
Nah,
moon.
man, I just got understanding, bro.
Okay, so let's just slip right here. The first sliver of the crescent moon, that's the first day. That's the new moon. 6 days later, well, 7 days later, it'll be halfway there. From right there.
So how do you establish what day of the week that's going to be?
The first day, by the moon. So when the moon is halfway full, that's the 7th day. When it's
Okay, how do they what was their concept of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday coming out of Egypt? What
Bro,
day of the week system?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They went by the moon.
Right.
That's
so
what it says. The
that
moon
means
will give them
that,
signs.
and that's why the Most High said
a month. So a week lasted a month.
That means you establish a day, bro. You have to establish that day. According to that moon. I'm just saying you have to establish that day. So
Wait, hold up. Are you saying that a week was a month?
Say it again, bro.
Are you saying that a week was a month?
No, a week is a week. Okay, so this is a week. So from the first sliver of the crescent to when the moon is halfway filled, that's a week. Now, from when the moon is halfway filled to when it's all the way filled, the full moon, that's 2 weeks. When the moon goes back from a full moon back to a half moon, that's
another 2
weeks.
weeks. Okay, I got you. I 3 weeks. Okay, I got you. Then okay, all right. I got you.
Okay, now do that lined up. So do that. I'm not going.
It's a 7-day process, Madame, correct?
Right, but that's why in that wilderness, he told Moses basically to establish a day based off that. So that day could have been a Tuesday, it could have been a Wednesday. We don't know what day it was because why he told him. Hold on, that's why he told him to establish a day. When you go back and read it, it says establish a day, meaning based off whatever time period or whatever the phase the moon was in. He had to go by that, then establish that day. So we don't know exactly what day of the week it was. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, all right. So this is y'all. Come on. So this is what I'm saying, bro. There's 4 phases of the moon each month. Y'all mean this too? From the crescent to the half. From the half to the full, from the full back to the half, from the half back to the crescent.
Right.
Moses in the Bible, when Moses came to the in the Bible when Moses came to the Israelites, you know what I mean, the moon was the day before. It was the day before the Sabbath. It was finna be halfway full, whatever sign that it was, whether it was full, half. It don't say. I can't say it was full, half, or a crescent. All I know is this. He said, this is what we're talking about, because he brought up Moses and saying that God said to establish a time, but we know from the Bible that the next day was a Shabbat. So how did Moses know?
And I'm saying that day could have been a Wednesday.
On the 7th day,
and then, I'm saying that day could have been. Hold on, I'm saying what we call that could have been. And hold on, bro. I'm talking to Op, bro. I know you want to get in. You said you don't know what you're talking about. If you don't know, bro, let me finish the conversation with you, brother. If you don't know,
if we're gonna be on Bible time, I want to keep up. Isn't it on the last day he rested, right? On the 7th day he rested.
7th day he rested, yeah.
So that's the day that's supposed to be kept holy, where you're not supposed to work, you're not supposed to do shit, you're supposed to chill.
Okay, how do you determine what day of the week that is?
Now,
if you don't know what if you don't know what day the first day started on, how do you determine? Hold on, if you don't know what day,
I told him 100 times.
Bro, no, you didn't, bro. How do you determine? Okay, let me ask you this, how do you determine if that's a Wednesday or Tuesday?
Bible, I can go by the Gregorian calendar, right?
Man, bro, you tripping. Let me talk to Op. Now, if you could tell me what day of the week it was, according on the Hebrew calendar that Moses did, that I'll stand corrected.
Y'all not even using the Hebrew calendar right now. Y'all using iPhones and Androids and right here talking about the moon and
Bro,
everything.
they had a lunar they had a lunar calendar and a
Just the
solar
fact that
calendar.
you using
GA.
terms like just the fact that you using terms like Saturday just goes to show you. Yeah, like
Y'all-
what are you talking about?
But that's the point I'm making, Psycho. That okay, this is how it was. Like okay, like Willie just brought up, right? The Most High said rest on the seventh day. Now my thing is this: how do we determine what day of the week it was when he said that? We don't know. We don't know if he said that or what we would call. Hold on, bro. Let me talk to Psycho. We don't know.
It depends on
We don't
who
know.
wrote it.
No, we don't. It don't depend
And
on
if it
nothing
was
because
written
hold
by
on,
the
bro.
same people who
Bro, we
created
don't.
the
It wasn't no such
Gregorian
thing, bro.
calendar,
Bro,
white
bro.
folk,
Bro, you
it's
fail to
on Saturday.
realize, but like Psycho, like I said, Psycho, we
It would
don't
make
know.
sense why the Jews
Bro,
focus on
stop it, bro.
Saturday, right? The
Bro,
Jewish world.
they made that
Hold
up.
on, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
Bro, I
The
heard, bro.
Jew. All right, go ahead.
We dealing with what you just said, bro, in Genesis. You want to move the goalpost. Let's stick with Genesis so it won't be no confusion. Now, when the Most High rested on the seventh day, we don't know if that seventh day, okay, from Wednesday to Wednesday is 7 days. It could have been a goddamn Wednesday for all we know. It could have been a Thursday, and the seventh day could have been the following
all
Thursday.
you know, though.
So what I'm telling you is that we don't know
I'm
because it
saying
wasn't
the
the
pillars
system
in
of what
this
we call.
religion say
Hold
they
on,
know
bro.
what day it is.
I'm showing you how. I'm
For all
showing you
you
how.
know.
Bro,
I'm
we
saying
don't. I
the
don't know.
pillars
I don't,
in
bro,
this
because you
religion,
supposed
Why
to
is it written in the
establish.
they
scriptures?
say
Why
it's
is it written in the
Saturday.
scriptures?
But they don't
Right.
tell you what day of the week it was, though, Psycho.
Why don't
see,
it say it in the scriptures?
Because because
And I
that's
can
what I'm
believe
saying.
Saturday is God's day.
That's why
'Cause
it
that's
goes
the
to
one
show
day I
you.
get to chill.
It goes to show
Sunday I
you
gotta
that the
think about
calendar
going
system.
back to work
Okay,
on
we
Monday.
know. First, we got to ask ourselves. Okay, what calendar system? What calendar system was the Most High going by?
The
Because
moon.
according to
He
the
said the
Bible,
moon will give
one
you
day is
signs and
1,000.
The
seasons.
Most High was going by a calendar.
He wasn't. We had to ask
He was
ourselves what.
going by the moon.
What?
Nigga here.
Okay, what month
You
is
niggas
it? And
get
then
weirder
what?
and
No,
weirder.
what
Where does
month
the
is it?
moon doctrine? Hold
No,
on.
where
Where does the
no, you
moon
hold
doctrine
up.
come in?
What month is it right now? And then what month is it tomorrow?
All right, I'm gonna check.
It wasn't no
Say it
such
again,
thing
GA.
back then, bro. That was the Eastern world. You got to remember this. We're in the Western Hemisphere. This stuff took place in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Man,
They
but
been
you
Total
talking
different
about the
your
dynamic.
month.
goofy
No,
ass
they been
up.
talking about the
I
month of
want to
Zion,
know
the
about the
month of
moon
Gad, and all
doctrine.
that type of stuff. Y'all right here talking about the moon, and y'all keeping time with the
Yeah, I
moon.
wanted to know about the moon.
What month is it today? And then what month is it gonna be tomorrow? Hell, it's already tomorrow on the East Coast. It's 12:30. What month is it on the East Coast?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's not the point I'm making. I understand your point.
It's made in the motherfucker right now. It's
That's
made
all
in the
you wanna
motherfucker.
know.
Hey, yo, hey, GA, it's made in the motherfucker right now here, but GQ is still motherfucking April.
Yep.
Still April with you too. It's still April with you. Yeah.
Yeah, we in
Still
April.
April time.
We wrong because we're in the West. Hell, we in the month of Gad. You know, with they lunar shit. You know, they
That's a
don't
good
know.
point, Psycho.
That's actually the point, but
It
yeah.
been Monday. It been made in China for a couple hours now.
Bro, it's not made in China, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
Nigga,
It
it's
is
made in
nigga.
China right now.
Yeah, it's
It
been
ain't
made in
made
China
in
for a
China.
minute.
It ain't
For a
made
couple
in China,
hours.
bro.
Yes, it is, fool.
Goofy nigga.
Okay, then they just had a New Year. Why did they just have a New Year a couple months ago?
This nigga's
Oh, you're right, Manon. It's the rat. It's rat month.
Like, what are you talking about, Madonna? Right
That's exactly
now,
what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what time it is. It is.
No, what? No, you said month, bro. I ain't talking about time. You said it's made in China. Ain't no damn made in China, bro.
No,
It's
no, y'all sat up
made
here for
in
20,
America,
30 minutes
dickhead.
talking about the phases
It's
of the
made in
moon
America,
and all
goofy.
this and all that, but y'all don't even know what Hebrew month we in.
Nigga here, you didn't even understand what I was
we're in the
saying.
month. I think we're in the
It's
month of
made
nice.
in
We might be in the
America.
month of nice.
What I
I
said
can't
was it
remember.
was made in China a few hours ago. It's made in Charlotte, North Carolina right now. What are you talking about? Chill out.
Bro, all right, you keep thinking that.
I want to know about the moon doctrine. That's all I want to know about.
They still had months though, Willie. That's the point. It was 30-day lunar calendar, and they don't know what month it is. But they sitting here talking about all these phases on what day is the Sabbath. Some shit we don't even want to hear.
But you will fall back. It's gonna be all right, GA. Well, I was just showing the point that we don't know what day of the week it was because when he brought up the statement about he rested on the 7th day. We don't know if that was a fucking Saturday. We don't know because these words and things didn't exist.
I'm putting the Yeshuas on my parlay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to show you, bro. You know what I mean?
It actually makes sense with that.
So how do you know what day to worship? Because you're supposed to worship on the Sabbath.
Because that's why you establish your day. Okay, just say you want to start.
They established the day. They said it was Saturday.
Hold on, I'm just saying. The point I'm making is you can establish your Sabbath, bro.
No. It's only supposed to be one Sabbath. The Sabbath ain't supposed to be subjective. The Sabbath ain't supposed to be subjective.
Say the moon, come in. Say that. Hold on, say that phase. Hold on, I'm saying Psycho. Hold on, but Psycho. Say that. Hold on, Psycho. Say you want to start. Hold on, say you want to start your Shabbat, and that phase of the moon start on a Tuesday, right? So from that Tuesday to that following, that'll be 7th day. So that means you would celebrate it on that Tuesday because that moon came in on a Tuesday.
Then it ain't no Sabbath. There ain't no such thing as Sabbath.
That is a Shabbat because you established your 7th day.
By the way you do it, based off the way you're spitting it right now, Paul.
I can make
it is no motherfucking Sabbath because it's subjective. All right, like I could just
based off the phases of the moon. Like he said, okay, just say that phase of the moon come in on a Tuesday. What if that phase of the moon come in on a motherfucking Thursday? What you gonna do?
Laws are not subjective, Badon. You can't make it. You can't make this shit subjective. It got to be a day. That's my law. Laws are not subjective.
It's already subjective though, Psycho, because different. Like the Christians.
I know that. I feel you. You're right. You're right. And you're right. You're right.
With this bullshit.
Yeah. He's absolutely right.
Because the Christians say it's Sunday. The Hebrews say Saturday.
Yeah.
Jews say Seventh-day Adventists say Saturday.
Yeah.
Everybody say different shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. I think the ones that knock on the door, they do it on Friday.
It depends on what you believe in. Most New Testament people, except for the I don't know. New Testament Hebrews try to hold the Sabbath. New Testament Hebrews try to hold the Sabbath, but most people that hold the Sabbath believe in the Old Testament. Don't really get down with the New Testament too much.
See, that's why GQ sound the most damn sensible right now. That's why he the most high. Yes, he probably is the most high. You know,
yes, sir. I promise you, I am right now.
I'm rolling up. I'm about to be the most high.
Yeah,
I'm about to be.
Well, 7-day Adventures, they do that. Sabbath keepers too. 7-day Adventures. They New Testament. They believe in New Testament. They practice Sabbath.
Mm-hmm. On Saturday.
Speaking of that, there's a video out there of them Jews wilding on some chick in Crown Heights. I think the Palestinians came around that area and did a protest. They caught this one broad. It's 1,000 niggas in top hats chasing this white girl down the street. The cop trying to get her up out of there. Like, them Jews wilding. Word.
You know they found them all in that.
It was some YJs.
Yeah, man. It was them real Crown Heights with the curls.
Yeah,
it was 1,000 of them.
YJs out there acting damn fool.
They hit Shorty in the head with the cone. It was an orange cone standing out there. They following her mad blocks. Hit in the head with the cone. Like one of the little niggas ran up, kicked her in the back. They was wilding on Shorty. She got a.
Why was they wilding on her?
Because I think it was some protests in Crown Heights that day, and they caught her.
Palestine? Some Palestine shit?
Right. You know what I mean? And I think they caught her out there. I think she actually lived in the neighborhood and just came outside. And whatever happened, she had the wrong conversation. Whatever, they ran down on her. She's with a cop. It's this big fat white boy cop. He walking her mad blocks. They are wilding her out for a good 6, 7 blocks. You know, I'm counting the blocks like, yo, he ain't even, like, he pushed 1 or 2 people off. He ain't reach for the taser. He ain't reach for the hammer. You gotta see that video.
But ain't they on them Jews right there on the side of the Palestinians, ain't they? Them guys with the curly braids. I saw them. Yeah, they was marching with the Palestinians.
Bro.
Well, who was the ones that was marching? Who was the ones marching with them then?
Listen,
I thought it was
those
the
are
dude with the
literally
hats and the curly braids.
those are literally
And
the
the black.
Hasidic Jews that go home and serve in the military for 2 years because it's their obligation. Like, yeah, they on the complete other side of that shit.
Yeah, no, they ain't fucking with the Palestinians.
Well, it's one set. I don't know, man. I thought it was the ones to be wearing the black coats and the hats and walking with the hammer
them
hand and
niggas.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, none of them want to be on the real bullshit.
Okay.
That's the one my boy King Richard, he be fucking with them on his little video.
Nigga, them niggas in Crown Heights, they'll start blowing whistles.
He always
on
be
you,
running
my
up
nigga.
on him talking about free Palestine. And that with the jail fucking with them.
Yeah, they'll start blowing the whistle on you, nigga. Everybody got a whistle in their
You said this
pocket.
happened in Crown Heights? This happened in Crown Heights?
Yeah. Put white woman police Jews. You'll find it. Word. That shit was wild. But that's an example of motherfuckers in their own community that, listen, we gonna do what we want out here right now. Like, that white boy cop, he couldn't do nothing. And for all that camera footage, ain't gonna be no Ricos, no...
I'll share this, but I gotta be...
You see it?
Yeah, I gotta be kidding.
Will, they wouldn't dare call them people. They wouldn't dare call them people a gang, bro.
Yeah. Wow. Nah, they deserve a Rico for this video, my nigga. This video is Rico worthy.
They would have to consider. They would have to consider them a gang to Rico, and they'd never do that.
Yo, this video was Rico worthy, my nigga. It's only because it's a cop. It's an NYPD white boy cop. He would lay me down for way less. We know that in the city.
You sure he wasn't the police force, the Jewish police force up there?
Yep, you got it.
See what was going on. I saw that there had been a protest that was over, but there were still hundreds of Orthodox Jewish men, mostly men, in the streets and sidewalks. And there were a few neighbors, including myself, standing on the sidewalk just observing. When people began filming near me, I pulled my scarf up over my face because I didn't want to be on camera. And as soon as I did this, a Jewish woman began screaming at me, and just a group of like 100 men came over immediately and encircled me. They threatened to rape me. They were hurling just vile insults at me. I moved closer to the police than I already was, and they did nothing to intervene. I tried to leave, and a single officer attempted to escort me home, but this mob followed us. They grew in number. They were screaming at me, "Go back to Palestine." They were shouting "Death to Arabs." They kicked me in the back multiple times.
This could have been a group of niggas. This couldn't be no YJs, YNs out there. Yeah, it would have been about 40 cop cars there in like 2.8 seconds.
Man, it'd have been a fucking National Guard out there, motherfucker.
No, they would have had the MRAP, the SWAT. Yeah.
The little nigga about to hit her with the
FBI, the CIA, everybody.
Hold up, wait for it.
Escort me home, but this mob followed us. They grew in number. They were screaming at me, "Go back to Palestine." They were shouting "Death to Arabs." They kicked me in the back multiple times. They spat on me. They threw objects at my head. They threw a trash can and a traffic cone at me. And I was just terrified. There's nothing more I can say except that I felt just sheer terror.
Where is his back up there?
And is this independent media?
But you gotta
Oh,
realize,
it's AP.
though,
Okay.
that's Crown Heights, so the car can't get to her that fast. Like, it's wild traffic, you know what I mean? But once those two cop cars pulled up, the homies just ran her to the street, threw her in the cop car, got up out of there.
But
They
okay,
wild, shorty.
but that chick, she clearly not from there. So how she end up over there with all them people?
So, nah, she is from there. She live in the building, right? So she lives
Come
in
on,
Crown
Willie.
Heights.
That's what I'm
The
saying. You see
story
that
that
thing
they're
she got wrapped
giving
around
is-
her, man.
The story that they're giving
She's
is
a provocateur.
nah. The story that the Jews are giving is she got into a conversation with some of the young niggas, and she was coming at them on some Palestine shit, like, "Oh, well, y'all did X, Y, Z, yada yada yada," and she brought attention to herself, and then they just wilded out.
Wait a minute, brought attention to herself. So they didn't care about her and her ethnic background before then?
I don't think they know what she is. I don't know what she is.
Come
She not
on, Willie.
Palestinian though.
She white. She just seemed like a white
Yeah,
liberal.
she's just a white girl to live in Crown
But
Heights.
okay,
White
but do
liberal.
you see the scarf? She that's a damn high Jeep, ain't it?
Nah, she got
It's
like
not.
a Gucci scarf.
No, that was that was
she
just
a
a regular
carrot.
scarf.
That's something she got from 34th Street.
That shit, it check it to me. I know they be wearing red over there, but you know sometimes
That was a white liberal in support of Palestine. That's what that was.
She lives in Crown Heights. She saw something cool going on outside. She came outside, started beefing with some of the young niggas, the young Hasidic niggas, you know what I mean? And they all just piled up on her and it went from there. So everybody else got to go home because it was a whole protest. But they was
Okay,
like, we gonna wild somebody out.
Maybe I'm overthinking this, but why the hell do I don't know American white girls that sit here and wrap their head
Nah,
up
you
and
gotta
shit like that?
understand, Crown Heights, man, they moved to New York and all that for the adventure. You know what I'm saying? So they see a protest.
You still missing my point. She clearly was trying to act like she was Arab or whatever.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what up with the panel in the chat? Shout out to the panel in the chat.
I don't know what's up, Pookie. We done got sidetracked like a motherfucker, man. They ain't even get to
Hey,
ask my
no, where that
second
bitch
question,
at that
man.
was talking? No, I feel you, but where that bitch at that was talking?
That was
a clip.
That was a tape. Yeah, that was a video.
Oh, I got a shower and heard that shit. I thought that bitch was on the panel. That bitch a fucking police, cuz.
No. That was a video.
Oh shit! Cause I heard that shit. I was getting out the shower and heard that shit. And I'm like, damn, that bitch on the panel.
Nah,
My nigga was ready to crash. Nah,
Hell, man, no, I wasn't gonna crash out on the fucking bed, but that's a fucking bed. Whoever the fuck that was talking was a police.
It was a white liberal. You had to see what happened. There was a white liberal out here in Crown Heights protesting for Palestine, and all these small hats was fucking with him.
Yeah, a police.
That shit looks
A liberal police.
Yeah, come on, man.
Well, I don't know.
It was a white liberal. It was a white liberal.
She might have been the police. She might have been the police, Pookie. She could have
she
been.
ain't the police. Cause
Hey,
I'm gonna tell you, it ain't no
GQ?
sting.
Hold on, what the
That's all
OG
I'm saying.
She
It
could have
ain't
been
no
the police.
it ain't no Hasidic sting going on. So she
Wait a
wasn't
minute.
police. They just
Okay.
started wilding. Let's
So
be real.
Hey, what you say, GQ? Hey, but what you say, GQ?
I said she could have been the Fed. She could have been the damn police. That's not beyond the realm of, you know.
Okay, so
Hey, yeah, no doubt. But kind of like
GQ
I was
come
getting
to
out, I was
Brooklyn
listening
one
to that y'all
time,
while
man.
I was in the shower and shit, and it sounded like she was on the panel and shit. So that's why I was like, no, hell no, that bitch is a fucking police. Get that bitch the fuck up out of here.
Hey, Pookie, you know the police when you hear.
wait, hold
Yeah.
on. No, go.
Yeah.
Hold on. It ain't that serious. Go and dry off and put your clothes on, man. It's all good.
Real shit. Hey, I'm finna go back in the clouds and shit, though, cause I got shit going on, but I'm finna go back in the clouds though, but like, you know what I'm saying? If y'all still on and shit and I'm still
Hold
working
up,
shit,
nah,
I
cause
hit
you my nigga.
I
I
hit the
can't
link.
have you thinking the wrong thing. Like, nah, that was just a white girl
White on white
came
crime. That's
outside
what
for
that
some
was.
shit.
Yeah.
I'm
they
like, I'm
wild
getting out the
out.
shower. I'm like, oh, they got a police on their panel. Hold on,
Nah,
Psycho.
that
You
was
got to
a
get a
news
police.
clip.
You got to get this bitch up out of here, cuz.
We was watching a tape of white on white crime.
Oh, okay, then. Okay, yeah, I misheard it because the water rain and shit. I
No,
Boogie
misheard
say
it.
I,
My
Boogie
fault.
say I
My
left
Nah,
for
you
fault.
my
5
nigga
minutes.
though.
These
I
niggas
like your
fucking with the
energy.
Fed.
This nigga came to crack.
Yeah, man. Man, look here, man. You know how they feel about us black folks, and especially us black men.
Hey,
You
Pooh, Boogie
know
say
what
I
I'm
left
saying?
for 5 minutes. These niggas fucking with the Fed.
Hell yeah. Like, man, hold up. Like, man, you don't hear this police ass bitch? Straight
No,
up,
I said
cuz.
no. That
I'm
was
Hey,
saying
stage,
though,
black,
man.
y'all still
niggas in New
50
York
rounds,
been put down
and,
for way less than that.
and I'm still woke. I'm gonna
Got
come back.
put down.
All right.
Yeah, that's my
God
point.
damn.
Like niggas in New York get put down for way less than that.
Yeah, if that was black people acting like that around that Becky,
Right.
oh yeah, it'd be a different story. It would have been cops wouldn't have just pulled up over across like one cop car coming across the
I
street. And they had
saw
to go
one of the
to,
100
it
of
would have
them.
been about 8 cop cars swooping down. They would have been pulling up on the sidewalk where
But
they
see,
was walking. Like,
Look, Psycho, I saw one of the 100 of them reach for a weapon. That's when I fired. Like,
yeah,
wait a minute. No,
exactly.
but wait a minute. Hold on. So would a sister have got the same police escort from
No,
one of New York? Oh,
no.
okay. That's all I'm looking at. Come on.
nah,
That's,
I'm gonna be real. I think in that situation, yeah, we just gonna try to get up out of it. Like, I think they would have tried to get whoever up out of there in that situation.
I don't know, man. That shit was it looked staged, provoked.
But the difference is what they would have did to another group of
Definitely
people.
was provoked.
No, what happened was the Palestine protesters was out there, and they all dispersed, and they caught her slipping in the midst of them dispersing, and they just, they ran down to go give them peace of their mind and do what they was doing.
Because this is what y'all gotta understand, right? Yo, GQ, you've been in Brooklyn, you know, right? So they have a protest or some shit like that. After everybody leave and go home, it's still kind of like a block party outside. Like people
Right.
selling shit on the sidewalk and everybody chilling. You got the Don Julio out. So
But
she
that's
started
it,
talking.
Willie. Why is she still there? Not to cut you off behind
She
enemy
lived there.
lines.
She lived there. That's a white folk community.
Yeah, she wasn't far from my house or whatever she said.
Yeah, nah, she lived there. They
'Cause
caught
remember,
her.
GQU's out there in Williamsburg. It's nothing but white liberals out in Williamsburg.
Yeah, that's it.
It's one of those types.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That makes
You got
sense
all
why
the
she had
Irish hoes.
that makes sense why she had the mask on, because she live over there.
Yeah.
I think she trying to provoke them people, man.
Nah, they like that over there. I ain't even
Okay.
gonna lie to you.
They
Like that, like, even a nigga like me when I'm young, like, you go over there and act stupid, get into an argument with them or whatever, they start blowing the whistles out their window. Like, once they hear one whistle, niggas start coming to the window. Like, and then people start running down on people in their community. Like, yeah, they like that over there.
Mm-hmm. They had whole big riots.
I seen videos of that shit too, Willie.
What's that?
I said I seen videos of that shit. What you talking about? Where they?
Oh yeah, man. Yo,
hit the
all
whistle,
them.
they came all out the sewer.
Yo, GQ. All them black jackets got a whistle in it,
Them
my
motherfuckers
nigga.
came out
Anything
and
get
cracked the
stupid,
concrete.
blow the whistle, my nigga.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas thought motherfucking Too Short was talking
In the
some shit.
80s,
Them
was a
niggas
big
will
ass.
blow the whistle.
In the 80s, there was a big ass riots out there in Crown Heights with black people in small hats.
Yeah.
That's what they're beating with black people at up right there.
Good old
Same
Crown
area.
Heights.
I'm gonna stay down here under the Mason Dixon, man. I'm gonna let y'all have that, man.
But it was crazy to see the quintessential white move to New York City in a cool neighborhood, liberal. All right, them Jews got a foot in your ass. Now what?
Hey, but look, why we got a break in randomness, man? Psycho, can you reiterate just a quick summation of your cam point, man? Because I had a second question I wanted to get out there about Cam Newton and Shadua, but
I mean, I agree with what he said about Shadua. I ain't really had too much to say about Cam outside. He dressed funny. I actually agree with what you said about you.
No, I don't know if nobody remember this, man. This is about like October during the season. You know, when bro them they was doing their thing. They was, you know, week by week they was closing the deal, and Cam had said something because you know Shadur got this little but not little derogatory, but you know he does this thing with the watch thing where you know Wade the Rolly or whatever, and Cam said,
Legendary.
well, Cam said something and said, "Hey, you being too flashy," or check that. And I'm summarizing what it was all about because I ain't even really get into what it was about. But that's when I said 1 and 2 had a little beef going back and forth, and you know Cam tried to clean it up, and bro faded him like, "Nah, you cloud chasing right now. I'm on cloud 9, I'm winning, and all that." And I'm looking at now this thing that kind of came full circle when he's like, "I've tried to tell you to tone it down, and you ain't listen." So I don't know if he
But
threw any
again,
shots
though,
at him.
but again, it comes back to Dion, right? I don't remember the coach that was like, "Oh, you're supposed to look a man in his eyes and take your shades
Well,
off and all of that."
hold on,
Now
Leo,
look
but
though,
The difference is
wait,
like
wait.
Cam came into the league with he was cocky, brash, and all that, right? But Cam had a resume to be that, right? Like he
was
won
a
national
Heisman.
title, yeah,
Yep.
he was Heisman. You know, he was hands down the best quarterback in the nation. Like it wasn't even close. So he had
All American?
the cachet. He had the cachet to be brash, but he wasn't. But he also wasn't. He wasn't ignorant to sit up there and start telling teams, well, you know, Carolina. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit too prime time for y'all. I think I'd rather play in LA. I think I'd rather play in New York, or I think I'd rather. Nah, he was. I want to be the number one pick, whoever that may be. Like I don't give a fuck who it is. I should be picked first. He was willing to go anywhere and play, but he was cocky and he felt like he could turn any franchise around. But that you want to hear that. That's confidence, right? You want to hear that from your quarterback.
But Psycho.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and finish your thought, bro. My bad.
No,
I want to get in there though.
No, I was just saying, yeah, like you want to hear that in your quarterback, everything else, but to hear somebody being as cocky and brash as Shador, who didn't really do much, and then start making these wild ass demands, talk about where you will and won't play, and all this other everything else, like whoa, bro, you ain't Cam Newton. Who the hell is you? Like Cam didn't even do that. You know what I mean? Like who the fuck is you?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm with you, bro. But it's just here's two things I want to. It's only two guys I remember that was kind of antagonizing the media back then on the machine, and that was Cam Newton. You know, he said, "Man, y'all fear me because I'm a black man and I'm a millionaire." And I'm like you. And every week he dressed funny as hell. He always wearing some old weird ass Tour de France shit. You know, going to the game. You know,
that came later though.
No, well, he was talking his shit, man. Him and Marshawn Lynch, they both was at odds with the media.
Nah, I'm
you
saying
know what I'm
he
saying?
was talking shit, but he ain't get on this weirdo eccentric shit.
Oh, the dressing? Yeah, the dressing shit came later, y'all.
That
The weird
shit came
dressing.
way later.
I can't live with later. The way he dressed. He was always cocky though.
I'd say he was always cocky.
No bullshit. In Charlotte, we used to fuck with him because it was nothing to see Cam ride through on one of them city scooters and he just moving through the city. Like, so niggas fucked with him before he got weird.
Hold on, no dish and no shade to bro, because he was doing outlandish shit. You know, he'll pay the fine just to give a kid the football or throw the ball in his, you know. No shade to what he was doing on the ground, but I'm just saying he was very combative when it came to the media.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
and he was very vocal. And
but
I
the
think he tried
difference
to
is
say,
though, he was that guy. He was nice. You know what I mean?
he was, but
like,
yeah,
when he hit
but
his pinnacle, he was that dude. Ain't
all
no
fair
doubt about
points.
it.
All fair points. And I think he just tried to put some stuff out there in the ether, you know, like some unc nephew type stuff, or big bro, little bro stuff. And they had an exchange back in like October, November during the season. And, you know, I'm just wondering, you know, was there a bigger than me moment when you said, "Nah, I'm bigger than the machine," and the machine spoke?
I just think though, people aren't being real. Like the American consumer does get frustrated with that whole nepotism thing, and so he's naturally gonna draw a certain level of criticism and whatnot, so he's got to live up to it. And when we look at his record objectively, that record don't say, you had to go first round. Especially when you're looking at the league right now, not too many niggas really need a quarterback right now.
Well, when Vegas passed, I was like, uh-oh. So
It was Pittsburgh for me. That was when I was like, all right, it's getting a little weird, but we'll see.
Well,
and it all played out.
Pittsburgh's still the real gridiron. So I want to disappointed. They play outside too.
But now,
so.
though, think about it. You're a black head coach. You discussing who you're going to draft. You know if you draft this little nigga every other week, right? And Pittsburgh been getting cooked last few seasons. Every other week it's going to be, well, maybe we should go with Dion. Maybe we should go with Dion. Who want to draft that?
No, well, Dion is not going. Well, they kind of like.
I'm saying that's a black quarterback. Let's be real. Now, I mean, you know this nigga wants.
Well, you
your
saying
job.
go with Dion? Are you talking about Dion replacing Mike Tomlin? Or are you talking about?
Niggas is already talking about getting rid of Mike Tomlin.
No.
Hold on. Let's be real.
Come on, teach, Will. Teach.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Pittsburgh fans are already talking about getting rid of Mike Tomlin. You think I want this nigga on my back on ESPN every Sunday, every Monday morning? Nah, I'm good.
Nah, the Pittsburgh franchise don't move that way. Like I said, since the 1960s, they have had 3 head coaches since the 60s.
That's crazy.
3.
Thank you, Psycho.
Is that a
Thank
fact?
you.
Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin. That's it. Since the 1960s.
But they all ready to get rid of Mike Tomlin right now, though.
No, they just
that.
started. Willie, do you realize Pittsburgh probably one of the last franchises that really started?
They ain't come to the league to the 50s. They ain't coming to the league to the 50s.
Everybody else getting $1 million contracts, and you know the best players on Pittsburgh got the high hundreds of thousands, 800,000 contract for a top wide receiver 1 or quarterback. You know what? The quarterbacks did decent, but everybody else getting 30 million.
I remember when they had.
I'm just saying, the
Harrison wasn't getting no money.
Yeah, top players was
that.
like, and I said, you got to really love the game to play for Pittsburgh. That's a different fucking culture, bro. Excuse my language, but
no, he's right. That is a different culture. The Rooneys run their franchise different. It's a family ran franchise, and yeah, they follow certain codes, and they loyal to their head coaches. They let the head coaches do what they do. They let the football people be football people. That's what they do.
All right. I can respect that, but I'm saying from the head coach argument that I'm making, and I probably use
they got
Pittsburgh,
arguably the best head coach in the fucking NFL.
Mike Tomlin right now?
Hell fucking yeah.
Come on, man.
Man, my ass.
You wildin'.
No. I think the disconnect is Pittsburgh's OC and maybe quarterback coach. They got a kink right there, but that's a whole nother discussion.
I mean, I think the obvious reason I use them, one, is because they got Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback after they just got rid of Sierra husband. So they were vacant at the quarterback spot. But I probably used it because it's a black head coach in that conversation. And nobody wants Dion over their shoulder on ESPN every weekend. That's just a real argument.
Oh no, Mike not gonna sweat that, man. The NFL is not gonna sweat that.
Man. They had to go home.
Yeah, Mike like, man, what?
But we could apply that argument to most other head coaches.
Real quick, not because
Tomlin the best damn coach in the NFL.
Real quick, not to cut y'all wisdom. Do y'all see that on the screen right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to tell y'all, but
niggas, y'all thought I was playing, but I told y'all. Y'all better believe it. The streets is his.
I told you niggas. I told you niggas. Niggas didn't want to listen to me. Oh, they gonna win the championship. Psycho, you don't know basketball. They gonna do this. They go.
Hey, yo, Psycho, you know when I knew it was real? When I think the nigga Anthony Edwards like He did an interview. He was talking about channeling Mike. I'm looking. This nigga had the hoop earring on. I was like, nah, he on a different type of time. Like, this nigga ain't playing.
Oh man, Minnesota leading 4-1.
It's over.
No, it's over.
Yeah, gotta get him out of here. It's done.
It's over.
Yeah, that's
Got
a
him
wrap.
out of here in 5 games.
Bron got to pack it up.
It's a wrap.
So the Maverick couldn't come out west and
So
do
who
the
they
thing.
play
He couldn't
next?
come out there and close the deal.
They play Golden State next, right?
Yep.
And SCA play who?
No, I'm not
Winner
sure.
Nuggets Clippers.
Yeah.
Oh, the Nuggets. All right. Yeah, because the Nuggets about to pack the Clippers up too.
I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna go back to my other stream. I'm gonna go back to my old stream when this trade first happened. And everybody told me I was nuts, and I ain't know that I was
24.
and how they was gonna win the title and all this other shit, and all this fantasy shit. And
You
it wasn't
said that
making no
about-
sense to be.
That was about 3 weeks ago, wasn't it? 3-4 weeks, maybe.
But no, it was more than that. Luka got traded a couple of months ago. Yeah, it was about 2 months ago. When
No, it ain't been a whole 2 months, Psycho. It's been shorter than 2 months now.
When Luka got
One
traded,
thing glaring, Psycho. Luka has.
2 months. Yeah.
Luka cannot defend.
I told motherfuckers that when they first traded him. I
Yeah,
said,
Luka cannot
I said,
defend.
who the Lakers going to stop? I was like, y'all got rid of your best defensive player for a motherfucker who played too much like LeBron. Oh, this is doomed to fail.
And
Y'all ain't
honestly,
stopping nobody,
yeah.
and y'all got a motherfucker on the team that's going to take up space for LeBron and shit. Like it's not going to work.
And honestly, this is proof. Like, defense wins championships. You know what I mean?
I guess that was
You
March.
gotta-
That was about March. My bad, Willie. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, defense wins NBA championships. Like, you got to have a dog in there to shut down the offense to really get them chips. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man.
Ant-Man almost had. He was 2 assists away from a triple double.
Yeah, that would have been a poor man's triple double though. He shot horrible.
Yeah, he only had 15 points.
Yeah, but when you got a
I don't
good
see what his
supporting
field. I don't
cast,
see what his
though,
shot field goal.
like,
Yeah, Gobert was the big man
It's
tonight.
my man though, Joker. Joker just had a poor man.
Yeah, he got 27 points, 24 boards. God damn, Rudy Gobert. That's what I'm saying. He would have done that with Anthony Davis there.
Yeah, there's nobody down there at 5. You're right.
Yeah, it would have been. He would have got no goddamn 27 points, 24 rebounds. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay. So is the East?
Crazy.
So it's gonna stay. The East gonna do it again?
I mean, we gonna see, man.
Uh-huh.
Nah, ain't nobody.
Knicks in 5.
Okay. I was just asking for a
Knicks
friend.
ain't winning no goddamn title. Stop lying.
Knicks in 5. Whole series long. You know how we are, Psycho. Like, we always believe Knicks in 5. I don't care what nobody say.
Kurt, you just got put on timeout. I'll bring you back up in a little bit, but you got put on timeout. But yeah, what you were saying?
That's just how the Knicks fans is, man. We always believe Knicks
Yeah,
in 5.
y'all-
I don't
y'all
care
like-
what no Knicks in 5.
Yeah, y'all like Cowboy fans. Y'all delusional, dog. Yes, I've been dealing with y'all delusion forever too. Nick fans, it's always their year.
That
He
boy,
lying.
that boy,
They are the
SGA.
Cowboys of the NBA.
Now, that boy SGA though, man. That boy different. No.
Yeah, I will say, y'all got a good team. Y'all got a good team. I ain't gonna stunt y'all. Y'all got a good team. I hate the Knicks, but I gotta give it up. Y'all got a good team.
Yeah, we doing all right.
I ain't gonna even say nothing, man. I'm a Sixers fan, so I don't even got a dog in the fight,
Oh
man.
Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
That's another reason I don't
Go
even
to
watch
sleep,
basketball. Fuck it, man. Hey.
Now, like I said, man, football fans are better fans than NBA fans, man. They just are. I'm sorry. They just are, man. And I've dealt with all different types of fan bases and all different types of sports. Baseball, football, basketball. And
Nah, but it wasn't always
right
like
with
that.
college, all this. And I'm just telling you, like, football fans are loyal, committed, passionate fans. They
Psycho.
represent what a sports
LeBron
fan is
fucked
supposed
up
to
the
be about.
NBA, Psycho.
NBA fans annoy me to no ends, dog. Like, because college
Only
basketball
now,
fans, I
though.
can't even say it's
Only these new
basketball.
niggas.
I can't even say it's basketball. College basketball fans don't act like NBA fans. College
Psycho,
basketball
only
fans actually
these
cheer
new
for the
niggas,
team,
Psycho.
and they not following players around all over the fucking place on that disloyal shit. That's NBA fans that do that crap.
Nigga, my
NBA.
team won our last championship 53 years ago, my nigga. But
Yeah.
I'm riding like it's these new niggas.
No.
And that's all that LeBron
No,
shit.
no, Psycho. No.
LeBron fucked the league up, man.
No, this
you
happened
can't just
before LeBron. This been going on before LeBron.
Yeah, they started
LeBron
like 2
didn't
years.
start this with the NBA fans. This NBA
LeBron
fans
started
been
this
going
shit.
on as long as I can remember.
Nah,
Yo,
LeBron came in.
let's
He
be real.
came.
Kevin Garnett ain't take no fans to
No,
the
no,
Celtics.
no. It was still
Like
before
niggas
LeBron.
that was Minnesota fans was Minnesota fans after.
Yeah, but
Kevin
how many Minnesota fans do you know? I never knew a lot of Minnesota fans. I knew people like Kevin Garnett. I knew people that like Kevin Garnett. But as far as being a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, no, I
This
ain't
whole
know the
Bron
Minnesota
sexual
Timberwolves.
thing is
Yeah,
some
how
new
many
shit,
how many motherfucking Orlando fans left when Shaq went to LA? Come on, man.
None. It was none. They were starting to. They were starting to become that team as far as like the bandwagon team that everybody jumped on, and then after Shaq left, that they all went to the Lakers. They all went to all those motherfuckers went to the Lakers.
And that definitely was before LeBron. I got them.
Yeah.
And
Salute y'all.
Peace, Lou. What up?
Yo, what up, Lou?
Peace and black
Hey,
power,
y'all,
brother.
hey, can y'all hear me, man? I'm on the road, so it might y'all gotta bear with me a little bit.
Just
But
let the
man,
window up, Nick.
man, salute to the Lakers fans, man. I know y'all y'all had a topsy-turvy year. Y'all had a topsy-turvy year, man. Y'all got Luka out the deal, so we'll see what's coming up in the next couple of years.
I'm glad we got rid of Big Boy though, because he stayed hurt too motherfucking much.
Boy, though, Shannon Sharp, bro, he just can't catch a break, can he, bro? This shit probably hurt him more than the lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? He probably somewhere under a bus right now in a fetal position.
Who that?
But, yeah, man. I just wanted to ask y'all though.
He talking about Shannon Sharp.
Did any of y'all see that footage with Cam Ward and Shador? They was at some type of quarterback combine going back and forth with each other. And Cam Ward was talking, telling them shit like, yeah, if I had that, you got the numbers on the percentage, but like if I had 1,000 bubble screens and shit, I had the same accuracy. I was just wondering if y'all seen it.
Nah.
I ain't seen that.
No, that was AI, Lou.
Yeah, because old boy was talking about that shit. That FD dude. I ain't trying to promote his channel or nothing.
Yeah,
but,
that's AI, Lou. Shit ain't happening for real.
Yeah, but
that was AI. Okay.
It kind of backed up like what Taz was saying, with the accuracy and all that. But yeah, I think y'all, if you can find that clip, y'all will be, yeah, because they tried to use that clip to downplay Shador. Some white news station put it out there, but they lied on what it was about. They were trying to say it showed Shador going at Cam, but it was actually Cam going at Shador. So yeah, that's it. But Lakers, man, keep y'all head up, dog.
Hey, but Lou, you know what, man?
Damn them wishes, man.
No, during the Heisman season, man, Cam was flexing a little bit, man, because with he was too. Well, I ain't gonna say it was Cam. It was more like I don't know his camp or whatever, but he was talking about who had better numbers, rushing and passing and percentages and everything, and there was a conversation about the dink and dunks and all that type of stuff, and who running a real or a traditional offense, and whose numbers are more solid or padded, so to say. There was some discussions about that. That was about doing right during the Heisman conversation and everything. So it's a little contention there. But hell, he gotta go perform too.
Yeah. Trying to pull up the box scores so I get the full joint. Pause.
But I don't think they ever went back and forth
I
with
got
it.
a quick question though. What other teams played in the playoffs though?
We talking about basketball?
Yeah, basketball.
Oh, I had no clue, bro. I'll be there for the finals.
I can't find the box scores of this shit. Trying to find the box score.
What you looking for in the box score? What you looking for, man?
The shooting percentage. I see you. Oh, he didn't get 30 something. I saw you was talking about he getting 34 tonight. Yeah, that's.
I need now 35 is that bet was. Yeah, he let me down tonight, man, for the Hondo, but it's cool.
Yeah,
I usually catch him, but you know that's the sign for real to me that it's over, though, fam. To be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, we're talking about what he's historically done in his career, show up in these type of games. And that first quarter, bro, when I saw him not chasing down rebounds, not trying to score, not trying to be the scorer, like it's over.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he can play another season after that, bro. Unless he really like and again, like the wear and tear that he, you know what I'm saying, did this shit just take a toll on him. And then that means you really ain't going to next year. So I think it's over.
You think, bro, it's time to go?
Yeah, I think it's over, bro. I mean, I've been a fan of the nigga since he was in high school. But like,
Luka didn't play good either. He had 28 points, but he shot terrible. Shot 7 for 18 from the field, 2 for 8 from 3-pointer.
I'm saying lack of effort though from Bron.
Yeah, I know. I know you talk about LeBron and his effort. Yeah,
like it's just not even a bad night. It's just nigga, you ain't even trying like that, bro.
I don't think he can, man. I think his body's letting him down. He's getting old. Yeah. He's getting old. He can't move like in his 20s no more.
Hey, Psycho, you know how in the movies they show the old master in the kung fu movies beating everybody up in the school? That's the goddamn movies. The sports is a young lion sport. LeBron is too old to try to run with Anthony Edwards or Bronson, right? He just passed his prime. Even though he looks great, he can't box with the young lions out there.
I told people, I was like, when they got Luka, I said that told me one thing: LeBron ain't getting another ring.
So they're moving on.
Yeah, they're moving on. Yeah, they're moving on without LeBron.
And I'll go further to say that I don't think the Lakers, and I've been a Laker fan for a long time, I don't think they're going to win a championship with Luka, because
I don't think so either. But
skilled as he is, he can't stop a snail from crossing the street with goddamn salt, man. My 2-year-old daughter could cross this nigga Luka up.
That's real.
So we're not winning a championship with him.
He needs some defensive anchors behind him.
Popcorn.
He needs some defensive anchors behind him in order to make it work. But and like I said, once they got Luka though to boot, so they can have something to go, beyond the LeBron era, because the LeBron era is over. So they needed something to hang their hat on, to move on with. Because the Lakers don't like for their legends to leave without having another player in place to pass the torch on to.
I mean, was it really worth it though? Because I mean, to me, if we would have been able to trade and still keep Anthony Davis, that would at least his defensive presence would be able to make it.
He was more important to that team than Luka is. I said it when it happened. People thought I was nuts. I'm like, Anthony Davis is more important to that team. And Davis, he does more. Like, he gets you points and defend on the other side of the court. You need that defensive presence down there. Like, who are they going to stop? Y'all trade y'all best defensive player. Who y'all want to stop?
When he can play, shit. How
Yeah.
often is that?
And then he got an offensive repertoire as well. It's not like he's just
He never playing though, Swarty. He never playing, bro.
Okay, Luka gonna be healthy for the next 10 seasons, but when it's time for him to actually guard Anthony Edwards or guard Jalen Brunson, he's gonna get cooked on the Food Channel.
I think it's about over with for AD though.
But you know what I'm saying? When you can't stop nobody, You really can't. You can't. I mean, you're exciting to watch because you can score a lot of points. But when it's time to win the NBA Finals, you gotta stop somebody at some. You gotta have some type of defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Lakers gonna bring somebody over there to back them up.
We'll see next year.
Talk about the Yankees of basketball, man. I'm
Psycho, man, I'm rocking with football until Luka retire because he can't stop us from crossing the goddamn street, man.
Yankees were in the World Series last year. Aaron Judge did hit a home run today. Cut it out.
Yeah. I said that trade was overrated. But not as far as like what it's going to do this year, anything else. Like if Kyrie didn't go down, the Mavericks would still be playing right now. That Kyrie didn't go down. Like, that's what fucked them over. Anthony Davis was ready by the playoffs.
I don't know, man.
If Kyrie was playing, they'd still be playing right now. I think that team would have a healthy Kyrie and a healthy Anthony Davis would have beat the Lakers.
They can't seem to get this shit right here in Texas, man. You be thinking Mavericks, you been thinking Rockets, you be thinking Spurs. That's like fuck it, man. They ain't gonna happen.
I would say really not. It's not as much pressure on the Rockets and the Spurs. They already have things as an organization, so they got more than one championship. You know that I wouldn't say they in the same exact position, you know, as other teams because they already have won the championship.
Well, that's fair point. Fair point.
Dallas got one.
Post COVID, man, you be thinking motherfuckers gonna do it and they don't. They go all the way out to the west. West Coast.
Dallas is the team that we would look to have more success because I want to say in Texas, you probably got to win more than one championship to really be respected in Texas. When you look at the Cowboys and some of the other great teams they've had, so you probably got to win more than one to really be respected.
Now these days, shit. Y'all think you got to win one in this era?
Dominate a little bit.
Come on, Taz, you from my era of basketball. Probably the era before mine. You know, Taz, that's bullshit. Because can't nobody in here name 5 people off the Toronto Raptors team that won the goddamn finals, other than Kawhi Leonard.
Wasn't Van Fleet on that roster?
Right, but you see how we don't even
Pascal Siakam
winning the championship. They don't get mentioned on ESPN. Nobody gives a damn about that.
I mean, old champs are old champs, but I'm just saying. I remember some of that team. I can't give you the whole 5 right off like boom, but.
And a lot of people they want to take credit from that team because I believe when they went up against the Bucks, Giannis was injured. So a lot of people don't even really give the respect that the Raptors deserve in winning that championship. You know what I'm saying, Taz? Because injuries are a part of
look at it like a fluke. A lot of people looked at it like a fluke.
Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm.
But they're a young franchise too.
But so and not to cut you, but just think about it like this though. So ain't that the same shit they say about the bubble ring?
Yeah, and I don't think it's fair at all to do that to a professional athlete that won at the highest level. I don't think that's fair at all. But we already got some very.
Let me give you another example. They did it they do that about the strike shortened season 2.
Spurs in '99.
Yeah. Damn, that's true.
And see, that's not fair because first of all, it's hard to make it on the highest level and be the last man on the roster at the highest level.
One of Jordan rings was shortened. I believe, was a shortened season. They had a strike threatened season. They missed like 2 weeks. They only missed like 2 or 3 weeks of season, but whatever. But it was a strike shortened season though.
Yeah, MJ walking on water though. MJ could slap somebody in public and they'll say he didn't do anything wrong. MJ is God in the NBA. So MJ can do no wrong.
It was the 95-96 season. It was the 95-96 season.
Well, I would say you're going to put an asterisk by both of those anomalies because they had worked out the math to a championship before you know, it was even played. You know, jokers like, all you got to do is do this. You know, so yeah, both of those got asterisks bound.
But who ain't nobody concerning Michael Jordan, period.
Okay, no, they didn't miss no games in
Real
95,
hardcore
96.
sports fans, Mike.
They missed the preseason.
Outside of us, who's really looking at that?
Yeah, they missed the preseason. That's what it was.
That shit be too canned, man.
Do y'all think the NBA and the NFL is rigged to a certain degree?
Absolutely not. I'm sitting here. I'm telling you, it's not.
NFL is too hard to rig the NFL. That's hard to do.
Yeah, that's hard.
But I saw tonight why people say that shit and can stand on it. As a person that put the money on the wood for this shit every day. Night, I saw why motherfuckers will always make that argument. Nigga, listen. The fucking Warriors were down 15, Psycho, with 10 minutes left in the fourth, playing they backups, nigga. Playing they backups. Steph unlacing his boots, nigga, taking his ankle shit off. They're only down 15, bro. So if you looking at that and you don't put your money on Golden State to win, you looking like, nah, man, this some bullshit. But if you're looking at it as a basketball fan, it's like, well, shit, them niggas just gonna go home and win the series. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you know what I mean? It's like, but I know why somebody would say it, bro. Because like, when I tell you the backups gave that one type effort to bring them back into the game, nigga, they were back in that game. He could put Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler and them back out there in that game. It'll be closer at the end. He left the backups out there the entire fourth quarter. Gave it away. They cut a 30-point lead down to 14, bro.
Yeah.
To the point where Houston had to put their starters back in. So,
that happens. Sometimes
outside
teams get hot. Sometimes teams just get hot a little bit, yeah.
But on the outside of that, I could see why somebody would say, nah, that was rigged. They just wasn't supposed to win. That's why Steve Kerr ain't put them back in. You know, so I can see somebody saying that too.
Right. Let's see, what did Bronny do tonight? Oh, that's right, he ain't play. Rick Bronny James. Yeah.
Oh, that was a smooth shot right there, Psycho. What Bronny do tonight? Oh, that's
Don't connect. They play either. I thought he looked pretty good, but I don't know what happened with him. But it just can't play because he can't play no defense, but neither can Luka. So why not put him out there?
Luka don't play no D. None.
Luka be looking like somebody who got knocked out, reaching to try to stay up, but he can't stay up. He on his way down. Luka be looking horrible on defense. I was like, yeah, we not gonna win with him because when it comes down to when you think of all the young best players in the NBA, if John Morant if he ever had to switch off on John Morant or any of the great talents in the NBA, they gonna cook that dude on the food channel, man.
He's not gonna sound crazy. It's gonna sound crazy, but the Lakers need Dylan Brooks. I'm telling you, Dylan Brooks will turn that whole team around. Because they need a dog. They got points. They don't have no dog. They trying to outshoot other teams, but they need that defensive specialist. They need that dog that's gonna fight.
And LeBron led the team in minutes again. That can't happen anymore.
But bro, I'm telling you, bro, first quarter, bro, that nigga looked lethargic out that bitch, bro. Like, he didn't even take a shot. He didn't even take his first shot to like 5-6 minutes into the game.
Oh, my bad. He was second in minutes. Austin Rivers beat him out by 20 seconds. But yeah, you say he ain't take a shot till when?
He didn't take his first shot to about 5-6 minutes in.
Yeah.
You know, I had
once you saw that, you should already knew what that was headed for. Because pass of LeBron don't win.
Yeah.
LeBron's passive like that. Gee, that's not good. Y'all gonna probably do it.
It's like, was it worth it to be a team player in a way where scoring isn't your first mindset, right? So was it really worth it for LeBron in his career to have the pass first mentality? You know, would it have been better for him to just say, I'm just going to score the basket, I'm going to focus on scoring, and it would have been better for him to approach the game, I think, from Kobe mindset, or
I think what made him special was having those point guard abilities. That's what made him special.
But what is the knock that most people get put on LeBron James, right? A lot of people, even with him having 40,000 points and being the first player in NBA history to have 10,000, 10,000, and 10,000, right? Even with him doing that, it's people that would still rather Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan take the last shot, or even outside of the last shot, it's people that would still rather take them and start their franchises with them over LeBron James.
I mean, but if we're honest about their careers, they didn't have them.
Like, too many people I'll take over LeBron as far as starting a franchise. If I'm like if everybody was in their prime, all the GOATs were in their prime, and it's an NBA draft, and I'm just drafting them up. Yeah, LeBron, it'll be hard pressed not to take LeBron number one out of everybody, and that's because of one, he was 18 coming in, so you know, like I'm getting extra years off of him just based off that, yeah, he just does so much.
He was cooking. Ron Artest, I believe, gave an honest testimony about when they invited LeBron at 15. He was saying that LeBron could win pro right then and there.
Yeah, but I'm saying when you bring up Kobe and Mike and them, they weren't even in the playoffs, like at this stage in their career. Yeah, I mean, they were trash. So that
and they weren't in the playoffs as early as LeBron was in his career either.
It's a little crazy content idea, but what you think about this, Psycho? Think about this, bro. See what you think about this.
Oh, shit.
So, what if brother? Real talk. What if we did that just for fun, though? All-time drafts. About like everybody ain't really gonna be qualified or want to be in this shit anyway. So you know what I'm saying? Like we get 7, 8 niggas together. You know what I'm saying? 10, 12, whatever, how many ever, and we just do it for fun.
Draft like a GOAT team and just like
yeah, but it's different going on past performance though.
I mean, who you draft is who you draft, though, nigga.
Yeah.
We used to do that on the Madden and on the 2K. Me and my cousin would all pick a team, and then we would take the best players off of other teams, and I think we would take like 5 or 6 picks and build our team, and then the nigga who built the team that can't nobody stop, don't nobody want to play 2K after that, and niggas go lift weights.
I know one thing, I'm taking Mike over Sam Bowie every time.
But like I said, like I would pick LeBron 1. I would go after my scorer second, like big man second or something, because like LeBron just fills so many holes. Like he just fills so many holes. Like he's plug and play. He can do a lot of different shit. Like if you get Jordan, you gotta draft specifically. Like you draft Jordan number 1, you gotta carefully craft your team around that. Right. Where LeBron is way more flexible, right? Like your second pick is you can go a whole bunch of different ways. Where if you get Jordan number 1, you gotta specifically draft you gotta carefully craft your team.
See, and that's where I disagree though. If we talking about talent, I could grab almost anything after Mike and build a team around it. Once I got a big man, I'm good.
Michael being the best two-way player, some would argue ever, would probably that would challenge the number 1 person taken overall,
right?
Because
I'm saying
because it wouldn't be it would be wise to take LeBron James number 1 overall, you know. But Michael being the best two-way player, that brings a lot of value to the pick.
Yeah, I mean,
if you think about it, though, like
after him. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say in them mock draft terms, if you picking first in like a 10-team draft, you won't pick again until what, 19?
Yeah.
You know
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Because it comes back in reverse order. So yeah, you won't pick again until 18, 19. know what I'm saying? So, and then you'll get the double pick right there, but nah. You know what I'm saying? So you have to pick perfect. You know what I'm saying? After you pick
19
Man,
because they
you saying
sleep
you
on
saying
my
all
nigga.
time, like all time players, like
19 because they sleep on
everybody.
my nigga.
Everybody.
Pat's still
Dr.
available.
J, Bird, Magic,
Pat's still available at
Well,
19.
yeah. That's the case. Shit.
Yeah, like that first round, like, you know what I'm saying? Probably at the end of the first round, you still probably got niggas like Wilt going, you know what I'm saying, first, but then they get to pick again. That 10th pick picks again.
We just going off of talent. We just going off of talent, or we add personality since we looking at it hindsight.
No, I mean, you just building a team.
That's an interesting. I like that element though.
So I mean, personalities would matter if you're talking chemistry and everything. So I guess that would matter.
Yeah, because if I'm gonna pick Jordan, I'm gonna pick Scotty. If I'm gonna pick Jordan, I'm gonna be Scotty.
But that's because you've seen that though. I could put Mike with other people.
By the time,
yeah, he might be gone.
I don't know if he will be though, because like 19, I don't know if
I
don't know if you pick 19 people before Scotty. Scotty might still be on the board. Not unless somebody's cop blocking. Put
picking Scotty as your number 2 pick.
Right.
You would have to, because if you try to bullshit around number. Because remember, if you pick Jordan number 1, you got back-to-back picks, so you can go Scotty and somebody else.
I'm picking Mike, right? And
not if you pick.
You gotta go with Scotty. If you got Jordan,
by the time we get the 19,
right, that means you're gonna have like 20 and 21.
Yeah. I still
think he's gonna be there. Still be there.
I would pick. If I'm going with Jordan, I probably won't go with Jordan. But if I was going to go with Jordan, I would pick Scottie Pippen, and then that next pick, I don't know if he'll still be there, but I would go with Hakeem wouldn't be there.
Nah, he's gone. He's gone. He's getting picked right after Mike. He's getting picked right after Mike.
Probably be gone by then.
Some of them niggas ain't gonna make it.
I would go with definitely a versatile center.
Now look, I might luck up and niggas might Shador Tim Duncan. I'm gonna grab him.
Tim Duncan gone too.
Tim
Duncan
gonna be gone.
Yeah, about 20 pick, he gone. When you get to the 20 pick, you're gonna be looking at the Scottie Pippins of the world and stuff like that. That's
what I say. When we start getting to that third round, niggas gonna have to, you know what I mean?
That next wave of you want that next wave of players.
Third round to get crazy.
Yeah, third round is where you start having questions, because your Currys, your Wades, all them gonna be gone, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? But them niggas don't be gone, fam.
You got I could name 19 names quick, like Mike, LeBron,
Kobe in the first round.
Kobe, Shaq. You know what I mean?
But see, it's only a couple names that can even compete with a Bill, a Shaq, a Wilt, a Kareem, a David. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, you're right, Hakeem. Like, you ain't
picks right there.
It's only 10 of them, nigga. You might get 10 of them.
Steph
and then
Curry might go second round.
It's gonna get thin. Yes, I said the center spot gonna get thin. Like after a while, like everybody gotta have a center. And
Chris Webber definitely going in the second round. You know what I mean?
Chris Webber is like second, third round.
Grant Hill will be
Chris Webber might still be in the third
round.
Bitch.
It's still gonna be.
You think Webber be there in the third?
Yeah, he definitely could be there in the third. Yeah.
He'd be there.
I'd probably scoop Webber in the second. If he was still available, I'd take Chris.
Yeah, he's not as
But if I take Mike, I'm going with a big man first. Second.
I would take Kevin McHale.
It's IQ side, but he's not as athletic as I want
over Chris Webber.
Forward to be.
Yes, it's a lot of people I take over Chris Webber.
Yeah.
Kevin McHale.
Chris Webber's a lot of fours that would get taken over Chris. That's why I said Chris will still be there in the third. And that's if people even take a four. A lot of people, but like there's going to be a lot of fours, I think, still on the board in the third round. Because most people are going to be going like guards and forwards the first two rounds. Small forwards like wingmen.
I'm going guard center.
Point guards and shit.
So
it ain't going to be too many fours. Yeah,
I'm going Mike, and I'm going.
I'm one of the best, probably only like 1 or 2 fours that even go in the first round. Tim Duncan and like maybe Barkley or somebody like.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Like maybe Karl Malone, maybe. I don't know. Karl Malone probably be the second round. I don't even think nobody pick him in the first.
It wouldn't be much to put together though, man. But you know, we got the off season coming up where ain't shit gonna be happening. So
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Kinda like
baseball.
Ain't gonna
But
lie,
yeah, that's
I kinda
interesting.
like
That's
that.
interesting thing we could do right there. Yeah.
All-time draft, huh?
Yeah, that's all-time players.
That's the show.
I sent the premises to y'all too, Taz and Psycho. I sent the premises to y'all.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I got it. I appreciate that.
Set up the lottery and niggas get the picking.
Okay.
Yeah, how would you set that up though? You would have to have everybody.
No, I was saying no lottery, fam. Like we gotta draw straws, pick numbers, whatever.
Lottery,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But what we ain't no lottery. They just like we all coming in.
Well, I'm
equal,
saying
so
that's
we gotta,
a lottery. Like drawing straws, it's the chance of it.
But
Pick a name out of hat, whatever.
It might be a whole template for that shit out there, bro. You never know. Like these motherfuckers got shit whipped up nowadays. So
Hey, Ted, this one we
crazy.
gotta get True. Let True set it up through Chat GPT, and it's a go. Now that shit would be dope though.
We could definitely
put a little template together and drop the names in there and shit. Yeah.
It's a lot of guards.
I think it would be crazy
you got
to
Clyde
see.
Frazier. You got a lot
I
of.
think it would be
motherfuckers.
crazy to
it'd be,
see
as
who
I
goes
said, like it'd be
second round.
interesting to see who falls where,
Right.
where they get drafted, and what the teams look like.
Right.
Bernard King was a small forward though, wasn't he?
Huh?
If I
Bernard
can't get
King was a
Mike,
small forward.
Yeah, he's small. Yeah.
but if I can't get Mike, fam, I'm taking guards late. I'll wait.
I feel you. That's why I said, like, it's going to be certain positions that's going to be shit going to be getting thin. Like, I would love to see what the center position looking like by the third round.
Where does AI go?
Yeah, a lot of questions.
Then you got your Pennies and your McGrady's out there too.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd.
And then just so to set the tone, I say we deal with them like we ain't dealing with their injury issues, like just them in their prime.
Yeah, it's like you getting Grant Hill, nigga. The what if Grant Hill?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you get the Grant Hill before the injury. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The what if Penny Hardaway, right?
That was my 2K joint. I was playing. I stopped playing it. I had Penny and McGrady and Grant Hill on the same team.
You know what I'm saying? Just a little content idea. You know what I'm saying? Just a little concept I just thought about. But like that shit, I think that shit'd be fun, bro.
That shit'd be dope.
Yeah, that'd be dope. People have to really put their brains together and come up with. I could come up with a list of motherfuckers.
I think Grant Hill can play. I think Grant Hill can play with Jordan.
You think so until niggas start getting taken off the shelf. Then you
Niggas got them
restructure.
devices, nigga. Niggas got them devices in the other hand looking up names, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I know my team off top. I know the niggas who I want and who, if I got certain people, I would build around. Like, Rashid might go earlier than y'all niggas would expect fucking with me.
Rashid?
He wouldn't even make the roster for me.
Yeah, see?
And fucking with me, like if I get certain players early, oh yeah, Rashid third round, niggas would be like, huh?
That would be a good pick.
Yeah. Depending on who I get.
Yeah.
If I get
Mike, he would be a good.
If I get
person
Mike,
to
if
have
I
with
get
Jordan.
Pat Ewing, and then I get Rashid, give me a shooter and I'm good.
Give me Stoudemire over Rashid.
And Reggie Miller still probably floating around. Oh no, you niggas in trouble.
That's what I'm saying, brother. When niggas see that file, that's what makes the difference, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you look at it board. Yeah, you start seeing that board, and that board start going. Players start getting taken off the board. And things start looking different.
All time gonna be crazy. You got Oscar Robertson out there.
Niggas say he took Rasheed Wallace in the third round, And the
Watch
nigga
your
was
mouth.
out
Chill
there
out.
though.
Let me
Hey,
do my
look,
GM thing.
You still got Sean Kipp on the board.
Let
Huh?
me do my
the nigga
GM
like,
thing.
it's still crazy options out there, bro.
Yeah, she tough, but I mean, I don't know.
I think I would do Twin Towers. I wouldn't do this modern day shit, nigga. I'm taking David and Shaq, nigga. What y'all
You
talking
trying to
about?
bully people. You trying to bully
Good luck. David, Shaq, and Steph, nigga.
David at the 4.
Let's go.
Give me Wilt.
Yeah.
Give me Wilt. Give me
This how I
Wilt,
know
Giannis.
I'm gonna get the best team. Cause I'm
Give
gonna
me
fuck
Wilt.
that like Ron Artest. Word.
Give me Wilt,
Yeah,
Giannis,
I
and
take
Kobe.
Yeah, that's another thing. Y'all talking about scores. Somebody could just get an all defensive team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some piston shit.
Just beat everybody the fuck up.
Yeah, just beat everybody the fuck up to get Rodman, Shaq.
I got
you know what
Cat
I'm saying?
hitting that fadeaway. I
You know what
got
I mean?
Mike doing what Mike do, and I got Ron Artest punching niggas in the face. We going to the chip. I don't care what.
See, Ron Artest wouldn't make my roster.
See?
All you gotta do is
I
get
mean,
fit.
if you talking about defense,
No, but all you gotta do is
if you're
get.
doing like an all defensive team, Ron Artest wouldn't make your roster.
And offense. Let's
Last
not
pick,
play like
last
Ron
round.
ain't a
If
scorer.
he's like, if I'm weeding out the last player, I got to pick in the last round of the draft. Maybe if he's like, if I need a defensive player, but
I ain't gonna lie. Listening to y'all niggas, I'm interested to see these teams.
I said I pull a name out the hat like Ben Wallace if I'm thinking defense.
Yeah,
so
well, if you need a wingman, you better off going Ron. But if you need somebody down low,
Ben Wallace don't score like either one of them. Not like Rashid, not like Ron Artest.
Well, Ron Artest
Now-
wasn't really that much of a
So
scorer.
now when I get an injury that season, I still got offense. I still got production.
Niggas wasn't worried about no fucking Ron Artest, man. Cut it out.
Niggas sleep on that Pacer team, man. Stack 5, Ron Artest, motherfucking
You talking the Mouse and the Palace?
Reggie. Come on. Yeah, man.
Bane O'Neal.
That team was it.
Action Jackson.
Wasn't he also balling in Chicago?
Yeah.
Artest?
He had a nice.
Hey, he was alright.
His best years in Indiana.
Hey, yo, that nigga Reggie Miller was in tears, man, because Stack 5 was
Act
like, yo.
Ron was like the scoreboard though, man.
Stack 5 was like, I never got to apologize to you. Reggie was in tears, like, nigga, you ain't never got to apologize to me. I know it was real. I know y'all niggas was doing it for me. You know what I mean? That shit had me damn it.
That's how you know it, and that's an example of how the NBA was different. Motherfuckers be saying like, you know, it was different then, man. It was different, man.
These niggas had this nigga Reggie Miller had me misty eyed. I was like,
I seen that joint. I seen that
shit
joint.
off, man.
Reggie was balling, man. He was definitely a fighter, man.
That nigga told Stack 5, he was one of the best teammates I had. Y'all whole team, y'all ain't gotta apologize for nothing. Oh, that's some real nigga shit. That shit was wild.
Yeah, because they definitely had a chance that year. They definitely
They
had a
was
chance
killing
that
the
year.
East that year.
Yeah.
I remember that Mouse and Palace shit. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, that was a wild joint, yeah.
I was watching that shit live when it happened. I was like, ain't this about a bitch? These motherfuckers up here fighting in the audience.
Tyrese Halliburton's dad, was he right or wrong?
Oh, yeah. I have an issue with it. I to be honest with you, like, he ain't do nothing different than any other father would have did. He was excited his son scored the final basket, eliminated the team, and he told him motherfuckers get the fuck up out of here. Like, take your ass home. And Giannis got mad because he was up in his feelings and shit. And everybody chastising the dad. I'm like, he ain't talk shit about his wife, he ain't talk shit about his kids, he ain't talk shit about his dead grandparents. He wasn't talking crazy, he told him to go the fuck on. Like,
See,
you know,
but
like
the
talking
only
shit.
problem is though, you niggas.
He was excited.
I agree. You just
he spoke out of excitement, like, you know, like that's just being a dad. Like, I ain't got a problem with that. You know what I mean? You talk a little bit of shit, so what?
As long as the game over.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I think that's the only. You know what I'm saying, that's what makes the difference to me.
I think Giannis made too big of a deal out of that shit. He should have calmed his ass. Like, he was just mad that he lost.
Yeah. I could see how, you know.
No, Giannis said
Giannis should have just said, "Fuck
he
that nigga. He's just another fan."
that's what he
Period.
thought he was. That's what he said. He said he
I'd have
didn't
been ready
realize.
to crash on anybody.
He said he didn't realize it was his pop. Once he realized was his pop, he was like everything was. We worked that out. He said he thought he was a fan. That's why he acted that way.
Nah,
Yeah.
that nigga was a bitch ass
Even if
nigga.
he
Was a
was a
Yeah.
fan,
fan.
so
I
what? You
don't
got
agree
heckled by
with
a
No,
what
fan.
my
they can't
dad
be.
You're a
did.
professional. You got heckled
He
by
a
a
They
whole
can't
fan.
be
ass
on the
nigga.
court.
Saying he don't
Deal
He
agree
with
did
with
that.
my
that like he
dad
thought that
did.
was a regular fan and was like, bumping heads
Jumping
with
in
him
his
and all that
face and
shit.
shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little crazy.
No,
yeah,
because
that's what I'm
fans ain't
saying. Like
supposed to
he
be
was
on the
extra
court though.
aggressive.
You know what I
That's what I
mean?
mean about the access, though. Dad
Yeah.
gets the access. So at this point, you ain't just a regular fan. You a motherfucker in my face. Like, back the fuck up.
Right. That's what he was saying. Like he did. He once he realized it wasn't a fan, he was like, I didn't know that was his pop. He's like, once I realized it was his father, we squashed everything with that.
It's too
Yeah,
late.
I thought,
We sitting here talking about the malice in the palace. I might have slapped the shit out of a fan. You lucky
well,
you
that's
found out
different.
that
Yeah,
was
now
his
that's
father.
different. They was coming on they was coming on the court for smoke. But that right there, that was the end of the game. A little bit of trash talk. Deal with it, dog. You know what I mean? Get your ass the fuck up. And I said in my joint again. I'm sorry. I gotta blame the Chicago Bulls for all this because, I feel like teams who lose should just be allowed to just leave. Like just leave.
Nah, that was some
like
hoe
they
shit.
lost. Like
Nah,
motherfuckers
Zeke and them niggas did some hoe shit.
all this hand shaking and all this other shit, everything else. Listen, man, I lost, man. I'm pissed off right
Nah,
now.
Psycho,
I'm
Zeke
about to
and
go
them
on
niggas did
before
some
I
hoe
crash
shit,
out.
man.
Before I crash out up here, I'm just gonna take my ass to the motherfucking back and shit. But they don't want motherfuckers to do that. They want motherfuckers to stay out in the court and all this other shit. So when you get these little crash outs happening, well, that's because tension's high. That's because people up in their feelings right now.
And remember, Zeke said that. Zeke was like, y'all acting new because when Bird used to beat us, they used to walk out too. That's
Yeah,
what Zeke said.
it was that one Kevin McHale moment when they finally beat the Celtics. Kevin McHale stood out there and was giving all the Pistons dapped and shit and everything else, telling them to go beat the Lakers, go represent the East and this, that, and the third. After that, they wanted that to become the tradition, right? And then when the Pistons bucked that little silly notion that's what the fuck we supposed to be doing, and we just want to walk off the court, motherfuckers, they got villainized for that shit. They got demonized for that shit, right? Like Michael Jordan still bitch about that shit to this day. You know what I mean? So and after that, now all of a sudden everybody the common notion is you're supposed to stay on the court, shake everybody's hands, dap everybody up, exchange numbers, sign jerseys, whatever the fuck it is they do. And yeah.
He said sign jerseys. Yeah, that's some new shit right there, nigga. Signing jerseys.
Yeah, that'll win against Detroit. My bad, go ahead, bro.
Well, I was just gonna say I agree to an extent, but I do think we have to remember that they're supposed to be professional. You know what I'm saying? So that with that, I think that's the quote unquote professional environment is to okay, you lost, but you still gotta dap it up. Not you know what I'm saying? Like you can't have feelings like a high school kid or nothing like that.
Yeah,
You
they
gotta
have
dap
role
it up.
models and shit for kids and shit. So yeah, I understand that part. Yeah. Y'all, the kids see y'all wilding out, the adults wilding out at the end of the game.
That's why they should just let them walk off the court like the Pistons, so you don't see the crash out. The crash. Let them go. Y'all got it. Go celebrate. I ain't gotta be here to watch you celebrate. I gotta stay in here and watch you celebrate.
I don't disagree, but again, you got to remember. But what you're saying there is now what will be considered bad sportsmanship with the youth. Right, because with the youth, you shake hands after every game.
Yeah, they make you do that.
Yeah, I know but that's youth sports and everything else. Like I get it in youth sports and everything. Try to suck it up and everything else. But man, like these pros, like these motherfuckers, like I said, they liable to crash out, dog. And you saw it happen last night because people always only focus on the dad situation. He was about to fight the players and everything else too at midcourt after that whole dad thing. Like he had about 3 crash outs last night after the game. They just focused on what happened with the dad. He had a whole nother crash out with the players.
Yeah. Who won that Warriors? Who won that Warriors game?
Houston won tonight.
Yeah, they got blew out. They got blew out. They cut it. They made it close toward the end, but it was ugly all game.
Y'all think this Brian last game?
No,
it should be.
I don't think it's his last.
I think so.
I think he want to do one of them Kobe victory laps though. But
Yes.
it should be. I'm telling you, it's over. After
Yeah,
what I saw tonight.
Yeah, he need to calm that down.
I think this game right here is going to lead him to say that next year is my last year. That's what I think.
It's the victory trust that victory lap. It's over, bro.
Yeah, he's going to announce. He's going to wait till before the season to announce it, but I think he's going to announce it before the season, so he can get his victory lap.
I hope he get what he want, but I don't know, man. I think, as they say, he's supposedly the most hated NBA player. He might not get what he think he gonna get.
Nah, he gonna get it. He gonna get his flowers.
I don't know. He is not the most hated. I don't know. Most popular.
I think the league will be glad to see him go. Like LeBron is always a problem in terms of winning. So don't.
Well, when you say the league, you mean the play? You mean like the players? Yes, and some of the owners.
Players, yeah, I think the players.
Players and owners. Yes,
players. Yeah,
as far as Adam Silver, Adam Silver don't want to see him go. Adam Silver wants to see him get about 5 more years out of him.
There you go. As a fan, I want to see him go because that whoever's going to be the man now because it's open now. Once he's gone, I think the competition is going to rise because everybody's going to be trying to get that spot. Because I don't think your boy in Boston is going to be because he probably would be the face of the league, right?
Who, Tatum?
Yeah,
Tatum. I think they've been trying to force it, but it ain't happening.
But he ain't going. Yeah, it ain't
I don't think. Yeah, people take to him the same. Like he's not. Yeah, I don't think.
Maybe Edwards.
Edwards said he don't want to be the face of the league.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that no more.
It ain't about what they want.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a thing no more. Like I think they tried it with too many different players since Kobe and LeBron. I just think they just gonna have a whole bunch of just stars everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think it's
star power. Yeah, star power is higher.
That's when it's going to dip because when the NBA ain't got 1 or 2 players that really like 2 or 3 players that they can put in the front and make a whole lot of money off of, the NBA suffers.
Yeah,
like you gotta remember it was like Bird, Dr. J, Magic, Kareem. So I think it's gonna go back to that level of.
But these are superstars though. These are superstars. Like they're stars in the NBA, but who are the superstars? Who are the transcendent? Who are the international superstars? They don't really have that outside LeBron and Luka.
That's what they're trying to make Luka. I think they're trying to.
Yeah.
They got Bron, Luka. I think Jokic and Giannis might be big. Because
I think that's the move.
Jokic's not a big star like that. Like. Don't get me wrong. He's a bad motherfucker and all this other shit. I'm talking about like marketability and shit like that. He's not that.
I think that's what they're trying to do though. They're trying to go international.
Right.
So
and that's why I said Luka. That's why I threw Luka's name up there because it's LeBron and him. Like you had the 2 most marketable motherfuckers in the league playing together.
Don't sleep on Giannis. Giannis got star power, bro.
Nah, he don't really got star power like that.
Well, he could be,
He's not FBA, dog. If he was FBA, yeah, maybe.
No, but no,
FBA, dog. You hear that motherfucker, man? That motherfucker's like, nah, dog. He old tether, dog. Like, and I'm not saying that fucked up shit. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying when it comes to marketability. Yeah, when it comes to marketability, like being American matters, dog. Like it does. Like and that's why. That's why Luka is not going to be as big as Cooper Flag if Cooper Flag comes in being that guy. If Cooper Flag comes in being that guy, he's going to surpass Luka in marketability, like as far as like commercials and all this other shit, like nothing overnight, just because he's FWA, right? Like that. That's why white fans are not really like they kind of lukewarm on the NBA because they ain't no FWA motherfuckers out there, right? All they best white players are from overseas. Right, so they don't really connect with him the same. But if Cooper Flag comes out and be that guy, he's FWA. They're gonna connect with him. He's gonna be the next Bird. They're gonna treat him like they treated Bird. They're gonna worship him. Yeah.
I think they're trying to go international.
Yeah, they're trying to. They definitely trying.
They're gonna try. They're trying to go international. So I think it could. Giannis could be. if that's what
You think white fans overseas gonna give a fuck about Giannis like that?
I don't know how it works in the international market.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they're saying that the views is down in America, but internationally this shit is growing. That's why, from what I hear.
that's where the views are coming from international. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how they view shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I know here in America, these motherfuckers, yeah.
Yeah, he kind of you know, like you say, he kind of got the the tether, you know.
Yeah.
The swag ain't all the way there.
Right. Like he tries to talk FBA and it don't even sound right when he says it. Like he be talking, it don't even sound right. Like it don't even come out natural. Like he talking snitches get stitches. He said that shit didn't even sound right. Coming from but he just not like, and plus his name all long, hard to pronounce and everything else. Like it just you know, people don't like people connect way more with John Morant than Giannis.
Yeah, he lost that. He had that rap.
He did have it at a point in time, yeah.
Yeah, he had that rap. He did that gun situation. They was like, oh no, not this guy. We can't do him.
He did have it, yeah. He did.
Kids loved him. The players loved him, and then he, want to go get a fake gun and point it at people.
Didn't he do it twice? Yeah, some shit.
I was gonna say, nah, he wasn't pointing guns at people.
He was flashing on an Instagram type of thing. He was like,
oh yeah, brandishing his guns, yeah.
Let's just be happy he ain't popped one of these niggas. Fucking might be like that's John Morant. He be out here wearing his jewelry and shit, bro. Like I do agree he be doing too much, but nah, I'm just glad niggas survived some of that shit and learned their lesson, bro. That nigga was out here just being normal.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
if you gonna slide,
the hood connects.
I mean, if you gonna slide to Memphis with YNs, yeah, you better have a gun like a YN. Like, I'm just not against it in totality. I think it's a bad look to do it on IG, but fam, that's part of this new generation that my old ass getting used to. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do shit.
Yeah. But yeah, he's definitely like he's not marketable with the companies and stuff because they're not gonna mess with him. But the hood connects with him though. Like the hood connects with him more than Giannis as far as like.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
of course, of course.
Curry had it too though. Curry had it a little bit. I don't know why. It was something about Curry, but Curry.
Oh,
he's lame, dog. He's lame.
Yeah, he's too clean cut. He's too clean cut.
Yeah,
but he old, fam. Like Curry he's going out with LeBron. Like I think he would have made it the face of the league if he was younger, but
yeah. But I don't even think he would have been it even if he was younger, just because he's corny. He's just super corny. It's like I don't think he would. Yeah, I think he would have flopped today to try to. Kind of like Patrick Mahomes. He got that Patrick Mahomes swag. Like it's just corny ass motherfucker. Like it's just.
Yeah. He the man, though. He the man.
Yeah, he the man. Like these people can play. I'm not saying they can't play. I'm just talking like as far as marketability and make the endorsement deals and shit like that. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sign no Steph Curry to market my shit. If I had options, like if he was my best option, I couldn't get no better than Curry. I'll take him. But if I had other options besides him, I'm taking the other options.
Is Curry going first round in the draft?
Yes, I'm thinking.
How many picks?
Oh, yeah, I think somebody would take a first round.
Think about that, yeah.
I think somebody would take a first round. He definitely wouldn't go past the second.
But how many picks is it? The total amount of teams that is in the NBA? So, or like how many picks is it going to be?
I think Chad said like an 18-man league or something like that.
It's 12 of us. We'll just do to max it out,
12?
like 12 of us. Yeah, I think he was still in that first round.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, I think
somebody gonna grab him up.
It's only 12. It's only 12 people picking teams.
Yeah, he definitely going 12.
And he's going first round.
Yeah, if there's only 12 people picking, somebody gonna snatch him up.
You gonna pick him first round?
That's
No.
You pick him first round?
He's
No.
borderline. He's borderline first, second rounder. He should do it.
Yeah. I don't think he's going first round if there's only 12 niggas on the panel.
If we
He's borderline.
Okay, so if you get around to the 11th pick, and you know that means you have the 11th and the 14th, and he's still out there, that's not a bad option.
No, it wouldn't be a bad
It
option.
depends on who else on the board, though.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of players on the board, bro.
Yeah.
It's gonna shit. It's all but the top 13 players that you can think of on the board.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot. It's only gonna be 10
all time too.
It's only gonna be 10
Man.
players removed from the
All
all-time
time.
list. Yeah, so it's a lot of motherfuckers out there.
Don't let me get first pick. I already know I'm grabbing. It's a wrap.
Shooters are out, bro. It's Steph Curry.
Nah, hell no. First pick, I'm taking who I like. I don't care.
He at best, like, and like if you add him to your, let's say your fantasy team, you got almost counting as 3 points. Like every time I like say something about him, he's like, yeah, but he can score though. Anytime he wants to. Whatever.
No, he
All
can
the way.
score. He kind of like Luka too, though. They pick on him too in defensively, but he play a little bit better defense than Luka do. But he kind of get Luka sometimes on certain teams.
Yeah, if I see Steph hanging around too long, I'd definitely take him.
Yeah, second round.
Oh yeah, second round, he's gone. I'm not sure about the first, the first, maybe he make it past it, maybe not. But that second round, he's gone. He's gone that second round. Somebody take him. There's no way he makes that past.
I wish we had 12 people on the panel. We can do that right now.
So what you taking him as though? You taking him as a point guard?
I don't think you got to matter where you pick them as.
Wait, I'm catching up. Who we talking about?
We are talking in general right now as far as like a fantasy draft.
Nah, but you was talking about somebody in the second round.
Yeah, we talking about in the fantasy draft. Yeah.
We was talking about Steph Curry probably would be low first round or definitely second round. We picking out 12 people picking teams. So we saying that he probably wouldn't go out of the first 12 picks.
Yeah, I could already tell. My picks gonna sound crazy.
Yeah, they are. Who that, Willie?
Like Draymond. Like niggas don't think about Draymond. Where Draymond going?
Draymond, like he might not make a team, bro.
He wouldn't be on my team.
Yeah,
he might not make a team.
Yeah.
Yo, do niggas realize like Draymond leads the Golden State Warriors in triple doubles? Like, think about who been on the Warriors.
Yeah, he's definitely a good for the Warriors. Definitely.
So let me ask you this: would you pick Russell Westbrook over Draymond?
Yes.
Willie?
Damn. I ain't gonna lie. It depends
you talking
on
about
my
prime?
roster,
You talking about prime Russell Westbrook?
Look, it depends on my roster. If I got Mike, and if I get, let's say, a Penny Hardaway, or God forbid I get AI, I'm not taking Russell Westbrook. But
Because I just said that because you mentioned the triple doubles. Westbrook got the most triple doubles in NBA history.
I'd move Mike to the 3 if I got Westbrook and another motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about that. That's another motherfucker I'd be like, prime Westbrook is a bucket.
And a rebound. And a dime.
And he played defense.
Yeah. And he got
I'm
passes.
saying, think about all the guards the niggas is taking first.
Yeah.
Now, once you stacked up with all those guards, do you need Russell Westbrook? If niggas getting the guards that's at the top of their mind, now do you still need Russell?
You definitely going to have to get a shooting guard and a shooting small forward.
My point is, though, see, y'all ain't even looking at the post. Y'all ain't looking at
3-point center.
big men.
Like,
that would be a good squad. If you get Westbrook, you get a nice power forward like a Amari Stoudemire, and then you get a couple of shooters at the small forward and shooting guard. That'd be a nice squad right there.
Ray Allen.
Yeah, because he throw oops.
Yeah.
So-
He got a nice.
I gotta
pass
think
back.
of who I would take besides Mike first, because I'm stuck on that. Like, I'm gonna get the absolute first pick or the second pick. So, yeah, that might change things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on, like you said, it depends on where you're picking at. I got my player that I'm picking because I know I can build what I need to build around that player. So,
Let's say I get the fifth pick. Is Akeem gone by the fifth pick?
No.
Because if I can't get Mike, I'm taking Akeem.
Wait, is Magic going in the first round?
Yes.
Yeah, Magic gone in the first round, but not
Yes.
early.
I don't know why not.
On the 12 man joint, you think Magic going in the first round?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Did you pick Magic in the first
Now
round?
that I think about it, I don't even know
6'9"
about
point
that.
guard.
I'm saying, would you pick him?
I'm gonna be real. I'm taking
Me?
Tim Duncan over
Yeah.
Magic.
It depends on who's on the board, but if I didn't have a point guard, I would pick Magic. Definitely.
I'm taking Tim Duncan.
The first round pick, the person you centering your team around, though.
Right.
No,
Kobe's going, Jordan's going, LeBron's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this
Well,
draft, your
well, then
first pick is what you building your whole team around.
Yeah, but then that opens, but that only opens up the other gateway.
You got everybody else. Everybody else is on the board.
Listen, if you telling me I can't get,
but when you take away them 3 slots, let's take away 3 more though, like with Bill and Wilt and
Shaq, and Kareem Shaq,
absolutely first round picks.
yeah, and
Only
Oscar
niggas
Robertson.
picking them niggas is you and Psycho.
You crazy, bro? Are you serious?
All these young
Like,
niggas picking Kobe. Taz.
I'm gonna tell you a dude that people sleep on, Elgin Baylor.
That's a 7th slot. Like I didn't think about that. Like, yes, Kobe is absolutely a first round pick. These people are gone though, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If a motherfucker like a Wilt Chamberlain make it to 11,
That's crazy.
Give me Wilt, nigga. Like, are you kidding?
I'm taking Wilt. Will Chamberlain definitely a big pick. Wilt should be.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't even think he's making it to.
Y'all ain't picking those old players. Y'all fucking up. I'll tell you that.
I'm taking him. I like Elgin Baylor.
Shit, my team be looking
Elgin
nasty
Baylor.
with drafting with y'all. If y'all tell me y'all gonna leave Wilt Chamberlain on the board at like 2nd and 3rd round, y'all wilding. My team gonna look like
Nah, not 2nd and 3rd, but
I could go all old school motherfuckers. I have fucking Dr. J.
I'm saying if you
Jerry West.
Psycho, I'm saying
Yeah,
if you
my
and
shit would be
Chaz don't
crazy.
pick him, he going 2nd round. That's what I'm saying. If you and Taz don't pick him, he going 2nd round.
No, Wilt definitely not going 2nd round, bro. It's I don't give a damn who picking. Wilt can't go 2nd round.
I can't see Will going 2nd round.
There's no way in hell Wilt going 2nd round unless
Ain't
you.
that many centers though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so
Based off of
clearly
that.
there's nobody under 45 in the GM role. Because if you're talking about a younger crowd, like if anybody in their 30s, you niggas is lying. If you ain't talking about you picking Kobe first, you picking Shaq first.
Yeah.
Some of you niggas have picked Dwayne Wade first.
Nah, I don't
Wade
think.
over Will.
Nobody, hold on. Nobody ain't picking Dwayne Wade first.
Right, well, first round though is what we talking about.
Oh yeah, first round.
First round, that nigga might fuck with D Wade in the 11 or the 12 slot. I ain't saying they would. I mean, because you are talking a position.
I don't think nobody gonna pick me.
I
ain't gonna say nobody. It might be some people who pick Wade in the first round. I wouldn't pick him in the first round.
No,
I wouldn't pick him in the first round.
I
He
wouldn't
is one
even
of the
think about him in the first round.
top heavy though. You know what I'm saying? Once you get past Dwayne Wade, how many 2 guards are you talking about? That's not equal to 4. Like I think you can Ike.
Who's the
Kobe,
4th? Right. What about
we
Harden?
talking about players in their prime too.
Then we're gonna start talking nigga Drexler and everybody else, nigga.
Yeah,
What about
Steve
James
Francis,
Harden?
Steve Francis gonna be out there.
So Taz, look,
Everybody else, nigga.
look, Taz. Look, Deity get the first pick.
Reggie
He
Miller.
took Mike, right? GQ get the second pick. He took Braun. Who you taking? You got the third pick. Psycho got the fourth pick.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro. I'll probably take Wilt, bro. Like, you're not hearing me.
Yo, that's
Psycho.
What was the question? I missed it.
You got the fourth pick. Mike out of it, Braun out of it,
And
Wilt out of it.
And Wilt's out of it.
Yeah.
Ooh, shit.
Yeah.
This is when I'll start leaning. Maybe Kobe.
Damn.
See, and that worked for me.
See now that.
The fifth pick out of the Houston Rockets, Akeem
Shit.
Olajuwon for me, and then I could build around that.
Fuck.
Shit, I fuck around just take Shaq at that point.
Right.
I'll take Shaq.
And see, and then it's gonna start getting real slim.
Right. Look at all them other names we brought up. Where they falling?
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Notice nobody said Steph. Like I said, Steph
if I gotta pick after all that,
nigga,
Steph gonna make
that.
that.
Nigga,
Yeah, but see,
Scotty
that's
might be an undrafted free agent.
You know what I'm saying? By the time you get to 11, you know what I'm saying, you are thinking Steph though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. By 11. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Not for me. I'm not.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go, late first round.
Yeah, I need the greatest shooter of all time. But be
I'm
out there.
taking Dominique over Steph.
All the other goats
over Steph. I'm taking.
Yeah, as I said, when it starts getting thin, once that top starts getting thin, that's when you start looking at, like I said, the Stephs of the world and everything else. It's like.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna ask y'all this question: at the 11th pick, Bird and Steph on the board, who you taking?
I'm taking Larry.
You goddamn right.
I'm taking Larry all day because he bigger.
That's tough. Yeah,
Larry could fit different roles. I
think Larry does more, so I probably would go Bird.
Yeah.
I think he do
Yeah. Larry gonna come home with a different amount of rebounds every game.
Well, I'm taking Steph, and then I'm gonna take KD.
I'm taking KD over Steph.
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm taking
KD over
KD's
not bad.
Yo, Taz, KD gone.
Bird, though.
Yeah, I would say KD over Bird.
Because if I can't get a team, I'm taking KD.
Anybody even mention Kevin Durant, bro? What do you mean?
No, I'll take KD over Bird. I'll take KD over Bron.
Outside of points, Larry Bird gonna do more for you outside of points. KD get you more points than Larry Bird, but Larry Bird get you more rebounds.
For me in the first round,
and assists.
Mike, Olajuwon, KD. Those is who I'm looking for in the first round.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
So they off the books.
That ain't a bad selection.
Yo, this shit would be dope. I ain't gonna lie.
He's a little high at 5 to me, though. I wouldn't take him at 5.
Who, Olajuwon?
No, Olajuwon.
You say you want to take Olajuwon at 5?
I would. It depends. Well, I don't know. Well, I would consider it. It depends on who's off the board. I would consider it.
Right.
I'm taking Olajuwon number 2. If Mike is gone, I'm taking Olajuwon.
Because if you got Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, and Wilt off the board, yeah, I would have considered Olajuwon.
You would take Olajuwon over KD?
I would.
I'm saying
I would.
I'm not taking Olajuwon over Shaq.
Yeah, that's why I said Shaq when
if
he taking Wilt, I'm
that's debatable, but yeah, I ain't mad.
He beat him heads up though.
I don't know about that. I might take the Dream over Shaq.
You know
I'm taking Bill.
That little boy?
I'm taking Kareem. You ain't taking Kareem over Olajuwon?
Yeah.
That's rough. Olajuwon played better defense.
I'm taking Kareem over Olajuwon. Definitely taking Kareem over Olajuwon.
Olajuwon played all sides of the ball, man. Like he did everything.
I'm taking Olajuwon over Shaq, and I ain't even thinking about it.
And Kareem assist numbers was
Like
insane.
like Olajuwon was the most complete center I think I ever
I mean,
saw. Like, as
Olajuwon.
far as, like he had no weaknesses. Like outside
Right.
of he was short for a center. He
He's
actually
small,
was like
yeah.
6'11".
6'11", yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
Akeem
he
made
played like he was
stars out of
7'4".
niggas that wasn't like that.
Yeah, he played like he was 7'4" though. But yeah,
Nah, Dream was nasty. I take Dream. Like my top. Like I don't really, and I hate to do that. I don't count Bill Russell, but I got to. So if you wanna say top 5 centers that I seen play or that I heard of, Wilt's number 1. I'm gonna go with Dream number 2. Shaq number 3. No, Kareem number 3. Shaq 4. And Russell 5.
Now, what stopped Ralph Sampson, Olajuwon from winning the chip?
Coaching.
It wasn't. They outside them two. They really didn't have a
And
great
coaching.
team. Yeah, like they had the Twin Towers.
They made it to the finals, though. Didn't they make it to the finals one year?
Yeah, they lost to Boston.
Houston made it to the finals 3 times, I think, in the 80s.
Yeah.
It was just Houston. No, it was 2 times. The Lakers made it 8 times in the 80s, and Houston made it twice. One time with Moses, and the second time was with the Twin Towers with Olajuwon.
I forgot about Moses. Damn.
Oh yeah, Moses is a problem. Yeah, Moses. He's going to be taken. I don't know what people probably sleep on him. He might not get taken to late, but
yeah, he might be a 2nd or 3rd rounder. But he was nice. Moses was tough.
He might make it further than that because ain't too many people will take him. To be honest with you, I would, but ain't too many people will jump out the window for him.
If you hold him back on picking at that position, you know what I'm saying, you can kind of bank on him being there though.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't a bad selection to pull out the woodwork in the 5th round. Like,
yeah, you got younger motherfuckers who'll take like Dwight Howard over him and shit like that. Like,
Yeah, you definitely got to have map out what type of team you want. You know what I'm saying, already before you go into the draft. Because you can't just be reacting. You got to react to shit, but you got to have in your mind, like, okay.
You got to have a board in your head.
Yeah, because if you think it's a guards, then I would be thinking like the Moses Malone's going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just go ahead and grab this guard the 1st round.
I ain't gonna lie, on my board, like I'm taking Clyde before I take Steph. Steph ain't going 1st round.
You taking Clyde who?
Clyde Drexler.
Yeah,
Nah.
I'm taking Clyde over Steph.
Nah.
Before Steph?
That's just me.
I'm not taking. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Nah.
I'm taking Clyde over Steph. Yeah, I'm taking Steph over Clyde.
Niggas got to put some respect on Steph, man. But
I'm
that's
saying for me, both of them going.
Clyde was
2nd
nice
round.
though. Clyde was nice.
He was
two-way
nice.
player.
He was
He was a 2-way player and everything, but
Man,
Steph is the greatest. Yeah, he's the greatest 3-point shooter.
I'll take Andrew Toney over Clyde Drexler.
Go ain't knock on Steph because he'll play defense.
Don't probably remember Andrew Toney.
I remember that.
But that's not really a stretch though with Clyde Drexler over Curry though, in my opinion. Because if you getting Steph, then you gonna have to get like team around him. You're gonna have to. That's who your man's gonna be. Yeah, that's who your man's gonna be.
Man,
if you
Clyde
pick
took
Steph,
that
it's gonna
team.
be. You're gonna have to put the team around him.
Yeah, he got to have some defensive players around him and everything else to make up for him getting scorched because he's gonna get scorched.
Yeah, so with Drexler a little more flexible. You could work with something.
And we talking about like picking all these offensive superstars. Like we talking about the best of the best. So Steph ain't gonna be getting as many touches.
That's why I'm saying, like, yeah, if I got Steph, then shit, I fucking around and just get like defensive motherfuckers and rebounders.
Now, like I said, now
I'm not gonna get
in this draft. In this draft, I totally see Jordan and Pippen being on the same team.
That's why I said, yeah, that's why I'm saying that, yeah.
I ain't even gonna lie to you.
If it's only a 12-man team,
Pippen
Pippen would probably still be there in the 3rd.
I mean, I see Scotty not even
Yeah, that's true. That's what I said later round, but not like picks 1, 2, boom, Mike Scotty. That sounds great.
Not in the 12-man league. No, 12-man league. No, there's too many people out there. But in the third round, I totally see Scotty still being on the board.
Hold up. So we talking about how many of us?
12.
12-man team. All right, 12 people, 12-man team.
Yeah.
Scotty might not even make the draft. I'm gonna be for real.
He making it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't leave him up. I would draft my goddamn self. He was still in the goddamn.
I said that earlier. I said if I'm picking Jordan, my next pick will be Scottie Pippen. And then
I could name wild names that'll be around for the 12th round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's gonna be some big names still out there.
It's gonna be big names. Because if I get Jordan and Scotty, then it don't really matter. I could get, like you said, I could get Rasheed Wallace. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, Chris Webbins of the world, shit like that.
It don't matter. As long as I got Jordan,
I'm taking Derek Coleman.
144 players. So I mean, if you think about it like that, you're only dealing with 144 players that's gonna get drafted in total.
Hey, you're not taking Derek Coleman over Scotty?
I'm not taking Derek Coleman, period.
I'm taking Derek Coleman over Scotty, man.
No, if you Coleman was a beast, though. He was a beast.
Yeah, Derek wasn't garbage, but I don't think.
All time, yeah.
Yeah, you a Jersey nigga too. Stand the fuck up, Psycho.
I fuck with Derek. I fuck with Derek, but yeah.
As long as you got those MVPs on the board and shit, I'm taking Derek.
Hold up, Taz. Let me fuck with a Jersey nigga real quick. Is Kenny Anderson getting drafted?
No.
Oh,
no.
You said no quick.
Yeah, I like Kenny. I like Kenny. But now in this team, no.
Hey, yo, Brick City, y'all heard this nigga?
Is Stephon Marbury getting drafted?
No, I wouldn't draft him. I don't know if somebody else would. I wouldn't.
No. I could stack my team up with guards, and I wouldn't.
There's so many point guards out there. Yeah, it's just way too many point guards. I know I could find me 2 point guards on the board better than Stephon Marbury, I should say.
You got Zeke.
Is Kyrie going in the first round?
Paul, you got. Oh, nah, Kyrie going.
Kyrie going in the first round?
If Kyrie ain't going, nah, he ain't going.
Kyrie's going to be on somebody's team. Somebody's going to pick Kyrie. I don't know where he's getting drafted.
He might.
I would say he probably go like 3rd or 4th round, but
I was going to say 3rd because I'm taking him.
Somebody's going to pick Kyrie. Yeah, somebody's going to pick Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie will make it. He's on the top 150. Yeah, he'll make it. So that's why I say niggas like Derek Coleman will not make it. You sound crazy.
I don't know. My nigga, like, 5th round, Scotty and Derek Coleman sitting there. I'm taking Derek Coleman.
Yeah, this is a money league. People will love you.
Like, nah, bro.
Barkley still out there. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, Barkley gone by that time.
Yeah, where would Barkley go? He's not going in the first. I doubt
he's going 2nd round.
He might go 2nd, 3rd. Yeah, he might go 2nd, 3rd. He ain't going no lower than the 3rd. I don't think he'll go no lower than 3rd, but he
same thing like Karl Malone. I think Karl
Malone would be probably like 3rd round too.
What about Tim Duncan?
Gonna be a lot of power forwards and centers. They ain't gonna be flying off the board the first 2 rounds. You got
what about Tim Duncan?
I don't think Tim Duncan
going 1st round if I can't get a king.
No less than 2nd. He ain't going no less than 2nd. If he makes it past the 1st, the 2nd round, somebody's taking him.
Yeah.
Where Joker gonna go?
Oh, we don't even think about the white boy.
That's a good question.
We don't even think about the crowd.
The thing about that though is like, shit, you got
I
all time.
I don't think he's going in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's the interesting one right there because you talking about all time. So all these niggas is out there.
Hold up,
I mean,
I ain't even.
If I get 8th pick,
what about his?
I'm taking.
What about his homie? His rival. What about Embiid?
Man, pack that nigga the fuck up.
I ain't drafting.
Ain't nobody fucking with Embiid.
I'm taking healthy and B. That's 30 and 20, 30 and 15, easy.
Nigga,
Yeah,
my
you know what?
agent,
Yeah, because he
my
will be
recruiters
healthy.
ain't
Yeah,
even
he
looking
will
at
be
that
healthy,
nigga.
but I don't think he'll be able to bang with them. Like I mean, mentally,
Old head,
mentally,
yeah, I think
he
I
ain't,
think
he ain't gonna be able to bang with them niggas, man.
And B got handle. He a little strong.
I think it'd be mental, man. I think it'd be mental.
I'm taking B to
Nigga,
be
my
on the board.
consultants ain't even looking
Yeah,
at
he
them
blocks
bitches.
a lot and everything else. Like,
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
know.
taking. Listen, my man said he's taking Rasheed Wallace. I'm taking Embiid over Wallace.
Fuck out of here.
I mean,
Does Wembanyama deserve a selection?
to get beat over Wallace
Yes.
too. Yeah.
Victor might get picked too.
So now you talking about having a team that plays
He
under
can run into that, bro.
you
Said,
talking
this
about a
nigga talking about
load
taking
management
Rasheed, man. I'm
team.
taking the beat over that nigga.
You talking a
I
load
mean,
management team.
Wemby be a bad choice. We ain't seen nothing that don't look good for Wemby. So yeah, I wouldn't late.
My
You know what I'm
niggas is
saying?
no
Late round.
load management. They cooking.
Yo,
82.
Rasheed going to check out. So I mean, I'm like, if you telling me if you had Rasheed Wallace and Embiid on the board, you taking Wallace?
I'm taking Rasheed all day.
No way.
They gonna put Rasheed Wallace out there against Wembanyama and Wilt. Like, good luck, nigga.
And
Them little
Akeem.
ass power forwards.
I got Akeem, my nigga.
Nah, Rasheed about 6'11".
Yeah, he's 6'11".
And if I don't got Akeem, I got Tim Duncan.
What about Antonio McDice?
He ain't making my
Rasheed.
Nah,
In his
Dice
career,
probably ain't gonna make it.
he played on the
That's my
outside. He
nigga.
shot more threes than anything. He wasn't banging in the paint no more. Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah, he was shooting. He was a 3-point shooter by that time. Yeah.
Buckets though. Buckets.
Nah, I disagree. Not buckets. No.
Nah, Rasheed was pretty solid
Whoa,
from
man.
that corner.
So you taking Rasheed over Paul Gasol?
I'm not taking Rasheed over Paul Pierce.
Nah, I'm not taking Rasheed over Paul. Oh, we ain't even throw PP in it.
Would you draft Donovan Mitchell?
Fuck out of here.
Mitchell.
A lot of niggas throwing Mitchell.
Yeah.
Rod Strickland.
I like Donovan
Hey, yo,
Mitchell.
mute
bro.
this nigga Mike, Psycho. Mute this nigga Mike. You said Donovan Mitchell.
Would you take Rod Strickland as a point guard?
Over Don Mitchell, yeah.
Nah, I ain't going with Rod. I would take Kevin Johnson over Rod Strickland.
KJ.
This how crazy this draft we get.
Yeah,
Niggas,
bro, that nigga
niggas
too
gonna hear
low, bro.
names like, oh damn, I forgot about
I
that
ain't
nigga. You feel me, Taz? Niggas gonna hear names like, damn, I forgot about that nigga.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know. KJ don't sound like he don't threaten the Magic Johnsons and
Yeah, he's a defensive
like
liability.
like Steph.
Yeah.
He would be like Steph without the shooting.
Yeah.
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 He's a true point guard though, but
You might have take Tim Hardaway over him.
He got hops.
Taz, who you
What about
taking? Taz, who you taking? KJ or Chris Paul?
CP3.
I'm gonna take CP over KJ every time.
I don't know why I asked. I knew you would say that shit.
It's the bottom of the fourth. It's the bottom of the fourth round. You got Chris Paul and Isaiah on the board. You need a point guard.
Oh, come on, my
Isaiah
nigga. Stop
Thomas.
it. Stop it. Stop it.
Because I mean, how do you not take Zeke? And that, I mean,
every day,
Chris
all
Paul
day.
Chris Paul, like Chris Paul would have pulled one out, and you know what I'm saying? Paul's like, nah, you gotta take Zeke.
Every day, all
Got to, yeah.
Zeke might be second round.
Oh, now
No,
Zeke definitely going second round.
I don't know if anybody will draft him in the second.
Oh yeah.
That's
If all the point guards is going or the top,
All the point guards they're gonna be gone. It's only the second round.
No, I'm talking about in the first round. I mean, somebody going after all the, like they said, the top 5 smokers going to go. Somebody going to take a point guard like a Magic Johnson.
I think Magic and Steph are the only two that might go in the first.
So Oscar Robertson ain't going to go in the first?
Nah, nobody's picking Oscar Robertson in the first round.
No. Westbrook ain't gonna go in the first round either.
It's only 2 point guards I think even got a shot at going in the first round. It's Magic and Steph. In a 12 team fantasy. Yeah. Magic and Steph going to that point guard.
It depends on the picker. Somebody might pick Isaiah though.
What Bernard played the 2?
Gotta be a Piston fan who does it. If they pick Isaiah in the first round in the 12 team league, they gotta be a Piston fan.
No, he's small forward.
Hold up. Isaiah the only guard that beat Bird, Magic, and Jordan.
I'm not saying Isaiah ain't good. I'm not saying he don't deserve to get drafted. I'm saying in the first round though, like I said,
I'm taking Zeke.
Remember, it's 12. It's only 12 teams. You know Jordan's getting picked in the first. We know Kobe's getting picked in the first. Like, it's certain people. We know LeBron's getting picked in the first.
We talked about a point guard though. At a point guard, I'm not picking Steph as my point guard.
But everybody's not picking a point guard in the first round. Is what I'm saying. Like,
okay. All right. I get what you're saying. All right. I
Mike already told you if you picked him, don't pick Zeke.
Nah, niggas talk about Penny Hardaway and niggas like that, bro. Like, Zeke don't have problems, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, that's a late round pick for me, bro. I'm saying it's still some dogs out there, fam. Like, some niggas
crazy,
that just
though, Taz. I'm
Zeke
taking
is just a
Zeke
floor
before
general,
Penny.
though. Like he's
I'm
going to be
taking
your leader.
Zeke before Tracy McGrady. I'm taking Zeke before Vince.
I
I'm
agree.
taking Zeke before all them niggas.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
I'm taking
bro.
Zeke before John Stockton. I'm taking Zeke before who's another top point guard?
I would say Zeke would be top 5 point guards taken off the board at that position. He's top 5.
Would you take Zeke over SGA?
Nah.
Damn.
Nah, that young man different.
Damn.
That young man is different. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, SGA. Damn. Yeah, it's gonna be a hard. You gonna have to be on your homework when you look at that board, because one false pick can have you not doing too well. Damn, SGA. Oh man.
Yeah, because if I'm picking first, I'm picking Bron, and he's going to be a point guard. So that's you know what I'm saying.
You gonna have Bron as your point guard?
Yeah, I'm gonna start there.
My first pick gonna be 24 in the gold, in purple and gold. I'll put everybody around on my knee.
By the time I get to pick again, it's 20 and 21. You know what I'm saying? So you are in you in that second, that going into that second tier. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's when the Tim Duncans and people like that just left the board. It's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? All the goals go. Like, now it's you know what I'm saying? Now it's strategy.
So you talking about LeBron and you going what, power forward? Who you picking?
What you mean?
What position you going with? You said Bron as a point guard. You going with a power forward in the center or center?
Oh, you saying it as 20 and 21? Yeah. I would probably base my next 2 picks on that. On filling out the because like I say, once you look at motherfuckers got Will, Shaq, Bill Russell, David Robinson. You know what I'm saying? Like King, like
I think Russell will still be there.
I got another name. Would Bernard King be on this list?
Yeah, I think Bill Russell will still be there.
No, it's Bernard King.
I would take Russell at 20. Absolutely. Yeah, I would take 20 and 21. Either one. Yeah, Bill would have to come off the board right there for sure. The 12 championships, the 20 rebounds, all that shit.
I hope we can set this up so we could do that.
Yeah,
That'd be dope.
Niggas team's gonna be looking way different than how they talking now.
Niggas gonna have Damon Stoudemire, that left shrimp. I mean,
is Tyrese Halliburton overrated?
No, he's a good player, but he probably won't get picked in this joint. Nah, he's a good player though.
You think he's overrated today? You talking about? You think he's overrated?
No, I think he's a solid player. I don't think he's overrated. I think he is as good as, you know.
You have to pop out and show niggas.
Yeah, I think he is good as where he is. Like, he's not too high, he's not too low.
That's why one of the reasons why I want LeBron to retire, because we got to see what these young boys is doing. Let them, you know what I'm saying, battle this thing out.
I think they are though. Like, I don't know why people keep making it like LeBron stopped or something.
He in a way.
How?
Because it's his league. It's going to be his league till you retire.
I mean,
yeah, he's still dominate the headlines, bro. We talk more about Bronny this year than any other player. Like, Bronny get more conversation than Shea, bro. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's all facts. Let me ask you a question. If social media was around in the 90s, y'all think Michael Jordan's son would have got this same treatment that Bronny got and all this other shit, as far as like, we should give him a chance and blah, 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 and the NBA don't want him because it's racist and this, that, and third, blah, blah, blah. Do you think all this same rhetoric would have been going on about Michael Jordan's son?
Nah,
he went to Wake Forest.
Yeah.
No, he went to UCF.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Bronny's high school tapes stick out to me, man. I think he was pretty good in high school.
A lot of people was good in high school though.
Was Jordan's son pretty good in high school?
No, but Kwame Brown was.
Oh yeah, I was talking about Jordan's son though. I think the topics around the Jordan son.
Oh yeah, my bad. I just was saying a lot of good people were good in high school. Like that's what you said. You thought he stuck out in high school. I'm not saying. I think he has the potential to become a pro and stay. I mean, like, you know, play. He just gotta, you know. I think the D League, he got to play a year or two more in the D League, and he should be back in the league.
I don't think he averaged that many points in high school either, did he, Bronny?
No, not. He ain't averaged like 28.
Yeah, he didn't average a whole lot in high school, from what I remember.
I think it was like 9 or 11 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think he has potential. I think with him playing with his dad, it was kind of like a, you know what I mean, like a, you know, I ain't really gonna get no shot because my dad right there. But I think once
he is clowning in the G League too. He's doing pretty nice in the G League.
That's the G League.
Right. The white dude that won the slam dunk contest won the scoring title in the G League, I think 3 years in a row.
He won the MVP in the G League. He won the MVP.
Yeah, but he's showing a lot of promise, man. The way he's moving on the court, pause. Hey, bro. I mean, he's got it. He's got good vision.
He ain't played the playoffs. They ain't even trust him enough to play the playoffs. That was the promise they showing.
He don't fit in no team in the playoffs. Not even coming off the bench.
And y'all gotta stop using G League as a parameter of whatnot. Nice, like it's the G League for a reason.
This shit is LeBron fault. You let this G League nigga come up here and win the dunking contest. Hey, now niggas is thinking these niggas is valid.
G League.
I don't know how Kwame Brown got into the conversation. Y'all niggas might as well just bring up Rudy Gay.
Rudy Gay. Yeah.
They're talking about people who did good in high school. They didn't end up being shit.
I'll take Rudy over Kwame.
There's a whole bunch of those motherfuckers. Every motherfucking body who got drafted in the NBA did work down in high school, as far as in the first round. All them first round draft picks in the NBA wilded out in high school. They all were beasts in high school. Number one in their county, number one in their state. All of them.
I cooked Rudy Gay in the summer league. I don't care what y'all niggas think. I'm telling you, it's fact.
I don't believe you.
I'm telling you.
I don't believe you. Speaking of Rod Strickler, you mentioned Rod Strickler earlier. I played against Rod Strickler in the summer league, and that motherfucker, no lie, dumped 80 on us. He dumped 80 on us.
Nasty.
Yeah, you know who was crazy?
And I
when
caught about 6 of those motherfuckers. I caught 6 of those motherfuckers. He had 2 half-court shots on me. So like, yeah, like he was pulling up like he was Steph. Like he was wilding out that game.
Yo, Psycho, you know a Jersey nigga that was crazy? That motherfucking Tim Thomas nigga, man. In high school?
I remember him in high school and shit. He went to St. Patrick's out here in Patterson.
High school?
He was
that nigga was scary, man.
He was supposed to went straight to. He was thinking about going straight from high school to the league. He was that good in high school.
What's name was better than him in high school from Jersey?
Who?
Wagner.
Oh, the Juan Wagner, yeah, the one.
Yeah, I remember the Juan Wagner. I remember him. Yeah,
he played for Camden. Yeah, he still in high school. Yeah, he went to Cleveland and didn't do shit in Cleveland though. But yeah, he was a beast in high school though. He scored 100, broke state record.
My nigga, that motherfucking Adidas Classic, man. Like that nigga Tim Thomas, he was scary in the layup line. Like niggas was looking at this nigga like, oh man.
That class was nasty though. It was him, Kobe, Rip Hamilton. They all play like AAU together.
It's funny you brought up Rip. So where all them
Right.
Piston niggas go? Rip.
I think Steve
Chauncey
Nash came out that year too.
Yeah, that's the NBA draft. I'm just saying they was like AAU together. I don't know if they all came out at the same time. Because Kobe came out of high school. I think Tim Thomas went to college.
I think like Rasheed wasn't like that, man. Like I need at least one nigga on my team that might punch somebody in the face that's gonna get ejected. Like I even need him, Draymond, Oakley. I need one of them niggas.
Yo, Draymond got checked a couple of times by some people. You know what I mean? I remember they showed the joint when him and Ron Artest was going at it, and he ain't do all that swinging his arm stuff. You know what I mean? When he was with Artest.
That would be my first pick for that role. Ron Artest is my first pick for my dog that punch a nigga in the mouth, gonna get all the rebounds. Ron Artest my first pick.
You'll pick him over Draymond?
Bro.
Yeah,
Over Rodman?
I take Ron Artest over Draymond. Yeah.
Over Rodman?
I take Ron Artest over Rodman. Might sound a little crazy, but yeah, I take Ron over Rodman.
Give me Rodman.
Bro, I ain't wasting the spot on Bill and Beer. Cool.
Nigga said Bill Lambier.
Yeah, I'm not waiting.
Get knocked all them motherfuckers out y'all talking about.
Nah, man. You want to go old school? Give me Maurice Lucas. Y'all ever see the tape with him and Daryl Dawkins squared up?
Yeah. Wasn't no punches thrown if I remember correctly.
No, they threw punches.
They got ejected. Yeah, because
they threw punches, but nobody landed.
Championship. That was a championship in 77, 78, 78.
77,
Look how crazy this shit is, right? We done threw around all those names until a nigga brought up Daryl Dawkins. I ain't even think. Where Dr. J gone?
Damn.
Dr. J is a good one. Dr. J.
We threw all these names around.
I don't think Dr. J. This sounds crazy. In 2025, in a 12 team fantasy draft,
somebody taking Dr. J
in the first round.
The ABA Dr. J first round.
This when you niggas gotta give me 11 niggas.
I don't think nobody would pick him in the first round.
When you niggas gotta give me 11 niggas you picking.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he goes to second, dog.
I ain't saying it ain't possible. I just want to hear it. 11 niggas you picking over Dr. J.
That ain't hard. All time.
We talk about I'm just talking about at his position. Even at his position.
I'm saying at that position, I'm taking Bron, KD, Bird. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people there.
I'm not taking Bron over Dr. J.
Okay. Solar, you there? Solar, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You already got Michael Jordan. Second round come around. You got Dr. J and Scottie Pippen on the board. Who you taking?
That's interesting.
Nigga said Pippen.
That because you know what? I probably
Solar, just stay in your intellectual lane, my nigga. Just stay in the debate lane.
I probably still go with Pippen.
Still going with Pippen.
I probably still go with Pippen.
I would go with
Dr.
Pippen too,
J?
just because I think he compliments Jordan better.
Yeah, he compliments Jordan better. I think you know.
Insane.
Yeah,
You niggas is insane.
But see, that's what I mean. See, like when you drafted for chemistry, because when you get Dr. J really ain't really plug and play, right? Like he ain't somebody you just grab and just plug him in and boom. You kind of got to build around Dr. J.
True. And that would be difficult with a mic on your team. I get where you're going.
Yeah,
Right.
you got to build
Dr.
around.
Dr. J would have been the Michael Jordan of the team. Like you can't have him.
Right. So it's kind of hard. Like it's kind of hard to just plug him in and be like, okay, boom, good, because the way his play style.
And they had that with the Sixers. That's why him and George McGinnis ain't play well. Back in the day, George McGinnis was getting 30 until Doc came, and it was like, damn, like George McGinnis went down to 18, and he, bowed out.
Where Elgin Baylor going?
Elgin Baylor, he getting picked. I ain't gonna say first round.
He should get picked. It depends on who's. It gotta be people that know basketball history that's gonna pick him. But he should get picked. He definitely should be up there.
Nobody trying to build a team around Dr. J. That's what niggas telling me.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't. It depends on. Yeah.
On my pick. It depends on my pick. Like he said. I mean, he probably wouldn't come off the board. I don't know. It depends on the pick. I said,
I don't think he comes off the board in the first though.
Magic.
People gonna pick Magic before Doc.
Yes.
Now look, Mike, Kobe, Shaq, Hakeem, and Magic. If they all off the board,
people pick Steph before they pick Doc.
Nah, I'm picking
Bron,
Doc
KD.
People pick Kevin Durant before they pick Doc.
Bron,
Tim Duncan.
Kevin Durant, the only one with an argument.
I would pick Tim Duncan before Doc.
I'm taking Doc over Bron. I'm taking Doc over Bron.
I'd rather build my team around Tim Duncan than Dr. J.
So you gonna have Doc, Rasheed Wallace, and who else?
Elijah Wan, Ron Artest, and probably Jermaine O'Neal.
And Tim Duncan. Nah, Jermaine O'Neal.
Your all-time team.
But I'm telling you, I would take Reggie.
Reggie Miller?
Yep.
Over who?
I'm saying if I got this team, if this is what I've already built on, name the names again. I got Hakeem. I got
Duncan.
I got Tim Duncan. I got
Rasheed.
Rasheed.
Dr. J.
And Rasheed coming off the bench. Rasheed coming off the bench. I got Dr. J.
Matt. I think you said Magic.
No, he said Ron Artest. He said Rasheed Wallace. He said Dr. J.
Damn, he ain't. And Reggie Miller, you ain't winning, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, if I got Hakeem in the middle, I'm cooking you.
Yeah.
If I got Hakeem, Dr. J.
You got good big men, but Olajuwon needs shooters around him, dog.
I could take anybody, man. I could take AI. I could take Kevin Johnson for real.
All right, you got.
I like Reggie Miller with Olajuwon, but them other players, I don't know if they fit.
I could take Clyde.
Clyde, come on,
I'm
man.
saying my core is solid. You niggas would be lucky to get 100 points on us. Yeah.
I mean, you got some defensive players back there, that's for sure. Yeah, you got some defense.
Yeah.
All I mean, it's from the half court line.
Where y'all think Nowinski going in the second round?
Oh, I forgot about Dirk.
Well, I don't think he might. He could for somebody else. I wouldn't pick him in the second round.
I feel like Dirk could come around and be one of them.
It depends on who drafted.
Yeah.
Forgot about Dirk. There's a lot of people we're forgetting about.
I think it's a whole bunch of fours that they would take before Dirk, though. But I think Dirk could still be around like the 4th or 5th round, to be honest with you. I think it's a bunch of fours people would take before him. I don't think people would take Dirk over Barkley or something like that.
Y'all think Pistol Peter get drafted?
Nah.
No. I don't. Well,
It's a different
maybe
league,
late.
man. These
Maybe
niggas is
late
monsters.
if maybe depending on who drafted, it would probably be late. I don't think he'd get picked early.
Listen here, man. That Jim Crow nigga is not making my roster. You can't compete with these black niggas. Nah. I'm gonna give you another name at the guard spot that I'd probably take over a lot of niggas. I fuck around and take Vernon Maxwell over a lot of niggas. I fuck around and take
Vernon Maxwell.
Damn.
I
you,
take
just
Mad
said,
Max.
you just said pack pistol feet up. And you gonna take,
Mad Max have to be coming off the bench behind somebody like, you know what I mean? Somebody
Vernon a
different.
funny motherfucker too, man. You be hearing that motherfucker lately, dog? That motherfucker is hilarious, bro. He be on what's that? Huh? I thought somebody said something. But yeah, but I be listening to that motherfucker on what's that
Yeah, man.
Smoke podcast.
Nigga said
Whatever that shit
Akeem
called.
hands like he be rubbing them on concrete. He slapped
Yo,
the
that
shit out of
motherfucker, he stopped. Yo, that motherfucker be telling the whole story. Like, yeah, man, Michael Jordan, man, that motherfucker, man, came up in the stadium, man. That motherfucker, I swear that motherfucker jumped up in the air. All I saw that motherfucker, the bottom of his motherfucking shit, man. All I saw was the logo, man. The bottom of his
the difference,
crazy,
though.
man.
The difference between
Exactly.
him and Braun, he gave these niggas nightmares. Like Vernon Maxwell was like, yo, I was outside. But before Chicago came, he was like, my wife used to tease me like, oh, you in the house tonight, huh?
You want to hear a
Mike must
funny
be
ass
in
story
town.
from that motherfucker? Listen to that motherfucker tell a story when Olajuwon smacked him and shit. That shit is hilarious.
But people though with Mike, the nigga, another story the nigga told, nigga was like, yo, my wife used to tease me like, oh, you in the house tonight, huh? Mike must be in town tomorrow. You play Mike tomorrow? You know what I mean? Word, ain't nobody telling no stories like that about Braun.
Yo,
niggas
Vernon
winning them
is funny
games
as
thinking it's 50-50. I might bust this nigga ass tonight.
Vernon Maxwell funny as shit with them stories. Like, I could listen to him tell them silly ass stories all day. That motherfucker.
yeah, he got a lot of stories. He had a funny Kobe story too. When they played for the Sixers, John Lucas bought Kobe in the practice. It was like, yo, guard the young boy. He's like, I ain't no young boy. That's a goddamn pro. But would y'all take?
Bring up
Would y'all take
a
Gilbert?
lot of niggas. Kevin Garnett ain't getting the
Oh, he getting in there.
conversation yet. You know what I mean? Like,
those stories are elevating niggas to where they don't belong, though. Vernon Maxwell don't belong in this conversation.
No, he doesn't.
What about Gilbert?
nah, we're not gonna do that to Vernon Maxwell. He was like,
Nah, that could be in this conversation. Nah,
No.
all time.
Yeah. What about Gilbert Arenas?
Yeah, he don't belong in this.
I'm taking Maxwell over Steph. I'm trying to put together a whole team. I'm taking Vernon over Steph.
You taking
If I
Vernon
got
over
other
Steph?
stars on my team that need
Over
touches,
Steph?
He trying to get niggas to
other
rumble.
stars on my look. If I got other stars on my team that need touches, it's not gonna work with Steph. For Steph to be Steph, Mike can't get them touches. Fucking Dr. J can't get them touches. For Steph to be Steph, Vernon Maxwell could still be Vernon Maxwell, and everybody on my team could shine.
Where's D Wade getting drafted?
I was asking, was Gilbert Arenas going to get drafted?
You think he goes in a second?
No, I would say no on Gilbert, but Wade, I don't think you can leave Wade out there too long, bro. Somebody the same person who drafted the centers first gonna have to take that guard. And
You're gonna need two guards. Yeah. Because once Jordan and Kobe is gone, yeah, you're gonna have to start looking at like Wade.
What about Harden though?
Not early.
I don't know if he goes that early though. I don't think he goes over Wade.
It's two names that we forgot too. Allen Houston.
No.
No.
I don't think he makes nobody's team.
No, not at 144 picks. No.
That was the greatest robbery in New York City history, man. We was paying that nigga 5 years after he retired.
What about Larry Johnson at the power forward?
I don't think he makes nobody's team
I don't
either.
think LJ making it. Because I'm taking Sean Kemp over LJ. I'm taking Karl
There's a
Malone
lot of
over
boards out there.
LJ. I'm taking Tim Duncan
Yeah,
definitely.
I would say no. I think he undersized at this point.
Yeah.
I'm taking
He can't
Cheeto
get nothing
over
with a Rob.
Where's Rodman get picked?
Rodman
What you
probably a
got on
third
your
rounder.
offense? He the first pick.
I
What
don't
you
think
got
he
on
gets picked
your
in the
offense?
third round.
You think after?
I think Rodman get picked in like the 5th round. Rodman's gonna get
Yeah,
picked
because
when
that's when
somebody.
niggas gonna start thinking about
Rodman's
defense.
gonna get picked when somebody needs like when somebody already drafted a point guard, they 2 guard, they small forward, and they center, and they like in the 5th or 6th round, and they looking like I still need a power forward, and Rodman's still gonna be sitting out there, and they're gonna grab him.
Stacked up on offense. Now you need some defense. Then niggas gonna start thinking about him.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of names out there though too would you take Rodman over Dirk, Karl Malone?
If they both on the board, if they both on the board in like the 5th or 6th round.
Depending on my offense.
It depends on what the rest of my team look like. Yeah, it depends on what I need.
Depending
If I already got enough offense, I'm going Rodman. If I got enough offense already.
Yep.
How about Ewing?
How about who?
Ewing is going to get drafted. I don't think he gets drafted to late though. I think Ewing's going to get drafted as a backup center.
If I get Mike 1st round, I'm taking Ewing 2nd round definitely.
He might start if somebody needs a center late and they just looking for a center late, they might grab Ewing. But for the most part, I think he probably be coming off the bench. Somebody probably pick him up.
Nah, don't do that shit to Pat, man. Like, all right, you got Wilt, you got Shaq.
He could start. He could start. It's going to be hard to name 11 centers better than Ewing.
You got Wilt, you got Akeem, you got Shaq. After that, Pat
you got
is in the
Moses.
conversation.
You got Moses. You got Joker. You got like these are MVPs I'm naming too, by the way.
I be forgetting about Joker.
Yeah. David Robinson.
Nah, I'm taking him over David Robinson every time.
Twice
on Sunday.
You could.
Twice
I'm
on
just naming people that's in the mix that he got to compete with. He could start somewhere. He could start on one of them teams though. Like it's 12 teams. He could possibly start for one.
You need a center. He gonna start.
Yeah, he could.
12 teams.
He would be a late pick though. Everybody pick you,
That's somebody who's picking a center late though. That's somebody who needs a center late, and they'll pick Ewing. He ain't gonna be one of the first 5 names off the board with centers.
Yeah. I agree with that. Akeem going 1st round, Shaq going 1st round, Wilt going 1st round.
You still got Kareem. You still got Bill Russell. You still, like I said, you got Joker. You got who else? I'm missing people. Lonzo. Lonzo's still going to be out there.
What's AD considered?
Huh?
AD.
I'll put him at
AD
4.
is injured. Nigga.
I'll put him at 4.
He ain't even in the draft. He injured.
But as far as where he'll get drafted, he'll be getting drafted, I think, late. I think he'll get drafted late. I don't think people would want to draft him first at the 4 position. Unless everybody's gone already. They might grab AD.
Man, listen, in my scouting report, he could sit over there right next to Embiid. I don't want neither one of you niggas.
I would draft him late if he was still on the board and I needed a backup, whatever. Like, because he could fill a couple of spots. So I would pick him late off the bench, though. I don't know if I want him starting.
What about them white boys, man? What about Jerry West and them?
Fuck them niggas.
They ain't not getting picked early. If he gets picked, it ain't gonna be early. It'll be late.
No, he might get picked, but I don't think too many people are gonna be trying to get Jerry West. The logo. I don't think people are gonna be thinking about West.
Bird gonna be in it. Now what
Yeah.
about Steve Nash?
I would draft. I wouldn't draft Bird because he's too high on the list, and I wouldn't want him to be my first pick. But he's going to get drafted. Dirk's going to get drafted. I would totally draft Chris Mullin. I would totally draft Chris Mullin. Me myself.
I'm saying
like,
Kevin McHale.
like
he might get drafted. Kevin McHale could get off the board. Yeah, late though.
That's my boy.
Yeah,
where would you draft Rick Barry?
No, nowhere.
That's a good one. I don't know. Rick Barry. But he put up points though. Rick Barry did put up buckets. But I don't know.
I'm taking deadlift strength over Chris Mullin on my white boy roster.
Who you picking? Who? Deadlift strength over Chris Mullin? You tripping? I'll take deadlift all day.
Run TMC.
Chris Mullin was a beast. He was a problem. People forget Chris Mullin was on the original Dream Team.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, but that Golden State team ain't do shit. That Tim Hardaway, Chris Mullin team ain't do shit.
They ain't had no defense. They played small. They was before their time, because if they was played in today's game, they would win a championship playing the way they play. But they was playing today's game in that era, and it wasn't working. That's how I know that style of play that people play today wouldn't work in
that's
that
a
era.
valid point you just
I seen
made.
that era. I seen teams try that crap in that era, and they lose. They put up a lot of points and lose. I remember Denver Nuggets did this shit too. Like, it's a bunch of teams that used to run small and try to run everybody up and down the court. Now I'm playing fours at 5 and shit like that and everything else. And yeah, they can't handle it. They couldn't handle it back then. Teams.
That Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway team, that was today's team.
Yeah.
They didn't have a Steph and Clay though. I'm just saying, we gotta be honest.
They had Tim Hardaway, Mitch Richmond, and Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin was one of the best 2-point shooters in the game. Mitch Richmond was one of the best scorers in the game, and Tim Hardaway was arguably the second best point guard in the league at that time. Because this is when Isaiah was on his way out.
And they was all still there when Weber got there too, right?
Clay would be the best 3-point shooting combination in terms of to ever play on the same team at the same time.
Who?
TMC didn't have that level of 3-point shooting.
They put up buckets though. They put up buckets. Now I would agree if you talk about 3-point shooting, but they scored though. They scored.
Yeah, I'm talking about 3-point shooting alone.
Yeah,
not just
all three of them averaging 20 and better.
Yeah, because they scored for sure, but they weren't the same threat that the modern day Warriors are for that reason though.
No, I'm just saying like they style of play, like they played small. Like they had Chris Webber playing center, and Chris Webber hated that shit too. That's why he has to get traded to the Bullets.
Yeah,
he didn't like
true.
Because they had him playing.
Taz, when you make that argument, that acts like Klay Thompson is gonna get drafted at all. Like that worked for them at that time, but
yeah, I'm taking Klay Thompson.
You taking Klay Thompson? He's gonna make your team.
I would take Klay.
I'm not
not early. I wouldn't take him early. I wouldn't take him early. Yeah. I would take him.
No, I'm saying like when we start talking, my roster rounded out 7, 8. You know what I'm saying? Let's say 8th round draft pick. No, bro. I'll take Klay Thompson.
Hell yeah, he's still sitting out there.
Let's go to the 11th, 12th round, right? Like Tracy McGrady is still there. You know what I mean?
I don't think he will be.
He ain't lasting that long. Tracy McGrady. If Tracy McGrady makes it out the second round, I'm shocked. If he makes it out the second round, I'm shocked. And he definitely ain't getting out the third.
T-Mac somebody round?
T-Mac somebody first or second round pick as a 2-guard or a 3 or a 3.
Yeah. Like I said, if he makes it somehow by a miracle out the second round, there's no way in living hell he's making out the third. There's no way. As I would snatch him.
Yeah, T-Mac, G Hill, Benny, they second or if they got to go third round, it's amazing. But their second and third rounders, easy.
Yeah, now we got to do this shit as a case study because we can't really say what it is till we see them players off the books. You know what I mean? Now we got to do this shit.
Listen, if you set the tops off them boards and G Hill, T Mac, and Penny up there, I'll probably take G Hill.
I'm taking Penny because I'm going with like in his prime Penny before he got hurt. Yeah, I'm taking Lil Penny.
I'm taking G Hill. I ain't seen nobody give Mike 50 and then give Scotty 50.
Yeah, now we got to set up this bracket. I ain't gonna lie, this is a good one.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm on it. But
no fucking rolling paper.
Would you drive for Jermaine O'Neal?
I was on.
Nah.
Nah. Is Grant Hill getting drafted?
Yes.
Yeah.
He should be. Yeah.
Like late in the draft. Yeah, I'll take Grant Hill.
No, I ain't going that. I ain't even going that late. He would be a backup or starting small forward for me.
Yeah.
So who's your first 5 picks?
I mean, you give like if I had my picks where I wanted them. If I had my picks where I wanted them, I'm going Kobe, Magic. I know Brian's going to be off.
I don't know how you would magically get both of them on your team.
All right. So, so it would be hard. But like I said, my first pick would be Kobe because I know what to put around him. I already see what he needs to win. So, you know what I mean? I just need a shooter here. I mean, somebody that's going to give me 18 points a game. That ain't hard to pick.
All right, and if you don't get Kobe, who's your second first pick?
Jordan.
I mean, you can't get Mike. We taking Michael. Whoever gets the first pick, they hit the Mega Million, right? They get Mike.
Right.
Take Mike off the board. You can't get Kobe. Who you taking?
Brian first.
Brian.
I'm telling you ain't hear me. I'm
taking KD.
Jordan ain't making it past the second pick. I promise you, Jordan ain't making it.
Give me KD.
So yeah.
Yeah, he ain't gonna make it past that second pick, though. I agree with that. But if I got the first pick, I'm taking LeBron.
You taking LeBron over Jordan?
Yes.
See, and Taz, we be connecting most of the time, my nigga, and then you say some crazy shit like this, and I'm like, yo, what is my nigga talking about?
I mean, that's not a bad pick. I mean, but he gonna get you to the championship. Y'all might not win, but that ain't a bad pick.
Y'all niggas is bugging, yo. I'm picking niggas that's gonna get me to the chip. If I can't get Mike, I'm
Brian,
taking.
you mean win the chip? Because Brian gonna get you to the chip.
If I can't get Mike, I'm taking Olajuwon first round. If I can't get Mike or Olajuwon, then I would take Kobe.
From age 30 to 35, who's better, LeBron or MJ?
Say that again.
From age 30 to 35, who's better, LeBron or MJ?
Mike.
In what realms? Like a lot of people count stats. I mean, what
age 30 to 35, eye test.
Oh, Jordan, easy. Not even a eye test. I got a lot of people over Brian.
And see, this is when the old nigga in me kicks in because I don't respect
this
none
eye
of these.
Test though.
I don't respect none of these bouncing around the league young niggas. Like I respect Giannis more than half these niggas because he got his ring where he started at. Like that's the fundamental dope shit I respect. I didn't start respecting bouncing around the league until Clyde.
Say that again.
I ain't respect bouncing around the league until Clyde, and he only did it once to go get that chip. I could understand it because the Trailblazers was almost like the fucking Buffalo Bills of the NBA. You know what I mean? They kept getting there, they just couldn't get it done. So I couldn't be mad at him. But then once Barkley did it, I hear you.
So they would be like the Cavs.
Not even like the Cavs, my nigga. The Cavs wasn't like that. Like when you talking about that Buffalo Bills team,
that lost all those years, like motherfucking Thurman was like that. Tim Kelly was like that. That's Terry Porter, fucking.
I can't say Tim Kelly was like that. Andre Reed and them was like
Andre
that.
Reed.
I mean, yeah.
He had a
Bruce
core full of
Smith.
Andre Reed was a fucking problem.
But
Bruce
I'm saying,
Smith.
as a whole, that team wasn't the Cavs. That team was the Trailblazers. If it could be anything, we talking Terry Porter, we talking motherfucking what was the big man? Kevin Duckworth. You know what I mean? We talking Clyde. Like they was the squad.
Buck Williams.
What was my nigga, the bald head nigga with the headband?
Cliff Robinson.
Cliff Robinson. Cliff Robinson was my nigga too.
Yeah, but no.
Mike ran through them niggas, bro, by himself.
He did. So that's why out of everybody, like Clyde, when he did it, I was kind of like, all right, I get it. You going to play with a king. And it paid off immediately. That shit ain't work out for Charles.
Well, they ran.
That shit did not work out for Barkley, nigga. He getting clowned to this day. Shaq be violating too.
Barkley had it in Phoenix.
They ain't get that chip though, my nigga.
That young boy got hurt. The young boy got, I think Dumas got hurt. Richard Dumas got hurt. I don't think they was going to win anyway.
Richard Dumas was nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the one Mike averaged like 37, ain't it?
No, that was 41, I think.
Come on.
I think he averaged 41 against Phoenix.
I mean, just come on. You know, there was no shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike was on one.
It was the lost era.
That's what Ant-Man just did to the Lakers. So we gonna see what that. Right, he just performed on them niggas, bro. That shit was crazy what he just did.
Hey, yo, when I seen Ant-Man with the hoop earring in, I was like, oh, nah, this nigga ain't playing with these niggas. This shit might get crazy this year.
Rudy Gobert had Shaq numbers.
Yeah, that 20 and 20 is crazy, bro. That's always crazy to see a nigga put up 20 and 20.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that the ball, if the Greek Freak get a jump shot, it's a problem. I'm just saying, if he get a consistent mid-range jumper, he might average 38. Because
he gonna have to. That always comes late in a nigga career. He gonna have to.
Because in the loss he had 30, 20, and 17.
If they moving down, though. That Miller move, it didn't help them. It should have.
No. They should have kept the boy that went to Boston.
Yeah.
And they'd have kept
Greek.
No, the point guard.
Sean Kemp.
Greek Freak easy. I don't even know why you even put them two together.
I don't think you watch Sean Kemp.
Yeah, I watched Sean Kemp. I like Sean Kemp. Sean Kemp was nasty.
I would say the only flaw Giannis got is
the 3 seed.
Right.
4 games to 1. Minnesota
Man, he gonna rub that in on them Lakers fans.
On a 16-8 run. And the Timberwolves getting their 21st win in their last 26 games.
And think about this. The Lakers, whenever they've been a 3 seed or higher,
never
have never lost in the first round. Shocking here. Because coming into this series, people heavily favored had the Lakers.
That bum ass nigga
The
Grant.
Minnesota
I hated
Timberwolves
that
have
nigga.
beaten the Lakers 4 games to 1, and now they await the winner of the
I told you.
Golden State Series.
I told you.
Terrific
That's
win
get
for the
back to
Timberwolves,
those.
who
You know,
finished
that's
winning 3
the
consecutive
Rams
games.
lost years
They
ago.
won by 12 in
hate
game
that
3,
nigga,
by
B.
3 in game 4.
I couldn't wait for the
Tonight they
Knicks to
win
get
it
rid of
by
him.
7.
Get that nigga out of here.
The game ball goes to Rudy Gobert.
No.
Now, 20, 27
Julius
points,
Randle, man.
24 rebounds. But that fourth quarter was spectacular by Julius Randle, with Anthony Edwards struggling offensively, only 5
he
of
cooked
19,
tonight.
15 points, 0 for 11 from Ant-Man. Boy, he had.
That's great.
I ain't gonna lie, I hated that Julius Randle nigga, man.
But LeBron was playing since what, July?
He got his revenge. Randall did.
Yeah. What you mean, Olympics?
Yeah, 39-year-old man playing from July to April, bro. That's just Herculean, man. That's crazy. You gotta give him credit for that.
Why?
I mean, he looked even more spry than Luka Doncic out there, man. That's a shame, bro.
It's time to quit, bro.
It ain't hard to look. Me and you could probably run up the court better than Luka. I mean, I don't know. Like, I give the man credit for playing in this at 40, but
So
like
Taz, if
Taz
you say
said,
it's time for Braun to quit, is it
time.
time for your man? What's the nigga from Portland on the on Milwaukee right now? My man,
Dame.
Is it time for Dame?
Yeah, Dame just took
Is
a
it time
bad.
for Dame to pack it up?
Didn't they say he retired?
Yeah, he might be done.
I thought they said he retired.
Or where he announced that shit?
Because he popped his Achilles. I think somebody said, I don't know if my son was trolling me. I think they said he retired.
Got 101 on the East Coast as we
Yeah,
bring
they
you inside the
talk fast,
NBA. We're going to stay here till LeBron wins. 101 on a night the clock struck midnight for the LA Lakers season. Welcome everybody. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles
Can I say it one
Barkley.
time before we start?
Yes.
Superman was in the building. Rudy Gobert would have killed you. He would have dumped all over your head. He would have ate you up tonight. Oh, gosh. He was in the building. He would have been blocking your shot and ducking on your head on the other end. It would have been great. Oh, man, he said he would have did that against any Laker at any time. That's what he said.
Say bon to you, Rudy. That's right the end. Here's what's going on Thursday. Another playoff doubleheader. We've got the New York Knicks and the Detroit Pistons in a 3-2 series.
That pack these
game
niggas up.
6 is in Detroit, and then the Nuggets and the Clippers in LA, with the Clippers trying to stay alive against the Joker. And
Nuggets.
Well, the Lakers' season was on the line, down 3-1 to the Timberwolves, Game 5 in LA. Heading into the game, head coach J.J. Redick was asked about his team's mood. His answer, on edge, as we should be. And you certainly got the idea during Redick's pregame media availability that the first-year coach was feeling the heightened anxiety of an elimination game.
As you watch the film, what do you recall about your thought process in the moment? Sticking with the 5 you stuck with in the fourth quarter the other day, and is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get some other guys involved if that opportunity presents
Are
itself?
you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? You think I don't talk to my assistants
Yes,
about
motherfucker.
substitutions every single timeout?
Yeah. No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I,
There's a lot going
every
on.
single time. That's a weird assumption.
Thank you, Coach.
Oh, so you thought your assistant coaches
down
under
to
the
the
bus.
highlights of Game 5.
This is his first playoffs, right?
Oh, it's his first year as a head coach.
So
He all
he's
sensitive.
experienced.
Rui
Oh,
Hachimura going left hand.
And that made Rudy mad.
Anthony Edwards taking it to the 10. 23-11 start, and then a sign of things to come. Rudy Gobert had himself a monster night.
You know, he was engaged in the game on both ends of the floor. He understood the slots where he should be. Great game by Rudy Gobert.
Took total advantage of the Lakers' lack of size and just exploited it all night. Here goes Luka. Fouled by Dante DiVincenzo. And by Rudy, the call on Dante, and he grabs the back, and he's having trouble getting up. He shot his free throws,
That fat
and
nigga
then
fucked
headed to
up
the
behind
locker
him.
room.
Look, he tapped out.
Like a good vet.
Good bitch ass.
Your back on the hurts on defense. It don't hurt on
Someone
offense.
coming out here with a back brace on?
Halftime score was 59.
Now he ain't a bitch ass nigga. He's just out of
Minnesota.
shape.
Doncic connects for three.
Doesn't hurt that, but
now it hurts that.
Yeah, where the defense at?
They went at him.
Yo, Luka got no D, dog.
None.
Anthony Edwards gets the roll, 68-61. Rui Hachimura had a nice game.
Yeah, he did. He had timely shots. He tried to keep the Lakers in.
Out big.
Played great defense, but just too small.
Yeah, he had 23. Luka, meantime, out of the corner. And then Dorian Finney-Smith, and for the first time in the evening, the Lakers have the lead.
Won't last
And there go Wilt Gobert.
Rudy ties the game at 79. And
Nigga
on the
said, "Wilt
defensive end,
Gobert."
Get that out of here. Get that
Oh,
out of
he
here.
blocked that shit.
David Gobertson.
Good G.
Ooh, get that rebound.
DiVincenzo.
Yeah, Gobert, yo.
Again.
Woo.
Good move.
Oh, my goodness.
And Minnesota begins to pull away. Julius Randle had 23, 11 in the fourth quarter. LeBron out of the corner and keeps him in at 93-91 as Kyrie looks on.
Why we show him?
Because he was watching the game.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Anthony Edwards in transition, 97.
Nigga said, "Why we show him?"
All of them together.
Rui still in it, down by 3. But look at the old reliable coming through. Mike Conley out of the corner, 4-3.
That's his spot right there in that corner.
And
Minnesota Knicks
Timberwolves
in the ship.
beat the
Knicks in
Lakers
5.
103-96 and take the series in 5. First time Minnesota's beaten the Lakers in a post-game series. They lost to the other one with home court, and this one without home court, they taken 5 from the Lakers. Who do we have, TK, first? Here's JJ Redick.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, what JJ have to say?
We executed great in the fourth quarter.
Nigga, panic.
Missed shots at the rim, missed a bunch of threes. Shot 12 for 52 for the series in the fourth quarter from 3. On top of that, you lose 2 games in Minnesota, minus 12 in scoring opportunities, minus 13, and then you lose by 20 tonight. Just too many turnovers, too many offensive rebounds, and I think given the struggles scoring the ball, particularly early in the series, there's a trade-off. There's always a trade-off. You could say, "Oh, play a center." We couldn't score, so there's a trade-off to everything with this. But we obviously put ourselves in a position to be in the game 3 times in the fourth quarter and just came up short every time. But again, the offensive part of it tonight in particular was we missed wide open threes. We missed a couple shots at the rim. We got good looks.
We'll be monitoring JJ's comments.
For the last
If there's
2
anything
games,
else that we'd like to bring you,
0
we shall
points in
do
5.
that. LeBron James, 5 points in the fourth quarter. Last 2 games scoreless in game 4 in the fourth. In the fourth quarter for the series, Minnesota was plus 42. Kind of re-emphasizing the point that JJ Redick was making about how
We got nobody around you, man. You pack it in, bro.
Well,
Yeah, I think that nigga was like, "Yo, we
it
ain't
just
beating
was
these
too
niggas."
small. They should have put some side. Like Jackson Hayes.
I want to know what the story is with Jackson Hayes.
You can't put all those little guys out there because it was just a free fall on the offensive board and just going to the paint. And listen, I know he's a little sensitive right now because of the criticism he's taking, but sometimes you have to ask yourself, is the criticism fair? You shouldn't have played a 40-year-old guy because LeBron had nothing tonight. He was just selling for jump shots. He went to the basket a couple times. He was just selling for jump shots. I think when guys settle for jump shot, that's fatigue. And he didn't really play his bench a lot. He played 3 guys off the bench. That's what I don't understand. He played a guy who hadn't played since January.
Maxi Kleber.
Hadn't played since January.
And so he really telling those other guys on the bench they suck. That's all he's saying. Like you basically get a guy. Last game you says, okay, you guys suck. I'm not gonna put you in the game.
You suck.
Then he gets a guy who hadn't played since January and says, I trust him, a guy who hadn't played in a basketball game since January. I'd rather put him in the game than you guys.
And rather than Jackson Hayes, who has been a starter, even though he hasn't played a lot of minutes.
But
you're getting killed inside.
Yes. Well, if you recall, Ernie, at the start of the series,
that'd be tight.
My fear for the Lakers was I said they believe their best lineup is when LeBron James is at the 4. And I don't think he can guard Julius Randle or guys that way. I think his superpower, I was saying, when he's at the 3, because then he's still physically intimidating. Yeah. But Julius Randle, and as you move on, and you'd have to, all of a sudden you got to guard Aaron Gordon and all these different guys that are athletic 4s. I just thought that would be too much for a 40-year-old person, because now his best attribute, now LeBron has been the best player in our generation at any position. But at this stage, 40 years old, he's a 3-man that can overpower smaller 3s. And you put him at the 4, and I thought that was a disadvantage.
You know, they have 2 of the top main players on their team, but let's just keep it real. They're not good enough. And it's unfortunate they're going to be like this for a while. They're not going to make any moves this summer. Got to pay 2 guys $50 million and up.
Yeah.
So get used to this, because you know when you have players of that caliber, it's championship or bust. So.
Well, that trade that did not go through in Charlotte,
Mark Williams did.
That was huge for them, because they would have been able to possibly.
If you would have played them, stop.
Are you serious?
No, it would have helped them because he would have trusted.
So you know enough. You've seen enough of Mark Williams. No disrespect to Mark Williams.
Yeah, Charlotte.
You've seen enough of him that he would have.
He would have been serviceable against Rudy Gobert tonight. Yes.
Yeah, that little nigga's eye.
Without question.
Oh, first of all, don't act like they was throwing to Rudy in the post. Rudy got drop-offs because people were going at Luka.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Right, but he's dropping over Finney Smith and dropping over Austin Reeves. But instead of dropping over a 7'1" guy.
Man, stop it.
You're not dropping over a 7'1".
Listen,
you don't think the Lakers need size?
They need some size, but they
got size.
The Lakers size. Jackson Hayes. The Lakers need.
I mean, Jackson Hayes is a good young guy.
Mark Williams, you're not in a position of power. You're sitting at home, relaxed.
No, but he would have helped.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that. Well, how's that working out for Charlotte?
Because Charlotte
they don't have nothing else.
There's a hole.
But his area, he would have been a key contributor.
As I told you,
not good enough.
Them clowns on our
okay, all right.
Them guys will be.
If they're not good enough, what do they need?
They need number one. They got to get some more athletic ability. They can't guard anybody. And they're going to have to find somebody to cover for LeBron and Luka.
Cover which way?
Defensively. Because LeBron don't play defense anymore.
Okay.
Luka can't guard a chair. And you're gonna have to have Wilt, Kareem, and Bill Russell back there blocking shots if they're gonna keep everybody in front of them.
First round elimination for the second straight season in JJ Redick's first. And do not have a 2025 first round pick.
Luka got to get in better shape too.
Well, that's been a knock, but
it's been a knock. At some point, as a player, you can't have people saying that about you. You're an elite player, and you're getting ready to get $300-400 million. You can't say you got to get in shape to earn that money. You can't get on TV every day, and we all do it. He can't guard anybody.
Well, yeah, I think, but in Dallas, his game hasn't changed much, but what he did have is Lively back there. And
I'm so glad you said that, Kenny.
But that's what I'm saying. He had those. Yeah. That's what they were expecting Mark Williams to be.
But
him, the lob catcher, the rim protector, when guys are able to drop out, because the trade-off is you might get 20, but Luka might get 40.
See, that's the trade-off. This is a point I want to make about that Dallas situation. I thought that a lot of the criticism for Nico I thought was a little unfair. Because, they made it to the finals last year with Kyrie and Luka. But that team was mediocre until Nico went out and got PJ, Gafford, and Lively.
Well, I think one of them was there.
And that took them to the next level. Right. So Nico did a fabulous job last year. We can talk about the trade this year, but last year, Luka's a hell of a player. Kyrie's a hell of a player. But until the Mavericks, you go back and look, they were in the bottom of the pile until he made those trades and got all those big guys. But at some point, you just can't go out and get big guys because he can't play no damn defense. He got to learn to play defense and get in shape.
I think you can learn a lot of things, but you can learn to get bigs before he'll learn to be a defensive stopper.
If you try getting in shape first, and then that would help.
Meantime, the Minnesota Timberwolves, 103-96.
I got something for you.
They get either Houston or Golden State in the Western Conference semifinals. That series still ongoing, and we'll have the highlights of game.
Who they gonna be playing? Houston or Golden State? Golden State gonna get out this round?
Yeah, Houston look like they got that other gear, bro. They look like they can maybe pull off two straight and take it.
Yeah, we'll see.
They're youngsters.
I didn't even know the Lakers was going for Mark Williams, and yeah, that would have been a different element with the Joker and Braun right now. Yeah, that was a fair argument. I like that kid. He's a solid big man.
Yeah. Lakers in trouble though, man. Lakers in trouble as far as their future.
We say that shit now.
I said that shit when they got him. When they got Luka. I said that shit. I ain't gonna bullshit you.
I mean, come on though. Luka's still Luka.
I was one of the few people that was jumping up saying this is a dumb trade. It ain't gonna work unless they and I was like, now if they trying to get LeBron a chip. If they trying to get LeBron a chip, this is the worst thing they could have did.
I mean, you gotta think about it though. Braun was trying to pass the reins off to this nigga so bad, like Mr. Glass just couldn't do it. So now it made sense on paper. Joker's a nigga that want to take that, yo, I'll score all the buckets tonight, I'll go crazy. He wanted to take that role. Braun trying to fall back, and now we see it now. Like, the niggas damn near dead.
I mean, you look at Luka did play a lot of games as well. I mean, going back to the finals, he also played the Olympics. He had that lingering leg injury too, so that may have been a little bit more severe than what they were letting on.
Yeah, but Luka young though. Everybody knows Luka just out of shape. That fat nigga, he don't want to train. He don't want to lose no weight. He's not a defensive threat at all. Like, you know that in the package when it comes with Luka, but he's buckets. All right, will you take the buckets over zero defense?
Mm-hmm.
And now we see the effects of that shit. So when I'm talking about taking motherfucking Rasheed Wallace, I don't look so crazy no more, do I? I was a different game with she hitting his little 15 from the corner and keeping niggas out of that paint. No double-digit fucking offensive rebounds. That shit changed the game.
You think LeBron still wants to retire a Laker?
He ain't got no choice at this point.
Might as well.
I want Bron.
Okay.
At
Golden State
this
makes a
point,
package still? No?
I don't think
Maybe
he
a
wants to
13.
go. I don't think
Okay.
he want to go play with the Pelicans or somebody like that. Like do what Mike did on his last leg.
I don't see where he fits in with Golden State. I don't see where LeBron fits in with any motherfucking body. Like, it's time for them to wrap it up.
Right now.
It's
Yeah.
time for them to wrap it up. Because whoever he plays with is going to require a lot of money on the cap. You're not even really sure what you.
That.
You're not even
Just
really
like
sure
that
what
point
you
in
get
Mike's
to do.
career when he was getting like 25 a season, but you never knew season after season, this might be the last one. You know what I mean? Can't build on that shit.
Yeah, he's pretty much. Yeah, at this point he's starting to become a liability. You know, you shoehorning the motherfuckers, forcing them to draft your son and put him on a playoff roster. There's no reason why Bronny should even been on that playoff roster. Why was he even on the playoff roster? Like that was a favor to LeBron. That's the fuck that was. He didn't do shit to earn that playoff roster spot. You trying to win it, and sure enough, there's complaining about how light their bench was. That's because y'all had to save a spot for Bronny. And y'all didn't have y'all wasn't able to get a solid player to give your starters some minutes because y'all had this promise a spot to Bronny. Is what happened.
You did not want Bronny to have to guard Anthony Edwards. No.
You feel me?
It is a good look for the league, though. The league is kind of young right now. Like when you look at the nucleus of most of the major teams right now, they're younger. Like Golden State, they old and washed up. Motherfucking who else? Really, the Dallas Mavericks now at this point is old and washed up. The rest of these little niggas, they pretty young and they gonna be building on their teams, so.
The league need more YNs. These old niggas, Steph and LeBron and all these motherfuckers, they're done.
Nah, the league just need niggas that's nice. Cause like, look at everybody's favorite YN, motherfucking John Morant. This nigga talking about, yeah, I think I got SGA figured out right now. Like, you don't have this nigga figured out. He be cutting your ass.
What up,
night
bro?
after night.
What up, Lou?
Hey, y'all can forget about LeBron leaving next year. He got $100 million still left on his contract. That boy ain't going nowhere. If anything, Luka's in more jeopardy because he's unrestricted. Like he can walk if he wants to. But I believe that they had like a backdoor agreement that he would sign, you know. But LeBron got 2 more years, $100 million on the contract. He ain't going nowhere.
I can see him retiring though. I can see him retiring.
Yeah, Bron
I can't
ain't
see him
chasing
leaving
no
that.
100 mil.
I can't see him leaving it though.
Nah, they probably work out. They could work out a buyout.
And then plus his son got 2 more years too.
But look, I'm just saying, if we keeping it on the money, right? Let's be real. The second Bron is gone, he's a commentator the next season.
Did anybody else find it hilarious that Charles Barkley telling somebody to stay in shape? I get the point that Luka does need to be in shape, but Barkley, out of all people, the only other person
but Barkley could use the weight with a lot, not as much. Right. I mean, but he was playing power forward and he was short.
And
so
he was
the
a
weight
defensive monster.
The weight actually didn't really bother him being in the position he was playing. But Luke is a wingman. And that motherfucker shaped like an old Mexican woman. Like that motherfucker. He look like that motherfucker. Yeah, man. It's like he looked weird.
By the way, y'all disgusting, man. Y'all just disgusting. I hate you niggas, man. Keep on bringing up these guys that's like, well, first of all, Russell Westbrook, yeah, he got the triple double numbers, but he a dumb player though. His basketball IQ is horrible, man. Ain't no way I'm having him on my team.
Hey, Lou, you in this draft, Lou. Mike is off the table. Kobe is off the table. Who's your first pick?
Once those 2 is gone, it's gonna be one of the big guys like Will Kareem or Hakeem, somebody like that, man. Like once
you're an old nigga too.
Yeah,
you're old.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those guys, man. Like, then another thing, as Psycho, he probably could predict where I'm gonna go, man. Putting a number 2 option in the conversation with all these guys, man. Talking about taking them in the 2nd round? Hell no, man. I know Solar the one that said that, and I get his logic, but come on, man. Like, y'all crazy, man. A 16-point a game averaging nigga. Get out of here, man.
Who you talking about?
If you got Jordan and your picks coming around the board let's go around. Who's your second pick?
That's a good question. It just depends who's out
Pat
there.
Ewing is off the board.
But I'm with Will on
Nah,
that.
Ewing's on the board. Ewing's on the board. The
I'm
big
taking him.
names are off. The big names are off, like Magic, Wilt, Kobe, Shaq. You know,
I'm saying when the second round starts, I'm
Kevin
taking Pat
Durant,
off the board.
they all off the board, right? Because you pick first and you got Jordan, so you have to go through
on
all
that.
the first round
on that.
and all the second round because you're the last pick in the second.
Right. I'm with Will on that. It's gonna be somebody like Penny, somebody who can facilitate. Yes, I can understand like why people is talking about Scottie Pippen. I just see a bunch of other players like before him. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm saying, you just but you know what you're getting with Pippen and Jordan. Like you know what you're getting with them. So that seemed like that.
But that's after a lot of heartache and like development though. Y'all just acting like it's the finished product, man.
Shit.
Y'all acting like you just walked in the league.
You putting too many dynamics up in there right now.
Yeah. My argument is though that could have been Mike and Weber. That could have been Mike and Chris Mullin. Like that could have been Mike and anybody.
Right.
I'm curious to know who would you try to fit in with Mike if not Scotty? Like who would you try to plug in? Who do you think Mike would do well with?
See, I'm just not under the perception that Scotty is the only guy that would have won those rings. But
no, I'm in this list. Who you think he would do?
So if I got Mike,
I'm talking about this fantasy joint. You can go any area.
That's why I already
right. I can pick Gary Payton with Mike, man. It don't matter. It's just somebody that's, you know what I'm saying?
You pick Gary Payton second round?
I got Mike. That's why I told you third
like
round. I'm going Rasheed Wallace. I'm going to put some defense around him. I'm going to put some offensive rebounds.
Jason Kidd and Michael Jordan.
I thought it would work.
Because Michael Jordan needs to play with a guard that can shoot threes consistently.
Pippen can't shoot threes consistently.
I said a guard. I said a guard.
Right, Jason Kidd is a guard.
BJ Armstrong wasn't no great.
You mentioned a guard. You mentioned a guard, and I'm saying Jason Kidd. You mentioned a point guard, and I'm saying if he's gonna play with
BJ
a guard,
Armstrong
he needs a guard that can shoot. And Jason Kidd is not. I mean, I'm not. He got his jump shot got better over time, but he still was never a 3-point.
Shooting ain't that big of a value when you got Michael Jordan. Like, what?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What are you talking about? Pippen can shoot. He averaged 16 points a game.
Name me a time when Michael Jordan won over 50 games without a shooter playing right next to him at guard.
You calling Pippen a shooter? Pippen was not no shooter.
I said guard. I said you're so stuck on Pippen. Yo,
yeah, you gotta pack the paint, Lou. You gotta pack the paint.
Wait. Stop hating on Pippen for a second and listen to what I'm saying. Name me a time when Michael Jordan won over 50 games with a guard. Pippen is a forward. So I'm not talking about Scottie Pippen. Name me a time when Michael Jordan won over 50 games without a guard that can shoot threes.
Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr averaged 5 shots a game.
Paxson.
What are y'all talking
Who
about?
can shoot threes? Who can shoot threes?
He can shoot threes. He can shoot threes, but like we talking
right
about.
Now name me a time when he won over 50 games playing next to a guard.
But like anybody could like you could put Craig Hodges, anybody there. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys.
You're missing. You know you're missing. Totally missing what I'm saying, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No.
Totally.
Ron Harper.
When Michael, I'm gonna repeat the question again. Name me a time when Michael Jordan won over 50 games with a guard next to him that do not shoot threes.
It don't exist.
Ron Harper.
There you go. Thank you. That's all I'm saying with the Jason Kidd pick.
Right, but
Jason Kidd and Michael Jordan won't work. He needs to play with a guard that can shoot threes.
Those guys was averaging like 5, 6 shots a game. You know
who works with Michael Jordan at point guard? Steph Curry. Steph Curry works with Michael Jordan. Steph Curry point guard, not Jason Kidd.
Nah,
Steph Curry shoots like 15 to 20 shots a game. If you got Jordan, ain't nobody else gonna be shooting any
Michael
shots.
Jordan shots. You don't create shots for Mike. You know what I mean?
Listen,
he doesn't need the prototypical point guard.
What he keep like overvaluing is that these guys, like, you don't need nobody else to shoot 15, 20 shots a game. Steph Curry is gonna shoot 15 to 20 shots per game, bro. That's why y'all like. That's what you're not seeing.
Nah,
bro.
that was my argument early.
Those guys like John Paxson, Steve Kerr, those guys only shot like 5 to 6 shots.
They don't need as
They can shoot threes. They can shoot threes. Nobody saying they average 40 points a game. We are saying they can shoot threes. That was their purpose to shoot threes.
I just think it's an overvalue because the amount of shots.
Not with Michael Jordan. How you gonna overvalue that with Michael Jordan when that ain't Michael Jordan?
Nah, Lou, think about it though. If Mike was drawing the defense and he was swinging it to Steph Curry, that's a bucket. That's a
Steph
three
Curry is a lead
single.
option though. That's what y'all not understanding. He's a number one option. Those guys is like 3, 4 option, man. So
No,
like,
Lou, listen to what I'm
why
saying.
is he focusing on the 3rd and 4th option?
Lou,
like
listen to what I'm saying. I understand that, right? But we do know Steph Curry is a hitman. And a lot of times he creates his own shot. If Mike taking the whole defense to the other side of the floor every play and swinging it to you, yeah, Steph going,
right,
it ain't going to be a night he don't have 20-something.
Right, that's the point though. It's like you talking about Mike. He's shooting like 22, 25 shots a game. That's like what y'all not factoring in, but it's y'all team, so I can't.
But it's because he never had no Steph. Think about it. Like he had Steve Kerr. This a nigga you got to choke up in practice. Like, yo, you got one job. When I throw it to you, make the 3, right? And Steve Kerr was good at that. If you had a nigga with Steph skill sets, yeah, that should be different.
What y'all not understanding is that Steph a number one option. He's just not gonna sit back and wait, like for what I'm saying, shoot the ball 5, 6 times. He needs shots, man. He's gonna take his shots.
He don't need shots. He does.
Man, you playing with Black Jesus.
Yeah, if you playing with Jordan, he'll take it back seat.
He's not gonna sit there. Like you wasting, you diminishing his value if you're doing that.
Larry Bird said that nigga is Jesus in
So who you play? Well, okay, so you say Steph don't work. I'm saying Jason Kidd don't work.
Lamar Jackson work?
Because he feels.
No, I'm not Jackson.
Nah,
he needs to play with a guard that can shoot.
I'm thinking about the number 2 option, not the number 3, 4 option though. That's the point. Like y'all.
We talking about a point guard though. We talking about point guard.
Yeah, like
right, because you said you don't want Pippen because Pippen would have killed all this because then you could have just got another 2 guard like y'all did, like y'all been doing in the 90s. Because y'all had Pippen running point and y'all had 2 guards. Y'all didn't really have a real point.
Right. It's y'all team, so
BJ
I ain't gonna say it's the wrong. I ain't gonna say it's the wrong answer. It's just the way that team was built. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, BJ could hit the 3 too, Paul.
Yeah, BJ.
Yeah, BJ Armstrong, Steve Kerr, John Paxson, Craig Hodges. Like it's all copy and paste, plug and play.
Yeah. The only nigga that was really creating shots for Mike was BJ Armstrong. He was the only kind of true point guard they ever had. Everybody else.
BJ Armstrong was in that first 3-piece. So you talking about creating shots? Like Mike didn't need nobody to create no shots. They wasn't even playing like that at that point. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know what y'all mean. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
he didn't say, that's not what he said, Lou. He said BJ create his own shot. That's what he said.
He said create shots for Mike.
No, he said BJ create his own shot.
Lou was right now.
Oh, you say he create shots for Mike? Okay,
I'm saying BJ did create shots. He's the only point guard Mike ever had that, when I remember watching him, was the only one that was going to the rack, swinging it out the Mike. Mike was just hitting the shot from where he was. You know what I mean? With every other point guard Mike had, Mike was creating his own shots. That's when he was backing niggas down, hitting the fadeaway. You know what I mean? BJ Armstrong was the only kind of true point guard Mike ever worked with.
He really was. He was, but you still had Pippen. I mean, that's the beauty of the triangle. Like, anybody could be a point guard at any given moment. Outside of those
triangle
big guys.
is different.
Outside of the big guys, all of the wing players can just step into that role. So, that's how they played. But yeah, man, like I don't know, like as far as like the 2 option, like I said, like since somebody, what I mean, who was gonna play defense and facilitate as far as that, but then scoring as like, like as a less, but they can score, you know what I mean? But I don't know, man. It's like
you know who we never brought up in the draft, Lou? Niggas never brought up the glove. Like, he not like that.
I said Gary Payton though.
His name never came up, Lou.
That's one of the first names I brought up at the point guard. You know what I'm saying?
Brought up the white boy team, Lou. Mark Price never came up.
Mark Price gonna shoot that bitch though. Like he gonna get like 15 shots off. So you know what I mean. But it's interesting.
So you
man.
saying no point guard fits with Michael Jordan unless they just don't shoot? Because like everybody, all the point guards we naming that can shoot threes, you saying they not gonna work with them.
I'm saying
one
the
person
ones
you
you
said that
guys
work with
named,
him
like,
is Jason Kidd.
Like yeah, we talking about like 3 options and shit like that. Like I'm talking about a true second option is like Isaiah. Isaiah could fit with him. You know what I'm saying? He don't need to shoot like that, but he can, like if it's called upon him. So
See,
like,
and that I gotta disagree there.
Them motherfuckers, no, I'm gonna play your game. They hate each other, so that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I
they hate
got
each
you.
other.
I get
Nah,
I get
I
that.
ain't even saying that. I'm just saying
I got it run, y'all be smooth. Man.
Mike made great things happen with spot shooters. You know what I mean? Like he made.
That's what. Yeah, I mean, but people could play that though. Like I feel like Mark Price could do that.
Right.
Like if that's what's asked of him to do, he can do that.
And that was my argument with Steph. Steph could do that. He don't need to run
Yeah,
all around
that's
the
what's
court.
asked of him to do. Right. If they
Create his own
job
shot.
is to do that, we know he can do that. Like
Right.
he can do that. Yeah. If that's what's asked of him.
Because Mike was damn sure drawing that defense, man.
Yeah, Mike
Yo,
had a whole bunch of people. He made a whole bunch of people open, wide open.
Yo, Psycho, I hated that nigga's soul, man. I'm a Knicks fan, but looking back on it now, objectively, on all the nights that crushed my teenage years, yo, Mike would draw that whole, everybody come running. And all you gotta do is hit that shot. Shit. I could give niggas 15 if I was on my team. I give niggas 15 in the 90s too. Yeah, I'm like that. Mike just swinging me the ball. I gotta hit that mid range. I'm gonna score 15. This is a good one though. I ain't gonna lie. I do want to do this draft. Just because I want to see who's left when everybody's done. I ain't gonna be surprised by the first 3 rounds. 3rd round, certain names gonna start popping out like, ooh, I ain't even think of him. You know what I mean? And then by the end, it's gonna be expected, but it's gonna be a lot of people left out.
Yeah. That's what makes it interesting. Who's left out?
Yep.
And what round do these people go? And what the teams are going to look like afterwards.
Because the argument, now you got to make an argument for your bench too. Sam Cassell is an argument. I can make an argument for Sam Cassell. If we talking about building, our bench,
it's still going to be more people. There's going to be a lot of people out there before I get to Sam.
yeah, but you got to understand.
If it was 32 teams in this draft, then yeah, people like Sam Cassell might get drafted late, very late.
Yeah, because you got to understand at a certain point, these niggas need to rock. So now I got to think of different elements that's really going to have my team cooking niggas. And at a certain point, you don't need niggas that need the rock.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a couple no matter what's for me. Like Vince is a no matter what. Like after I get everything I want, if he's still there, I'm always gonna take Vince.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Vince might make somebody's team, maybe. I don't know.
Probably.
John Stockton be one of them white boys out there, right? Pause.
Maybe somebody might draft him. Maybe he might make somebody's team. He wouldn't be on my team, but I'm sure somebody might draft him though.
If I could have John Stockton coming off the bench for me at the point, yeah, I'll take John Stockton.
That's not horrible. That's
Yeah.
to come off the bench.
Yeah, I'll take him off the bench.
Definitely wasn't one I'm starting, but coming off the bench, maybe. Yeah. If he was
Clyde
still
Frazier.
if he was still out there and I need a backup point guard, I would consider it.
Anybody taking Clyde?
The Glide
Not
or
early.
Frazier.
You be Drexler. Right?
No, New York
talking
Knicks.
about
You got
Clyde
Frazier, the Knicks. You talking the Knicks.
Yes, sir.
Shit, I don't know. It depends.
Earl of Pearl?
It'll be late, and I have to
Okay.
need a guard. I have to need a point guard. I'll consider it then.
I ain't taking Bernard King just because he a bitch ass nigga. I don't fuck with Bernard
I
King.
would take Bernard. I would totally take Bernard.
Nah, that's just
I'll take
personal for me.
Bernard is a late sleeper. Like odds are Bernard will still be around late. He's a sleeper. I would totally take him.
It was like, oh, this whole ass nigga, like, we redoing that like was in the range of the 9/11 shit. The kids seen the building burning and shit, so we, painting the school, doing the playground over, and NBA kids was fucking with it, right? So everybody outside, like it was a few niggas. Oh shit, Bernard King, what's going on, yo? I'm a big Knick fan. Yo, can I get a picture real quick? Not right now, maybe later. I was like, oh, Bernard King, you bitch ass nigga, fuck out of here. I don't even want your picture no more. Now I'm gonna go take a picture with Ron Harper, faggot ass nigga that me and Ron took the picture. I don't even fuck with the Bulls.
You sound like me, dog.
Yo, my nigga, Ron Harper got out the back of that Navigator. This one I said to myself, yo, these athletes do deserve their money. Like, nigga, Ron Harper knees is gone, my nigga. Like, this nigga crawled out the back of that motherfucking Navigator slowly. Like,
To this day, I still hate motherfucking Tito Santana, nigga. Motherfucker, I was a little ass kid. Motherfucker went to go watch a wrestling event, and that motherfucker was there and shit. And we saw where all the wrestlers parking at, right? So we all like was rushing up to the cars trying to get autographs and all that shit and every motherfucking thing else. It was a whole line of motherfuckers trying to get his autograph, and he got out the car and shit. He signed all the little Puerto Rican motherfucking shits and everything. Third, my black ass got up there. And my mother was like, "Yeah, don't worry." He's like, "Yeah, I'm done signing autographs. I'll sign this shit when you get inside or whatever. When I get inside." Like, what? He's like, hey, "I'm done signing autographs. I'm gonna sign the rest inside." Like, man, fuck you. I hope you lose, nigga.
I
I hope you lose. I started booing that motherfucker in the goddamn. I ain't never liked Tito Santana since. I fuck that motherfucker. Thick ass.
Yo, when I look back on it, yo, Bernard was fucking with all the crackers, like, cause that's who they sold it to me. Oh, if you do this volunteer shit, Bernard King gonna be there. I'm like, oh, I bet. I go meet Bernard, help the kids out. Fuck it. I mean, oh, you wanna go stand in the corner with the crackers all day? Like, the other niggas was there. It was the one nigga from Houston. I can't remember this nigga name, man. Oh shit! I gotta put the picture up on my profile. Shit, hold up. But there was a few niggas out there, man. Coolest nigga was Ron Harper.
I didn't say anything about crawling, Drew. I don't know what you're talking about crawling. And Tito Santana is not my hero. He just happened to be the wrestler that pulled up at that time. It could have been anybody. It could have been a wild Samoan motherfucker. I'd have tried it. No, I wasn't fucking those wild Samoans. I was scared of those motherfuckers. They scared me as a kid, man. The motherfuckers intimidating, bro. The motherfuckers used to eat raw meat on TV, dog. I wasn't fucking with them weird motherfuckers.
My nigga was the JYD. That was my nigga. He was the blackest nigga in the whole shit. The way my mama raised me, that's the nigga I'm fucking with. I'm fucking with the junkyard dog, nigga. That's my nigga.
Yeah, JYD was a huge deal in the South, man, before he came to WWF. That motherfucker was like a rock star in Louisiana.
Whole ass nigga Bernard King, man. I'm out here putting in slides and shit. I don't even know how to do this.
Did you meet him? Did you meet him when with the whole Brooklyn shit was going on? The whole
Nah, this was before. Nah, I'm lying.
Barclays was just starting.
Yeah,
Right?
because he was a part of that. He was a part of that whole thing, that whole
And you
initiative.
know what? Now that you said that, that's probably why they did this whole shit. Because it was all based around him. Bernard King gonna be there. But all these other niggas was there. Like, Otis Thorpe was there. Motherfucking, what's the old nigga with the glasses? Oh, shit, it's fucking me. Yeah, wild niggas was out there. But Bernard King was the only nigga that acted like a bitch ass nigga, man.
You talking about was it Buck Williams?
Not Buck.
God, okay.
I met a bunch of motherfucking athletes. Oh shit, those athletes. I ain't never meet Buck though. Buck was my dude. I'm a Nets fan, so I'm big on Buck Williams. Pause. I ain't never met him.
I went to the last motherfucking net game. Your man,
Yo, you was there in North?
Yeah, your man Kenny Anderson.
Yeah.
They brought out all the old niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Derek
That was the last New Jersey net game. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was a sad day, man. I'm still mad Brooklyn got my fucking team, dog. I want my team back, dog. Brooklyn don't need them motherfuckers, man. This is I'm so fucking pissed. Get your own motherfucking team, you bitch ass motherfucker. I'm so fucking mad.
And that Barclays is wild hood. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, the Barclays ain't even a real motherfucking stadium. Like, shit that be going on in there. Niggas be rolling dice. Niggas be smoking.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you walk in the Barclays, you smell a bud. Like, that shit different.
Yeah. Brooklyn don't even deserve that damn team. They don't give a fuck about those goddamn Nets. That shit just a event for motherfuckers. Like, they ain't. Yeah.
That was my first NBA game. It was the Nets versus Portland back in the Clyde days and shit.
I've been to so many, man. I've been to classic net games, bro. Like, I was there when they retired Julius number, when they retired Dr. J number and shit. The year he retired.
So you seen Drazen play?
That was 87, 88. One of those years. The year Dr. J retired, his last game against the Nets, they retired in Jersey because he started, Nets ABA shit. Yeah, so I was there that night. I was there the last game Kareem played here in Jersey. I was there for that. They did the whole. He was going through his whole tour, his whole goodbye tour. So they pulled out the chair for him and all that shit and everything else. So I was there for that. I would see it.
And you ain't even gonna draft Kenny A. What type of nigga is you, Psycho?
Nah, I can't draft Kenny, man. Too many motherfuckers better than Kenny. I like Kenny.
We ain't even put Petro in the conversation.
Petro was nice. He ain't played that long, but he was nice. He was nice. If he'd have had a whole career, he might have been in this conversation if he had a whole career. He was nice though.
Yeah, it's like the Biggie conversation.
That was one of my favorite net teams right there. Like that, they was the young, up and coming. They gonna get us out the basement team to look forward to, and then that team just collapsed. Like 2 years later, the team was a shell of itself. Dries died. Kenny got hurt. Derek started complaining.
Yeah, started
team
getting
just fell
fat
apart.
too.
Yeah, team just fell apart.
Derek Coleman got on this motherfucking Joker shit.
Mm-hmm. He said he wished he never left the Nets. He said the biggest mistake he did was leave the Nets. He should have stayed.
Y'all niggas had another good run with Kenyon Martin, motherfucking what was my white boy name?
Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd is the greatest New Jersey net of all time.
What's
we just
my
talking
white
New
boy name? That
we
was
just
dead
talking
nice,
New.
though?
If we just talking New Jersey Nets, Jason Kidd is the greatest New Jersey net of all time.
No, what's the white boy that was on the Nets? I think he played with Jason Kidd too. In
Ryan
Kenyon Martin.
Scalabrine?
No.
What white boy you talking about? That was the only white boy I remember on that team.
Nah, it was another white boy.
Oh, Keith Van Horn. You talking about Keith Van Horn?
Keith Van Horn.
Yeah, he was there. He was there before Jason Kidd got there. They only played 1 year together.
Keith Van Horn was my motherfucking man. That nigga was nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was all right. He was all right.
Cause those was the Knicks trash years, so I was like, fuck it, if Jersey do it, I'm with it.
Yeah, it was a fun team to watch though. Like Jason made that team fun to watch. We was just too small though, man. We kept running to them big motherfuckers in the West and shit. Pause. Ran to Tim Duncan and ran to motherfucking Shaq. Couldn't beat those and couldn't match up with them big motherfuckers.
Yeah, that fast break game was off the chain though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kerry Kittles was solid. Yeah, he was solid for what we needed though. He played good defense and could hit the three.
Nah, Kerry Kittles was nice. Don't do that to my
and he ran the break good. He was good. Kerry Kittles was good for what we needed him to do. He was good for what we needed him to do. Spot shooter.
And what was the other crazy nigga y'all had?
What happened?
Y'all had another crazy nigga that was dead nice.
Kenyon Martin, Richard Jefferson.
Nah, not Kenyon Martin. Another nigga.
Richard Jefferson.
No.
With Kerry Kittles.
Not Kerry Kittles. Nah, this nigga was crazy. Like he was in the paper for some shit. I can't remember for what.
You know Jason Williams.
Not Jason Williams. Nah, Jason Williams bugged out too. But nah, another nigga, I can't remember this nigga name. He was nice in Jersey.
Not Marbury. You ain't talking about Marbury, is you? I hated Marbury. Yeah.
Nah, I'm looking at the nigga like I can't think of the name.
What year you talking about? 2000s? You talking 2000s, 90s, 80s? What are you talking about? Some of the best dunks in the NBA history. Yeah, especially when Vince got there. And when Vince Vince used to put on a show every fucking night. That's back when I would watch the NBA every game. Vince was that was the last era of me watching like the NBA from like the beginning of the season to the end of the season. Now I don't even give a fuck until after the All-Star break. But back when Vince was on the Nets though, I was watching every game. Beginning and I didn't want to miss shit because that motherfucker was literally a highlight reel.
Kendall Gill.
Oh, you think about Kendall Gill? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the 90s. Yeah.
Kendall Gill was dead nice.
Mm. Damn it.
You gotta set this bracket up though. I ain't gonna lie. I think my GM skills is up there. I'm gonna put together a dynasty. I'm telling you, it's gonna be 3 years before y'all niggas can beat us.
I was trying to see if I could find a way to do it. I think I see a way I can do something like that. Interesting. We'll see.
And it's gonna be crazy because after the show, the real conversation gonna be all the niggas that ain't make
it. Yeah, that'll be the real thing, right? You can't change the number of shit. That's what I don't like about this one. Yeah, I was just looking for shit I could possibly do that shit on. But yeah, I could try to set something like that up though.
Pick 12 niggas, do a lottery. Niggas get the first pick.
I don't know, Derek. I have to figure all that out. First, I have to figure out how I'll do it, and then get everybody, and then set a date. It'll most likely be on like a man cave or something. I'll be testing man cave shit I'll be doing. You can do it on 2K. I'm sure you can. Yeah. Video games different now. You can do all types of motherfuckers. Well, you can do shit back then too, but not like today. It's shit different. So yeah, I'm sure.
Derek Frank's got to be a Jersey nigga. He knew that shit off top, like Key Van Horn, nigga. I know what you talking about.
Would you draft Pau Gasol?
Maybe at the bottom of the draft, last pick type shit. If I need that position, it has to be something like that.
Yeah, when it come to big men, I ain't really thinking Paul Gasol.
I got Paul Gasol starting. My team suck. And I'm not saying in this draft. Like it's talking about Dylan in this draft. Yeah, if Paul Gasol is your starting center, your team suck. So he definitely be coming off the bench. like I said, like last pick.
How about Bill Walton?
Same thing.
Yeah, he ain't making my team.
I wouldn't want him starting either. He had some good years before he got hurt. He won the MVP.
But I'm saying, what, at the power forward? Like,
yeah, but I'm not picking him high. Yeah, like I said, it gotta be like bottom of the draft. I need another center.
I'm taking Karl Malone. I'm taking Sean Kemp. I'm taking Barkley. I'm taking 50 million other niggas first.
Yeah.
Anybody taking Luka?
Luka?
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
Well, I ain't gonna say I wouldn't, but by the time I would consider it, I'm sure somebody would take him off the board. So that's why I'm saying no. It's not that I wouldn't draft him if he was like in the 8th or 9th round or something. I would draft him then, but by then
I'd
somebody
pick
would
a million niggas first.
Yeah.
How about Sengun?
Huh?
How about Sengun?
See, but once you
From
start
Houston.
throwing him in, you
Yeah, I
throw
know.
all kind of niggas in. Like,
I ain't seeing. He needs to play more, but
because niggas gonna think I'm crazy at the point guard when I take Jamal Crawford. But I got a vision for my team, man. Don't worry about it. I got this.
That shit funny. If people gonna have jokes, you take Jamal Crawford, nigga.
Jamal Crawford was dead nice. Get the fuck out of here, man.
I'm just saying. You gonna have jokes.
Crawford was dead nice, man. That was my nigga. That was one of the times I was heartbroken when the Knicks let a nigga go, man.
Yeah.
How about that boy White Chocolate? Jason Williams.
Jason Williams.
That motherfucker ain't on my team.
Yeah, at the point, nah, it's a lot of niggas that's gonna go before him.
Yeah, real. That motherfucker ain't on my team. Shout.
Nah, but that Sacramento team was nice though.
It was all right. Not when he was there. It was nice when Bibby was there.
That's
He
that
sucked when
whole.
Jason Williams was
That's
there.
that whole 6th, 7th round though. Your Mike Bibby's, your Stojakovic.
Yeah,
your
that's nigga good.
motherfucking. That's your whole 5th, 6th round.
That's they had Chris Webber and all that and everything else. Chris Webber, D-Bop.
Niggas be shitting on my man Chris Webber. Chris Webber was like that, man.
Yeah. I'm not picking Chris Webber early. I know that. Chris Webber would be coming off the bench if I was doing that, but he ain't be starting. I wouldn't mind having him come off the bench later, but it's other people I would grab before him though. A whole lot of people. So you take Crawford, you might take Lou Williams, right?
Nah, niggas shitting on Jamal Crawford. He was, I don't know. I just like his game. That nigga was nice.
Yeah. If I said Luka going in the first round, maybe depending on who's drafting.
Nah, not Luka.
Depending on who I wouldn't pick him in the first round.
Yeah,
but
I don't think nobody.
I'm not saying
really...
nobody wouldn't pick him in the first round. I would think he wouldn't go to the second. That's what I would think. I think they would wait to. I think most people would wait to the second round. It's only 12 teams. If it's only 12 teams,
about I don't think you got a whole top 50.
I don't think they would take Luke. I don't think people would take Luke in the first. Second is more realistic. I think they might even wait to the third because again, I don't know. I think people will pick 24 people before they pick Luka.
Hell yeah.
If we talking all time, I think people will pick 24 people before they pick Luka. I think. Now
I mean, for me, bottom line, it come to the nigga don't play no defense, man. Like, I'm not trying to see 100 points a night. That's why I started looking at niggas like Rasheed, because we ain't gonna act like Rasheed couldn't score. He was out there shutting niggas down.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And every good dynasty need that Rodman, that fucking Draymond Green. Every good dynasty need that dog.
Mm-hmm. I think people would pick KD before they pick Luka. Easy.
Yeah, I would.
There's a lot of people out there. Like I said, I don't think people will pick 20. I think it's 24 people, but I know it's 24 people. Most people would take over Luka.
One thing you could give KD, like he adapted. When he went over to Golden State, he adapted, he played his role where it was needed, and he ended up being the MVP.
Mm. Who would be the first white boy off the board, though, is the better question. Who's the first white boy off the board? Who's the number one pick out of all the white boys?
It's two people. It got.
Who you say?
It gotta be either Joker or Larry. Like, ain't no conversation after that.
I can't argue with you on that. Yeah, it'll probably be either Bird or Joker. And to be honest with you, I think it'll be Bird before Joker because I think it's a bunch of sinners people will pick over Joker.
And I'm gonna be real with you. That's some bullshit because, yo, when you look at that nigga game, man, like Joker, That nigga's a monster, man. Like, last game, the nigga had like a gentleman's, somebody said that earlier, a gentleman's triple-double, where nigga only get like 16 points, but he had 14 rebounds, 12 assists. Like, that nigga Joker is retarded. That's why I say Draymond Green don't get enough credit. When you think about all the niggas that was on the Warriors, for that nigga to lead that franchise in triple doubles, that's crazy.
I hear you, but yeah, I ain't drafted Draymond. None of this. Draymond ain't good.
Yo, late rounds, I might surprise you where Draymond come out.
Peace, Fontaine. What up?
Yeah, if I had to pick I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if I had to pick a classic player, bro, it's that 2011 Dirk Nowitzki, man. That brother was on another level.
That was he was impressive that year. He ran through the gauntlet that year. Like, that was an impressive run he had. I will say that. Dirk gonna be on somebody's team. I don't think he's gonna be the first white boy off the board though. But
Y'all think Dirk played defense?
No, he ain't play a whole lot.
I mean, he wasn't.
Y'all think Jokic played defense?
He wasn't Luka.
Nah, he don't.
Oh, okay. That's why when people bring up Luka defense, I'm like, most white boys don't play defense. I can't name you a great offensive white boy that's great on defense.
Those aren't wing players, so they can disguise it a little bit more.
I agree. Well, technically, Luka a wing player. Technically,
huh?
Oh, you saying they aren't wing players?
Yeah,
so they can disguise
Dirk and Joker aren't wing players. Yes,
Okay,
so they can hide it a little bit better.
Yeah.
And Luka gets exposed for it more because he's on the wing.
But I'm thinking like on a team, how we talking about an all-time team. I ain't gotta have Luka for defense.
Well, you got to have some defenders. You got to draft some defenders back there to
So
compensate.
now I don't sound so crazy picking Rasheed Wallace.
You do sound crazy picking Rasheed Wallace in the top. I don't know if he'll still be there, but I don't know if he'll be worth it. Yeah, he ain't going first. He gonna be all right for defense. He a good pick for defense.
You pick Rasheed, that better be the end of the draft.
Yeah, it's like your last pick, and you just picking him because you need a dog.
4th, 5th. If I get certain elements, right? 4th, 5th round, yeah, Rasheed is a viable candidate for what I'm trying to build.
I'm just saying, if my first pick like Shaq, right? Shaq, LeBron, KD, Larry Bird, like you said, Wilt. I don't see my 5th pick being Rasheed Wallace because I still got some people out there.
But none of them niggas was my first pick. Like, I want to get either Mike or Keem. I'm gonna build a team around either one of them.
Oh shit! You will pick Bernard King in the first round?
Nah, I don't fuck with that nigga, man. Fuck that nigga.
Oh, I thought you said King. You said King? Who'd you say?
Nah, Hakeem.
Oh, you said Hakeem. Okay. I got you.
I forgot about Hakeem.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hakeem should get picked in the first round. If he don't, he definitely ain't making it past the second.
Well, teams he's not
probably one of the first sentence off the board, huh?
He's not getting picked first round. Well, I think it depends on who picking, like really, because a lot of people y'all naming they ain't even like I ain't picking no Wilt Chamberlain or none of them motherfuckers.
Now you see what I said, Chad? I mean, you see what I said, Psycho?
Yeah.
But for me though, Hakeem, right? Like if I can't get Mike, Hakeem's no longer an option in the first round. I'm taking it. Every time.
I feel you.
If Shaq there and Hakeem there, I'm taking Shaq.
I don't know. Maybe for me it was the optics of what this nigga Hakeem used to do to Shaq. Like, nah.
Wasn't just Shaq, it was everybody. Everybody.
That was a young Shaq though.
Yeah.
He did to a young everybody. He he did the old people, young people a lot. I stopped one center in his era of centers that he didn't destroy at one point in time. They all caught it. Like,
And my thing is like his champion.
that was arguably, in my humble opinion, the greatest era of centers was during Olajuwon's era. And
You had Pat.
He used to tear them all up.
You had Pat. You had Shaq. Who else?
Yeah, you had Shaq, Olajuwon, Ewing, Alonzo, David Robinson. Who else? You did Moses Malone. Yeah, Moses Malone. They
never liked that D-Rod nigga, man.
It was there.
No, in NBA history, Wilt Chamberlain holds the record for most 60-point games with a total of 32. Other players with multiple 60-point games include Kobe Bryant 6 times, Damian Lillard 5 times, Michael Jordan and James Harden 4 times, Elgin Baylor 3 times, Karl Anthony Towns, Devin Booker, Luka Doncic, and Stephen Curry 2 times.
And how many Wilt got by himself?
32.
By his goddamn self.
But
He got damn
the
only time I make the old head
niggas playing against a bunch of Pavloviches.
Yeah. He wasn't playing against no SGAs. He wasn't
bunch of
playing
fucking
against
white
no
boys,
Jonasons.
Come on, man. Y'all gonna stop this, man. He was playing. Listen, for people that say that, y'all don't understand like how tough it was to be in the NBA at that time. Like they wasn't a lot
playing
of teams.
against Bill Russell on his way down. That was his only competition.
No, Bill Russell wasn't on his way down. What are you talking about? He played just as long as Bill, damn it, a little bit longer than Bill, but like they
I thought they played around the same time.
Yeah, they played the same era.
Wilt Chamberlain was the younger dude. Bill Russell already had chips.
He wasn't that
By
much.
the time-
He Bill Russell only got him by like 2 years. They the same age bracket.
Nah, it got to be more than 2 years.
Nah, Bill Russell retired like 1970. Wilt retired like 73, 74. They prime was the 60s. That was their prime. That was their years. They both got drafted in the 50s. Played all through the 60s. That's same era.
56 for Bill Russell.
Yeah. And like 58, 59, something like that for Wilt. Something like that. It was in the 50s.
Yeah, 59, 3 years.
Yeah. That's what I said. They weren't that much far apart.
3 years,
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, like Bill told an interesting story. I heard he said he was having a conversation with Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan said something like, like he would have won 15 championships if he played back then. And Bill Russell said he looked at Mike and was like, let me ask you a question, Mike. He was like, did you or did you not win a couple of these championships with a white boy named Jim Paxson hitting some major big 3-pointers for you? And Michael Jordan said, yeah. He said,
So don't act like.
He said, you know what Jim Paxson would have been in the 60s? He said, what? He said,
Every single nigga I played.
Nah. He said somebody up in the Raptors watching the goddamn game.
Been a fan.
Yeah, he wouldn't even been in the league, because at the end of the day, Jordan played in the expansion era, right? Where the league expanded. That's when the league expanded to 30+ teams, right? And like these roster spots, like when the more teams you have, the weaker your league. The more you dilute your league. Right, the less teams you have, the stronger your league is, because you only got the best of the best that's playing. Not
You got to create a whole roster for the Raptors.
Right. So, and when they was playing back then, they ain't have but like 12 teams and shit like that. Like they didn't have these 30-something teams and shit. So these were literally the best basketball players. Like these were like
all Steve Kerr.
Yeah, it was no Jim Paxsons of the world. It was
Yeah.
That makes sense though.
That's a fair argument. Yeah.
Yeah, Will Chamberlain also has 118 50-point games and 271 40-point games.
His best
He's
season,
leader in both categories.
his best season, he averaged like 50 points and 20-something rebounds. His best season. I forgot what year, but I think it was 67. If I ain't
I don't
mistaken.
give a fuck what y'all
All right,
talking about.
50 and 20.
Maybe it was the Marv Rashard, man, but the 90s was the best era ever to watch basketball.
It was exciting, you know. I could be biased, but it was exciting. I mean,
Between that and the early 2000s.
2000 was exciting too. There was some exciting shit going on in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
I could think of some like that miracle comeback from the Lakers and
Lakers Spurs back and forth from the best.
And being a Nets fan, that was our best year. So yeah, I definitely like the 2000.
Ian and all them.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody thought Jordan was really gonna win it that first year against the Lakers. Like that shit was a shocker. I remember Lakers went down like 2 games early.
Which series you talking about?
My first chip against the Lakers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. The Lakers was done by then. That was the end of Showtime. What you call it? Worthy was hurt. He didn't play.
Vlade Divac was a bum.
Yeah,
But you gotta think though, this was
the
the Pistons walk off the court year. So it was like, oh, do these niggas even deserve to be here? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I didn't want to see the Bulls win. I ain't gonna lie. I hated Michael Jordan, so I cheered against him every one of his goddamn championships. So I got mad 6 times in the 90s because I rooted against that motherfucker. Every one of those motherfuckers. Fuck Michael Jordan. I can't stand that motherfucker. I was not a Jordan fan. I was one of the motherfuckers in the 80s saying that motherfucker ain't never gonna win a ring. That motherfucker ain't never gonna win a ring. Look how he play. That motherfucker selfish as hell. He don't never pass the goddamn ball, this, that, and the third, anything else. I used to criticize the shit out of him. Then 91 happened.
And that game too, that game too in Chicago when he scored when he had 13 straight field goals, bro. I was like, wow, this is crazy.
Mm-hmm. I was pissed off that motherfucker got a ring. Then he went and turned around, got 5 more after that. Like motherfucker.
That's real talk.
And then Magic announced his retirement later on that year with the HIV shit. I was like, that explains how he lost to Jordan. I was like, see, look, he had to catch AIDS for Jordan to win. Jordan would have beat him if he was healthy.
Oh yeah, because that chip he had it too.
Yeah, he had it. Hell yeah, he had it. That October, that championship happened in June. That October he announced he had HIV.
That's right. And that was his last season, right?
Yeah. He never played. Well, he came back for like 2 months in what year was that? Was that 94? I won 93, 94, one of those seasons. He came back for like the end of the season, like 2 months, and then he retired again officially. That's when Karl Malone was like, I don't want to play with him because what if he starts bleeding on people?
I don't even want that nigga to sweat on me.
Yeah, Barkley was having issues with it too, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I know Karl Malone was. I don't know about Barkley. I do
Nah,
remember
both of
Karl.
them niggas.
Karl Malone got some nerve. He need to shut up. Got your own issues, my guy.
Yo, I ain't know nothing about that shit like during that NBA Jam fucking 90s era. I ain't know this nigga was fucking with the babies.
None. I don't think nobody did as far outside of Utah.
That shit was
I was
crazy.
a kid, so I damn sure ain't know. I remember watching him on wrestling and all that, and rooting for him, fighting with Diamond Dallas Page and shit. Got older and found that out. I was like, oh damn.
I don't know. There was a little bit of a rumor. Like I've been hearing stories. He messing with young teenage girls. Them young girls.
Who was messing with young girl?
Karl Malone.
Oh no, he
Nah,
was.
yeah,
They
nah,
know, that's not a rumor.
100%
That
fact.
happened. Yeah, that's a fact. That happened. Yeah. He got pregnant and everything.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And she was like young, right?
Yeah, she was like
15.
14, 15, some shit like that. Yeah.
I think she was 15 when she had the baby.
I knew she was 14 when he was fucking with her.
Right.
That's
Yeah, he a sick motherfucker, dog. And he didn't claim the kid and everything else, and told the kid to get away from him. He don't know like that.
That nigga ended up going to the NFL.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's
crazy. But yeah, Karl Malone is a scumbag, dog. Big scumbag. I can't stand that motherfucker. I ain't like him even before I knew all this shit. I didn't like him, so that is like I knew it was something about that motherfucker. It just kind of like solidified why I didn't like this motherfucker. Like it was something about him. I just never liked him. It made it seem like a white boy in blackface. He just always came across like a white boy in blackface.
And when niggas tell the stories about him too, they was like, yeah, that nigga used to pull up to the gym in a motherfucking monster car, all that weird shit.
Yeah, he's all that white boy shit. Yeah, he like that white boy shit. He into all that. He was into all the white boy shit. There wasn't nothing cool about that motherfucker. Like, you never saw him at any black events. Nothing. Like nothing. He was all every time you see him off the court, he's always at some rodeo or some white shit. He's always at some white ass shit. Motherfucker played in Utah. That's like one of the whitest states out there.
Where did he go to school at?
He was the trucker.
Where did he go to school at? I forgot where the fuck Karl Malone went to school.
Was it LSU?
Because he was just like everything he did was white culture. When you think back about it, so it's like I'm trying to remember what school he went to.
1 second. He grew up in Louisiana, and he went to Louisiana Tech. He went to Louisiana Tech.
Back then,
graduated in '85.
Another name that ain't come up, niggas ain't say where Kevin Garnett going.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Garnett. He's
Right.
going to get drafted. He's getting drafted.
He one of the first
I
power
think
forward.
somewhere in the middle of the draft. Yeah, I think he's going to be somebody in the middle of the draft.
He a favorite, so I think he's gonna go early. Not just off talent. KG, one of them people. Like what you talking about with Draymond Green, I can get that with KG with more skill.
Yeah, but think about all them power forwards, man. How many niggas you picking Kevin Garnett over? I'm not even
Not
taking
Tim
him
Duncan.
over Barkley.
I might take KG over Barkley.
I'm not taking KG over Barkley.
Tim Duncan might be the first power forward off the board.
He will be.
Yeah.
I'm next to positive. He'll be the first.
I really don't even think of no other power forwards until thinking him first and then the rest of the league.
Nah, Sean Kemp was my nigga.
Growing up, Sean Kemp was my guy, but then when I got older, Tim Duncan hit the league.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm a Laker fan, so I watched Tim Duncan closely because we was going back and forth with the league.
I've been watching Tim Duncan since college. He's playing Wake Forest and shit. I knew he was going to be a problem then. I was like, that center for Wake Forest is NBA ready now. I was saying that when he was a sophomore. I was like, he NBA ready now. Like, he going to be a 4 when you get into. I knew he was going to be a 4 when he got to the NBA too. I was like, he probably going to be better suited as a 4 in the NBA, but he's going to be a problem. And that's exactly what happened. He became a fucking problem. I was mad as hell when he get the number 1 pick that year too. Fucking San Antonio tanking.
Like they just did.
The motherfuckers had David Robinson already on the team. He got hurt. They just tanked the rest of the season and lucked up and got the number 1 pick and got Tim Duncan and slid him right next to David Robinson, and off they went.
That was it.
When do they do the little drawing for the
that should be coming in. That should be coming in another week or two. That should be coming soon. That should be coming real soon. Another week or so. They usually
don't
do
the
it.
Spurs have a chance again to get Cooper Flag?
Huh?
Don't the Spurs have a chance to do what they did with Tim Duncan and get Cooper Flag when they just got Wembanyama?
If they get the number 1 pick.
That's what their name is in the head.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if that happens. Stranger things has happened in the lottery.
Now, I think the Pelicans got the first pick, right?
We don't know yet. May 12th. May 12th is the lottery. That's when we'll find out who got that 1 pick.
Did they put out the odds yet?
Look, I don't know what the odds are. That don't really mean nothing in the freaking lottery, though.
Yeah, it don't.
I done seen him up, man. Listen, yeah, that shit is rigged, man. I don't like this lottery shit. They ain't got the teams here. They got what they got? The default odds for the number 1 pick, and why they don't got the teams there? Okay, here we go. See, Atlanta has an 0.7% chance. Sacramento got an 0.8% chance. Chicago got a 1.7% chance. Dallas has a 1.8% chance. Portland has a 3.7% chance. Phoenix has a 3.8% chance. San Antonio has a 6.0% chance. Toronto has a 7.5%. Brooklyn has a 9% chance. Philadelphia has a 10.5% chance. New Orleans has a 12.5% chance. Charlotte has a 14% chance. Washington has a 14% chance. And Utah has a 14% chance.
Oh, he going to Utah.
Yeah, Utah is the perfect spot for him. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah, he going to Utah.
Yeah.
While you was naming all them, I'm just sitting here thinking. As soon as you said Utah, I'm like, yeah, that's.
And they got
Phoenix got 3.8.
Phoenix got where was it? Phoenix got 3.8. Yep, 3.8.
Them niggas got to be the biggest disappointment for the year. Like them niggas.
But that would be crazy if they got it though. If Phoenix got that number 1 draft pick, that would be crazy. If Atlanta got it, I wish we would just trade it and get somebody, a real fucking superstar. You think Cooper Flag gonna be all hype, or you think he gonna be something?
It's a good question. I think he's gonna be all right. I don't know how good he's gonna be. He got potential though.
I'm getting Christian Laettner vibes.
Nah, he gonna be better than Christian. I think he
Or
more.
Gordon Hayward or something. Just without the injuries. Like that Gordon Hayward, Chandler Parsons. Cause them white boys is good. Gordon just stayed hurt.
Yeah, I see articles here saying NBA draft, mock draft, Duke's Cooper Flag projected to go #1 to Jazz. Yeah. That's if the Jazz get the #1 pick, but yeah.
That'll let you know if it's rigged or not.
Right.
You know they got the most percentage. It's like that's really not how it's supposed to go.
Mormons will love that motherfucker out there. They try to convert him into.
You notice the first white boy to be drafted since the year after the merger. It was like 76 or something was the last white boy that got drafted, and the year before that was the merger. I was looking at.
You talking about #1? You mean first white boy?
Yeah, number one, of course, yeah.
Sean Bradley was taken #1, right? Or was he number 2?
No, Sean Bradley was #1.
I'm telling you, I looked it up.
Huh?
No, I was saying I know it hadn't been another white boy drafted #1 because I looked it up.
Yeah, no, I know Sean Bradley was #1. I see, yeah. Because Bird didn't go #1, Magic went #1. And yeah.
It's no coincidence that since they merged with the niggas, the white boys stopped getting picked #1.
Yeah. They wasn't getting picked #1 too much that back then either. It would happen once in a while, but yeah, it wasn't happening too much then either. But the last time that was the last time. I can think of a couple instances where it could have happened and it almost happened, but yeah, nah, white boy ended up going like 2 or 3. You said Big Country. Big Country definitely wasn't #1. I remember he was a big deal in college, though.
Who that?
Big Brian Reeves, Big Country, big white boy from Oklahoma State back in the day. 7-footer was supposed to be the next big thing, pause.
They always hype them white boys because they want them to be. They want them to be something. That's why they love Jokic. But Jokic really one of them ones.
Joker is that guy though, yeah. But like I said, they need an FWA though, man. Like they tired of having white foreigners being the face of whiteness in the NBA. Like,
yeah,
they want somebody they can connect with. They want some Budweiser drinking, trailer park raised white boy with a come up story.
Where's Cooper Flag from? You know?
Where's he from again? Let's see, where's he from again? God, upstate New York? Was it upstate New York? Let me see. I'm not sure. No, it's Maine. It's Maine.
Oh, well, I never even heard.
I knew it was north of me. Yeah, I knew it was north of me. I thought it was upstate New York, but it's Maine.
He's definitely a white boy. He comes from Maine. Do black people even live up there?
Yeah, right. Yeah, he white. So that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, that's what they want, though. They want something like that, so that they can connect to him. Same size as Larry Bird too, 6'9". He's a little bit light.
They say the population is approximately 3,300. Where that nigga from? Small thing.
Yep. Huh? He's gonna get all types of endorsement deals and everything else. Utah's probably the best place for him too. He can go there, and like I said, they'll worship him, and he probably won't get in too much trouble out there. Probably won't.
Yeah, he gonna get praised.
Ain't
That
too
trouble
much
gonna get swept under the rug.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He kind of needs a spot like that too. It's gonna cover for him. Keep him out the news and shit. But he got game though. He got game. If it wasn't for the one and done rule, he would have went straight to the league. They was talking about him in high school like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
How good he does in the league, I don't know. But they definitely was big on him back in high school.
This game a little slow for me. I gotta see it. I only watched a couple of his games.
Yeah, he don't play fast. You're right about that. Like he don't play fast, but he's efficient. He's definitely efficient. But then again, Luka don't play fast, right? Like Luka plays slow as hell to me.
But it fit Luka's game.
That's the same thing with Cooper. Yeah, like that's what I was saying. Yeah. He does everything pretty well for the most part. He actually plays better defense than Luka.
Yeah. Dude look like he does. They got good flow vision,
Yeah. He got game. Like I said, he tough. But from what I seen, I don't know how well it's going to translate in the league. I mean, it should. We'll see though. But I'm curious to know where they're going to play him at. They're going to play him as a stretch 4, or they're going to play him as a 3.
I think you gotta play him as a 3.
I think so too. I believe so too. You never know in today's NBA, because today's NBA they go small. They go small.
Yeah. Man, I want to see some more big men coming to the league. Fire. That's why I like Wemby. He just needs some size on him. Weight, should I say.
All the big men that come to the league try to play like small forward. I miss the old school. That's why I was kind of refreshing seeing Gobert last night do some old school center shit. Like he just did old school center shit.
Now he wanna hoop.
He's like,
Now he wanna hoop when they play my Lakers.
I know, right? That's why I was shocked. Like, look at this shit. This is old school center shit. That's what I'm like. And it was all easy baskets. It ain't like he had to break his neck for them baskets. Like ain't like he was doing some dope post moves and no shit like that. Yeah, he was wide open. Like constantly wide open. Like all he had to do was just dunk it. Like, whose man is this?
Yeah, we got exposed. Messy.
Yeah, no defense, man. I said that was going to happen when it got rid of Anthony. I'm looking at that roster like, yeah, I'm not seeing how the Lakers stopping anybody. I'm like, they're gonna have to win games like 126 to 122 because they're not going to stop anybody. They just got to try to outscore everybody. Like, fuck trying to stop them. We're going to let y'all go ahead and shoot as much as y'all want. We just going to outscore you. Like they had to come with that type mentality, and that's not how you win playoff basketball games.
Especially against folks like Anthony Edwards that can play both sides of the court.
Yeah. He didn't even have a great game last night, but he still did the little things though. He still got like 8, I know it was like 11 boards, 8 assists, some shit like that.
And it's the most consistent Randall ever played in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, they played. They that was their championship right there. You could tell by the way they was playing.
They got a path if they ain't paying attention though, because they can beat Golden State or Houston, and they can damn sure beat OKC.
Yeah, that's real.
I would love to see Anthony Edwards winning. That boy from Atlanta, from my side of town. Southwest Atlanta, so I would love to see him win.
Yeah.
The Nuggets gonna be a problem though if they get past the Clippers. But Jamal Murray done woke up. But a Jamal Murray and Edwards matchup would be fire in the Western Conference Finals. I think that Cleveland-Boston series gonna be crazy too if they meet up.
Yeah. You think OKC coming out the West?
I don't know, man. I don't know. They so young. Like I believe in Shea. I don't know if I believe in the whole team. They got a squad though.
You think Denver could get it together and make another run?
Yep. I think this series tightening them up. They had a wake-up matchup in the first round.
Yeah. That series still ain't over. They still gotta win one more game.
Yeah, they still got to win another. I don't got no faith in the Clippers though.
I feel you there.
But while Leonard is, prone to injury, especially during these times, and James Harden, them closeout games don't be going his way.
Yeah.
I want to see what Golden State do because they were supposed to close out Houston tonight. They let them boys blow them out.
I see Dr. Umar say NFL was racist. No, I didn't see that. I'm not surprised he took that position, but I didn't see that.
See what?
No, I was reading a comment. They asked that. I see Dr. Umar say the NFL was racist against Shador.
I see him talking about Shannon. I ain't see him talking about Shador.
Yeah, I ain't see it either. What's your opinion about the father last night?
The who?
The father last night. What's it called? Tyrese.
Giannis.
Yeah.
He tripped, bro. I don't know what he was on. I don't know what he was on. If he did it in a playful way, I wouldn't have been bothered. But when you do it like you really want some smoke, it's like, come on, bro. Because if Giannis would have snuffed you, everybody would have been mad.
Yeah, but Giannis approached him though. Giannis did approach him.
I thought,
Like he was standing there. And Giannis got mad because he said something to him, and Giannis like walked up to him and like jumped in his face, and they were like nose to nose talking.
Yeah, that's what I seen, and then I seen a still frame picture of the dad holding the towel. So I thought he like was like taunting him, and then they just met up face to face type shit. But Giannis,
he was talking shit. Yeah, he was talking shit. You know, like telling him, pack up, take y'all asses back home. You know, talking that type shit.
Like, you can't do that. You can't. Another player can do that, but you can't do that. You can do it from the sideline. You can't do it on the court. You can't do it on the court, man.
The game was over though. The game was over though.
But imagine you, Psycho. You the star of the team. You just dropped 30, 12, and whatever. You know that man went crazy, and y'all lost. And then you see that, bro. You gonna want to snuff that man.
I'm like, honestly, I'd have been so fucked up after the loss. I would have expected that and just would have, like I said, my thing is, I would have just probably walked off the court. Like I said, that's why I support teams after the L, just walking off the court, just leave, right? Because to me, that's the best way to do it. Like, you ain't got all this shaking hands and everything else. Because if you linger outside the court after a rough loss, people are liable to crash out. And that's when you get weird situations happen like last night. Whereas, if he had just, lost the game, just walked off the court, it wouldn't have mattered. He wouldn't even cared about whoever talking shit over here in his peripheral or whatever. Like, that shit wouldn't even matter. He just trying to get to the locker room.
Yeah, I think it. You shouldn't shun or shame the players that don't want to stay and shake hands, because everybody ain't built like that. And then for the ones that's cool with it and you got that kind of sportsmanship, go ahead, shake hands, but just know some people might taunt you and do that. As long as they ain't touching you.
Especially when you're on the road. I mean, the playoffs, you on the road, your team just lost. I mean, people gonna talk shit. You know what I mean? That's just how the fans move. I mean, people pay their money to go to these games to heckle the other team. That's part of the whole court advantage. So, it happens. I mean, like I said, he didn't talk smack about his kids. He didn't threaten his mother, no wild shit like that. Pretty much told him, pack up, go home.
Yeah. You got to eat that. If you don't want that to happen, win the game.
There you go. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah, like, win the game, you ain't have to, but then you get to talk shit. You know what I mean? Like, then you get to tell them motherfuckers to go home. Tell the whole crowd to go home. I ain't got a problem with players do that when they on the road and this, that, and third, and they win on the road and talking smack to the crowd. Go back home now. Goodbye. Be quiet. Putting their finger up to their mouth. Like silence. Quiet. Like that.
I love when Trey do that shit.
Yeah,
Trey Young known for that shit.
Right. That's all part of the game, right? That comes with the game, right? Like the crowd's talking smack, you get to talk. You get to shut them up with how you playing and everything else. But if you don't shut them up while you playing, you kind of got to just eat what they saying.
Gotta eat.
Yeah.
I do think these newer generations is bringing that little feel back. That talking shit, talking trash.
Yeah, which don't bother me. Yeah, that don't bother. Nope. Some people do the most, but it don't bother. Like taunting the fans or whatever. Putting putting your hand up to your ear. Fucking with them or whatever. That's all part of showmanship. That's part of the game, man. That's all
the game. That make a fan feel like they part of the game.
Right.
When I get to talk shit with Luka, I get to talk shit with LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Edwards, niggas that's gonna talk shit back. I say something, they drop a three, they look at me, like you say, like, what, nigga? I got this whole interaction in my memory now.
And like, you gotta remember, this is son. His son just scored the winning basket. It's a playoff game. They eliminated. He got excited. He got excited.
So I didn't know nothing about the game though. I didn't know Halliburton scored the winning basket and shit.
Yeah, he had just scored the winning basket, right? Yeah, he had just scored the winning basket. They eliminated him, and yeah, he got excited and a little bit overzealous, and but like I said, he told go home. Tell him to pack up his shit, go home. I was like, whatever, you got it. I got it. I'll get you next year. Whatever.
I just feel like if that was John Morant, they would have went crazy.
Oh, they went crazy. They went crazy on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He got that work today. It was good. Everybody. He got donkey of the day. He got they was beating him up on ESPN. Yeah. He's getting killed. He definitely was getting that work. He did not get a pass. Trust me.
I seen him put out a statement. Saying like my actions or whatever have you was wrong. But shit, you got emotion too.
Yeah,
like you say, just hit the game winning shot on the Bucks, but on Giannis. Dame Lillard was talking.
You said about Lillard?
To Tyler Halliburton the whole series.
Mm-hmm.
So his dad to hit the game winning shot. Yeah, his dad won't pop his shit.
Yeah, he's gonna talk a little bit shit. Yeah, it is what it is. He's gonna talk a little bit of shit at home. Like I said, he's excited. So I ain't got a problem with that. That's like, that's just a pops just doing what pops do. That's my boy. Yeah, he bust y'all. You know what I mean? Pop's always gonna be a biggest fan, so Pop's fanning out. I ain't tripping over. At the end of the game, especially you talk about the end of the game, like he ain't interfere with nothing. Like it wasn't a LeBron's mother situation where she jumped up and started hooking off on people. Like it wasn't that type.
I thought Giannis would have took that a little better.
Yeah, I know, right?
Giannis usually a good sportsman, especially when it comes to a little shit talking. He talk his shit too.
Right, I seen him talk shit. That's what I'm saying. Like why he like I'm saying, like it seems like bro, I don't really know what he cried about this. This bullshit. Yeah. Like this shit ain't even about nothing. He was just he said go home. That's what got you going crazy. He waved his towel and said go home. And now you
Giannis is just mad.
like bro, get over that shit.
That shit need to go and request that trade to Atlanta. Come on,
he come Brooklyn. That's where he.
Brooklyn, hell no.
Bring his soft ass up to Brooklyn, pause.
if he ain't going to Madison Square Garden, ain't no reason to go to New York.
Why not go to Brooklyn? Shit, Brooklyn.
What the hell?
Brooklyn.
Don't nobody go to bad spot. Last niggas went to Brooklyn, we seen what happened. Don't nobody go to Brooklyn.
Man, that goddamn fucking COVID fucked that whole shit. COVID and Kyrie's spookiness caused that motherfucking team. It wasn't. And then
I agree because them boys were supposed to win, and they still almost made it. You know what I'm saying?
Harden pulled the hamstring, and then even with all that, Kevin Durant motherfucking toe hit the fucking line by.
That's what I'm saying. They still was there, like. That's why when people try to discredit that, and I was one that hated that they all put that together because I love Durant. I didn't want to do that, but either way, people try to act like that was unsuccessful. It was only unsuccessful due to injuries and his toe on the line.
Mm-hmm.
That's not unsuccessful when you lose a championship round game in the last second, and it's due to a little call or whatever. You ain't lose because y'all got thrashed,
right?
And y'all ain't have your full team. Harden got hurt like the first quarter of that game, some shit like that.
Yeah,
like come on, bro. It's the same as I say when they talk about Steph and the rings. I'm like, Steph really will have another ring if Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant ain't get hurt versus the Raptors.
Yeah, that hurt him.
Like
he fucked his Achilles up. It was a wrap.
Yeah. And you ain't beating Kawhi Leonard once you lose Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can do it.
Then we had to go a whole year without fucking KD because we signed him. And he was out for that year after we signed him, which was crazy. And then we had Kyrie, and then COVID hit. Like I said, COVID ruined everything because, like I said, that's when Kyrie started that's started his fuck shit. I'm not getting vaccinated. I don't give a fuck if I can't play home games. I'm not getting vaccinated. I don't care if I only play 3 games this season. I'm not getting vaccinated.
He just was selfish, bro.
Like, man.
That's what I didn't like about Kyrie, bro. He a selfish person, like.
Yeah, he is.
Cause that whole leaving Cleveland, bro, you ruined another run for nothing. Like, what was your point
LeBron
of
might have
leaving
retired
Cleveland?
in Cleveland if Kyrie would have stayed.
Yeah, he would have, bro. Cause everybody love to talk shit about LeBron don't want to give up the reins. Man, LeBron let Kyrie do what he want on that foot. Cause he knew he was good enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyrie wanted to be the man. He wanted to show people he can lead the team to the championship. But it's like, nigga, you got LeBron James. Wait till he retired. It is your team.
Right. Right. Yeah, he definitely he's a team killer. He killed the Celtics. He toxic over there. Came over to us, toxic. Yeah, fuck about it over Dallas. Man, yeah, he's just a team killer. Everywhere he goes, they just get destroyed. It's just besides that 1 year with LeBron. Outside of that, he just destroyed every other team. He's just a team killer.
Yeah, man. I think it's his ego. And he seemed like a cool person, but he's pseudo. I mean, people don't want to understand how much being pseudo affects your life, bro.
Yeah.
He's so damn pseudo, bro.
Yeah. Pseudo as fuck. Pseudo is fuck. Like, I'm talking pan pseudo. Like, it ain't just one thing he believes in all.
He's across the board pseudo.
Yeah.
It's like, you ain't want to take the vaccine. I can understand that. You got your little spiritual thing you do, so you don't just put anything in your body. I fully respect and understand that, even though I got my stance on vaccine. But once you couple that with the Hebrew shit, then you follow that up with the flat earth, like, oh, you just a YouTube conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
But you carry it as if you a deep thinker and a critical thinker in your own brain, which y'all all do, but y'all all repeating the same bullshit.
Right.
Like, that should be crazy. Now Wiz Khalifa talking about the earth flat. I'm like, God damn.
He talking that shit now too?
Yeah, he was on Joe Budden podcast. He was talking about he was talking about a whole bunch of stuff. Then they asked him about the flat earth shit. He was like, he basically, you know how they try to do. He tried to say it like he wasn't saying he think the earth flat, but that's basically what he was saying. And then he just admitted, yeah, I think it's flat, fuck it. Y'all niggas ridiculous, bro.
Running the flat earthers in real life is even crazier. It's one thing to run into these crazy motherfuckers on here, right? This is online, you find all types of crazy shit on here. But when you actually meet one of these motherfuckers and you hear these motherfuckers talking this shit in real life, oh fuck. That's different, bro. That's different.
Niggas be trying to explain this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they all go to the same stuff.
Yep.
The same information.
Never fails.
Because the first thing somebody always say to me is, oh, you think we went to the moon? And I tell them all the time, I think we went to the moon by now. It's 2025. But either way it goes, that has nothing to do with nothing.
Right.
Like, whether we went to the moon or not has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Nothing.
But they like to go down the same storyline and the stuff they know about, so they can just argue them points they know about.
Think they got some secret hidden knowledge that Nobody else has. People are nuts.
It's like you really think you found some secret hidden knowledge on YouTube. Like,
and then going to attempt to call it secret and hidden.
like, the fuck? Was it at least on like a secret hidden YouTube page, or was the page public, bro? It wasn't even a private page. Like, come on, bro. Make it make sense.
In plain sight. And YouTube didn't bother to take that shit down.
Nope. It was such a secret and hidden. They was like, let's leave this here for everybody to see.
Right.
Like, come on, bro.
That makes sense.
None of that shit makes sense at all. It'd be so bad because with all of the pseudo information, we can sit there and tell them everything they gonna say before they say it.
Yeah. Yeah, because the script is usually the same, except for Lance. Lance different. You never know what the fuck Lance gonna say. But most pseudos, you pretty much know what the fuck they gonna say before they start. Like the second they start saying certain buzzwords, you already know the shit's headed for. Or you know what
Lance will crash out pseudo.
Yeah.
He gonna crash out. As soon as you catch him up, he gonna crash out. So he don't care about being accurate or none of that shit. He don't care what he say. As soon as you catch him up on what the bullshit he said, he gonna crash out on you.
Pseudo's always hilarious.
He is showing up a different type of pseudo, but it's the first time I ever heard niggas say something about Pyramid Earth. That shit. I still remember when I first heard that shit. I thought everybody was gonna be surprised like me, but all y'all had heard it before.
Yeah, from him,
y'all
yeah.
Don't hear this nigga? Yeah. I'm like, y'all don't hear this nigga talk about Pyramid Earth?
Yeah, Lance been talking that shit since 2020, yo. 2019, he been talking that shit.
That's crazy. All the rest of the shit he say I done heard. All the black Europeans, King James, I heard all that shit before.
Yeah, that's all. That's nothing new. But Lance be coming with some new shit I ain't never heard before. I be like, hold up, what did you just say? Okay, that's different. I need to peel back the onion on that. What did you break that shit down? Like, what is that?
And he'll say some factual shit within it, so you can't just dismiss it.
Yeah.
He make you go fact check it so you can make sure he ain't saying something for real.
It's usually misinterpretations. It's usually something he has that is actually factual, but he misinterpreting what it's actually saying. Because he puts his own spin on it.
And then tell you just don't understand. You just don't get it, nigga. I ain't got time to teach you, stupid ass nigga. That nigga funny.
That's a little upset me right now. He'd be all right though.
Oh, why? Because you voted against him?
Yeah, I voted for Yami in that debate. He a little bit upset me right now.
I gotta go watch that debate. They the one debate I haven't watched yet out of all the debates.
Yeah.
I went and watched that Blue and Chris debate again because I'm like, maybe I was a little biased because I already knew Blue position. Man, Chris killed that nigga in the first round alone, bro. For real, bro. Like just off the first round, bro.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
The way he broke down the Asian and all that stuff. He killed that man whole premise.
Yeah, just trying to judge it. I try not to get wrapped up in who's like actually factual and all this because then my opinion is going to be jaded. So I try to. I'm judging it based off who's making a good argument, right? Like even like because pseudos can make a good argument, right? Like you got good pseudos, you got bad pseudos, right? Some pseudos are just terrible at this shit. And then you got some pseudos that they good at what they do enough that they'll muddy the waters and have you questioning shit, right? And that's kind of so. I kind of try to gauge it along those lines. And I thought his presentation was good in the beginning. I thought
his presentation was good.
Yeah, I thought his presentation was good. I thought he made it clear what he was trying to do, right? Like what he was going to try to do in the debate when he opened up. And within his premise, I thought he made an argument, right? I don't agree with his argument, but we go back and forth with this all the time. But I thought he did a good job in presenting his argument, though, and he did present enough shit to have people wondering whether or not he's on to something, right? And you know, it's not that hard to do, like as far as like how he tried to play it with the genetics and messing around with the haplogroups and stressing the E marker and the L marker, right? And everything that could confuse a lot of people, right? And they don't follow genetics and understand how these things work. So I felt like he did a decent job in muddying the waters. Was what he had. That's what he had to do. But I thought Chris did a good job bouncing back from it too, because Chris stuck to his ground and Chris didn't buy into the whole bait of keeping it only on genetics. That's what threw Blue off too, because Blue wanted to just talk genetics. Blue didn't want to talk anything but genetics, and that's what threw him off.
And that's what I was about to say. That's what messed him up to me, because of the title.
Right. And then he started, but while he was complaining about Chris not being on topic, he totally was on topic based on the title, right? Like based on like that's just the angle that Chris chose to take, and he didn't want Chris to take that angle. He wanted Chris to actually go into the whole genetic
thing, because he felt like he could beat him up right there.
Right.
And that's what I told him when me and Blue kept going back and forth, you know, because we was talking about that shit too, the whole Yap DNA, all that shit. And I kept telling him, like, bro, Chris gonna cook you in the debate because you stuck on this. You're wrong on this anyway. But even if you were right on this, the thing is, you got to tie it into the Elijah Muhammad thing. And to me, I gotta watch the whole debate again because I only got through the first few rounds on my rewatch. But I don't feel like he tied it all in properly.
Yeah. He lost. To me, he lost it too. And like I said, the rapid fire. I thought Chris did a better job in the rapid fire. And
Chris, I think he missed some opportunities to get Chris.
And Chris's rebuttal, I thought Chris killed his rebuttal. I thought he killed it in his rebuttal round.
Yeah,
I think that's the one I gave him a perfect score. I gave him a perfect score, I believe, his rebuttal round.
I think the rapid round, they was actually head up. They were going at it. And then, to me, I gave Chris, because I had Chris losing when he said this shit about the L3 DNA being male. I was like, oh, shit, he done caught Chris up. And then he let Chris, to me, take over after that point. And that was the point where he should have held Chris on that. Like, oh, so you don't know this, da-da-da-da-da. Kind of like...
Yeah, hammer that home.
Got caught up.
Mm-hmm. Rapid fire rounds be changing debates.
That I like the way y'all do these debates though. Like I had never heard of no shuffle buck, none of that shit till I seen it.
That's something that Solar started doing on his joints.
Yeah, but I like the rapid round was dope. When I watched Domo and I don't know the other dude's name no more. Is it Rio?
Rio, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I didn't understand the rapper. I'm like, is he not supposed to answer the question? Is it like is he supposed to be deflected?
No, he's supposed to answer it. The judges can take points for that too if they notice that somebody's like running from a question.
And Solar, I seen Solar say he basically took points from Rio because of that. Like, dog, you was trying to avoid answering the question when it's like just answer the question.
Yeah, he definitely was avoiding the question. He definitely was ducking and dodging the question. Because it's a debate, you're not supposed to cop out to nothing, right? So if you can avoid answering the question, you should. But when it becomes obvious, at some point either answer it or you're going to get a point deducted. But I understand the tactic, because the tactic is to try to answer as little questions as possible, because you don't want to get boxed in with a gotcha.
Yeah.
And that's a bad look at a debate. So the idea is to try to avoid answering questions as much as possible in that rapid fire. But if somebody's harping on this particular thing, and if it starts to become clear that you're avoiding the question, again, yeah, you lose points, and the other person going to gain points.
Oh, see, okay, so then I judged it right with Chris and Blue, because Blue he had Chris caught up when Chris said the nail thing for the L3. He was supposed to get him right there and then show, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and he couldn't. He let Chris maneuver out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Shatera, I didn't know anything about these debates. This is my first time watching these debates, so yeah, I've never heard of the shuffle book till now. I like it though. That shit dope. Basically holding them niggas to the fire.
Yeah.
And then I watched Madonna debate too. That was lackluster. It's like 10 minutes of trying to figure out what's going on. Then I realized it was two Hebrews debating each other. I'm like, oh Lord. Like you want to go outside.
Yeah, debating over Mormonism. Two Hebrews debating over Mormonism. Make that shit make sense.
That's crazy. And then Madonna talking about ain't nothing in the Mormon Bible about a curse on dark skin. I pulled that shit up yesterday.
Yeah, it's the curse of Ham. The curse of Ham.
Yeah, it's the same curse. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Madonna wilding. Madonna be wilding. Like, why do you defend this weird ass book so much? But then
he was. Go ahead.
No, you got. But then it be hitting me like, oh, that's right. It says that the Book of Mormon said that Indians are Israelites, and he a whole Indian over there. So being he a whole Indian over there, you know, and he an Israelite Indian, then you know the Mormon book kind of solidifies his belief that that black people and Native Americans were Israelites.
Nah, hell no. That's stupid. I keep telling people, if y'all believe in the Deuteronomy 28 prophecy, then you can't believe the Indians are Israelites, because it says you will go to a land that none of your forefathers know. If the Indians are Israelites, that means your forefathers know the land.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't make any sense. I've been arguing that forever since I first heard the 12 tribes. I'm like, that don't make no sense for the Native Americans to be Israelites. Because, you know, I used to be heavy in the Bible. I used to like the Bible. So, like, I know it. What them niggas said, and I'm like, nah. The whole Deuteronomy 28 shit don't make sense, bro. They said that this generation will not pass until the return of Jesus. So, it can't be y'all, man. There's so much in there that say it can't be nobody else today.
Mm-hmm. Aha, look at this. All this bullshit. Yeah, see, he said Joseph Smith didn't teach that shit. That was Brigham Young. Those both of them motherfuckers that taught that shit.
Yep.
Both of these motherfuckers that taught that shit.
He only talking about one part of Joseph Smith, because it was a partial Joseph Smith where he wasn't talking like that. But he also did preach that bullshit too.
Yeah.
And he a grifter though. They all change according to what they need to do. It's like when you look at today, when you realize what grifters are today, and you look at history, you can kind of pick out who was the grifters and who was authentic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe not all of them, but it's easier.
It says right here, it teaches about the curse of Cain, the curse of Ham, and their religion, their relation to black people have changed during the church's history. Joseph Smith and Brigham Young called the curse of Ham a justification for black enslavement. Smith believed that dark-skinned marked people of black African ancestry as cursed by God. In his revisions of the King James Bible and the production of the Book of Abraham, He traced their state back to the curses placed on Cain and Ham, and linked the curses in the Book of Abraham by positioning Ham's Canaanite curse prosody as descendants of the previously cursed Cain. So yeah.
I'm done. I'll be like, bro. Like sometimes it's like, do you really know what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Literally says the opposite of what you're saying, and you saying you've done so much research on it.
Right. And one quick search, you can find out that's bullshit. That was Joseph Smith as well as Brigham Young. Now I will say Brigham Young was more racist than Joseph Smith. Brigham Young was a turn-up guy.
But he was after, right?
Yeah, he came. Yeah, well, he was around during Joseph Smith, but he took over after Joseph died.
But that's what I mean. Yeah, like he was a follow-up. They usually are worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brigham Young, piece of shit, scumbag. And he went to war with those fucking Native Americans and fucked them Native Americans up out in Utah.
That's how he got that land?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Mormons started off in New York.
I didn't know
Joseph
that.
Smith and them, they started off in New York, and they slowly started, and they got in trouble out in New York with the polygamy and all that shit and everything else. Motherfuckers they kicked them out of New York, and then they slowly but surely just started going westward, and they ended up in PA for a little bit, got kicked out of there, ended up in over there by St. Louis, and this is where Joseph Smith died, out there in St. Louis, out in Illinois, in the jail cell too. They locked his ass up for running the coke and for some accusations about him and what he's doing with all these women or whatever. This, that, third, what they doing with all these women and shit. Locked his ass up, and while he was locked up, the sheriff left the cell open for the mob that was outside the prison to run up in there and kill him. They ran up there and killed him in jail, and that's when Brigham Young took over. And then they marched from they left Illinois. Obviously, they got kicked out of there, so they kept going west. So they eventually ended up in Utah. Got into it with those Indians, those Utes out there, started murdering them motherfuckers. And then they settled down there. Finally, they found this place to settle down there.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that coat marched from New York all the way to fucking Utah, getting kicked out from state to state.
The shit white folk get away with is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know much of the history of Mormons. I used to work for a Mormon company that came from Utah. They was based out of Utah. They was a security company. It was nothing but fucking white boys. And then my cousin them who put me on to the job. My cousin was from Massachusetts though. They all Cape Verdean. They came down here with that shit. I was making money with the white boys. And then when I worked for Aptiv, a bunch of them motherfuckers was from Utah and Mormon. And I was doing pest control for the company called Aptiv.
Yeah.
I'm some weird motherfuckers.
The motherfuckers, you used to see these motherfuckers, they little missionaries in the hood and shit. They white shirts or anything else, usually on bicycles or a backpack or some shit.
I never knew those was Mormons. Yeah, we got them.
Yeah, as I said, you probably
just
seen them so often. Yeah. I remember, oh boy, them motherfuckers made the bad mistake. Yeah, I guess because the way I lived at, they ain't realized they was hitting up a nigga's fucking house and shit. These motherfuckers had nerve to ring my motherfucking bell when I was in Texas. Oh my goodness. I opened the door, I saw them two motherfuckers standing there talking this Mormon shit. And I was on my bullshit back then too. I was on my anti-theist shit. I ain't give a fuck. I didn't want to hear nothing about nothing. Nobody got nothing. I was get away from them motherfuckers. I opened the door. I was like, "What's up?" It was like, "Yeah, we came to talk to you about blah blah blah." I was like, "Oh, y'all Mormons?" And that's why I started bringing up what I just read. I started bringing up all that shit about Joseph Smith and all this other shit. And not having a black member to the 1970s and all this other shit. Is that cooking them? I'm like, Joseph Smith was this and Joseph Smith this and Joseph Smith. And it was like, no, sir, I think you're wrong about Joseph Smith, sir. No, I'm not, motherfucker. No, I'm not. What do you mean? You telling me Joseph Smith? I'm out there cooking them. Right? And everything else. I was like, your code is racist as fuck. I don't know why the hell y'all hit my motherfucking doorbell. Get the fuck off my goddamn lawn. And he was like, sir, the fact that you calling us racist, I think you're the real racist. I was like, yeah, whatever. Get the fuck up out of here. Brigham Young can kiss my ass too. How about that? Get the fuck out of here. I cooked those motherfuckers out there. Don't fucking ring my goddamn doorbell. What the fuck y'all think this shit is?
That whole reverse racism shit irks me, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never dialogue with one of them motherfuckers. I would love. Only people knock on my door is fucking old ladies and old men trying to preach that shit. I just politely tell them motherfuckers, nah, I'm good. They be like, yeah, you should. Nah, I'm good. Appreciate you though.
Mm-hmm.
I be trying to be respectful. Like, listen, bro, get out my face. But they always old. If they was young, it might be a little different.
Yeah, they very protective over Joseph Smith.
When did he die?
1800s.
Nah, 1800s. I didn't know that nigga was that old.
Who, Joseph Smith?
I did not know the Mormon shit. I thought he was like early 1900s, bro.
Nah, this shit happened in 1800s, dog.
Bro, I did not know
Utah wasn't even a state when they got to Utah. It was a territory. Became a state later.
Right, 1805 to 1844. That nigga was 39.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was born in Vermont.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bro, I did not know that. You just really just talked to it.
Yeah. Crazy motherfucker.
The whole time I was thinking he was from the 1900s.
Nah, older than that. Yeah. Slavery was going on during this time.
Bruh, this what folk don't be thinking about either, bro. And now that I'm older, it made me realize because somebody said it about Pop, and they was like, bruh, you realize niggas was listening to a 25-year-old. He wasn't even 25 half the time.
Nah.
It's like, man, niggas is listening to niggas is listening to kids down there. Young adults. This nigga was 24 when he wrote the Book of Mormon, bro.
Yeah. Most cult leaders have been like practicing, they like having ministries and becoming pastors and shit like that since a teenager, like Jim Jones. Jim Jones was like 13 years old, trying to be a pastor at like 13, some shit like that, right? Like these cult leaders, they start early, you know. A lot of them start early, like teenagers.
What's up, fellas?
What up, Lou? How you?
Y'all got it. Yeah, we talking about cults, man. One of the ones that I can't stand the most is them abos, man. Cause like you can't really learn, you can't really break through with them unless you break through that one drop shit. Cause they're gonna keep trying to like shoehorn everybody is being the original black. And I heard, some people on a platform earlier today, they're not from the abo section, but one of them was a woman. She's known for being educated with a PhD and all that shit, and even she trying to like run that Lucia and all this shit. And then when you look
at that FBA shit, dog. FBA has grown the abo movement. The abo movement is growing more through the FBA movement.
But like when you look up Lucia, they saying like that the DNA goes to some Iberian,
it's not black people.
Asia shit. Yeah, and then it said some African, but like I guess people take that and don't even realize it's not us, man. Like
it's what you call it? They say they from the same crop. Lucia was from the same crop of melanated, not melanated, what you
Native
call it?
Americans, man.
What you say?
Native Americans, right?
Yeah, Native Americans, but not a specific group of Native Americans over there. About the ones that came over there on the west side of South America, over there on I am high. Damn. Well, what they call the ocean over there by Australia again? Oceanic people. That's what I'm thinking of. Oceanic people. They had some of that DNA in Louisiana.
But it was found in Brazil, though, right?
Well, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so why
yeah.
is they saying that's us, man? Like.
That's not us.
Right, but I'm saying, like, how do you get from Brazil all the way to North America? Like, I mean, I understand, like, all this shit was connected before, though, but, like, that's even...
Because it's not Africa.
Right. That's why y'all, man. And then, too, like...
To them, the people in South America, in Central America, the same people in North America. That's why they claim the Olmecs. The Olmecs is in Central America.
And, like, even if some Africans got over here, man, before... or, like during the Columbus or whatever, like how many people y'all think was over here, man? It's like y'all just doing too much shoehorning to like consider the numbers and shit, or to prove those numbers and shit. So I'm like, and then they just gonna stand on it, man. So
yeah, like they say all these people, they make it seem like all these natives were like transplants that white people put here to try to steal their identity. Like, bruh, what are you talking about, bruh? The evidence of their existence being here for thousands of years is everywhere. What are you talking about? Like, you think you think these motherfuckers just been here a couple hundred years, and somehow or another we forgot we was here beyond 200 years ago, and they like, what are we talking about? I swear they make this white man God. They make this white man God, bro.
But then they don't never want to own up to the fact that Indians own slaves too, man. Like y'all just completely ignoring that.
They don't care. All they're gonna tell you is Africans sold slaves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always going to deflect back to Africa. We over here, every time you pin them down, they bullshit. They run back to Africa. That's when you know you got them. That's when you know whatever you just said before they went to Africa. Stay on that, because they trying to avoid whatever you just said. That's it. That's the way they deflect. But what about Africa?
Yeah, I almost jumped on the panel, man, but I was like, fuck it, man. I don't like jumping on too many panels that's outside Pan-African spaces. So I was like, man, fuck it, I'm just gonna shoot from the chat. But that shit is annoying, though.
The motherfuckers, what? If they wasn't such pussies, I would hit more of their panels. But I don't like hitting panels, especially if I don't know the host, because they start acting stupid when you hit their fucking panel. They start muting you, kicking you off, all kinds of shit. Because
it was an Abo.
You
it wasn't no Abo channel, man. But he'll let you talk. He ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's just too many people over there riding with the dumb shit, man. But
Yeah, I know.
But you'll be able to get your shit
I like going over there cooking them motherfuckers in front of the audience, because it's usually like about 4 or 5 people in the chat that got some common sense. I like the 50 that might be in there. You might get about 4 or 5 that got some sense.
Yeah, they'll let you get on
fun
there.
Cooking them motherfuckers. But they liars though, man. They're straight liars, dog. Like
next time you just gotta
liars.
I need your email, man. I'll shoot you the link, man, when it happened. But yeah, man. I was like, man, I wish one of my niggas would jump up there. Like, it is what it is, though. But hey, going back to what y'all was talking about earlier about Kyrie, I agree, like with y'all having like issues as far as him and his antics and all that. Only part I disagree with is him leaving Cleveland, because it was like, he had heard rumblings about them talking about trading him for Chris Paul. And I don't blame LeBron.
Man, the folk wasn't finna trade him for no damn Chris Paul.
Yeah, but that's, according to him, that's what it was, though. Like,
Bro, that'd have been a stupid ass trade.
Like, I don't begrudge no guy that want to like prove that, you know what I mean? Similar to like Kobe, how him and Shaq fell out. Like, he wanted.
Kobe was stupid for that. Kobe was stupid for that.
But in hindsight,
they
it did
would have been
work
a
out.
dynasty.
But in hindsight, it did work out for him. His legacy didn't suffer because of that.
I mean, he was able to get 2 more titles and everything, but if he'd have played with Shaq, he'd have 4 more titles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He'd fucked around and had like 7 titles if he'd stayed playing with Shaq.
But you say you can't begrudge him for the Cleveland thing, but he left Cleveland on their BS and then went to the Celtics and ruined their little thing they had going.
Well, he got hurt, but like they was young.
Man, that man didn't get hurt. He elected to do that surgery because he had already fucked over the chemistry on the team.
Yeah, but that
he could have been did that surgery.
Like,
he could have did that surgery in Cleveland.
Right, in hindsight, we could say that because that team got to the Eastern Finals. But like before that, though, like those teams, those was young guys. They hadn't proved anything yet. I think they was
the same team you talking about are the team that's about to go back to
I'm
the
saying
finals.
in hindsight, that's my point. In hindsight, you could say that, but before that, like nobody know nothing about like where that.
But
team
look, okay, in hindsight, the Cavaliers still went to the finals that year without Kyrie.
Right. Also,
He left a championship team. He left a championship team to show that he can do it himself. Then went and couldn't do it himself anywhere since.
Right, but also
so in hindsight, he was wrong, bro.
Right, but also in hindsight, that's when KD went to the Warriors, though. That's the team y'all always bring up as the greatest team in history. So,
who is y'all?
Deal with that.
I don't bring them up as greatest team in history, but they are one of the greatest.
Well, not
their
you.
record,
but
their record. If they was a 72-9 team before him, then what are they with him? They are one of the greatest teams in history.
The 72-9 team was the team that lost before they got KD. So like
that's what I said. If they were 72-9 before him, and then you add Kevin Durant, what is that team? It's one of the greatest teams.
You just said you didn't think that was the greatest team in history. So
I said I don't say that, but if we're talking about it, then wouldn't they be considered one of the greatest teams of all time?
No, I would consider them in the conversation, but that ain't my point though. My point is when I said y'all always say that that's the greatest team in history, you refuted it. Like you don't say it, but like you believe it. So my point still stands on that. Y'all would have had to contend with that. It would have probably been a better series, but like
and they would have won.
Who would have
won? If I argue if J.R. Smith didn't do what he did, we might have had a better chance in that series anyway.
I don't know, man. If you just gonna collapse over one game for a bad play, like that don't say a lot about your fortitude. Like when we talking about like
we ain't gotta argue LeBron fortitude.
That was a pretty bad play though, man. I mean, like that was an all-time great stupid play. Like that was up there with the
Chris
Marshawn Lynch handoff. That was up there, like that was pretty stupid, dog.
Come on, bro. You blew a game one away when you could have stole a game one. That literally changes the series, bro.
I get it, but I get what y'all saying. I don't necessarily dismiss it, but I guess I'm just from from an era where guys just don't fold up the tent like that.
You just want to attack LeBron. That's all.
I ain't said nothing about no LeBron, bro.
Okay. So who folded? Who folded?
I'm the one that said LeBron.
Who are you saying folded?
Rumors and shit.
Who folded in the game? You said somebody folded. Whose fortitude are you talking about? No, the hell they did.
This is what I don't get, man. Every time
the only one that folded was LeBron, bro.
Every time I make a point, and then y'all just throw LeBron in the conversation, man.
Because if we being real, the only one that folded was LeBron. That's my team.
I'm the one in the chat when y'all start talking about LeBron. I throw the zippers over the mouth. I don't got nothing to say about that.
Okay, well maybe I assume you was talking about LeBron. Because to me, he's the only one that folded. So I ain't gonna say you saying it was LeBron. I'm gonna say that I took that as you saying LeBron.
Right, but I'm not.
He was the one that folded.
And
I know what I said. I said that I was wrong.
No, but that's cool. But I'm just letting it be known, like y'all can have LeBron as the GOAT. That don't bother me, man. It don't bother me, man. All I'm gonna do is go to the film, man. That's all.
It don't bother nobody that y'all got Jordan to go, because nobody's opinion gonna change somebody else's. We ain't even talking about who to go or none of that. We talking about Kyrie Irving and him leaving the Cleveland Cavaliers because he wanted to show
that he can do it himself, and he hasn't done it since he left.
Right, but I'm just a little sensitive about like that GOAT conversation, like when we talking basketball, and then people just throw it in there as like that's your hidden agenda, which is not. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about like, you know, and I do have issues with LeBron in terms of just outside of the GOAT conversation, but like when I'm talking about LeBron, it ain't got shit to do with no GOAT conversation, bro.
But we
And
talking
that's
about Kyrie.
I know. I'm just bringing it in because like that it got brought up, like that, just so it could be known, bro. Like we can have a conversation about LeBron.
Cool, you brought it up. Now let's talk about it. Let's go back to Kyrie.
Right. I just think like a person like as a player, I give them credit for like willing to be like to see themselves as a number one option and want to go and take that role. If you fail, you fail, right? You know, and that affects your legacy and all that. But I just don't strike against. I don't put it as a strike. You know what I'm saying?
I put it as a strike when you could have had more championships had you just stayed. And the same as I say about Shaq, like, bro, had you just went harder, had you just worked it out with Kobe, same I say about Kobe, had you just worked it out with Shaq, you'd have had more championships, bro. Y'all niggas' egos getting away.
Shaq would have had championships if he stayed in Orlando. You know what I'm saying? Like, assuming that Penny don't get hurt.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know because Penny got hurt.
Right, assuming that he don't get hurt. But, like, I could argue that affected Penny because now you had to hold.
But Shaq didn't leave Orlando and not win championships. He left Orlando and won 3 championships, then left LA and won another one. Kyrie left and didn't do nothing.
That's also partially Orlando's fault why he left, too. Keep it above.
Kyrie didn't leave and win an MVP. Kyrie didn't leave and do nothing. He left and did nothing.
Right, but like
he went. My bad. He finally went to the finals when he got with Luke.
Right, it's still hindsight, and then there's a lot of factors and shit too, like getting hurt with KD. It's just a lot of weird shit that happens and shit. Like even like with the Warriors losing when KD and Clay got hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it is what it is. You know, like you got to stay healthy, but you know, that's just the law. You know, of when you're playing sports and shit. So.
Yeah, I don't make excuses for these niggas. He fucked his career up by leaving Cleveland. There ain't no excuse for that. He himself said it. Now, he didn't say he fucked his career up, but he himself said that was a bad decision.
But my thing is that you don't necessarily get to chalk no additional championships over there if he would have stayed because Golden State got together. Like again, like. You can say they would have won all you want, but it's just like, you know, if that's the greatest team and one of the greatest teams in history, man, it's kind of like a counter argument. You know what I'm saying? It goes against the argument. Because like y'all, I mean, not you, but a lot of people like to say that like that wasn't no big three, or like it wasn't no super team with just him and Kevin Love and LeBron. So
it's not a super team.
So how's we just chalking up a championship for them?
So LeBron James and Kyrie Irving is that good?
Right, to go and beat a super team though. But like LeBron ain't never beat no super team.
He beat the Celtics. He beat the Pistons. Well, the Pistons not a super team. He damn sure beat.
I think he mean the finals. I think he mean the finals. You know, yeah.
Well, I mean, he couldn't play the Celtics in the finals. So. You know what I mean? He beat him in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Who did Cleveland beat again?
They beat the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, they beat Golden State. That's a big. They
beat the 72-9 Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, they beat the Golden State Warriors.
That was y'all calling that a super team?
They beat your record.
Super team.
They beat your record, didn't they? Or they tied it.
Right, but
they beat it or tied it.
Right, but does that mean you a super team because you got the most wins? Like I thought super team had a different definition. Like
you mean like 3 superstars,
right? 3 superstars and shit like that.
But this is when people say that
they got that.
Yeah, now we're getting into like what is defined as a super team.
Not me. I'm saying he has to play against them. He only played. The only super team he played against was KD in the finals.
You're right. That's what I mean though. Like so, like.
He only played them one time in the finals when they had KD.
He played them twice. They lost back to back, man. They lost 17 to
Ain't too many super teams out there to be playing.
That's true.
If you talk about 3 superstars, like that's not that's kind of rare.
And who was the third superstar on that Golden State team? Even with KD. I got KD.
Draymond Green.
He's a superstar?
I know. I say collectively Draymond and Clay together.
I ain't calling them no superstars.
Draymond and Clay together is a superstar.
All right, man. If that's what we doing, but
I mean, because you got to think, you got KD and Steph Curry. That's 2 MVPs.
I'm not
on one
saying
team.
it ain't though, Fi. I'm not saying it ain't though, but it's like it kind of like muddles like the definition when we just.
I mean, there's no.
I wouldn't call him a superstar. I'm just fucking around, but
how that's not a super team?
The third he would be the third cog in that wheel, though.
I'm not.
How is that not a super team?
I'm not even.
There's
saying that it
4 all-stars on one team.
I'm not saying that
current all-stars.
I'm not saying that it wasn't a super team, but it's like now we getting into like what do we define as a super team now? Because it's like.
But there's no certified definition of super team. So I'm saying, how is having 2 MVPs?
Would you agree you need at least 2 Hall of Famers, right? At least.
See, that's another criteria now. So.
No, I'm saying I would think you would need at least 2 Hall of Famers to be able to call yourself a super team. I mean, 2 Hall of Famers, not 3. 2 Hall of Famers and an All-Star. 2 Hall of Famers and an All-Star.
We know that the NBA Hall of Fame is kind of weird. So there's people that's in the Hall of Fame that, it's questionable to say the least. You know what I'm saying? So.
I mean, I don't know. How do you define a super team? It can't just be big 3, because that's subjective.
Like when that whole conversation got brought up, it was just 3 superstars, but you know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But I'm willing to hear a conversation. I'm willing to have a conversation, just like Fi did with like combining 2 great players. You can also say like, I don't know, man. I don't know that whole. And this works in behalf of like the people who don't believe in super teams. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, like those guys was able to get put on the same roster or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to tip your hat, man. But
because people called the Lakers a super team when they got Gary Payton and Karl Malone, and them niggas was old.
I didn't call that no super team though.
That was a super team.
Not because of Gary Payton and Karl Malone, because them.
You can't name me another team that had 4 Hall of Famers playing on it.
Yeah, but they was way behind their prime though, man. Karl Malone especially, man.
Yeah, but they still had 4 Hall of Famers. These are still Hall of Famers. They wasn't at the top of their game, but Kobe and Shaq was. But Gary Payton was on the downside, and Karl Malone was on his last leg. But they still 4 Hall of Famers though. Everybody had them winning a ring. You can't say everybody. Nobody gave Detroit a shot in hell at winning that finals.
So was that Miami team a super team? The Miami Dwayne Wade, when Dwayne Wade went crazy in 06, was that a super team?
With Shaq?
They had Gary Payton too. They had Gary Payton too.
Ain't no super team.
No.
They had
Gary Payton was like 38.
Right,
hey,
but
they
this
was
is
even
what
older
we're
than
saying about the Lakers though. Like they had Gary Payton and Shaq.
Yeah,
That's
Karl
what I'm
Malone
saying.
was like 40.
And Kobe and Karl Malone was there.
No, but I'm talking about
who was that
Psycho's
team's
point.
Karl Malone? Who was that team's Karl Malone?
But I'm talking about Psycho's point with the 3 Hall of Famers.
Right,
You know
but
what I'm
I'm
saying?
saying, no, they had 4 Hall of Famers. I'm saying like, I was saying, yeah, Miami did have 3 Hall of Famers.
Who did Miami have? You talking about
they
Morton?
had 4.
Miami had Dwayne Wade, Shaq, and Gary
and Payton. Those are the only Hall of Famers they had on that team.
Gary Payton was old.
My bad.
Man.
Alonzo was backup. I'll give you one. I'll throw you
As
one.
I say, Zoe was there, but he was
Alonzo
old.
was the backup.
And Gary Payton was there, but he was
That's
wasn't
my
even
same
starting.
point with the Lakers. They had old guys like Karl Malone, and Gary Payton was old.
But Alonzo wasn't
Payton
even
wasn't
starting.
old then. Payton was 35. That's not old. Steph Curry 35. Matter of fact,
but
Steph
he
Curry
a
might be
different 35
36.
though. He a different 35 like that.
Nah,
Payton
bro.
from the-
Nah, Karl Malone was old because he was 40, but 35 is not old, bro.
But 35 back then compared to 35 in this era is different.
Even 35 then wasn't Jordan winning at 35?
Yes.
Right, but it was an old Jordan though. Like it wasn't no.
But he
prime
was
type
winning
of
the
Jordan.
championship at 35, wasn't he?
Yes, they was winning the championship, but it's still like even if whether you win
So
or
hold
lose,
on.
man, it's still
So hold on.
wasn't your prime, bro.
So how is a 35-year-old Jordan winning the championships, but we can't consider Peyton eligible to be he's supposed to be still valuable at 35. He wasn't washed up.
But nonetheless,
Especially if he still had value when he went to Miami, because Miami was after that.
Nonetheless, it's still a different era though. Like as far as like all of the advancements in medical and technology and everything else.
I'm not arguing that.
Right, but that's what makes it different.
But Gary Payton was still hold up, bro. Gary Payton was not a bad player at 35 years old. He wasn't old, he wasn't washed up.
He wasn't done. He wasn't done. I would say Karl Malone was on more of his last legs than Gary Payton. Karl Malone was on his last legs, but Gary Payton still had a little bit of gas in the tank still.
I don't think he was a good, like a great contributor on that team though. Like, I mean, we saw it. The proof was in the pudding.
Well, I mean, he wasn't asked to do what he did in Seattle. Like, he got Shaq and Kobe there, so he ain't gonna put up a whole lot of points because of that alone.
He was
They didn't play defense and run the offense.
Yeah.
And they lost.
Yeah, they definitely lost. Nobody thought they was gonna lose that motherfucker though. Nobody thought they was gonna lose that motherfucker. Only people that thought Detroit was gonna win were Detroit fans.
Yeah, he averaged down to 15 a game, down to 6 assists and 4 rebounds a game. He wasn't trash.
Yeah, it wasn't the 90s Gary, but he still had a little bit of gas left in the tank. He wasn't trash.
Yeah, I'm willing to say that they was a super team. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying though, like it's still within the constraints of like how we defining it though. So like, you know, because like if we gonna just say, all right, that team won 70 games, yeah, that's automatic super team. So there's been super teams that didn't win 70 games.
No, they not a
And
super
won the
team because they
championship.
won 70 games. The 70 game, the team that won 70 games added another MVP. That's what made them a super team. You was already one of the best teams record-wise ever, and you have an MVP and 2 other all-star players. Then you add another MVP. That's a super team. It's hard to not define that otherwise. That's not a regular team.
Yeah. Like I said, we just having a conversation, so I'm not gonna disagree. I mean, we called them a super team at the once KD went there, but like you know, but we don't call Kevin Love and then Kyrie Irving and LeBron a super team. That's the problem that I'm trying to understand. Like,
what is Kevin Love?
Kevin Love was overrated.
With the Cavaliers, there's 1 MVP and 2 All-Stars. And Kevin Love is not a perennial All-Star.
Yeah, Kevin Love was
okay, so I see what you're saying. You're saying that Kyrie was never a superstar.
No.
I would say he was a superstar.
No. He was a superstar on the stage with LeBron because he was the second best player on the team. But where else was he a superstar?
But he was a superstar before LeBron got there.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
He was an all-star.
I'll catch up with
He
y'all
was not a superstar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, he was an all-star.
Yeah, he ain't took no team nowhere until he had a real superstar next to him.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that I agree with.
I fuck with Kyrie. I like basketball wise. I love Kyrie, but hey, he never did it on his own.
No, absolutely not. No. The furthest he got 2 finals, one with LeBron, the other one with Luka.
Mm-hmm. Was they even making the playoffs before LeBron got there?
No, he ain't never make playoffs with LeBron.
Yeah, nah, man, that ain't no superstar. I'm sorry. It's open.
Kevin Love was just overrated. Motherfucker. I'm not a fan of Kevin Love. That was an overrated white boy. I don't care what nobody said. Overrated. He was all right, but he definitely was not what everybody thought he was getting. He wasn't what people packaged him up to be. They were better people than him. A lot better people than him. The stats didn't tell you that because he was on a bad team. And he was able to run them numbers up and pad his stats. That got him a big contract. Then he went to Cleveland and people found out, no, you actually are this. We thought you was this, but what you actually is this. Which ain't what we thought we was getting. He wasn't horrible, but superstar type motherfucker, hell no. And on a bad team, he put up numbers on a bad team. Put him on a good, a decent team, he's not going to shine like that.
You talking about Kevin Love?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when folk be talking about, oh, Kevin Love, I'm like, come on, bro. He named the other person on the team with him in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's what I said. He was the best player on the bad team.
Like, come on, bro.
That's why when people play on these bum ass teams and they got all these great stats, people talk about how nice they are. I don't know if they that nice. They could be. They definitely the best player on their team, but that team is trash. So, when you got a trash team, somebody's going to be the best player on that trash team. That don't make that a good player. You just the best out of the rest of the bums. So
Jordan Poole, the best player on the Wizard. What that mean?
Yeah, being the best player on a bad team ain't really saying a whole lot.
And he wasn't good till he got next to Stephen Curry. The same as I say, Kyrie, you great at what you do. You can dribble. You great to watch. But you ain't taking no team nowhere.
Right.
But you a great Robin to have for a person that can take the team somewhere.
If he puts his ego to the side and get vaccinated when he's supposed to, don't fuck up the goddamn team's chemistry with this stupid shit.
Over some pseudo shit.
Yeah. I wanted that motherfucker to fuck off my team. I was so pissed off. I didn't want him to come on my team, but him and Durant was a package deal. And that's the shit that pissed me off. Like, God, man, I love that we got Durant. I hate that we got Kyrie.
What about James Harden?
I wasn't mad we got James Harden.
Yeah.
I wasn't mad if we got James Harden. I wish we could have traded Kyrie and kept James Harden.
Yeah. Yeah. If y'all would have got somebody for Kyrie and James, I don't know what was wrong with him. I don't know why he wanted to leave rookie.
He was tired of Kyrie bullshit. All that all that part-time playing shit and everything else. We had him playing point guard and everything, and we had him playing all these extra minutes. He didn't want to play all these 40-something minutes every night in this, that, and third because Kyrie don't want to get vaccinated. Like, he got tired of the bullshit. He was like, yo, this is a circus. I'm out of here. I can't be mad at him because it was a fucking circus because of Kyrie. I was like, that's why I said we got Kyrie fucked that team up. Kyrie fucked that team up.
Ego is a motherfucker, bro. Ego ruined a lot of good teams.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying about with the chemistry. I was like, that's why I say you gotta be careful who you draft. because chemistry matters. And if you got somebody who look like they're going to be a threat to your team chemistry or a threat to the locker room, bringing toxic energy and everything else, some people don't want to deal with that. You know, like,
Yeah.
you know.
I think that's why I think Nico messed up with the trade. Now, only reason I say that is because Kyrie and Luka had a good bond.
Mm-hmm.
Even on the basketball, it translated on the basketball court. So that was a good thing. And their team was being built around that bond. Y'all already made it to the finals. Like, why would you go ruin that chemistry and make him and AD have to build that back up?
I think he gets a lot of pressure. I think he gets wrongly. I think that was pressure from the owners, Doug.
Yeah.
I think the owners pressured him to trade Luka. I think the owners are trying to tank out there in Dallas. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
So they can go to Vegas.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's what I think is going on.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think the NBA know it.
Yeah, this wouldn't have happened if Cuban was still a majority owner. If Cuban was still a majority owner, that trade don't happen. This trade only happened because Mark Cuban sold majority ownership, and now somebody else is running the ship who's from Vegas and is itching to get a team in Vegas.
And that's why I say I think the NBA know, because it's like that benefit them to get a Vegas team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's something they will want too.
Let's face it, Dallas is cow bitch country. The Mavericks never going to be halfway as important as the cow bitches in that town. It's just not going to happen. Like, they won a championship within the last decade or whatever the case may be, and nobody cares out there. It's like they still care more about the '95 cow bitch championship and the 1970s championships with Tom Landry, and all these motherfuckers than they ever cared about Dirk Nowitzki and his title run against LeBron. Like, that was cool in the moment, but they don't run that town, so it don't hit the same as if the cow bitches would have won a title.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody really talks about the Mavericks.
Yeah, it's a
and
football
y'all
team.
Just in the finals.
Yep.
And the
That's
fucking
what the finals,
Cowboys ain't even fucking. They barely be in the playoffs.
Cowboys won one playoff game in the last 30 years. One playoff game in 30 years, and they still get more coverage than the Mavericks.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's branding for you, because the Cowboys was America's team.
Allegedly, bullshit. I hate that damn title.
You know, I grew up liking the Cowboys because I grew up with Troy Aikman, Deion, Emmett, and Michael Irvin. I grew up in that golden era, so I liked them back then.
Yeah. A lot of people get caught up liking the Cowboys, everything. It's a Thanksgiving game. And all the news coverage they get. But that Thanksgiving game is big to why their fan base is what it is. It got a lot to do with that goddamn Thanksgiving game.
Yeah, that's smart. I'm pretty sure Jerry made sure they played that Thanksgiving game.
They've been playing that Thanksgiving game since the 60s, but yeah.
When did Jerry start owning them?
Jerry didn't start owning them to the 80s. 88, 87. He got ownership, like 87, 88, I want to say. Yep, not too long after, that's when they made that infamous Herschel Walker trade, where they got all them damn draft picks and was able to get Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin and all them motherfuckers. And built up that team for the 90s.
Oh, okay. So
Jerry started winning early. Yeah, Jerry started winning early. And it ain't taking long after he brought the team to start winning.
Just ain't won since.
Yeah, but him winning early is problematic, because that's why you can't tell him shit now. Because he's like, you can't tell me shit. I brought the team in 88, it was 88 or 89, one of them two. I brought the team like 88, 89, one in 92, one in 93, and one in 95. You can't tell me shit. I won 3 titles in less than 10 years. So in his mind, he got it all mapped out, even though that shit don't work no more that he's trying to do. And I would argue it ain't never motherfucking worked the shit he was trying to do, because Jimmy Johnson built that team, really. It wasn't Jerry.
Yeah, it's really the coach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's his problem. Taking credit for other motherfuckers.
One credit he does get is Dion. That was all Jerry. Dion going to the Cowboys was all Jerry. Coaches didn't want him. Coaches wasn't thinking. Jerry wanted him.
Why the hell coaches didn't want him? Because he's arrogant.
They had just lost to him in the championship game.
That's a dumb reason to not want a great player. I'm sorry.
Well, back then, it was about pride. You lose to a motherfucker, you don't want to team up with the motherfucker. You just they ain't had the Kevin Durant syndrome. Like they ain't have it.
I get it as a player. As a player and a fan, yes. I don't want that nigga. I want to beat him. But as a coach, hell yeah, give me that nigga.
And plus, not to mention he was cocky. He was, cocky, and they thought he was
that's what I thought.
They thought he was ruining the locker room. Same shit you hear about him today. Same shit. Like this ain't nothing new with Dion. Like Dion been going through this his whole career. As far as people like, I just don't like dealing with all that. The circus that comes with him.
But see, this is my thing about cocky. I consider cocky and arrogant when you can't do the shit you saying. When you can do the shit you saying, you're pretty much confident to me.
It's a thin line there. It's a thin line between cocky and confidence. It is a thin line. I think Dion kind of crossed the line from cocky confidence to cocky. But when he's a player, though, as a player, he can get away with it in football. In football, not baseball. Baseball, that became a huge problem in baseball. But in football, he was able to get away with it. He was able to get away with it. I mean, he was the best quarterback in the league for the longest time. People were scared to throw it inside the field and everything else. So the circus that came with Dion was worth it because of what he brought to the table. It's like you could look past the bullshit. But like his son though, they not seeing that in his son. Like they not seeing. They like, like it ain't the same effect because his son ain't the same player that he is.
But that's why I say I think they was humbling him. Like even if you want to take the race shit out of it, I think they was humbling him. Like, bro, like the boy said it when you played that clip. You ain't him, nigga. That's what they wanted to tell him. You ain't him, nigga.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was a conscious effort to humble him. I think I do think he turned a lot of teams. I do think he turned a lot of teams off though. It's because again, everybody's not looking for a quarterback. I can't stress this enough. Everybody's not looking for a quarterback. Like we wasn't looking for no quarterback. None of the people on the bottom half of the first round was looking for a quarterback. None of the people that made like us, the Chiefs, the Eagles, obviously, the Bills ain't looking for no quarterback. Like all these teams, like it's a bunch of teams, slew of teams ain't looking for no quarterback. Right? Houston straight, it's a whole bunch of teams they straight at quarterback, and so that's more than half the league. So now you got now out of the rest of the people, you got some that might consider drafting a quarterback. Maybe they have a quarterback. They're not against drafting one. And then you got the motherfuckers who's desperate for a quarterback. They ain't got nobody, right? Now, you talking about, like I said, you only talking about 5 or 6 teams that even fit that criteria that's desperate for a quarterback. And when you start saying wild shit and I don't want my team, my son playing for certain teams, so don't even waste your time drafting them. And then when these teams interview your son and he's doing shitty interviews and it seems like he's doing it on purpose because he don't want you motherfuckers to draft him, and then come draft day they decide not to draft him, it's like, that's some of that is on y'all, you know what I mean? Like some of that is their fault,
No, I agree with that. I agree. You play a part in how people view you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially, you got to consider what your dad's reputation already is. I agree, all that. That goes into it. You can't dismiss it. But I feel like that's still like I don't know, they just got a bad taste in their mouth about the family anyway, so they treating you a certain way. That shit fucked up. I guess you just got to be conscious of it, and I guess it's either you gonna be humble or you gonna do you. He just gotta go out there and ball. If he don't ball, then he gonna get him everything
You
they
want to be
need to say they
confident.
was right.
You want to be confident and humble in the drafting process, right? We just talking the drafting process. You want to be confident. You don't want to seem like you're scared or nothing, or you unsure you unsure or whatever. You want to come across like you confident. You ready for the league, and you feel like you're their guy, right? You selling yourself, right? Like you do when you go to your job interview, same shit, right? You selling yourself, right? So you got to convince this employer that this company needs you, right? Like you need me, like I'm gonna be a benefit here, this, that, and third. I bring something to the table, this, that, and third. Like it's no different than you interviewing for any other job, and from everything I'm hearing, he interviewed horribly for multiple teams. He interviewed horribly, like so, and yeah, that's a turnoff.
Yeah, I've seen them reports too, where they saying like to certain shit. There was a GM or coach or somebody that was like he basically didn't read the little thing they give you, the pre-interview, whatever it is. Like they give you something to study or whatever to look over before you come do the interview, and they was like he basically didn't know shit about what was in there and didn't seem to care, and it kind of made the coach or whoever mad.
Right. You know what I mean? Like this dude don't like he ain't take this serious. What is he going to take anything else serious? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you trying to play here? Like because you already doing this now. Imagine what you're going to do when I give you some film to study. Like that stuff matters. And if he could. I'm not saying he got that from his dad. He could have got it from his dad. His dad could have just said, "Yeah, man, fuck all that. This is what you do, son. Don't listen to that shit. This is what you do." Blah blah blah. Now that could have happened. That could have happened, or he could have just did it on his own. He could have just went there, just been aloof on his own, kind of like just not interested, really. Just going through the motions just because. But like I said, I heard he was intentionally interviewing bad at certain places so the teams wouldn't draft him because he didn't want to go to certain teams.
Yeah, he did that. He played himself.
Yeah. Definitely played himself.
Mad they skipped over you. If you did that, you can't be mad they looked over you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, something went bad in this process for him to drop all the way to the 5th. Like, I'm not surprised he didn't get drafted in the 1st, but for him to drop all the way to the 5th, something went wrong in this process. Something happened that turned all these GMs off. And I don't think it's collusion. I don't think it's racism, but something happened. Because this type of stuff happens in the draft. This ain't nothing new. It's happening with a whole bunch of slew of people. Like something happens either at the combine or like the interviewing process. Sometimes the wonder lick becomes an issue. Pause. That test they take for players and shit to test their IQ levels and all that shit. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes a scandal will break out. I remember Warren Sapp was supposed to be the #1 pick that year and fell to like 13, I think, because he tested positive for weed. So he dropped from #1 to 13. Dan Marino got in trouble for weed. He got in trouble for weed in college. It leaked out before the draft that he got popped for smoking weed, and he dropped from possible #1 pick to all the way down to like the bottom of the draft, bottom of the 1st round. He was like number 20 something, and that's a white quarterback. That's just because it leaked out that he smoked weed in college. Mind you, this 1980 something where weed wasn't looked. That was like a hard drug to people back then.
I know they regret that. Whoever had that 1st round pick.
Oh, so many people regret, especially Steeler fans. Steeler fans are real mad about that shit still because he played in Pitt in college, and they was just coming off their Super Bowl years. Terry Bradshaw had just retired, or was about to retire, and yeah, everybody in Pitt wanted them to draft him because again he played for Pitt, hometown dude, and yeah, they passed up on him because of the weed rumors. So yeah, so that, like I said, this type of stuff happens all the time. Motherfuckers just drop for different reasons. But something happened. Like I said, something happened between, and like I said, I think it's a combination of things. He didn't go to the combine. Dion started saying things that was kind of weird, and the interview, like I said, the stories I heard about the interview stuff. Combination of all that, and yeah, he already had question marks coming into the draft, as far as like just like how he evaluates the game, as far as like making all his proper reads and all that stuff, and not being that mobile. You already had those concerns. Tack on all the BS, then yeah, that equals he's going to fall. Like, Cam Newton was projected to be the number one pick, and he went through all the motions. He wasn't up there telling teams, don't think about drafting me. I'm not willing to go play for this team or that team. And he was cocky as shit. Cam Newton was cocky as shit coming out of college. And they didn't give a fuck how cocky he was.
Cam really him, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't care about how cocky Cam was. Like, Cam showed his ass in college and shit, as far as like winning the Natty and everything else, putting up them incredible numbers, and he wasn't scared to work out. He wasn't scared to work out for other teams and all that stuff. Like he did everything the right way, but he was just cocky. But everything else he did the right way. He was just cocky while he was doing it, which is cool, and that didn't turn teams off. They was cool with the cockiness as long as you look like you can back it up, and he looked like he could back it up. So they drafted him number one.
And Cam, the man, on and off the field too, though. Even now, that brother about his community, take care of them kids, trying to make them straight.
He do work with kids. Yeah, he do work with the youth a lot. Yeah, that's real. He do work with the youth.
Cam, the man, got nothing but utmost respect for that brother. Even with the fucked up ass hats.
Yeah, he dressed so weird. Damn, it bothers me how he dressed. Like every time I see him, like dog, even he wears hair all weird and everything. God, why are you like you doing this on purpose, bro? Like you gotta be doing this on purpose, bro. There's nobody's taste in clothes and its style and fashion could be that bad. Unless this is intentional.
Oh man. We old, man. That nigga be sharp.
I can't be that old, bro. I can't be that old where that shit is cool, bro. That shit can't never be cool.
That nigga be having them Indian feathers in them hats and shit.
Yeah, like what did you do with it, bro? Bro, what's up with you, bro? Like he just be chilling wearing that shit. Like he just chilling, like you in full costume, like you going so like you got a performance or some shit. Like like what's up with you, bro?
Got no problem with it, with the big cigars and shit.
Like you go to the store looking like that, nigga. Like what is you doing?
They gave the best breakdown on Shador. Somebody I seen, man, when they was talking about how the networks did that because of the ratings. They hyped him. They kept his name all through this draft process. They kept Shador every 30 minutes because it was good for ratings, and that's what built up the sentiment among the people that he was something that he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And they said they did it all for ratings, and that's just what they do. And then when they brought that cowboy comparison, about why do you think every morning when you wake up you hear Stephen A. talking about the Cowboys, no matter what their record is? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, They put the hype. Remember they tried to put the hype machine around Tim Tebow. Actually, it worked with Tim Tebow. He actually got drafted in the motherfucking first round, in the bottom of the first round. But he was projected to go way lower, and then they put the hype machine behind that motherfucker.
You know, I'm a Gator fan, so Tebow, my man. But until he got to the NFL, I didn't realize he was that bad.
Well, that's because what he did worked in college.
Yeah, in college he was the two championships. Shit.
Yeah, that style of play worked with college and Urban Meyer and shit and everything like that.
Didn't he get a Heisman?
Yeah, he won a couple of Heismans. I think I might have won 3. You might that motherfucker. Tim Tebow is one of the greatest college players of all time as far as like decorated. Yeah, he got 2 natties. He got 1 Heisman. He got 2 natties, 1 Heisman. Yeah, he got a whole laundry list. Like he's an all-time great college player. Yeah. But watching him in college, I knew he wasn't going to translate in the NFL. Like that weird throwing motion.
I watched him all 4 years in college, and I thought he was going to be the shit in the NFL. But I guess I was looking at
that weird throwing motion. He really didn't throw the ball downfield too much. Because remember, Florida ran the ball a lot.
Yeah, we did.
They did a lot of running.
The boy was a warrior, man. He was a warrior.
Yeah, he's tough. He's tough.
We had what's my man name that could catch it 5 yards out and turn it into a 60
Percy
yard. Percy Harvin. He ended up going to Minnesota. Yeah. Percy got them to turn a motherfucking 4-yard play into a 60-yard play. So.
Yeah, made him look good. He made him look good out there. That's real.
Well.
But yeah, Tim Tebow, like, yeah, they put the hype machine behind him too. But it worked with him. With him, it worked. He didn't have a whole lot of baggage and shit that followed him though. He had that whole Christian shit going on. Yeah,
Bible thumper.
Yeah, exactly. So when it came to like character and shit like that and everything else, he totally fit everybody's team's character, like what they looking for.
Oh yeah, he passed that test with flying.
Yeah. Colors. That test wasn't a problem. It was whether or not he was talented enough, and most teams didn't think so. Like, but apparently one did, and drafted at Denver, drafted him in the first. But that was shocker though. That was a shocker. Most people didn't expect him to get drafted in the first round.
That's not by John Elway.
Didn't he win a playoff game?
No. Yeah, because of the defense. But yeah, that one playoff game he won, I think he threw for like 100 yards that game.
Who did they beat? The Steelers?
Yep, it was the Steelers, and he threw for like 100 yards, and like 70 of those 100 yards came on the walk off that they won on. I think that game was in overtime, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, it was the most yards he threw was on that last play, and that last play was like a 60-yard play or some shit. He only ended up with like 100 yards total that game, and it came off that one play. Denver defense was a monster back then, though.
Oh my God. Champ Bailey. Who else was on that defense? Okay, it was another linebacker they had too. I think his name was Al Wilson had already retired, even though Al Wilson was a beast for the Broncos. I think his name was Derek Williams.
Yeah, Derek Williams. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an athletic defense.
Yeah, their defense was off the chain. It's number 1 in the league. They was shutting everybody down. And then, go
ahead, Psycho.
Peyton came, and that's how they won the title, because they already had a defense. They got rid of Tebow and got Peyton, and they ended up winning.
He wasn't his best, but he still had enough. He still had that tremendous football IQ, and he had still seen so many defenses that all they needed him to do was just not throw the game away.
Right, and he already had the best defense in the league on his team. It was the best defense in the league, so yeah.
Yeah, they beat the brakes off the Panthers. Shout out to Cam Newton.
Yeah.
I just happen to see the thumbnail right now, Psycho, and
You gonna bring it back full circle 40 with the father?
Well, I don't think they the problem. I think what might turn out to be a more interesting question is, are celebrity sports dads the problem? You know, because everyday Pop Warner sports dad, he not gonna do what Dion did.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You got the LeVar Balls, LeVar Balls of the world. LeVar Ball ain't a celebrity, and well, now he's a celebrity because talked himself into being a celebrity, but he was just a regular old sports dad that became a celebrity because he was a sports dad.
Well, we say that's an anomaly though, because he doesn't represent all sports dads.
Yes, I would agree with you. He's an anomaly. I would agree with you. Yeah.
Because if you think about it, right, Deion Sanders, and I think we didn't touch on this when you did the show on Shador, but and this is gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings for me to say this, but Deion is the reason why Shador got drafted in the 5th round, because of what he was saying. And I know black people don't want to hear this, especially black people who think somehow America's fair and we've never been at a disadvantage. You can't do what Archie Manning and them do, man, because you're still the NFL showed Deion, no, sir. You're Deion Sanders. You're not prime time in this particular area. You ain't.
What's going on, fellas? How you doing? Good morning.
Blessings to you. Good morning, beloved.
Yeah.
So I think Deion really is the one who blew Shador's opportunity to get drafted in the 1st round. And it did cost him anywhere from $15 to $30 million, depending on where he would have got picked in the 1st round. So now Shador is in a situation where if he balls out, obviously he'll get offered a max deal. But I think ultimately Deion Sanders thought he was bigger than what he really was. Hey, you're not bigger than the NFL owners. You're not bigger than the NFL, and they showed him.
Hold on, real quick. Yeah, I just want to cook Psycho on something real quick. And then we're gonna get back to that conversation, Swarthy. I don't mean to interrupt your conversation. Come on, Psycho, son. Yeah, so that nigga Pops ain't violate though, son.
Nah, dog, man. He was just talking a little bit of shit, man. I mean, that's regular daddy shit, dog. He was doing,
but he felt some way that he was. I think what he felt like when he started like cursing at him and all that other. Come on,
Well, Giannis got it. He ain't started cursing at him. Giannis got in his face. I mean, like all that. Like Giannis went in his face. Let's keep it a buck. Like
I thought he was cursing at him when he was on the floor. That's what he was.
I mean, he told him to get the fuck off the court and take their ass home.
Oh yeah, see, come on.
I mean, that's shit talking. Yeah, you talking a little bit of shit. Yeah, I mean,
Psycho, imagine somebody, even though your kid is gonna always be your kid.
Man,
Psycho,
it's a basketball game, man. People, you on the road. You are on the road. You are on the road in an arena of people screaming all types of wild shit at you all motherfucking game. You at the foul line, people talking shit, throwing up signs with your wifey and shit like that. This, that, and third, and popping off like it is all types of. It is a hostile environment when you are on the road, and this, that, and third. And all this motherfucker did was say, get the fuck out of here, take y'all ass home. After the game, mind you. This is after the game's over. Yo, get the fuck out of here, take y'all asses home, this, that, and third. Like, okay, he got bragging rights. They won. He got bragging rights. Take your L and just keep it pushing. Like, it is what it is. They talking shit. He ain't the only one talking shit. You got thousands of people on the Raptors talking shit. Everybody talking shit.
What you think about that shit, GQ?
Yeah, I think he should have took up for his daddy, man. I think he went out like a punk talking about my daddy was wrong.
No, I think he did the right thing. I think Tyree did the right thing, though.
Nah, he went out like a bitch, Marley. I ain't throwing my daddy under the bus in front of the fucking cameras, dog. Yeah, I would have went after Giannis, dog. I just had to take that L. Fuck that. I'm riding, nigga. I don't give a fuck. Even if my daddy was wrong, get the fuck out of here, dog. Stay out my daddy's face. You jumped in my motherfucking daddy face, dog. Who the fuck you think you is? I'd have been talking shit.
Exactly. No, I don't think he did too much, Marley. I really don't, man. You know, I done seen hecklers and stars that got them front, and you know he got a personal investment. That's his son. But I seen just super fans act a fool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All crazy, and it wasn't no lot of heat behind it. I done seen Jack Nicholson and Spike Lee and all them all clown and talk crazy to players and shit, you know.
Right, exactly. Spike Lee do that shit all the time, talking shit and everything else. What did the players do? they go out and bust the Knicks' ass and then look over at Spike and talk shit to him. Right?
Exactly.
Like they just talk shit back. Like that's a part of sports. Like Giannis ain't from our culture.
Right.
See, that's the problem. He ain't from our culture. See, he don't understand how we bond and talk shit or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so what, man? Motherfucker talk a little bit of shit, whatever. You just wave your hand like, get the fuck out of here, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? Like, that shit ain't about that.
I think because he been losing to them Pacers team for the past couple of years since Tyrese came over and they've been rivals ever since. So, you know,
He felt some type of way about it, you know. And then to Psycho's point, right? Giannis is, I believe he's from Nigeria, and they moved to Greece. And he grew up most of his life in Greece, right? So the thing is that roasting is kind of like, for a lack of better term, that's kind of like an FBA thing, really, to roast and not get offended. Yeah. So a lot of people get offended a lot of times when we grew up roasting each other all day long.
And
you know, and especially talking shit. If we
talk shit in the court, motherfuckers in the park, go to your local park. Motherfuckers out there talking shit to each other.
Right.
I think that's a global thing, like, right? Like shit talking after you win, and you know what I'm saying, and shit like that. I just feel like with Giannis in that situation, when he was talking about being humble, that's the only part I didn't agree with him on. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'm not like that. I'm gonna talk shit after I win. See
what I'm saying?
No. I'm saying me. I ain't saying like the father. I'm saying like me. Like it's my victory. Like my victory.
Right.
No, fuck that, man. Your pops get to talk shit too. Your pops got bragging rights. He raised you. He coached you. He drove you to all those games.
But hold on.
He drove you to all those fucking games. He brought your motherfucking sneakers. The least he can do is talk shit after you motherfucking won a goddamn playoff series. Goddamn it! Fuck that. He get to talk shit.
But this is the way how I see it with his father. The way how I see it. Hold on. The way how I see it with his father is like Giannis is still old, young enough to be his son. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like
that's why Giannis shouldn't have been jumping in his face like that.
Hold on. I feel like I just feel like when he came at Giannis like that, like I feel like, yo, you shouldn't talk to other people's kids like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's
oh, what? He a grown ass man, dog. What are we talking about? He a grown ass. He ain't about to do this, dog. He a grown ass fucking man, dog. Yeah. He talking shit in a Pop Warner game to the little kids. Like, he a grown ass man, dog. No, he get to talk shit and this, that, and the third. That's just what it is. Y'all just need to just get over that shit. You know
Marley gonna bang on the old folks, man.
Yeah, man. No, we ain't doing this.
The only thing that I disagree with, like I said, the only thing I disagree with is not being like when he said, yo, being humble and all that. That's the only thing I disagree with, yeah. But I understand how he felt, like, you know what I'm saying, in regards to the father coming on the court, and you know what I'm saying. I
felt like a loser. That's all. He just
sore loser. That's exactly what that shit.
Giannis. I understand Giannis having that position because when you look at, he comes from a very humble background. They used to sell hot dogs on the streets of Greece. So when Giannis talked about him being humble, I could understand that being his position just based on where he came from.
Right.
He came from a very humble background.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, you mean to tell me Giannis ain't never talk shit on the court in Greece playing ball?
He talk shit all the time on the fucking court. He be talking big shit on the court, and like. It's not like he is disrespecting his family or something. Like, if he says some wild shit to him, go suck your mother, like, you know, like if he got some Jamaican shit, like go suck your mother or some shit like that, whatever. Like he starts talking some wild shit to him, then I can understand Giannis, you know, acting like that. Like, yo, dog, like you can talk about the game and all this other shit, but keep my mom and my family. You know, if he said something about his kids and some shit, I can understand that type shit, him getting pissed off. But man, come on, he said, take y'all ass the fuck home and this, that. Man, get over that shit.
Yeah. Now you know what? I'm thinking about a few years ago when Giannis told KD, you need to be a real leader and stop switching from teams to teams. That was some talking shit type shit.
Yeah, that was talking shit.
Yeah, he was talking shit. So he talked shit too. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like I agree with that. He was a sore loser. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Hey, I was kickboxing in San Diego, and the dude I was fighting, his dad was talking shit to me while I was fighting the dude. So I mean, parents, and I didn't take it personal, but I was kickboxing this dude in San Diego, and his dad was kill him. His dad was talking shit.
If your parents there, they gonna be on the other side talking shit. They gonna be talking shit to him.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? Like that's sports, man. That's just what the fuck it is, man. Like,
Right.
get over this shit.
Shit, if I beat you in a domino game, I'm gonna be talking shit.
I
Madden, sports, it don't matter. I'm gonna be talking shit.
I talk big shit, dog. Motherfuckers heard me out here playing dominoes space. I talk shit, nigga. Like, that's part of the fun. You can't talk shit, it ain't no fun, dog. What the hell we doing this shit for?
Yeah. Nah, you right, but a lot of people you right. People do be solid. You right, Psycho. You right. I agree with that.
But I ain't even gonna lie. If his dad was talking shit to me and his son was just like besting me as a fighter, he was out striking me, he just looked better, I would feel some type of way about it. So we got to tell the truth. When somebody's kicking your ass and they talking shit to you, you do feel some type of way about it.
Yeah, you don't be wanting to hear that shit, but you got to get mad at yourself because they wouldn't be able to talk shit if you wasn't losing. So you gotta get mad at yourself, like this, step your game up, and they can't talk shit. You know what I mean?
Giannis, you probably should have shot 2 or 3 more hundred shots in practice. You should have got your team together. What my dude say, overpaid and fool, man. Put your mans on, man. He looking bad back there. Get him an ounce or something. Right, Giannis, you should have got your mans an ounce or something.
Yeah.
But they also the Pacers sent them on their.
It's kind of like the old segment when the NFL tried to cancel celebrations in the end zone. They did cancel celebrations for a long time in the end zone, right? It was very strict. You could spike the ball, but you had to spike it a certain type of way and all this other stuff, anything else, because they tried to get away from all that celebration shit and anything else. But people like myself and a whole bunch of other people are saying, well, if you don't like these motherfuckers in the end zone celebrating, keep their ass out the fucking end zone.
I remember when T.O. said that. Because they was mad that he would score and stand on the Dallas Star. I remember that game literally.
Yeah, and the old boy ran and knocked him down and shit. With motherfucker went to the Hall of Fame, Woodson.
Yeah, Darren Woodson.
Darren Woodson, yes, yep, Darren Woodson, yep. And he did that shit. And at the end of the day, but like it's being said, if you don't like it, keep motherfuckers out the end zone. And you ain't got to worry about all the celebration shit. So I never tripped over all that celebrating shit and everything else. And it's kind of the same premise, right? Like, if you don't like people pops jumping up on the sideline, tell you get the fuck up out of here and go home after you lose a series, don't lose the fucking series.
Right.
And they can't do that shit.
Right. Now you're right. It's like at work. If you don't want your boss coming at you, nigga, do your fucking job.
Damn, yo. So Giannis went out salty. Yeah, they feeling some type of way. Because they probably felt like they should have beat the Pacers.
He listened to Rich Homie Quan after that game.
Giannis feeling some type of way. Right. Because who did they beat in the finals? Who did Milwaukee beat where Giannis put up the 50 peaks?
That was the Suns when he beat Chris Paul and them.
So Chris Paul and them just had to deal with it. And I'm sure they was talking shit. People were talking about they going to McDonald's to buy a 50 piece. Milwaukee was rubbing that shit in people's face. So it is what it is.
Can you show me the footage of his father jumping in Giannis' face? Because the father didn't jump in Giannis' face.
Sportsmanship shit is
Giannis went and got in his face. He didn't jump in Giannis' face. He was standing where he was standing, and Giannis walked up on him. Go back and watch the footage. He didn't jump in Giannis' face. That ain't how that went down. Giannis heard what he said and got mad and started jumping in his face.
Oh, the Pacers helped Giannis get to a vacation spot today?
Who?
The Pacers went ahead and sent Milwaukee on to their vacation time?
Oh, yeah.
Milwaukee got put out?
Yeah. Milwaukee lost. Yeah, that was the end of the series, yeah.
Okay, Giannis, go to the little exchange spot, get you some euros, and go kick it somewhere in Europe, or you get you some Filipino pay wherever you going. Get your currency together and chalk it up as a loss, nigga, and enjoy your vacation.
That's basically what he was saying in so many words. That's basically what the fuck he was saying. Like, yeah, take your ass home now. You tell them to get your ass fuck up out of here. You know, like I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he said.
Oh, if he would have called him a tether and people really knew what that meant, Giannis might have jumped over the stairs and been in a fist fight. Nigga might have squabbed him.
It was just some good old fashioned sports trash talk. That's all
Shit
it was.
talking, right?
Yeah, shit was about that.
People get mad when you losing.
Like, why does everybody lose their mind over this? Like, you ain't really
And
do nothing.
when you losing bad and people talking shit, it is embarrassing to a certain degree. I could see how people would get emotional or a little pissed off, right? Because if you losing bad, it's embarrassing.
And this is why I support. This is why I support people just walking off the court, not doing all the old fake handshaking, the fake love, and fake signing the jerseys and all that other silly shit. Just go, dog. Just go, dog.
Psycho. Now, Psycho, I always said that. Psycho. That shit was so. I'm growing up. That good sportsmanship. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody.
Yeah.
So to me, I always felt like that was an ego defense mechanism that people use in order for them to not make the other people. Nah, nigga, no. Especially if it's a game that you care about. It's not like we just playing for fun, right? And we showing good sportsmanship.
You mad as hell after especially a playoff game. You mad as hell, son. You don't really want to kick it and chop it up with these motherfuckers, dog. Like, nah, man. Like, this is where fights happen. Motherfuckers try to settle scores and shit. Motherfucker might have felt like he got a cheap shot in the third quarter, so now he wanted to get his revenge and shit and everything else. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you open yourself
them losses
like that.
Them losses be personal in the sports you love, man. My kids was watching Yo Gabba Gabba the other day, and the little character of Yo Gabba Gabba said, "It's okay to lose sometimes too." I look at both of my kids. It is not okay to lose under any circumstance. God damn it. So shit, man, you be feeling some type of way. You know, I remember the first time I actually lost a point fighting match at the tournament. I couldn't talk to nobody for like 2 months. And I fought very well, but losing makes you feel bad, man, especially when people talking shit to you while you lost.
Nah, that's true. That's what people be telling you to be humble. Be humble because they trying to validate their own perspective and feelings and feel good.
You got thousands of people in the fucking arena. Everybody ain't gonna be humble at the end of the fucking game, bro. You gonna have some motherfuckers been drinking all game. Motherfuckers excited. Motherfuckers super. Motherfuckers amped. They got batteries. Like, you gonna have motherfuckers out there talking shit, bro. People gonna be talking shit.
Motherfuckers that had a few beers.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, let these motherfuckers talk their shit, man. They pay their ticket and all that shit. But he ain't pay his ticket because he's a father. But still, like, I'm just saying in general, like, let these fans talk their shit.
You know what I noticed too, Psycho? It's always the non-competitive people too. I ain't saying it in Giannis' situation, but it's always the non-competitive people that's always talk about be humble when you win or this and that.
Act like you've been there and everything else.
And these people don't even be competitive people like in real life. When you look at them, like, hey, hold on.
But you know what? That's kind of that.
You shouldn't be celebrating too hard. It's only the first round. But in that moment, right? We talking in the moment. Yeah, you happy, you excited. Like, you know, like you just beat Giannis, a world champion, right? And your son is the reason why the shit just happened. Yeah, you're going to get caught up in excitement and talk a little, like I felt the Pop's energy right there in that moment. Like, you're going to be talking shit.
Yeah, he should have took it as gratitude, Giannis. Like, he should have looked at it like how you looked at it, Psycho. I am a world champion. I got to expect his father to react like that.
Feelings was hurt, man.
I think that as a form of congratulations, because it's like he sees Giannis in this certain light and his son just beat him. So it's like his father's perspective, and it's like, yeah, he happy because Giannis is this great player. Like, you know what I'm saying? So,
right.
So that's how Giannis got to look at it too. Like,
that was a sign of respect in
indirect respect. Right. It is a form of indirect respect.
Yeah. To be the best, you.
Yeah, you gotta beat the best.
Yeah. So
do it when they want you to be humble, right? Muhammad Ali wasn't humble, so every athlete or competitor is not going to be humble. Are you going to win? Okay, you could be humble, you could be cocky, but are you going to win? Is what it boils down to. So you don't have to be humble. You can talk all the shit in the world if you want to,
as long as you're winning.
That's it,
right? You can back it up. Talk your shit.
Shit, I know some people that's sincere assholes. Them motherfuckers will talk shit even if they lose on some Rick James shit. I know people who talking shit, period.
Mm-hmm. Some people,
Phillip Rivers is like that.
Some people do that for motivation, man. Like sometimes I would go on the court and I'll be maybe like playing like little kind of like half-ass, not halfway interested in the games I should be. And then next thing I know, I hear a motherfucker who's guarding me start talking shit. And that now the motherfucker done threw a battery in my back. You know what I mean? Now I'm ready to kick his ass. I mean, not fighting, but I'm talking on the court, right? Like, so yeah, like some people get motivated off that shit. You know what I mean? Like they need that. Like, so that's why a lot of people that's why Jordan used to do. Jordan used to get fake angry. Jordan used to get fake angry. He'll go find things to be fake pissed off about just because he plays better mad.
Same thing with KG.
Yeah, like he plays better mad, so he would go find things to piss him off, right? Like just to keep him on edge, so he could, you know, have to play with an attitude, right? Like some people need that.
I remember one time KG's Paul Pierce was like, when KG and them was playing against Dallas, he said in order for KG to get hype against Dallas, he said to have Dirk Nowitzki called him a nigga on the court, and Paul Pierce was like, he ain't call you no niggas.
Right, lying and shit.
Right.
But see, Kevin Garnett will say personal shit to you too, though. KG will really go there with you.
Yeah, he would. KG is one of the biggest trash talking motherfuckers in NBA history, like in the history of the fucking league. That motherfucker.
He'll mention your wife, your family. KG gonna go there.
When that motherfucker told Carmelo Anthony that Lala tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios, I laughed. That shit is still funny to this fucking day. That motherfucker said, yo, I heard Lala tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios.
Carmelo trying to get over the nigga after the game and everything. Nigga, they walk to the bus and everything. He got under that nigga skin for real.
You gotta have the
now, something like that is over the line. Now that's over the line right there. And I can understand, motherfucker, what you fucking talking about my wifey, dog. Like, hold up now. You know what I mean? Like,
his wife probably do taste like Honey Nut Cheerios.
She looked like she did.
It ain't nobody else. Ain't nobody else putting the wife in around. Ain't nobody else putting.
Oh, that's some wild shit to tell a motherfucker, dog.
Yeah, that is some wild shit. I ain't gonna
Hey, Marley, that nigga touched a nerve. She must really do, because he's like, how
the fuck you know?
Yeah, he's like, that's very specific. Out of all the shit, nigga, Honey Nut Cheerios, that's exactly what she tastes.
Oh shit, that shit is hilarious, bro. I laughed at that shit. I was like, I shouldn't be laughing at this, but
that shit was crazy when he said his wife tastes like Honey Nut Cheerios.
I had a dude tell me before a kickboxing match. I had a dude tell me he not that good of a fighter.
Then the nigga was trying to get up with KG after the game. That's what made it even worse.
I done seen people fighting. I done seen fathers fighting at tournaments. I'm talking about literally getting into a fist fight over their kids. They felt like their son scored a point, or they felt like we called the match wrong. I done seen fathers at karate tournament. I done seen them literally get into fist fights over trophies and placing and all that stuff. It gets personal.
I done seen fathers at kids' baseball game getting into fights and shit.
Yeah. Me and my cousin used to coach Pop Warner football, and we seen a couple of dads pissed off at their kids not getting enough time, or if the other team really whoop their ass really good and they talking shit. I done seen parents get personal when their children participate in sports, whether the children are 5 or even if they're adults. Parent. I mean, and you got to think that's still your son or your daughter at the end of the day. So you got to have good control of yourself not to go there.
I've seen parents fight the ref. I've seen parents fight the motherfucking coach because, like you say, he wouldn't give the kid no playing time.
The kids don't be good, though. They kids don't be good. Let's keep it real.
I done see, man, this one dad, he wanted to jump out on the football field and help his goddamn son make a tackle. He was so damn bad. Like, parents be wanting to get in there and help their kids sometimes. They be so mad.
Yeah, and that's how a lot of those parents handle their children, too.
Yeah, that's a fact.
But shout out to the parents that don't do that though. I've seen a lot of parents keep their reserve, whether their kids win or lose. I've seen a lot of parents keep their cool and explain to their kids it's the nature of the game and the beast. You're out here to compete. So some parents don't baby their children like that.
Yeah, and they make their children feel entitled too. So they hindering their own children.
Man, shout out to all the parents, man. The ones that get hyped and the ones that keep they cool, man. Shout out to all of them that's participating.
That bring the perfect balance to the event, right? The cool parents. He probably finna erupt if the call ain't right or if they lose too bad. That brings the balance to the event.
Yeah, shout out to all of them. Shit.
Man, I was coaching Pop Warner football, me and my cousin, and this little kid came up to me and my cousin and said, "Can I pancake him, coach?" And we didn't even think he really knew what he was talking about when he said it. I kind of like laughed at Marcel. I was like, yeah, whatever, go ahead, right? Man, he hit that little kid so hard, had that little motherfucker on an invisible bunk bed in the sky. He hit him so hard. And I looked over at my cousin. I looked at my cousin. I was like, Dad, did you see what this nigga Trey just did? He was like, I did. I said, Trey, can you do it again? He said, yeah, coach. He said, yeah, coach. And he came and hit Marcel ass again, put him on the same invisible bunk bed from IKEA. I was like, oh, this is gonna be our killer. Yeah, he was the Ronnie Lott of our team, if you will, or the Steve Atwater. We knew if Trey hit you, you done. And he was a skinny little dude too. You know, that's why when you coach in sports, sometimes you can't just assume because somebody looks a certain way that they have certain limitations. Because I later found out it was this kid that we had blocking on the offensive line, and he had the best footwork and the best hands of anybody we had playing receiver. So the first time we coached, we learned that sometimes you gotta let people just try out and see what they really good at sometimes. You know, but I would have never guessed that Trey was really like a hitter like that. We didn't even think this nigga knew what he was talking about when he said, "Let me pancake him."
Hey, yo.
That nigga Trey hit this nigga Marcellus so hard and shit. Me and my cousin stood right there saluting this nigga. Perfect attention.
He a sore loser. He a sore loser, Psycho and GQ and Swaggy. He a sore loser, y'all.
And it's okay to be a sore loser. Because think about it, right? Giannis is the one who got put out, right?
Yeah.
Giannis held the trophy. Imagine winning at the highest level, the championship, and then it's your now you're trying to have your legacy move up the ladder of greatness, right? Now you're trying to get in a conversation with Wilt Chamberlain, with Kobe Bryant, with Michael Jordan, right? So that put a little stop to his legacy growing, right? It got in the way of that, right? So I'm sure he did feel some type of way.
Yeah, that's how I was telling people too. Yeah, of course. That's how I tell people, like those people who don't compete and who are not competitors, they don't know about competing. They be the first one. I'm not saying Giannis. In the context of Giannis, he was just a sore loser. But a lot of people who are not competitive, they don't know about talking shit and victories. And, you know what I'm saying? They're not even competitive. Never competed for that.
They silly in the comment section. Yeah, man. We didn't think Trey really knew what he was talking about when he said, "Coach, can I pancake him?" So when he showed it to us, it definitely shocked the shit out of me and my cousin. They silly in the comment section. But Giannis, you know, his feelings is hurt. You know, they got in the way of this nigga's second championship. He feeling some type of way about it.
But it's not. It was the first round. Come on, son. It's not like, you know, it was the first round. So it's not like he was in the third round or the champion or the final or the Eastern Conference Finals. You know what I'm saying? He lost in the first round, bro.
I mean, outside of Giannis, who they really got over there?
Hold on, Swarty. If it wasn't them, it would have been Boston anyway. We're gonna beat their ass anyway.
Right. Are the Knicks still popping?
Yeah, they still in it.
No, that Houston team bust Golden State ass last night.
Okay, is that going to Game 7 or did they end the series?
Nah, it's going to Game 5.
That's going to Game 5. Okay.
Yeah, that dude Thompson had like 5 steals last night. Yo, he was playing defense on Steph Curry. He had that nigga on lock. He had that nigga Steph on lock.
I'm sure he used I'm sure it took a lot of energy, man, to run with Steph like that all day.
You know how he stripped Steph Curry? That nigga is not afraid of Stephen Curry, bro.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
When you compete at the highest level, even the best of the best are going to have bad games. Like Jerry Rice didn't have 100 yards receiving every single week. Like even if you're at the top of your game, because you're competing at the highest level, people have seen you. It's so much film of Steph Curry. Sometimes somebody is going to end up locking him up and pulling his card. It happens at the highest level like that. It's not a knock on Steph Curry, but you know, when you play at the highest level, that happens.
He had 5 steals, bro.
Now, I couldn't imagine somebody stealing the ball from Chicken 5 times. Like I really, because of all the great highlights we've seen of him, and he's one of the best ball handlers in the NBA. People often argue about if him or Kyrie Irving got the best handles in all of the NBA. So that is kind of hard for me to mentally accept that somebody stole the ball from Chicken 5 times. Like that's a tough one for me
I don't think it was him per se 5 times, but the dude Thompson had. I know he had that one stat scene. He had it on Steph Curry. I know he was blocking Jimmy Butler. He was playing defense last night.
Okay.
Yeah, that
okay. He was on his Super Saiyan tip. He didn't care about nothing.
Bro, he was balling. As a matter of fact, that Adams and Dylan Brooks is what changed that Houston team. Because remember, when Adams and Dylan Brooks was on Memphis, they was like in the number 2 spot. So Adam and Dylan Brooks made a big difference on those teams. Because look at Houston, where Houston is at with them on the team now, and look at where Memphis is at with them off the team.
Right. Nigga, I'm old as shit, man. The last greatness I remember of Houston, I think was fucking Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady and goddamn Steve Francis.
Steve Francis left after when Tracy McGrady got there.
Yeah, that was before T-Mac's time. Niggas is old. I'm finna get the new 2K and Madden, and I'm not letting nobody come to my house until I got all the audibles down packed on Hall of Fame and Superstar. That's fucked up. When you buy the newest 2K, the newest basketball or football, you're supposed to be fair and not practice, but you're supposed to allow people to come over and play without you practicing getting all the audibles and checks down packed. Niggas be dirty talking about some, I just got the new 2K or the new Madden. Them niggas been practicing and shit.
Hell yeah, got everything down like you said. .points in 30 seconds. McGrady was him. Yeah, McGrady was that dude. McGrady was definitely that dude. Injuries fucked him up. But McGrady's one of the greatest scorers in my lifetime. Like just straight pure score.
That's crazy, son. That nigga, son, that's crazy. That nigga was tight. Giannis. I like Giannis though. I ain't gonna lie. I like Giannis, man. I like Giannis. I think that he's number 2 next to greatest power forwards next to Tim Duncan.
You got him number 2 already? You got him ranked that high?
Yeah.
All time?
Yeah, all time.
Ooh, I ain't got him ranked that high.
Yeah.
Who is that? Tracy McGrady?
No, hell no.
Giannis.
No.
Say you got Giannis number 2 all time power forward.
Next to Tim Duncan.
Okay. Over Kevin Garnett?
Yeah.
Mm.
He got more accomplishments too.
Yeah, he does.
And he's doing it with one team.
Kevin Garnett won an MVP.
Yeah, but Giannis got 2. And he got a championship with the team that he came in the league with, and he got defensive player of the year.
Kevin Garnett got the MVP with the team he was in the league with.
Yeah, that's true.
And he got a championship.
Yeah, but
he got the championship on a different team, but he got the MVP on the Timberwolves.
Yeah, that was the Timberwolves, and Giannis got 2 MVPs.
Do you think we should hold against a player that they had to be traded or signed with another team as a free agent to win a championship? Do you think that should be held against somebody?
I mean,
not necessarily, no.
But in this situation, yeah.
No.
I would say hold it against KD.
Winning a championship with the team that drafted you was a bonus.
Yeah.
I would say you get extra credit if you won the title with the team that drafted you. It doesn't hurt you, but it does help you if you won it with the team that drafted you, if that makes sense.
All right, but what if the team that drafted you, right, Psycho? What if the team that drafted you brought over 2 MVP caliber players to that team, right? You didn't necessarily have to leave, but they basically just brought the top 2 or 3 players to your team, right? Should we hold that against somebody?
As far as winning championships, it has to be mentioned. It's relevant. It's relevant to the conversation.
But
I'm not going to denounce the championship like it didn't mean nothing, but it's relevant to the conversation when we're talking about like all time stuff. You know, we start nitpicking people's careers and stuff. It's something to be mentioned.
But I see why Psycho would say Kevin Garnett. You know what I'm saying? Because I would say Kevin Garnett too. But then I started to look at it in a different way, and I'm like, hold on. Nah, Giannis do got some accomplishments. You know, he really, really do. So that's why I say I'll go with Giannis and shit like that. But yeah. To be biased, I'll say Kevin Garnett.
I think we just like Kevin Garnett's style of basketball more. I know growing up, we knew Tim Duncan had all the accomplishments as a power forward, but a lot of the bros, especially on the West Coast, we would have took Kevin Garnett over Tim Duncan just because we just felt like we liked his game better. You know, because people take for granted how great Tim Duncan was because it kind of looks boring. It looks like you sitting in a classroom of basketball 101 when you watch him play basketball. It's not flashy at all. So I think Kevin Garnett's style of basketball won people over, where some people are even willing to take KG over Tim Duncan, even though that's not fair.
KG had a better jump shot, I believe, than Giannis. I believe he was more consistent, had a more consistent jump shot. I think he plays slightly better defense. They both play defense, but I think he played slightly better defense than Giannis. This is just off the eye test. It's like Giannis drive to the basket better. He dribbled better. He drive to the basket better. I don't know who shoot free throws better. I think that's pretty much a wash. I would have to look at the numbers.
Somebody in the comment section mentioned Reggie Miller scoring 8 points in 8 seconds. Man, my cousin came in and turned the PlayStation off. I was in the middle of a Madden franchise. He gonna come up in there and say, "This shit gotta stop. You gotta see this nigga Reggie Miller right now." Nigga, my cousin literally turned the game off while I was in the middle of a game when Reggie had hit that, when he scored 8 points in 8 seconds.
Oh man, I remember exactly where I was at. I was in my crib. Watching that shit. And it was an afternoon game too. It was an afternoon game. I think it was Saturday afternoon because I wasn't working. So it had been like a Saturday afternoon, or it might have been Sunday. I think it was Saturday though. But it was an afternoon game. I know. I'm watching this shit, and I'm like, yeah, look like Knicks about to take this motherfucker home. And it's that third fucking Pacers suck and everything else. I was rooting against the Knicks. I was like, Pacers suck. They about to blow this fucking game. They had it. And it's that third. Now they let it go. And then that shit happened. And then that shit happened. When that shit happened, it went down. Man, my ass got up. I went outside looking for all them Knicks fans. I was talking big shit. I was like, y'all motherfuckers suck. Y'all motherfuckers.
I had to tell my cousin. I was like, Cuzzo. I had to tell my cousin. I was like, Cuzzo, calm down. I'm like, nigga, breathe. What happened? When he showed it to me, I was like, hell no, this nigga Reg ain't hit no 3. Stole the ball, hit another 3. Did he steal it again and then hit a deuce?
Nah. He stole. He hit the 3. Anthony Mason went to take the ball out. There was denying Greg Anthony the ball, everything else. So he looked over. He tried to throw the ball somewhere else and threw it right to Reggie. Reggie caught the ball, turned around, hit another 3. And then when they took the ball out again. I forgot who they gave the ball to. It was John Starks. They got the ball to John Starks, and then when they got the ball to John Starks, they fouled him. Right? They fouled him, when he got fouled. So John Starks goes to the foul line. Now, no time left the clock. Right? No time got off the clock. So they fouled him right after he got the ball in. So no time off the clock. So he goes to the foul line, and he missed at least one of those shots. He missed like at least one of those shots. Or whatever the case may be, and then they came back down, and Reggie got fouled, and he had 2 fouls. He had 2 foul shots. It ended up being like 8 points in like 9 seconds.
Yeah, Reggie Miller is one of my all-time favorites. I don't care that he didn't win no championship. I'm not one of those people that judge a player in a team sport solely based on a championship.
Yeah.
Reggie is one of my all-time NBA
Tracy
favorites.
McGrady is mine. Tracy McGrady is my all-time favorite. He don't got no championship.
T-Mac and Kobe had great rivalries.
Mm-hmm.
T-Mac was a beast. Yeah. I love T-Mac game.
He was smart.
I was the one on my block that had everybody convert from NBA Live to 2K because nobody even knew what 2K was when I bought it. And a couple of my bros had came over to my house and we was playing 2K and shit. And I was like, bro, it's over for live. You know, this gonna be the future of video of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't even sell live anymore. But I remember when 2K like destroyed live.
I used to love live. I never got, by the time 2K became the hit thing, I was getting out of playing video games. But when I was playing video games, I love live, yo.
Niggas used to be playing that NBA Live, hitting every single three with this nigga Reggie Miller and Glenn Rice and shit, cheating.
I was playing live with. I was playing EA basketball since Lakers versus Celtics. So that was right. That was before. Then it eventually went. Then it turned to the Lakers. Then it turned to the Bulls versus Blazers, and then they eventually had NBA Showdown, and that eventually turned to the NBA Live. But all that shit was EA. But it all started with Lakers Celtics.
I think who did my bro used to play with? I think Stromal Swift was on the Grizzlies at the time. The last time we played live.
Yeah,
that's when if you could dunk, you had the little shoe icon at the bottom of the player. If they was like a big dunker,
it was like the late 2000s was the last live. I think the late 2000s.
No, 2003.
Nah, I had live in 2006, bro. I had live in 2000 on the Game Boy. I had that shit on the Game Boy. We had the dunk contest and all that shit.
Icon. I'm talking about the icon of what you're talking about.
Yeah, how if you a dunker, like Vince Carter would have like a little shoe icon at the bottom of the little player if they was dunkers or if they hit threes. I forgot what the little icon looked like if you was a 3-point shooter.
That's 2003. That's 2003.
But niggas used to be playing with the bro used to bring the Timberwolves, and I think it was Kevin Garnett, Latrell Sprewell, this nigga Wally Zerbiak used to be hitting them crucial threes, and Sam Cassell. I can't remember nobody else from that team, but yeah, one of my best friends used to always play with the Timberwolves on NBA Live.
Mm. Yeah.
I done seen niggas getting into fist fights over Madden games.
Sure.
A nigga might have betted $50, and then this nigga done fucked around and got beat by 40, looking embarrassed and shit. And now this nigga want to throw the controller out the window and start a squad, man.
I used to break motherfuckers, man. Break motherfuckers. I remember I went there in 500 one night off this one dude, 500. He just kept wanting to double up, dog. He was wilding. Started off
Y'all
with
playing Madden?
Madden, dog. Broke day playing Madden, dog. It started off with he wanted to play for $20. I was like, bro, I'll take your money. He was like, put 20 up. I was like, all right, motherfucker, ain't nothing going. Whooped his ass, took the 20. Double up, motherfucker. You won't do that shit again. Motherfucker, whatever, motherfucker, double it up. Whooped his ass, boom, got that. Double up, nigga. He just kept like this motherfucker fucked up. He just wanted. He was determined to beat me. Like, I was
my
like,
cousin Vinny like that.
He's like, double up, nigga. No, fuck that, man. No, I was like, I'm tired, nigga. It's like 3:00 in the morning. He's like, no, fuck that, nigga. Double up, nigga. Yeah, you ain't leaving that money. Fuck that shit. I was like, all right, man. Fuck it. Boom. Whooped his ass again. Now, I beat him about three. I ran that shit up to damn near $500. I was like, bro, I am out, bro. I gave you too many chances to win this money back. You ain't winning this shit back, bro. And I'm gonna do your pocket a favor and myself a favor and go get me some sleep. And I'm gonna bail out now. He was mad. He was mad as hell.
I'm sure he was. At that hour, you get you a nice little ounce, half ounce, depending on who you knew. Get you a couple little bottle of Hennessy or cognac or something. Nigga was straight.
Yeah. Like like, bro, I play this, bro. Like, stop, man. You can't beat me in this shit. Like, stop, bro. I play this. I Madden, oh my God, I was dangerous at Madden, bro. I was the motherfuckers to go and get me to go win other motherfuckers money and shit. Like, motherfuckers, because, you know, motherfuckers be talking shit like, I'll beat anybody in Madden. You ain't beat my man in Madden. I promise you ain't beating that motherfucker.
Oh, okay. You had that legend behind your name and shit.
Yeah, motherfuckers just come get me like, yo, I need you to come down the street, dog, and play Madden for me, man. This motherfucker out here talking shit, man. There's money down here. I go down there, yeah. So a couple, I know twice I lost, but most of the time I won. But it was like 2 times I went down there and fucking lost. So I ain't gonna say I won every fucking time, but yeah.
Were you the best in the Madden at that hour in your family?
In my family, yes. Hell yeah, my family.
Oh, okay. My little cousin was the best in our family, and I wasn't even into playing Madden at the time. I was like a big Street Fighter junkie. I was back there, I think, playing Marvel vs. Capcom, and I'm back there, air combo and doing my shit. And my little cousins come back there and they like, cuz you can't be back here playing Street Fighter all day. He's like, number one, we not gonna play this shit with you because you done beat me like 100 times in a row. Like, I can't even beat you one round in this shit. So we not finna play this shit with you. But we want you to come and play the Madden with us, right? So my little cousin, he was whooping everybody's ass in the Madden. My older cousin had this nigga up until like 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night trying to beat him. He was beating my little cousin would whoop him so bad. And my auntie was like, Vinny, he gotta go to sleep, man. So you just gotta take it on the chin. You lost, bro.
Yeah, you guys got to hold that L at some point. At some point, you got to just hold that L.
and my little cousins and them was like, we finna make my man the greatest Madden player ever. So they started teaching me how to play Madden, and then they started sharing with me little shit that they used to do, like how you could pick the play that's behind the play where people can't really see what play you picking because everybody watches the screen and sees the 3 plays that pop up. So my little cousin knew how to hold, at the time we had PlayStation 2. He knew how to hold, I think it was R1 or R2, and you could pick the play that's behind the play that's shown on the screen, right? So then they started sharing their little tricks with me, and I eventually got to the point where I was the best person in my family in the Madden. The only person that would give me problems was my little cousin Aaron, who he had been the best person in Madden since I want to say since fucking Tecmo Ball. So, you know, I had got to the point where I had risen as a student of theirs, and I was able to challenge them in the Madden. So from like 2003 to probably like 2007, I was the best in my family in the Madden. And then my little cousin took back over. I couldn't beat him. Man, that nigga would be beating me. That nigga would beat me by 50 or 60 points sometime. Like I couldn't do nothing at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you already picked the play, then you used to go to another play like you was still picking your play, but you already had picked it.
Yeah, you could pick the play that's behind the play that's on the screen.
You just said the key, GQ. All my shit was in the same motherfucking formation, so I'm switching plays. They don't know if I'm running back because it's the same formation. Nobody's rotating or nothing, so they fucked up. They don't know what the fuck's coming.
Yeah, that's hard to stop.
Running the ball down people's throats. Pause.
Yeah, that's hard to stop.
Yeah, I was addicted, man. I was addicted to Madden back when they first went live.
Online?
Online, man.
Yeah, that's where you find out where you at.
Man, I was ranked, man, like 300 and something in Madden.
In the world?
In the world, bro.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's good. That's good.
I was but I was addicted, bro. I'm talking about I had the fastest Wi-Fi, so my shit wouldn't glitch.
And that was my issue with the online stuff, but yeah,
You a grown that old ass man getting up on here proud of that shit. Yeah, I was number 300 in the world.
Yeah, but that was,
it's hard to get in the top 300 in the world at that time, man.
You talking about like 2006, 2007, Mark? You talking about down there 20 years?
My bad. I was fucking with you.
In 2004, I went to a Madden tournament, and
I literally fell off fucking with Madden in Modern Warfare because I was so addicted to the online play, and I was playing like damn near 12 hours a day, bro. I was just gone.
Oh, yeah.
That sounded about right.
It be like that. Yeah,
I had freaked out with the shit, man.
Niggas be up late night rolling a couple of blunts, and nigga might have been on the Madden for about 6 hours, 7 hours.
I ended up giving my
game, my system, all my games to my nephew, man. I had to kick it, bro. I said, man, fuck, I can't fuck with it no more. I'm talking about fell off bad, fucking with
Yeah,
that.
I quit cold turkey too. Yep, that was me. I fell off cold turkey. Like around
I went to
2009. Around 2009.
Yeah.
2009. I was like,
that's about the time I quit, about 2009. After about 3 years straight of that shit.
I had brought that Xbox Elite shit, and I just looked over that shit like a couple months later and realized I only played that shit like twice, and it was like, yeah, I think I'm done playing video games. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I literally just brought this system for nothing. Like, this shit is literally just collecting dust. Like, I'm not even touching it.
I went to a Madden tournament in 2004.
I started having relationship problems, goddamn, and all type of shit going on. Fuck.
Oh, she was pissed off with you being on that game.
My old lady used to call the game my girlfriend. Going out there with your girlfriend.
That's funny.
I get ready to get in the bed, try to get me some. No, going back out there with your girlfriend. You've been out there with her all day.
Withholding? Don't do that, sister.
12 hours, 13 hours on the fucking video game, and I lost my fucking mind fucking that shit, bro.
I went to a Madden tournament in 2000.
I was ranked like 340 something in Madden, man. I'm talking about I was playing that shit man, I was ridiculous with it, bro. I was ridiculous.
I went to a Madden tournament and I beat the first two dudes, and then it was this one dude that was playing with the Falcons. This was the 2004 Madden. This when Michael Vick had the 94 speed, and you'd never ever seen a quarterback on the Madden with anything above like 85 speed. Maybe that would have been considered fast. Man, this dude was doing the goal line sneak, holding the ball with Michael Vick for like a half a second, and he would run to the house with Michael Vick every single time he called that play. He didn't call no other play, and nobody at the tournament could stop him from doing that. He would use the goal line sneak with Michael Vick. He would get the ball, take a little half step back, wait for about half a second. Everybody would be blocked up, and he would run to the house every single time with Michael Vick, no matter where he was on the field.
And look, I had an answer. I was a defensive specialist, bro. I had an answer for every motherfucking thing. Once I seen it once or twice, it was over with, bro. You ain't finna keep pulling that same bullshit stunt on me.
Because of your rankings, I could kind of see you might have been able to stop it, but he won the whole Madden tournament. I think he won like $10,000 with that same play.
That was the key, just being able to stop him. I used to play with Phillip Rivers. Then I used to play with San Diego, and I used to play with Cowboys. I used to play with I had like 7 different teams. It depending on the opponent and who they was playing with. But
you had a good defense with the Chargers. Sean Merriman, I think, was still on the team.
Man,
Quentin Jammer was the cornerback.
Yep. Jenkins.
Yeah, man. The Chargers at that hour, they had one of the best defenses in the NFL.
Indeed, at 3-4. Off the chain.
Yeah, I thought Adrian Peterson was gonna die when he played them niggas the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga, it turned out he ended up having the greatest run performance ever in a game by a running back against them.
I ain't never played with Minnesota. I ain't never played with AP.
Used to play with Randy Moss.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga was defying the laws of physics on the game.
On the game, yeah.
I done seen this nigga outrunning. I found out in real life he was doing it too. I later on found out this shit is real. But on that game, that nigga was jumping over people, outrunning people. That nigga was jumping over 2, 3, 4 defenders sometimes. I had one play where my cousin hit the prevent defense and Randy just jumped over all the niggas in the end zone. I was like, damn.
That prevent to get you smoked with Randy Moss. You gotta have 2 players on him at all times.
He could have been the greatest receiver of all time, but he just didn't want it like that, man. I think, and I know some people who think he is, but I'm gonna give credit when credit is due. Jerry Rice stood the test of time. He's the all-time leader in 18,000 receiving yards is unbelievably impressive. So I'm gonna still give it to Jerry Rice. But I think Randy could have been the greatest receiver of all time. And I think he could have had the receiving record for yards. He just didn't really want it that bad because he was already so physically gifted that, I mean, I hate to say it, but you could tell Randy really wasn't playing to the best of his ability some weeks.
Randy country than a dozen eggs, man. That motherfucker, he doing that NASCAR shit now.
Yeah, right. Sounds of the game when you hear this nigga talk. Maybe when the Eagles beat him in the playoffs, that nigga talking about some, man, that nigga Westbrook sweet, dog.
Yeah, that nigga country than a motherfucker.
Yeah, they racist in Minnesota and the Midwest and shit. They Joe Buckner gonna talk shit about Randy when he scored on the Packers in that playoff game, and act like he was wiping his ass with the ball. They didn't want to mention the 10 white guys that mooned him. I think it was like in the season when they had went up to Green Bay. They didn't want to make mention of the Green Bay Packer fans that literally mooned him. They just wanted to highlight the fact that, after he scored that touchdown on the Packers, he acted like he was wiping his ass with the Green Bay Packer folks. So they tried to call him disgusting and all that stuff. And I was like, damn, you're not going to mention the 10 white guys that mooned him? Joe Buckner with that damn Donald Trump toupee ain't played a down of football ever in his life. Talking shit about one of the greatest. Who was that dropped off? GQ?
Yeah, that was GQ.
But back to like the thumbnail, right? I don't think sports dads are the problem. I just think if you have a sports dad that was a Hall of Fame player in that sport, then that could be a problem because there's going to be a sense of you can't tell me nothing, type of vibration. So I think in a situation like dads that are in the situation that Dion is in, that could be problematic. But I don't think sports dads are a problem. Psycho, I noticed you guys had a couple of debates recently.
Yeah,
So who was the winner between Chris and the brother that was arguing with the Afro-Asiatic black man?
Chris won.
Okay. I kind of expected that. And then Madon had a debate, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Madon lost though.
He was defending the Book of Mormon?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shit, was he expecting to win?
Yeah, I believe he was.
Yeah, just like Giannis.
Right. Who did he lose to in the debate?
Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay. I've been in some arguments on YouTube. I've never actually taken a debate with anybody. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the communities that attack mine. I'm wondering who should I call out first?
A lot of people choose from.
I was thinking about calling out the scientific community because niggas ain't got no NASA. I was thinking about really going there because a lot of brothers in the scientific community, they go in on the Bible. They talk a lot of shit about the Israelites. So I was thinking about asking a nigga to show me his laboratory. Real shit. I was being psycho. I'm thinking about really going there because the thing is that even if you don't have a laboratory, right? It's people on YouTube that actually have scientific experiments that they do from their garage. Like they don't necessarily have to have the most funding to actually have works. So it's people that do those type of experiments. I guess the only person I really wouldn't look, because I do respect the fact that they have works behind what they're saying. Like, you know, shout out to Q Butter and then the other brother, I believe it's Street Media TV, because they actually got some works behind what they saying. But a lot of the people that would criticize me for believing in the Bible or believing in the God, niggas don't have no laboratory that's not overseen by white people. Black people need to stop it. And we don't get along well enough to really come together scientifically to produce something or add to science. So a lot of the advancements that took place in science, especially in medicine, in scientific, especially when you look at the scientific advancements that took place in the medical industry, a lot of that stuff happened without us having a sincere seat at the table. So a lot of times, if a brother wanted to, you know, really have a seat at the table in science, we didn't have a seat at the table in a sense of doing it for our community. You know, if we're furthering NASA or Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or if we're furthering Ecolab, right, then they'll let us be a part of it. But I don't know about a nigga being able to practice science without being overseen by the federal government. I don't, because of, if we revolutionize something or have a breakthrough in something that could challenge them being the power structure, why would they allow something like that? Because I'm not against science. My biggest thing is, why, if I've been oppressing the people for hundreds of years, why would I ever give them the opportunity to inflict that same oppression back on me? Where now my kids are at the bottom.
But you don't really practice science. It's not like medicine or anything. Right? So,
okay, let's hypothetically speaking, right?
Experiments.
Let's hypothetically speaking, let's say you have a laboratory, right? Let's say you got a laboratory, right? And you want to conduct scientific experiments. You want to do, let's say you want to work with materials like uranium and plutonium, right? I can't see the United States government just allowing somebody, especially somebody who descends from the people they downtrodden, the ability to manipulate uranium. It just, from a strategic standpoint, if this was our country and they was in a situation that we in, I wouldn't let them do that.
I mean, you know what? So a lot of the times the scientists be broke, right? This is how it goes. I ain't gonna say broke like that, but you need money to do these experiments, and a lot of the times they get fundings from grants, and it comes from the government. So a lot of times that's how it goes, because a lot of these scientists, they really not like millionaires and all of that, and you know what I'm saying. So a lot of the funding is getting. Now, if they had their own money, where they could just go and get uranium on their own and stuff like, yeah, then they could do it and nobody would know, because they'll have the access, they will have this, they will have the resources. But a lot of the times it's through grant money.
Okay, now let's say they got the money, right? Let's say they got the money and they can afford the materials, right?
Right.
If you are leading a country that was birthed and built on the destruction of another people that you enslaved and you reaped all the benefits of slavery, why would you let them practice using it even if they could afford it? Because it could threaten you ruling. It could lead to your downfall, so to say, right? So when you look at biology and chemistry, right, you can weaponize those two things. So why would I give the people who I've downtrodden the ability to catch up to me in any way, shape, or form?
We wouldn't know anyway, right? Because we never really seen that in history. Even like with white European scientists, right? A lot of times they be broke, so they get, you know what I'm saying? So we never like really seen that to the point where it was really a white scientist or like any type of scientist, no matter what race they are, that was very, very, very rich, but they were able to do things like that. But I get what you're saying in the sense of them aligned, but I don't know how to envision that, because I never even seen like whites or Asians or like, you know what I'm saying? Because most of the scientists, they, like I said, they get funding, you know. But
if we were ruling the world, right, the same way that the so-called white man rules the world, let's say we was ruling the world and they were the oppressed people, right? You doing science or Q Butter or another black person, as long as we have the understanding that we can all be equal, as long as we still ruling, it doesn't hurt my ability to rule the planet for Psycho to practice science recreationally? Are you, because we run the world literally, right? But the people that I put in slavery, right, I wouldn't want them to read, practice. I wouldn't want them to do none of that stuff because of the chances that they could revolutionize something and overthrow me. And instead of me having a gun, now they got the gun. Now my kids are at the bottom.
I think too, the whole, with the slavery thing, I think like I'm gonna just say this, like from my perspective, I think it was like more of the rich people that was involved with that whole slavery shit. And then when it came down to it here in America, the poor whites just kind of like followed and jumped on the bandwagon because they was just white or whatever the case is. But I think that I don't look at it in that way. I just, what I'm saying, I used to look at how you talk about it in white. I used to look at it like that, but I don't look at it like that anymore. But I get your point though. I understand what you're trying to say.
I agree with you when you talk about it was the elites that really had the money to afford slaves and stuff like that.
Right.
I agree with you, but what the thing is, peasant or poor white people, so to say, that weren't a part of the elitist class of their race, they didn't say, well, we're going to reject racism because it's just the elite white people getting money. They still decided to accept white supremacy because there is a privilege that comes with you ruling the planet, right? If it's my country, then it's my rules. Then my police officers can shoot down all the other groups and races of people. And it's not really that big a deal to me because it's about my people ruling at the end of the day. So there are some things that are primitive of humans that no matter how much we advance technologically are still going to be there. And ruling over another group of people, I think, will always be there.
Right. But you get what I'm saying? Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I think more like those people, like I said, like they jumped up on the bandwagon because they, they ain't really put in no work. There was those, that's when they came to the lynchings in the communities and shit like that. And But I don't know, man. I just feel like I try not to look at it like that no more. I try to look at it in the sense of where, we could do these things, and we could be focused on these things, and we start being, and a lot of scientists be dweebs and herbs and stuff like that too. So, they be getting punked and shit like that. Even when you look in like the World War II, how Hitler was doing the scientists and all that.
Oh, he was slapping them around. Hurry the fuck up with my bomb.
So, scientists are very different. Like the average scientist, right? The average scientist is not the everyday man.
Right.
Especially the ones that work for those people. So they think a little bit different and they move a little bit different. And they're like very, very, very intelligent. So, and they have a lot of them, they have a certain characteristic that's very similar to each other. So they behave certain ways. So that's how people are able to exploit them. Even if you look at the Nikola Teslas, like majority of them, so yeah, and a lot of them is not really business savvy. They just into science and stuff like that. So those
right,
not really. They have these people telling them to do these things a lot of times, and sometimes even forcing them, like nigga, you better do this or else, or and you better not be lying because I got this scientist who knowing, and he's my favorite, so he gonna tell me everything that y'all doing here that's wrong.
I think that it would be challenging for us to have hospitals and laboratories that are not compromised or sabotaged in the Americas just because white people are paranoid about black people overpopulating them one day. And I know they're paranoid about us getting the power of the earth back and doing to them what they did to us. So I don't know if we'll ever be able to do that in America. If we like Burkina Faso might be the one, I guess you could say beacon of hope for black people, because if we were to go there and become scientists, at the very least, it's not under the watchful eye of America in America, but just from the threat of, I would imagine that the elitists of white people, their worst fear is a black man or a black woman even that revolutionizes something in science that can be weaponized against them and could ultimately result in them going back to being the bottom-based people in the earth. So it's almost like you destroy a sleeping giant while it's asleep. You don't ever give it the opportunity to wake up. And they're afraid that there is somebody among us that will, they're looking for that sleeping giant. A lot of times when you look at the brilliant scientific minds and the astute and the very academically apt minds among our people, right? Those are the black people that I would think the other groups of people are the most intimidated by. I don't think it's the nigga on the corner chilling, fighting, stabbing, gangbanging and shit like that. I think it's the scientists that they're afraid of the most. It's the intellectual minds of our people that pose the biggest threat. I do think they're afraid of the brilliance of black people.
Right.
And for good reason.
Correct.
So, I know I'll be joking sometimes, but, shout out to Afro-Asiatic, man. We need to stand on business and all go to the airport, all black people, and go right to Burkina Faso and join the Watusi gang and stand on business. Nigga, straight up. But everybody ain't gonna want to do that. Most people ain't gonna have the courage to do it because it takes a certain level of courage to do something like that.
And time and patience.
I seen a brother when I was downtown Minneapolis today. He had a flag, and he was waving the flag as he was walking up and down the street. And I said, "What country is that, brother?" He said, "This Burkina Faso." I was like, "Oh, okay, you repping Abraham all the way over here?" So, he's starting to pick up a little bit of a buzz with black people. But I literally seen a brother downtown Minneapolis yesterday walking up and down the street with Burkina Faso's flag, waving the Burkina Faso flag. So I would say Abraham definitely has black people optimistic and inspired. As Negro-only Israelites, we actually talk about Abraham quite a bit. And we do send up prayers and pray that the Most High cover and protect him in the situation that he's in, because, I would say he's going against the grain, of colonization. And, a lot of, they really would prefer to have a puppet leader set up instead of him. So a lot of times we do pray and we hope that, safety dwells with Abraham and Burkina Faso. And I'm not talking about like the Israelite organizations that you see preaching on the corners, because what a lot of people don't understand is that's not the whole representation of us. They would disagree with me saying that I'm a Negro only Israelite in general. So from our standpoint, we are Africans. We did come from Africa, and that, we do support, participate, and we are Pan-Africans at heart. So, and that's where the camps would disagree with me because of the, ham and the stinky African narrative that has been pushed by the Roman Catholic Church. A lot of times, a lot of Israelites that's a part of the Negro, Latino, and Native American school of thought, they participate in that. And, as Negro-only Israelites, we don't do that. So not just the brother in Burkina Faso, but it's another sister in Africa that be telling the world the truth about Jewish people and the oppression of Black Africans. And it's her wish for us to come back to Africa. So she's a sister. She's a sister from Africa that I do consider to be my sincere sister. She don't see me as an Akata or none of the little silly shit we call each other in this little diaspora war we in right now. And it's another brother that's a Pan-African activist in Africa too, who was talking about when he went to Ethiopia, they didn't want to accept his shillings. But as soon as he pulled out the US dollars and the euros, they were ready to accept that currency. And I know that had to, be tough to deal with. So I would love for us to be able to go back to Africa, but it's a lot that's going on there that I would argue is compromising, the deals that they're making with China, the agreements they have with Russia, and then the interest that the Arabic Emirate family has in Africa. You know, it's a lot of people that's there that really shouldn't be there, you know. And African countries are making more deals with China. So as much as I would love for us to be able to go back to Africa and live, it's unsettling to see that a lot of African countries are still making the same mistakes they made in the 1400s, in the 1500s.
So what you got to say about that, Psycho?
Psycho, you still there?
Psycho probably fell asleep.
But a family from Rwanda invited me to come and visit them in Africa and was suggesting that I should come and live in East Africa too.
You should have told me that your ancestors ain't from East Africa. They from the West Coast.
Oh my goodness, XyayX, West Side, West Africa. Like his ass. We don't got nothing to do with the Levant or the Mediterranean. We are tropical Africans.
Who's that, Sabio?
No, that's that's Sabio's position too. But the first time I ever heard it, I heard it from XyayX. Because usually when I would see the Pan-African brothers, they would be arguing that we the Egyptians, we the ancient people of Kemet. You know, they would be arguing that. So when XyayX came up on the panel and said, look, we're not the Israelites, we're not the Egyptians, we don't have nothing to do with the Mediterranean world. We are sub-Saharan tropical Africans. That was the first time I ever heard something like that.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let me hear XyayX out a little bit on this. And as he started talking more and more, I was like, okay, well, he actually is saying what geneticists, what academia, and what scholarship is standing on. So he wasn't saying nothing different than what they actually teach. What was hurting Black people's feelings about what XyayX was saying was that the truth in that, but they also didn't like the fact that he wasn't saying that we invented all these writing systems and we built the pyramids. And, you know, I could start to see that Black people were ashamed of the fact of indigenous tropical Africans. Like we wouldn't be proud of the Twa people or the Pygmy, right? So I started to look at Pan-Africanism and I started to wonder how many people really sincerely love Africa and the cultures and the tribes that exist on the continent. And I don't, Black people are not proud of indigenous Africa. Niggas need to stop it. They fronting. I think it's cool because I think it's dope that indigenous Africans still have certain gut fibers where they can live naturally and, you know, not have to go through some of the stuff we have to go through, eating genetically modified food and not living in certain primitive ways anymore. So I thought it was amazing to see an African tribe with wild African dogs hunting baboons, right? I didn't look at it like, oh, they gross and they eating monkey brains and shit like that.
I gotta get up out of here. I gotta go to work. Sorry.
All right, have a blessed day at work, brother.
Yeah, you too, man.
But I never looked at indigenous Africans, you know, I mean, early in my life I did, obviously, before I started studying. But as I grew and grew more into some of this scholarly stuff, I started to have a sense of pride of primitive indigenous Africans. I learned to not be ashamed of the tribe of Africans that make little small cuts all up and down their arms to emulate or mimic looking like an alligator, right? I started to be proud of the traditions that indigenous Africans have. I stopped looking at voodoo in such a negative light, you know? And that's where I call cap with Black people, you know? We want to claim Egypt and we want to claim Mansa Musa and all of the stuff that everybody else would deem important. But XyayX really exposed, and people probably wouldn't give him credit for this, but he really exposed the fact that Black people really was sad when he was talking about how, you know, they really didn't have a writing system like that. You know, they don't have anything to do with the pyramids being constructed in Egypt. So, you know, it was just, it was shocking to me to just see that, like it's like he ruined Black people's vibration when he mentioned it. You know, they were ashamed. Bushmeat, right. So, you know, seeing it, and then too, a lot of brothers and sisters that talk this Pan-African talk, man, they wouldn't last 5 minutes with an indigenous African tribe, having to go baboon hunting or having to go and get honey and have wild African bees stinging the shit out of your ass while you trying to get that honey. So a lot of us will talk that Pan-African talk, but we're really not about that life. But I wish Africa was, I wish our relationship with African countries was different. I wish we could just go over there and move. I would prefer for us to live on the continent, in the motherland, as opposed to here. But, you know, because of the slave trade and the diaspora war and, you know, now the delineation and now foundational Black America, we call them Black people that ain't from America, the tethering and all of that stuff. You know, I wish our relationship just wasn't like that. Come here, Azzy. My son is 4. Don't come to the door. Come here, Papa. Oh my God. Let me get some cereal going for y'all in a minute. But I would love for us to be able to go back to Africa, Black people. It would be beautiful, you know. But it's tough when you hear stories about brothers and sisters going to Ghana and not having the best and most sincere experience, you know. Because I don't see where we would be able to really build something in America and not, you know, be subject to, you know, white supremacy. You know, a lot of white people are starting to, you know, be jealous of the fact that, you know, Black people are thriving from where we came from, which was less than nothing. There's a lot of brilliant Black people out there. So it's starting to make white people uncomfortable with the idea that white people are not superior to Black people. You know, I know they bought into this idea, and I understand the propaganda that goes behind it concerning, you know, growing up, Superman was black, you know, Superman was white, Batman was white. Sounds like grass. No thing sounds like grass. Right. We done got to the point where we too proud to live in the grass with the African brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. But, you know, I mean, white people are starting to figure out they're not so superior. And some of them are finding out they're not superior to Black people at all. So, you know, the jealousy and, you know, every time somebody Black does something great, you know, having to continuously prove your humanity when you are descendants of the true victims of chattel slavery in America. So having to always, you know, prove your humanity, I'm sure is, it's got to be draining, you know. It's like when so that's why I always tend to question certain things about staying in the Americas, you know, even though I know most brothers and sisters. But I question whether or not we will ever have a fair or something even close to fair. Shalom, Afro-Asiatic. I question if we'll ever have anything close to a fair chance in America. You know, and it's a lot of places in Africa that are not indigenous, that are very modern. You know, it's a lot of places in Ethiopia and West Africa, and even in South Africa. I know quite a bit of brothers and sisters who decided to go there and live out the rest of their lives. It's a lot of beautiful places in Africa that, you know, are modern. You know, you ain't got to always go and live indigenously in Africa. But I don't want to keep having this vibration or keep having this school of thought that I should be ashamed of Africans that live indigenous. I'm proud of them, brothers and sisters. I think it's impressive that they have the gut fibers that they have. You know, it's a lot of scientists oftentimes steal the feces of some indigenous African tribes to study the gut fibers that they have in their bodies. You know, a lot of that stuff we lost in the process of wearing shoes and becoming modernized, you know. So I'm not ashamed of indigenous Africa. You know, I don't have a problem with kicking it with the indigenous Africans. You know, is my body used to being over there? Is my immune system used to that type of living? No. But I learned to admire and be proud of descending from the first humans ever, if you will. You know, I'm very proud of all the indigenous Africans. I'm not ashamed of them. It ain't always got to be about Egypt and Mansa Musa. There's other things that make Africa beautiful. But as a people, we got to stop being ashamed of the motherland. You better go over claiming to be a Muslim. Right. Right. I'm reading some of the comments in the comment section. Burkina Faso will never accept American black people. Africa is not the answer. American Negro News. I get it. I've been 10 toes down in the diaspora war. I done got into it with Somalians, Ethiopians, West Africans, people from Liberia. I've been involved in a lot of those conflicts in the diaspora war. I understand the sentiment of establishing a foundational Black America. I understand why. You know, I remember growing up. There was an Ethiopian girl who just loved me to death, but she had to come and be honest with me one day and say, you know, I would get disowned by the Habesha Ethiopians. I would be disowned by Ethiopians if I was to marry you. You know, this was like, I think I was real young then. I was still in junior high school. I think I might have been 14 or 15 years old. And it was this beautiful Ethiopian girl I used to go to school with who she just loved me unconditionally, didn't care about me having Jordans, money. She didn't care about none of that stuff. She liked the fact that I was an artist and she adored me. But she had to let me know that her father would never accept her marrying a Black American man. And at the time, as a child, I couldn't really understand that until I started running into Africans from other places in Africa, until I started meeting Nigerians, until I started, obviously in Minnesota, running into the Somali community. And when I first came to Minnesota, it was a couple of Somalian women that wanted to be my wives, but they would have been disowned from the Somalian community. You know, the same way the Ethiopian girl would have got disowned by Ethiopians rocking with me. So I wasn't really aware of the diaspora war until recently. But most of my life growing up in America, we always cherished, loved, adored, and paid homage and honor and respect to Africa. My dad was Pan-African. My mom was Pan-African. So I could never, ever remember a time believing that, you know, we weren't the same Black family until recently. So, you know,
yeah, it's internet stuff. It's internet shit.
Oh, okay. Shalom. What up, Psycho? Welcome back, brother.
Yeah, my bad. I had stepped away for a minute. My bad. I didn't know I left you up there by yourself. You was talking to Marley, and I stepped away for a second.
I was interacting with the chat a little bit after XyayX came in because we was talking about Burkina Faso and just, you know, I wish our relationship with continental Africans wasn't what it was. I wish we had a tighter, close-knit relationship, even if we were going to stay among the particular tribes. Even if West Africans was only going to rock with West Africans and East Africans with East Africans, I still wish we had a better bond and we didn't have the contention that we have with each other today. You know, I wish it wasn't like that. When I was 14, Psycho. Time I think I was 14, and the gentleman who moved in our building, his daughter was 14, and she was a beautiful, beautiful Ethiopian woman. And she just loved everything about me. You know, she loved me. It wasn't about money, gear. It wasn't about none of that. She just adored me. She thought it was cool that I was an artist. She was always there for me. And, you know, she was my little girlfriend, if you will. But one day she really talked to me and she said, I would love for you to be my husband, but my dad and the Ethiopian people would never accept you being with me. I would have to leave my whole culture and race, and that's when I started to realize that there's a difference between Black Americans and East Africans, and Somalians and Ethiopians. At the time, I didn't know anything about Somalians. I didn't even know who Somalians were. But that's when I started to realize we're not the same. We're not this one big happy African family. They sold your ancestors. Right. I later found out that history. That's correct. MBG Gamer. I later found out that history, right? When I started going into the history of Somalians and Ethiopians and West Africans. Chief X brought out a lot of edifying information about how in Ghana they had been practicing slavery since time.
Might have got a phone call.
But I had an Ethiopian woman when I was 14. I had her tell me she wanted to be my wife, but she just didn't want to get disowned by Ethiopians. She didn't want her people to turn their back on her.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to be understanding of that. Because I'm 14 years old. I don't got no resources. I don't come from a millionaire family. So she gonna come and rock with me at 14 with me having no job, no resources. she gonna let her whole community go to be broke with me. Yeah, that's crazy. Me looking back at it now, because I didn't have the resources to accommodate her in the event that she was disowned by the Habesha Ethiopians. So like the brother that lost the debate with Chris, right? When he was talking about the Habesha, I could tell he really don't know nothing about them like that. He's never lived around them. He doesn't know their customs. A lot of people, especially Black Americans and Rastafarians, when they speak on behalf of Ethiopia, they don't know what they're talking about, because I live around Ethiopians. There are populations of Ethiopians and Somalians here in Minnesota, and I have conversations with them all the time. They're not accepting no Jamaicans or no Black Americans. It don't matter if you worship Haile Selassie as God or not. You're not Habesha Ethiopia. You're not Habesha. You're not a Romo. So I had to learn the hard way, Psycho, that we're not this big African family. And even with me knowing that, I would still try to, I guess the term is be diplomatic with. Yeah, man, I was 14. She would see me outside. She would come right outside and be hugged up right with me. And even as young as we were, she wanted to be my wife. But she had to explain to me that her culture, they teach her that Black Americans are slaves, that we smoke, that we own crack, that we own welfare. She was saying all the same stuff that Africans of the diaspora say about us when they get involved in the diaspora war. But even as early as 14, she wanted to be my wife. But she had to keep it real with me. She said Ethiopia would never accept me marrying you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah. I was one Haitian chick. I was younger and shit. We had that same issue. Our parents wasn't feeling talking to any motherfucking American. Wasn't feeling that. The parents wasn't.
And that's a damn shame, you know? Our relationship shouldn't be like that. And then when white people start jumping on Africans from the diaspora, they're gonna be looking at Black Americans like, oh, are y'all niggas gonna help us? The same nigga you didn't want to let in your store? The same nigga who couldn't marry your daughter, my daughters couldn't marry your sons, and now that they probably about to start focusing on y'all, now you want me to help. Yeah, my wife said South Africans was siding with white South Africans, the black ones, against foundational Black Americans on YouTube. So it's getting to the point where it's like, damn, you know, we got to take the 2 or 3 true Pan-Africans.
White South Africans were teaming with FBAs?
No, they was teaming up with black South Africans to go against FBAs.
Okay, yeah.
On TikTok.
Right, but then you want to cry about apartheid, and you want to cry about them. Them white people are from where they from, Psycho?
They're originally from Britain.
They're originally from Britain, and I think they're Dutch. Yeah, so those white people are originally from Britain, right? And then you got the black Africans down there. You gonna side with them? Yeah, well, you get whatever the fuck you got coming to you then. And don't ask a nigga to help you with shit.
It's on TikTok. It's a whole good thing about it.
Yeah, and Mexicans is finding out too. Stop getting mad at niggas that don't want to. What the fuck you think I'm gonna do? Stand in front of ICE? What do you think I can do?
Right. Yeah, you get rocked.
No, you just mad at me because I can fly from the free throw line with your bitch ass. And you just mad that a nigga born with them amazing genes. And your damn daughter like me. That's why your ass is mad.
They're not asking Africans to help.
Yeah. But that's what I'm talking about, man. We supposed to be getting the Pan-African business, and you gonna side with the motherfucker who took your shit. And you mad at me, and I'm the motherfucker you sold, and you mad at me. Yeah. You're not mad at the motherfucker who took your shit. You mad at the people you helped him gather up. You make that shit make sense. And that's where I'll be to the point where I'll be damn near done with Pan-Africanism. Because I'm not teaching my kids to trust Ethiopians or Somalians. I'm not teaching them that.
They could switch places with us and just not go through slavery.
Yeah, they would switch places with us if they could. And y'all ain't got shit to do with Michael Jackson flying from the free throw line. No, you just can't claim what's convenient. And that's where I be kind of to the point, Psycho, where I be like, am I still gonna rock with Pan-Africanism, man? Because to a certain degree, Pan-Africanism will make some black people naive to the fact that it's Ethiopians, Somalians, and West Africans that can't stand the nigga. And that will side with white people and Arabs against us.
Yeah, I mean, it's coons everywhere, and they're all throughout the diaspora. It's not just regulated here.
And we got them too. I know foundational Black America don't want to talk about it, but we got them too.
Coons everywhere. Coons everywhere. Gotta weed them fuckers out.
I'm at the airport working and shit. I'm at MSP Airport exchanging the currency, and me and a couple brothers from Eritrea, a couple Habesha Ethiopian brothers, and a couple of Somalian brothers, we all had a meeting one day at the airport, and we said we personally are not going to participate in the diaspora war that's going on at the airport, because you'll have a situation at MSP Airport where the Eritreans won't talk to you if you Ethiopian, right? If you're a Habesha or an Oromo Ethiopian, they won't talk to you. They can't, like that's their little beef. And then you got Ethiopians and Somalians who got smoked with Black Americans. And then some of the Black Americans that's not trying to coon to sleep with none of their women or get an approval for them. Because you got niggas from our side of the thing that tap dance because they trying to get that Somalian and Ethiopian box with their weird asses.
Yeah.
You got some of them that are tap dance for them trying to get that box, but you got some Black Americans who pretty much, they know that the other Africans don't fuck with us like that. So when me and the brother from Eritrea, we used to call ourselves the Sons of Africa because we represented the whole continent, South, East, West, and I wouldn't say North Africa, but we represented South, East, and Central Africa, right? And the Ethiopians, the Black Americans, and the Eritreans and the Somalians would be looking at us every single day, like, how are these niggas getting along? Or if they see the Eritrean brother come up and shake my hand and chop it up with me, right? The other Eritreans will look at him like, what the fuck you doing fucking with this motherfucker?
Yeah.
So I seen it firsthand. Even when 2 or 3 of us from all of those parts of Africa got along, all the rest of the black people in the airport, they didn't like it. You know, Somalians didn't like the 2 Somalian brothers that fucked with us. The Ethiopians didn't like the fact that GB and Bahadu Shah was rocking with us. And then for them to see all of us together getting along, it was troubling to them. People don't understand how deep this shit is. The Psycho, I've been trying, man. I've been trying to not get into the diaspora war. I've been trying to make peace with the other African brothers and sisters. We done had conversations about it. I've been trying, but they gonna still hold fast to their culture is always gonna override being African. I think black people don't understand that. Ethiopian Habesha culture comes first. Africa comes second to them, and then black people don't have a place with them. The only time they accepting us is it when Peekaboo by Kendrick Lamar come on, so they could do that silly ass dance like they having a seizure. That's the only time they fuck with black people.
Yeah.
Nigga, you just cool with us when you hear woke up looking for the broccoli. Like, God damn, that's the only time you fucking with us? Is when you hear this nigga Kendrick Lamar rapping? Right. White people come through the airport, Ethiopian Somalians lay their bodies out for white people to step on. I'm serious. Walking the so-called white man's dog, picking up his dog shit and everything. That's their God, man.
We got our coons too, but it's not the same thing.
No, it's not like how they coon. No. Yeah, we got our coon, Psycho, but their cooning is on a whole nother level. Because my homegirl that's from Ethiopia, she's a Habesha Ethiopian, right? Summer used to tell me all the time. She used to be like, man, when white people come to Ethiopia, my people be following them around like they God. And you should have seen the look on her face, Psycho. She was so embarrassed to admit that to me. She was like, yeah, they think white people God. You'll see it. Come through MSP Airport. All the East Africans, they're going to be nasty to you. But when that white person walk by, they're going to be nicer than Mr. Rogers in the neighborhood. They're going to have $10,000 in the Prius for the so-called white man. And when they see you, they calling the police.
Yeah.
So living in Minnesota has, because in California you wouldn't be able to see none of this shit from LA. You for the most part you grew up with other foundational Black Americans and Mexicans. It might be a few Jamaicans or Haitians here and there, and a lot of times how they end up getting accepted into our communities is they join the gangs that come from our communities, right? So generally, if you got a Jamaican that's a Blood or a Crip, he'll be accepted among foundational Black Americans, right? Even somebody that's not Black, that's just a part of the gang, right? But there'll never, ever be a situation where we're culturally accepted by the Habesha Ethiopians or the Oromo Ethiopians or certain West Africans or certain people in South Africa, right? So somebody in the comment section was saying in Burkina Faso, they're not fucking with Black Americans, but Afro-Asiatic was saying that they are indeed willing to sit down and deal with Black Americans. So from what Afro-Asiatic was saying, he was saying Abraham and them really ain't got no smoke with us like that. Hell no, the other 53 countries in Africa gonna tap dance like a motherfucker for China, and I hate that shit, man. I wish I could really talk to them and they would listen and say, look, man, y'all got to stop making them deals with them.
They're trying to assassinate you.
Yeah, Abraham. Yeah, they trying to kill him. I know they are. My wife was saying they're trying to assassinate Abraham.
They're trying to kill one of his generals.
Word.
Shit, sometimes on some Watusi shit, I be saying, man, fuck it. We just need to go to Abraham Burkina. We just need to go Burkina Faso and join the Watusi gang and stand on business. You know? So sometimes I feel like, damn, I wish Black people had the courage to just leave America and reestablish ourselves somewhere else. But I know some brothers and sisters who don't think it's a good idea. I know some Black people who think it's stupid that Black people should try to pursue their own country. Shalom, Taz. Love you, brother.
ourselves,
but I know some black people who think it's dumb.
suffocating ourselves in a place where all in one spot, is it?
Shit, niggas need to do something. I'm trying to hold on with y'all and rock with this Pan-African shit, but I'm about to fuck around and open up my karate school and let anybody who will pay up in that motherfucker in a minute.
I mean, yeah.
Shit, in a minute, because this Pan-African shit, it hurts. And then from an image standpoint too, when you look at these jobs that we be having to work, they don't want to hear no black history, even if you're not claiming Egypt or Israelite or not. They don't want to hear about Mansa Musa or the kingdoms of Benin and stuff like that, because it's a rich history from the west coast of Africa down into South Africa that is not highlighted because it's not Egypt, right? So there's a very rich history in West Africa and in Central Africa.
People don't talk about it.
You know, and I'm sure the archaeological
black people don't talk about it. I ain't even talk about white people. Fuck white people talking. Black people don't talk about that history that you're talking about.
It's a very rich one too, Psycho. I'm talking about like in West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa. You know, it's more to Africa than Remember the Time with Michael Jackson and Eddie Murphy.
Yep.
That's all niggas care about.
It's fucking Egypt. You talk about Africa, that's the only thing they want to talk about. Egypt, Kemet, that's it.
It would be nice to see some archaeological excavations take place in some parts of West Africa, in some parts of Central Africa, and you know, bring some relics from some of these ancient Black African kingdoms. But I'm pseudo, right? If I say that, it's not accepted by academia. Oh no, they don't have no writing system. They just Bushmen. They just put paint on their face and swing from trees. I would be considered pseudo by some people. Your real hardcore Pan-Africans agree with me on that. But we don't care about West and Central Africa. Egypt is black. King Tut, Ramses III, niggas built pyramids. And we was the first scientists, astrologists, and all of that out of Egypt. That's what's important to black people.
Yeah, in this country, yeah. That's what we care about.
But Africans don't talk about Egypt. Africans don't claim Egypt. Somalians don't claim Egypt. Ethiopians don't claim Egypt. Oromo Ethiopians, some of them will say they descend from Kush, but for the most part, they don't claim nothing biblical. They don't claim nothing in the Mediterranean. They still stand on the fact that they Africans.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not the stuff that we say about Egypt being black and stuff like that. If I was to talk to an Ethiopian or a Somalian, they'd be looking at me like, "What? Egyptians are not black."
They tell you that's pseudo.
Yeah. So it looks bad when Africans from the continent are not validating the Jabari Osasis of the world, right? I don't know if Chris's position is the Egyptians were black people, but a lot of the stuff that brothers say, when I talk to Africans from the continent, they say, no, that's not true. They tell me all the time, the Egyptians were not black. And this is coming from Africans, from East Africa, from West Africa, from Central. This is coming from black people out of Africa. They're saying, no, that's not us.
The whole African conversation is frustrating. I don't even like talking about it. I just get annoyed talking about it. People worried about people. Like I said, people. It's weird.
But I will say this, Psycho, it would be nice if we could go over there and the continent and the countries in Africa would deal with us in good faith. It would be nice. Because the experience of growing up in a country where you're not a black man, but you're just a man or you're just a woman, the experience of being able to grow up in a place like that, I don't know what that feels like. And I think it would be refreshing for our people to live in a country or live on a continent where it's a normal thing to be, where it's like we don't look at each other as black men and women. We just humans. We just people. Go ahead, Afro.
Peace, Swarthy. Peace, Psycho.
Peace, Afro. Was good.
Shalom, brother.
Salamu, peace, bro. Yeah, I think it's a product of propagandized Africans, you know, and white supremacy. White supremacy is global, you know, so the propaganda of the West is global. They have the most effective propaganda machine. You're welcome. Yeah, that's my take on it. With as far as Africans disrespecting Black Americans and Black Americans disrespecting Africans, I think it's the result of white supremacy. You know, that's just my opinion.
I would agree with that, man. I know a brother from the Masinka tribe that I used to work with at Macy's, and he used to tell me that his people were my people, and that it was his wish and desire and prayer that blacks came back to communion and have a reunion with the Masinka tribe. Well, I know some Africans who sincerely believe we are their brothers and sisters. You know, I've met them.
Yeah, I know a few. Yeah, I would agree, bro. I know a few. I think, you know, we do paint with a broad brush, but I don't think that that's every African that thinks that we're not connected. I think some do and some don't. But I know that European Western media definitely is a factor.
Right. Because a lot of our perception of Africa comes from the westernized media. That's where the idea of thinking all Africans are homeless and poor with swollen bellies comes from. That's what was pushed on us as kids in elementary school. I was in elementary school like around 90, 91. That's what TV told us Africa was. A bunch of starving black people with swollen stomachs.
Yeah.
This what I don't get, though. This what I don't get, though, right? So it sounds like you just running from being black, though. Because what would be the point in saying all that just to say you go over there and they don't even acknowledge race, but being over there, there's a tribal war where being black don't matter. There is no such thing as black on black crime or whatever, because that's what it is. Everybody's black. So when you remove what we actually go through here to say I'd rather be there, it's almost like you don't view their issues there as a problem, as if they would, respect you over there as one of them. And that where has that been shown?
I don't disagree with that, Taz, but at some point in time, shouldn't our relationship be better with continental Africans? And isn't that the origin of where we came from? So why is it that, what's wrong with me wanting to live in a country that's a black country where it's just a normal thing for us to be black? We don't know what that feels like. We don't really know what that's like. So what's wrong with that?
I don't think it's nothing wrong, because wrong would be that's maybe too much. I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. I'm saying I don't see the difference that would make it a better option for a black American. I like what would make it a better, when you say our people, right? What makes them more of your people than the people you around here?
I don't think it makes them more of our people because of how long we've been disconnected, Taz. Obviously we have those strong genetic ties. Genetically, we're the same, but I wouldn't say they're more of our people. They would be more of our people than us here in the Americas. I'm just saying that when you accomplish something in Africa, they're not going to say you're the first black man to do woo 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 woo. They're going to say this is the first man to do woo woo. The psyche of us living in a country where it's just a normal thing for us to be black, I think. I don't know what that's like.
Yeah, your point though. You saying when when an accomplishment happens, it's not just the accomplishment that the person is black. It's just an accomplishment.
It's just an accomplishment.
But again, I have to ask though, because they're not so race driven, does that diminish, what we have going on here? Like, because again, when they come here, they're rarely freedom fighters. This ain't the 60s where the freedom fighters are arriving. So it's like,
right.
I get what you're saying, but it's like, don't we want those accomplishments for black people in a world of white supremacy?
I never really looked at it like that, Taz, because we definitely came from less than nothing, where some people would not have been able to accomplish a tenth of what we have been able to accomplish. So I could see your point. You see what I'm saying? We're a very prestigious family out of Africa, due to contrary belief. I think Black Americans are some of the most brilliant Africans to ever exist in history. So I see what you're saying. I wouldn't want to diminish what Jackie Robinson had to do, what he had to overcome, because we had to accomplish things in not ideal conditions, right? So I just never looked at it the way you explained it right now. I wouldn't want to take from that. No.
Yeah, that would be my only thought in what you say. Because I don't, like, contrary to what people might believe, I don't just hate Africans, but I think some of the promotion of it centers around Black Americans kind of acquiescing to what an African is. Like, no, dog, we our own version of an African. Like, what I'm saying, we're an evolved version of it being here in America. No, we didn't grow up with them, but I don't know why we have to adopt everything that they're doing or adopt their culture. Like, we all Black people. I'm saying, I just don't know why we have to be a type of Black people when we could just be ourselves. And if they rocking with us, they're rocking with us. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Because I just don't have, I guess my limited experience with Africans, it just don't point to, hey, they against us or hey, they for us. It's like kind of indifferent. I haven't dealt with like these horrible Africans that's calling me a kata or whatever. Like, I don't know that experience. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, sometimes I do think it's overdone to where the African is made into the aggressor that I've never seen him as. I ain't never seen him as aggressive and, coming for me as a Black man. I ain't never seen that.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
That's how it gets pushed, though. That's how it gets pushed by these ambulance chasers. They make it seem like Africans out here plotting and scheming on Americans to take us down, and like they scour the internet every day to go find something the African said. I mean, it's a little bit weird. I don't know. Like, yeah, I just don't. That's just not my experience with dealing with Africans, just foreigners in general. I never felt like they was out to get me. I don't know.
Yeah, foreigners don't really have that mentality, it seems. Even like, the Mexicans and motherfuckers like that, they don't really have the we coming to get you, we gonna move you out, we don't like you openly mentality. Now what they doing behind the scenes, we don't know. But I'm saying outwardly, no, they're not just, coming in and trying to move people out openly. A lot of it, I think that's part of the
like I said, I've never had anybody call me a kata to my face or any of that. I've never heard that.
Facts, never.
But so many people say it on the internet, you would think it's common. Because that's where I first heard the word.
That's because it's from propaganda. They got it from a movie, dog. They got it from a movie, Sugar Hill, with Wesley Snipes and everything else. They got it from that. Tariq mentioned it, that movie clip, in one of his anti-Africa propaganda videos, and everybody grabbed it and just ran with it. Kind of like the butt breaking shit, right? Never heard people mention butt breaking until Tariq started talking about it. Never heard people talk about tether until you heard Tariq talking about it. Right? It's the same shit. You never heard nobody talking about a kata until you heard Tariq talking about it. But now you let everybody call it. All these things are like normal. These things were always spoken. No, people wasn't talking about no goddamn fruitcake stuff going on in slavery. That was Tariq talking about that crap. But nobody sitting up here calling foreigners tethers. That was Tariq talking that crap. And I never heard nobody call me a kata. He got that from a goddamn movie, and not even a real movie, not even based on a true story. It's like some fictional shit.
Like growing up for me, being in Essex County, New Jersey, we grew up with some, not a lot, but some Ghanaians, some Haitians. You know, obviously I got a Haitian. My son is half Haitian. You know, we grew up together. You know, so it's some of it is the perspective is going to be different because of regions. You know, so it's all just a part of what you've been exposed to, I suppose. You know what I mean? Have you been exposed to? Have you interacted? You know, everything wasn't perfect, of course not. You know, but for the most part, we saw each other as the same. You know, the Haitians just spoke a bit of Creole. You know, but I had several Haitian homies that, you know, we did everything together. They was just Negroes to me. You know, that was my perception coming up.
Well, yeah, okay. So that's kind of how it is in Florida, though. Even though I do think there's an outright difference where niggas in Florida are just they'll tell you, you know, those are Haitians, but I don't think it makes them any less black people, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that makes sense. It's obvious that they're Haitians, they're called Haitians, they're identified as Haitians, but that don't take away from them being black people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I think the internet thing creates an issue, because even though, like, I grew up in Florida for a few years when I was younger, and the issue wasn't that they were black. The issue was that they was Haitian. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers didn't like how they cook. They didn't like their religion. You know what I'm saying? It's everything about their culture that people didn't like, but they were never viewed as not being black.
That's a fact.
Like, it wasn't disrespected because they were black. Like I said, it would be because damn, they food stink, you know, some shit like that.
Right. Cultural.
Culture.
Before I had dropped off, Taz, I just wanted to say that until I moved to Minnesota, I didn't have that much of an experience with Africans. But there are cities of Somalians here where they have their own particular section of the city, and Ethiopians and West Africans, and they do stick together. And when you talk to the foundational Black Americans that are here in Minnesota, from Chicago, from Wisconsin, when you talk to them, they will attest that for some reason that the Africans have kind of disowned them and give white people a lot better treatment than them. So it's not just my own anecdotal experience. As an Israelite preacher, I do go out and preach on the streets, right, Taz? So I talk to young Black people. I've even had a few elder Blacks tell me that Ethiopians told them not to hold the door for their women because Black Americans are inherently felons. So I've heard testimonies from our elders and the youth of our people about their experiences with the Africans that are here in Minnesota.
Well, I would say, like, when it comes to up there, I've done a little research on different reasons. I remember the George Floyd thing. I was researching that area up there. I think y'all governor was Kamala's running mate, and so I was looking into shit up there.
And they don't like Tim Walz up here. They don't like him because he's immigrant first. A lot of white and Black people they don't like him up here. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but that immigrant community up there, that community, I would say, represents the talking point, though. The talking point where people say that immigrants stick together and they're working together and this and that. I haven't seen that everywhere, but from what I can see about the Twin Cities, that's why they're successful. And specifically Somalis, the Somali immigrants. They're successful up there because they've gotten up there into politics and they've kind of sequestered themselves outside, away from the rest of the community. That's what I see about them up there in the Twin Cities.
That's correct, Tass. They pretty much have their own city. Where Riverside is, downtown Minneapolis, right before you go into St. Paul, that all of those communities, all of those houses, most of those businesses, and most of those apartment buildings are housed and owned by Somalis. So the fact that they stay to themselves did have a lot to do with their success. You are correct in that.
They have enclaves, like a little Italy, a little China, but they have like a little Somalia where they conduct business amongst themselves. And Somalis do have a and they come from an endogamous culture where they do a lot of inbreeding, so to speak. Not inbreeding, but they marry within their own culture. They try.
Homogeny is imperative in Somali culture.
Yeah,
Imperative.
endogamy is very imperative in their culture.
They don't.
And
They
we
don't rock with
don't
us.
have that.
Now, I will say this, Afro-Asiatic, they will make the exception if a white man wants to marry a Somali woman. They will make the exception and not disown the Somali woman, because I had a few bros that were Somalian that told me what these caseworkers are telling them when they're brought to the Americas from Somali. So they're instructed by white Americans, caseworkers preferably, to not associate with Black Americans. And the Somali brother was telling me that the caseworkers would show them all the worst things about us. They would say that we're hairy fellas. We just hang out, we sell drugs, we smoke crack, we own a county. So I had a Somali brother literally tell me this is what his people are told when they come over here. Because if a Somali,
I don't believe it. I think they family, they mama telling them that. And I'm gonna tell you why. You remember that lady that fake ass brick lady shit, the one who claimed she got hit with a brick?
I know exactly who you're talking about.
She was Somali, and when I was doing a little content on her and shit, what I found was she used to be in the Somali communities online like 2010, 2011, 2012, and they was talking that type of shit. They not Black, they don't fuck with us like that. We're a bad culture. We make their culture look bad. She's one of them. So she was born here though. She's from here. You know what I'm saying? I think it's them. It's their culture to be that way here. So instead of blaming their mamas and daddies, they blame it on immigration officers and shit. You know what I'm saying? But in reality,
well, I gotta agree with you. You're correct in that, because they are taught that it's a Somali woman that is, and I've talked about this before on the platform. There is a Somali woman that's from Somalia that never lived in America. In a video, she said, "Don't call me a nigga. I own niggas." So I know about their particular role in gathering Black Africans up and helping. I think it was Leopold of Belgium that came through there. Yeah, but she said it in the video. She said, "Don't call me a nigga, I own niggas." So they're slave owners of our ancestors. And a lot of them will throw it in your face and tell you straight up.
And where do you think those sentiments come from?
Well, when you look at the history of Somalia, right, I believe it was a group of West Africans that settled in that area first. They call them Bantu Somalis today. Somalians oppressed them really bad. I believe they was there first, and the Somalis came there and took that land from them. And then they have a history of helping Leopold of Belgium gather Africans up around Africa and sell them as slaves. They have a history of doing this.
I'm not sure about that part. But what I'm sure of is that the Somali genetics is very old. So when we talk about those Bantu Kushites, they definitely mixed together, but the Somalis were there for long, thousands, tens of thousands of years. The Somalis were there. They're not outside invaders.
You're talking about the descendants of the ones that we see here in the Americas, right? Afro-Asiatic?
Some of the Somalis, I couldn't, just some of them, but I know some of them have old genetics, old DNA.
Right. But when you talk to them about were they originally in Somaliland, some of them here will tell you no, that they were not. And they will also tell you that they came from a region that's near northeast Africa. Almost northwest, but they will tell you through oral tradition, at least the ones here in Minnesota, they will tell you that they were not always in that part of East Africa, and that when they came there, they did take the land from a group of Black people that was already there. Today, those Black people are called Bantu Somalis, right? So they're not. They say that they're not the same. And the interesting thing about the Bantu Somalis, right, is the Bantu Somalis phenotypically look like us on the panel, right? But the Somalians that are there now that occupy and control the land, right? They're Black people, but you could tell we have a different phenotype. They don't look like us. But the Bantu Somalis, they look like us. They just speak in Somali, almost kind of like the Afro-Palestinian thing and the Afro-Mexican thing. A lot of them resemble us. They just speak a different language, right? So I've had some Somalis tell me that their people weren't originally in that part of East Africa, that they came from
the area that we would consider, I guess you could say, like Egypt or North Africa. A lot of them have an oral tradition of coming from North Africa.
You know what, MBG Gaming, that might be a flaw in my thinking, because I'm looking at your comment and I'm thinking about it. It's like, damn, you know what, I did say that. But that's a flaw in my thinking, because I don't view Rhoda as Somali as opposed to American. I view her as an American that's trying to be Somali. You were born here. So, you know, all your little fake issues with Black Americans or whatever, is like, you're American. So, I mean, I get your point, though, I guess, if you're saying the Akata shit and they calling us names and shit like that, but she's one of us to me. She's a person cosplaying Somali. Because although her family might be Somali, that bitch from here. You know what I'm saying? So,
but as you said yourself,
you don't subscribe.
They're not
to
rocking with
idea.
it.
You don't subscribe to the idea, the whole tether talk, like, you know, like anchor babies aren't like one of us, and just whatever the case may be. Like,
I think because you know it's I would say it's based on the topic, like, because, like, for example, she's the same woman who would be out protesting in a BLM march or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So when you choose to be a tether, you get to be, and when you're not, you're not. And so I think for me, it is more of, when you place yourself in that box, that's how I view you. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't know the foreigners when I see them. So if you Black to me, shit your ass Black. I'm not gonna walk up to you and ask where you from or none of that shit.
But Taz, you got to understand something. Those Somalis that participate in BLM movements and stuff like that, they've culturally broken away from the Somalian community. They're not practicing Muslims. They eat pork. They're not doing none of the stuff that they did in Somalia or when they first came to America. So those people that you, like for the George Floyd situation, right? Man, I seen a dude driving down the street with an ATM literally in the passenger seat when I was walking down Nicolette when that whole thing jumped off. Those Somalis and Hmongs and those East Africans, they've separated themselves from their people here in the Americas. Right? They smoking weed, they drinking, they not covering up their bodies or nothing. They're not doing what they did when they first came here. So when you see those Somalis participating, they've already accepted that their community has disowned them. You know, they kicking it with Black Americans.
Assimilation is going to take place, and they're assimilating into the culture. You know, I'm in front of a schoolhouse now, and it's a predominantly African American school, but there's a lot of influx. You got Haitians, Jamaicans, you got Nigerians. You know, assimilation is going to take place. Some of these children, as they grow, they're going to choose mates that are from outside of the culture. You know, it's just inevitable. You know, it's random numbers, but some are going to choose Nigerian mates, African American mates. It's just a process. It's inevitable because of proximity.
On that tether shit, bro. Because like I said, I'm just even thinking about it now. Is like it just don't matter that much. Like, I get identifying it and saying, okay, this person wasn't born here, but in terms of growth, prosperity, where does that conversation take us though? Because I don't see a benefit in it, and maybe that's why I don't face it as much.
A tether is somebody that's like from the African diaspora or continental African that undermines Black Americans, right? Is that what it's supposed to be defined as?
Yeah, I think that's how they use it. But again, it's like, are they really undermining you? You know what I'm saying?
Up here, I can't speak for everywhere else, Taz, but in Minnesota, if the Somalis see that you're an intelligent African American man, them and white people will come together to make sure you only get a certain position and that you can only go so high. So I could speak for Minnesota and say it definitely affects Black Americans here because they do it. You know, because here's the thing: Black Americans don't kiss white people's ass like Somalians and Ethiopians do. So a Somali in Ethiopia and Minnesota will lay their body out over a puddle for white people to walk over. So they do come together to be against Black Americans up here. I could speak for Minnesota. They definitely doing the shit here.
So, okay, so if that's the case, then why do we feel comfortable talking about going to Africa and shit like that? If they're coming together to conspire against you here, why do we think they won't do it on the continent?
I think because we're not sure whether or not they'll do it, that would keep us from going and actually looking to live back in Africa. So I think that would even discourage brothers and sisters from supporting Abraham in Burkina Faso. So I mean, that's a great point, Taz.
I think that's the greatest. That's a great example right there. When we look at JT, the bigger figure, he was embraced in Burkina Faso before any of this even really went off with Ibrahim Traoré. He was already embraced in Burkina Faso. He was already using his rap money or whatever to dig wells in Burkina Faso, and then he did the same in Kenya. So he was embraced in Burkina and he was embraced in Kenya, you know. But the brother now is back in, I believe he's back in America. But he does give us a case study that we can look at where we saw Africans embrace, especially a brother coming from street culture. You know, he was over here with no security, no nothing.
JT also brought up the fact that Ghanaians were also protesting against anti-American sentiment with free citizenship.
It's true. It's not perfect. Yeah.
Okay. And also in the dictionary, tether is defined tie with a rope or chain so as to restrict its movement. Tie an animal with a rope or chain so as to restrict its movement. That's a verb. And a noun also, a rope or chain with which an animal is tied to restrict its movement. So if we look at when they come and gather around in strong communities, Taz, you said that they're not rocking with us. What's that mean?
Okay, so when I say they're not rocking with us, I'm saying like there's no guarantee that when we get into their communities that they're going to open up and say we brothers and sisters. I think when they're in America, they don't have that as much of an issue. We talk about tether and continental African and this and that, but I just don't think the average black person in America is going to look down on or turn their back on an African in this average situation. On the flip side, I don't think we're embraced as much. I think we embrace anybody from the African continent more than they'll embrace us. And for me, that makes it unfair. You know what I'm saying? Is that because even myself, I know that I don't carry any chip on my shoulder against them or anything against them at all. But some of them have an issue with me just being from America. You know what I'm saying? Just being a nigga in America, some of them would look at me as a problem or an issue or not a real African.
People separate amongst themselves too now.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Like these people, they practice caste systems too, right? Like I said, you gotta think a lot of these Africans that come over here in this country, if they come from, if it's a family coming over here, they privileged most likely, right? They was privileged in their country. That's how they was able to move here, right? And everything else, unless they like, and then you got these people on the visas and shit like that come over. But for the most part, most of the people that come over here to live, they came from privileged backgrounds in their country. Now they might not be privileged here because their money don't stretch as long. But you know, like a lot of these motherfuckers, they got a certain mentality, dog. Like I said, they like the foreign bourgeoisie, right? They like the foreign boule, right? And they move up here with a certain attitude. They just treating their people fucked up out there. Then they come over here, they ain't gonna treat us no better than they treat their own people.
Like to add to Psycho's point, right? There was a documentary I saw that was talking about how Somali men, when they come to the Americas or when they go to the UK or Switzerland to leave Somalia, right? They'll go back to Somalia when they have the Swiss franc or the US dollar, and they'll impregnate Somalian women and leave the woman there with the children. But then they'll talk about how Black American men are not good fathers. But there's a documentary showing them going back to Somalia, impregnating women and not taking care of the women or the kid, just leaving them there, just pumping and dumping, right? But some of these same people will say that we don't take care of our children. But it's a documentary about them doing the very thing that they're accusing us of. And a lot of people don't know that about them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that. That's what I notice a lot more than anything is the bar is lowered for their success. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't have certain things they don't have to do. And even being race conscious is one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, like you start talking about white Jesus and shit like that in America, I think we've come to the conclusion that it's a problem. Yet when I hear about the continent, it's acceptable for them as an excuse because they don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? I just don't, why is that okay? How do they not know no better, but we do? You know what I'm saying? When will they know better about fake ass Jesus and shit?
Ignorance, bro. Ignorance.
They don't want to know better a lot of times, Psycho and Taz. And I'm starting to learn that Black Americans have a greater concept of history and research than a lot of brothers and sisters from the continent. We just know more about history than they do.
That's a critical fact too. We're far ahead in the social and cultural conversation. We're way further ahead than most
and more important, even more importantly, we more ahead in science.
That's
right?
true too.
People use God to replace science, right? That's what like with when people don't understand certain things about science, they replace it with God. God did it. They don't waste time trying to find a scientific explanation. It's just God, right?
Even in the God conversation, it's a lot of African churches, in particular in Jersey. When you look at Jersey, it's a lot of Nigerian churches, and they're like dealing with the Christianity that our mothers and fathers were dealing with back in the 70s and probably even the 50s. They're at that point in their conceptualization of the Bible with the white Jesus and all of these white prophets. They're at that level of understanding. Our people have transitioned away from that and either believe that it's black theology or that Jesus was black or something of that nature or something different, or have moved away from that totally, and like you said, closer to science and things of that nature. But it's different. It's definitely nuance in the populations when it comes to that.
But yeah, they got, and a lot of it's cultural traditions too. Like as far as the ministry, African ministries, and everything else, like those Beckys and those Red Crosses all went down there, indoctrinating everybody. Mother Teresa is another one, went down there indoctrinating everybody and this, that, like, so that they have missionaries that would go to Africa to indoctrinate all these people, right? And pretty much prep them for colonization. Like this is how the white man moved.
Facts.
He did that in Africa as well as other places.
But that's with the help of the African people, right? Though not the people, I guess the leadership, though.
Well, I mean, it's not one leader in Africa, so But yeah, I know, like Mother Teresa, for instance. Like I need to do a whole stream breaking that weirdo down. But she was full of shit. She was poverty hustling, right? And she was running around. Telling Africans, like, go back to what I was initially saying, like, don't worry about science, right? Science ain't gotta do nothing. I could, she was into that faith healing and all that shit, right? Had these Africans thinking that they was actually being healed by her and everything else when they wasn't, keeping disgusting facilities and this, that, and the third. She actually killed more people than she ever thought she saved. But she was into that missionary shit. She was into pushing her doctrine, pushing the deities and all this, this, that, and the third. And people outside, like people everywhere in the world loved her, praised her, worshipped her, right? Because she was doing the Lord's work, right? But when you really peel back the onion, she was full of shit. And she was actually hustling and shit and using black people to do it.
Scamming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ponzi scheming the brothers and sisters in Africa.
Yeah, she was definitely put out there as a savior, as somebody that was doing the work. Definitely.
Yeah.
Propaganda. It's propaganda.
But a lot of the stuff that we talk about in the conscious community, if you will, are in the scientific community. These conversations that we're having will be foreign to a lot of Somalis, Ethiopians, and even some West Africans up here.